Everything began some time ago at a grand, magnificent castle. Unlike its usual calm, the castle was now shrouded in blood and fire, with cries and wails echoing everywhere. In a corner of the courtyard, a long-haired teenage boy was struggling to fend off the attack of an assassin dressed in black. In a corner of the courtyard, a long-haired teenage boy was struggling to fend off the attack of an assassin dressed in black. This was the Ragnar family, a ducal house guarding the empire at the northernmost point of the continent. The reason the Ragnar family had held its position like a northern bulwark for over 1,000 years was due to a special constitution, believed to inherit dragon blood. All who carried Ragnar blood were born with extraordinary magical power, durable stamina, and exceptional swordsmanship talent. Everyone except Theo. Right now, he had just taken a direct blow from the enemy. The blade had sliced through his abdomen, blood gushing out. After that, Theo could no longer support his body and began to collapse to his knees before the enemy. Seeing this, the cloaked man spoke. At this point, you still haven't learned anything. There are things no matter how hard you try you simply cannot do. People call that incompetence. You cannot inherit talent even though you bear the blood of the Ragnar family. If I were me, I'd be angry too, young Master Theo. As he spoke, he pulled down the cloth covering his face, revealing a face so familiar that Theo's eyes widened. Rendon, why is it you? Theo asked in astonishment, carrying a touch of pity for the one about to be sent to the next life. However, old Rendon did not kill him immediately but calmly explained. You see, every morning watching you train tirelessly despite having no talent is an utterly pitiful sight, especially when that hard work leads you nowhere. The Ragnar idiot, that term suits you. You should run away, you piece of trash. It's laughable to watch you struggle to make something of yourself. As he spoke, he threw his head back and laughed loudly, as if witnessing the greatest amusement in the world. Faced with those words, Theo gritted his teeth and drove his sword into the ground to brace himself to stand, while demanding, Rendon, you approached me to become my swordsman and taught me useless moves just to drive me out of the Rose Hall. Why are you so despicable? No sooner had the words left his mouth than Rendon suddenly swung his sword and sliced off Theo's left arm, sending it flying into the air. The excruciating pain made Theo scream miserably. Seeing this, Rendon swung his sword hard once more to fling the blood off the blade, then sighed. Do you blame me? All of this is because of you. Why won't you understand? As he spoke, he grabbed a fistful of Theo's hair and forced his face upward to make him witness the sea of flames before him. Look, why is the Rose Hall burning? Why are members of your family dying? Why has your mother become a cold, lifeless body? On the other side, a cloaked man, equally thoughtful, dragged the body of some lady and threw it down in front of Theo like a torn sack, so he could witness everything with his own eyes. Then old Rendon coldly concluded, all of this is because of you, the idiot of the Ragnar family. In a family ruled by strength, you are the weakest. Rendon's voice and expression were full of mockery. On the other side, Theo's rage had reached its peak. Immediately after, he sprang up, drew a sword from somewhere, intending to risk his life against the old man. However, before he could act, a sword flew in from afar, piercing through Theo's chest and sending his body flying backward. You're talking too much. End it, the superior ordered coldly. Beside him, Rendon, seeing this person's arrival, immediately acted meek and respectfully said, You've come? What an honor. Paying them no mind, returning to Theo. The fatal thrust from the sword made his consciousness start to blur. After memories flashed through his head, Theo could only think, so this place finally ends. Sover, is everything really over? I couldn't protect anyone, couldn't do anything. Everything's been burned to ashes. Is this really the end? If only I had talent, would things have been different? He regretted the thought in his heart before his consciousness sank completely into the darkness. Then, suddenly a mechanical voice rang in Theo's head. Death confirmed. Theo Ragnar trait activated. Return to regression point. As the sound ceased, Theo suddenly found himself holding a sword, standing before Rendon. But the surrounding scene felt different. You look tired. All right, today's lesson ends here, Rendon said calmly, while Theo's face remained blank, not understanding what was happening. Seeing that, Rendon complained a little. Seeing that, Rendon also complained a bit. How dreamy. As for Theo, he looked at the sword in his hand and the scene around him and still couldn't form what had just happened. What is this? Didn't I just die? Maybe I'm recalling my life. But I can't believe the face I'm remembering is that hateful Rendon. Even death is this cruel? He sighed and complained about his fate. Suddenly, a blue screen appeared before Theo with the words, Guidance Mission 1. Punch Rendon in the face. The screen's sudden appearance confused Theo even more. Huh? What is this? A guidance mission to punch Rendon in the face? What the hell is this? Do people usually recall like this when they die? I don't think he can see this. Thinking that, he stopped looking at the screen and turned to study Rendon's expression. This strange action also puzzled the old man opposite, who asked, "What's wrong?" Without answering, Theo threw the wooden sword aside, thinking, "I don't even know what's happening. Maybe this is a gift from the gods, giving me a chance to vent my anger before I go. Even if it's a dream, I'll beat him." With that thought, he didn't hesitate and swung his fist, and punched straight into the face of the man he hated most. However, the punch was so weak it didn't even make the opponent flinch. Rendon only looked at Theo with a puzzled gaze, wondering what the young master had gone mad about. Facing Theo, the sensation of fist hitting flesh made him start to doubt life. Why is this dream so real? And my punch is so feeble. No sooner had he thought that than Rendon swung his sword, knocking Theo away like a duck being struck out of the air. While frowning, he asked, "I thought the lesson was over." The pain from the blow made Theo realize more clearly. What is this? Can I feel pain in a dream? He wondered to himself. As for Rendon, he looked at Theo's bewildered face and only sighed. "Sigh. I understand your frustration about approaching the awakening ceremony without seeing progress despite all your effort. But I cannot forgive a student who dares to rebel against his teacher. And as someone of the Ragnar family, you should use a sword, not a fist. I'll see you at the next lesson." Having said that, he turned and left, leaving Theo behind with 1,000 questions in his head. Wait, the awakening ceremony. What the hell is going on? Theo muttered. Meanwhile, the trainee crowd couldn't hide their snickers at his pitiful state. Heh. What an idiot. Why would he disappoint his teacher like that? Is this guy really from the Ragnar family? He's so pathetic even compared to a bastard. That's all he can do despite spending so much effort. What a disappointment. Mocking laughs rang out, but our protagonist paid them no mind. Right now, he still couldn't tell whether this was a dream or reality. I can't believe it. The pain I'm feeling so clearly right now. This vivid sensation. This isn't a recollection. It's real. The awakening ceremony will take place in 2 years. Does that mean I've gone back to the past? How can this even happen? Theo panicked as he thought, but before he could find an answer, the notification screen appeared again, drawing his attention. Congratulations, you have completed Guidance Mission 1. Reward unlocked. Ragnar Talent. Would you like to accept the reward now? Yes. No. On the other hand, though he didn't understand what was happening, the notification seemed benign at a glance. So Theo unconsciously reached out and pressed the accept button. You have received the reward. All your stats will rapidly increase. Begin the next mission. At that moment, a light suddenly emitted from Theo's chest, leaving him dazed. What the hell is happening? Theo shouted inwardly. Time passed quickly, cutting to an opulent room somewhere inside the Rose Hall. Old Rendon was also present, speaking with someone about Theo's condition. Frankly, I've never seen anyone so useless, but that's why I'm here. This true mentor Rendon will train him as much as possible. I'll make him strong enough to participate in the awakening ceremony within 5 months. At least that's what he said with a smile. If one didn't know what this old man would do in the future, anyone would easily believe that friendly smile. Opposite them, a beautiful lady produced a pouch of money as a thank you for the old man's efforts. That was the lady of the Rose Hall, Cecilia. That's right. I'll entrust the boy to you, Rendon. Please take better care of him, she said, handing over a bulging pouch of money, which the old man accepted without ceremony. Of course, I plan to train him day and night, so don't worry, Rendon said. I'm not worried. I believe in Theo, Cecilia said confidently. No one knew where this naive girl's confidence in her useless son came from. After taking the money, Rendon slithered away. Walking down the corridor, he sneered. Cecilia, you'll have worries. Even if I don't train him properly, the truth is he's completely useless. Like mother, like child, yes, that bloodline won't go anywhere. Well then, splendid. As he said that, he checked the pouch again. After seeing the glittering gold coins inside, Rendon couldn't hide his grin. A sizable fee, and the title of tutor to the Ragnar main line as a reward for revealing information about Theo and meddling in his development. That would secure his future, like the Ragnar idiot was doing him a favor. The more he thought about it, the more the old man's expression turned lecherous, until he was startled by Theo's hurried footsteps. Immediately after, Theo sprinted past Rendon, without even bothering to greet him, which made his face show obvious disgust. TCH, what a loser. Back to Theo. He was rushing like that only to see his mother, who had died in his previous life. Mother, Theo called out loudly, catching Cecilia's attention, and she turned to ask, Son, you must be tired from today's training, right? Before she finished, Theo lunged forward and hugged her tightly, leaving the lady somewhat flustered. "Son, why are you? I've really returned back to 10 years ago," Theo thought as his eyes welled up with tears. After calming down, Theo looked straight at his mother and told himself, "I have to change the future. Right now I'm still weak, with nothing in my hands. But if that mysterious notification window is real, I can become stronger. Strong enough to hold my ground in that damn struggle for the throne. And strong enough to take revenge on Rendon." Guidance Mission 2. Train your body to its limit, not below 100%. Time quickly passed, cutting to the training area. At that moment, our protagonist was running with all his might, burning himself out to complete that mission. "I really want to take revenge on Rendon right now, but with my current weak body I can't. I need to focus on getting stronger first," Theo thought to himself. "The intelligence agency I joined in my past life, Black Tongue, had demoted me to the info-gathering team because I lack skills. But I never expected to use the gathered intel this way. A drug that makes the body extraordinarily strong, the elixir of the Bloodsword Emperor, and its true value will be revealed in the manual. Most importantly, the grueling training I once abandoned for lack of talent can now all be accomplished because I have the Ragnar talent. The notification window is real." Theo thought excitedly and ran without stopping, unaware of fatigue. Current progress. Train body to the limit 27/100%. Around him, the other cadets watched Theo charging like a mad bull and speculated. How many laps has he run without stopping? Is he really that fit? Ignoring their thoughts, our protagonist finished running and then began sword training. "I will run more than I ever have, swing the sword more than before, to truly become strong." Current progress. 65/100%. Time flew. A few days later, at night on the training ground, Theo's figure was still practicing swordplay as if possessed. Not far away, a pink-haired girl sat smoking, watching Theo with boredom. She was the manager of training ground number 4, Evelyn Nereville. "He's been training without sleep for days now. The Ragnar family idiot. But is he really talentless?" Evelyn thought to herself as she witnessed Theo's insane effort. Back to the protagonist, he was now exhausted to the point of collapse. "I might die, but I must train my body to the limit," Theo screamed to himself. Current progress is 97/100%. Last night, he had reached 90 to 100%, but as soon as he rested for a moment, that number dropped to 89, which terrified him, so he didn't dare rest another second. "I didn't expect the percentage to fall just from a little rest. Now I can't stop until it's finished." Driven by insane determination, Theo gritted his teeth and swung his sword without pause. "I'm almost there. Just a little more, until he could no longer breathe. Theo kept running laps around the training ground at top speed, until the progress bar hit 100%. "Congratulations, you have completed Guidance Mission 2. You have received Dragon Heart as a reward. Bonus reward for swift completion. You have received 10 years of magic from your past life. Would you like to claim your rewards now?" Back to Theo, though he was gasping for breath. When he saw the system prompt, he tremblingly reached out and pressed the button. Immediately after, a great surge of power burst from his body, blowing away the dust around him. Evelyn, watching from afar, witnessed the whole thing. After some unknown lapse of time, Theo woke again from his daze and found himself in an unfamiliar room. "Where is this?" he wondered. Hearing Theo's voice, the cigarette-smoking Evelyn stepped in and explained, "Don't worry, this is the rest room of Training Ground 4. Even a Ragnar would collapse if they pushed themselves that far." "Evelyn?" Theo asked. Evelyn nodded. "You remember me, right? I'm the manager of Training Ground 4, Evelyn Nereville. You passed out training alone this morning, so I brought you in here." "I understand, thanks," Theo replied. Evelyn handed Theo a cup of water to cool down and added, "But young master, you know that in the Ragnar clan, opening your mana conduit before the awakening ceremony is forbidden, right?" "Of course," Theo shrugged, not understanding what Evelyn was getting at. Seeing his naive look, Evelyn said bluntly, "So you know what happens if you break that rule, right?" Hearing this, Theo's brow knit slightly as he asked, "Why are you asking me that all of a sudden?" Evelyn continued, her tone turning serious. "Just before you lost consciousness, there was a wave of mana consistent with opening a mana conduit. Could it be that you opened your mana conduit, young Master Theo Ragnar?" she exclaimed, eyes wide on Theo, which left him stunned. "What are you talking about?" "My mana conduit, if I'd opened it, I wouldn't be alive right now." Theo wondered inwardly, then recalled the system's mechanical voice before he fainted. "You have received the Dragon Heart reward. Bonus reward for swift completion. You have received 10 years of magic from your past life." Thinking that over, Theo began to piece things together. "It's the Dragon Heart." Speaking of the Dragon Heart, It's a mana reservoir that can be placed inside a dragon's heart. Placing a mana reservoir in the heart makes it operate far more efficiently. However, humans, those who aren't dragons, usually have to put the reservoir in the lower abdomen, because the human heart can't withstand that pressure. That's also why every warrior of the Ragnar clan yearns for a dragon heart. It's the easiest path to becoming extraordinarily strong. Yet humans have never been able to surpass their own limits. But now, the dragon heart is mine. The reward from the mission is truly astonishing. Theo thought with joy, but quickly sobered when he felt the cold, piercing gaze and frigid air radiating from the girl before him. Actually, I'm in a delicate situation. The great swordswoman Evelyn Nereville. She retired after losing her left arm and became the manager of Training Ground 4. Yet she was once the commander of the White Armored Dragon Knights. Her skill so outstanding that even the war dragons of the cavalry admired her. Furthermore, she's renowned for being extremely principled, indifferent to rank or power, and absolutely intolerant of lies or cowardice. Because I was once overly rigid, she even gave up being my direct mentor. In other words, if she discovered my dragon heart mana reservoir, I could be executed immediately. However, what if she doesn't detect it? I'll have a chance to turn the tables. Thinking that, and drawing on 10 years of worldly experience, Theo began to devise a way to handle the situation. Responding to Evelyn's accusatory stance, Theo's face grew serious and he said, "Will you take responsibility? Are you going to threaten me over a momentary emotion? Will you take responsibility? I am also an heir of the Ragnar clan. If your suspicion proves baseless, this could be regarded as bringing shame upon the Ragnar family." Across from him, Evelyn listened and nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, that is the law. Do you know the punishment for shaming a descendant of the clan?" Theo demanded, eyes wide. "Execution," Evelyn answered. Hearing that, Theo pressed his advantage. "Good, then, so why don't you try checking?" he said with a challenging confidence. And that very air made Evelyn feel something odd. What is this feeling? What kind of person is he? But she was certain there had been a mana surge. Even if Theo has Ragnar blood, the law is the law, no exceptions. With that thought, Evelyn didn't hesitate and agreed. "Fine, let me check." As she spoke, she reached forward and gently touched Theo's abdomen, while using her mana to probe. But immediately afterward, her expression changed color. "Wait, no mana reservoir? Did I make a mistake? That can't be." The more she thought, the paler Evelyn grew, because by the law she might have to pay with her life. Of course, that confused expression didn't escape Theo's eyes. "So there's nothing, right? Please execute me, I was wrong. I will pay with my life," Evelyn said, kneeling on one knee before Theo, which made him feel rather pleased with himself. And Theo also understood why she couldn't detect it. How could she? The dragon heart is very different from a normal mana reservoir. Its existence can be completely controlled by the user. In other words, I can hide my mana at will. Moreover, a human possessing a dragon heart can go years before being discovered. How could she possibly have guessed? With that thought, and while Evelyn waited, Theo lightly patted her shoulder and said, "No need, you're just doing your duty." Not many people would risk their lives like that. Saying that, Theo had his own plan. "Evelyn is one of the strongest. Indebting her to me will surely pay off later. Besides, the reason opening mana reservoirs is restricted before the opening ceremony is the fear of mana overflow. You worry I'll, the Ragnar bastard, overflow my reservoir? I'm delighted. Thank you for taking care of me, Evelyn." With that, Theo turned and left directly, leaving Evelyn behind full of questions. A dragon heart and 10 years of magical power from a past life. This life I will be unbeatable, Theo thought to himself. Time passed quickly. A few days later, old Rendon kept on with his usual process of stupid teachings for Theo. "No, that's not right. You need to swing the sword slightly more to the right. How many times have I told you?" Rendon's words really made Theo's ears itch. "I'm getting stronger, but pretending to learn from Rendon is truly annoying. That bastard Rendon, he's secretly teaching me weird sword techniques. There must be someone pulling Rendon's strings, the one who killed me. I have to find out who he is. Rendon's mission must be to pretend to be a tutor to keep an eye on me. Then I'll have him dismissed." Thinking that, a sudden idea sprang to Theo's mind. He couldn't help but smile. "That's right. Rendon, young master, no talking during training," he warned. At that, Theo rolled his eyes and snapped his wooden sword in two. "I don't understand what you're teaching. It's all trash. How could someone of this level be considered a mid-tier swordsman? I think you'd even struggle against low-level mana beasts." What did you just say?" Old Rendon gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his face. Seeing this, Theo stepped forward, looked him straight in the eye, and repeated, "Are you deaf? Your skills are a stinking pile of garbage. Cut to the Camellia Hall. At that moment, inside a tavern-like area, a young cadet suddenly ran in and said excitedly, "Axion, have you heard? The Ragnar bastard will have a match with my master next week. It seems he blames his master for his own ineptitude. After that fight, he'll definitely be crippled," he said joyfully, but no sooner had he finished speaking than a plate flew straight into his face at alter speed, sending him flying backward. "So what? Why should a crippled Ragnar bastard concern me?" Axion said angrily. He was one of the Northern Four Hounds, Black Tiger Axion Ragnar. Beside him, the boy with a gentle face and white hair was also one of the Northern Four Hounds, Silver Tiger Remington Narcio. At the same time outside, a blond guy walked in and said, "He should have been crippled long ago. Don't be careless." This man was one of the Nine Heavens Dragons, Sky Dragon Ed Troyven. When he entered, Remington bowed slightly in greeting, while Axion remained calmly seated and replied, "I only fear those with talent. You're worrying too much. Why bother about that bastard?" In response, Ed's eyes flashed with danger. With the Ragnars, the unprecedented can happen. From the smallest possibility, a spark in the wind can flare into a blaze. Back to Axion, he actually found the whole situation rather satisfactory. But in the end, that's fine too. The tutor will take care of this matter for us. Time passed quickly. A week later, at Training Ground 4, countless people had gathered inside to watch the match. Judging by their faces, nobody expected Theo to win. Back with Theo, sweat was starting to bead on his face. "Damn it, I only meant to humiliate him and get him fired. But this has gone way too far. Well, since it's come to this, I'll get revenge on Rendon." Theo tightened his grip on his sword as he spoke. At the same time, his third quest appeared: defeat Rendon and win. To explain further, let us go back to a week earlier, when our protagonist Theo, after insulting Rendon, flat out declared that he was firing him and told the old man to get out of sight. Of course, Rendon wasn't about to give up a lucrative position, so the moment he heard Theo, he made a big fuss. "Young Master Theo, I want to accept this. My paperwork still has plenty of time left." Theo didn't bother to explain. "What does that matter? If I say you're fired, then you're fired." Saying that, Theo had to suppress the murderous intent bubbling inside him to avoid storming the old man. Thinking back to his past life, he had wanted to strike Rendon, but he still lacked confidence in his current strength. First, Theo decided to separate from him and gather more information. Turning back to Rendon, seeing Theo's decisive tone, the old man's face twisted like an ancient trunk. "No, if I'm fired like this, my mission fails. I must persuade him at all costs." With that thought, for the sake of his livelihood, Rendon dropped his haughty attitude and begged Theo, "Young master, please wait a moment. Doing this breaks the rules. If I report this to the court..." Ignoring the old man's cries behind him, Theo walked on until he received the third quest notification. Third guidance quest: defeat Rendon and win. The sudden quest alert made Theo's step falter. At the same time, Evelyn, watching from the side, had overheard the story and ran over to offer. "Then we'll resolve this the Ragnar way." "The Ragnar way?" Theo asked. Evelyn said bluntly, "The rule of the strong, decided by duel. No need for the court. Just accept the winner's judgment." "Heaven help me!" Rendon silently screamed and hurriedly agreed. "Fine idea." Paying no mind to his attitude, Evelyn continued, "The duel will be held 1 week from now. Is that acceptable?" She smiled. Theo's face went pale. "Of course not. I'm not ready to beat Rendon in my current state," he thought as he glanced at Rendon, who wore a smug look as if victory were guaranteed, and in fact it was. Back in the stands, the cadets began gossiping about the Ragnar clan's trash. "From what I heard, he doesn't even know how to swing a sword properly," said a gray-haired friend. The curly-haired youth beside him sneered. "Huh? No way. And he's still a Ragnar? If he were a normal Ragnar, I wouldn't say that. He's the cripple of the Ragnar clan. How could he beat a mid-tier swordsman?" The group said, shaking their heads with no confidence in Theo at all. Down on the ground, before the match began, Rendon smiled confidently and advised Theo, "Young master, if you apologize now, I can pretend this never happened. Don't risk your life for pride." Theo's expression darkened in response. "That's exactly what I should be saying. If you don't want to become a one-armed swordsman, you'd better accept the truth," Theo replied coldly. Rendon sneered when his kindness was repaid like that, thinking, "Even at this point, I thought about letting him go because he's pitiful, but that's not right. I'll kill him and pretend it was an accident. The outcome of the match is clear. Actually, that would be better." With that thought, his expression changed as he said, "Then attack me first. As your teacher, I'll yield the opening strike." On the other side, Theo, hearing Rendon say that, dropped his courtesy. Then I won't refuse. With that, he gripped his sword tightly and charged forward to strike first. Thus, the duel between the two officially began. The moment the swords clashed, everyone in the stands gaped at the sight. How can this be? Look, the red bets are about to lose. He really doesn't know how to swing a sword. At this rate, he could die. The crowd cried out in astonishment. Although rumors said Theo was hopeless, seeing him in person made him seem even more useless than they'd imagined. What's going on, young master? You can't do anything against a mid-tier swordsman, and yet you look down on him. Rendon taunted as he kept swinging his sword. This is the obvious result. Theo Ragnar isn't even a low-rank swordsman, just a trainee. His skill may have improved a bit recently, but it's still insufficient. If he were at least at the level of the Northern Forehounds, that would be different. But there's no way this idiot Theo could beat me, the old man thought happily to himself. Rewinding to a short time earlier, right after Evelyn made the suggestion, Theo hurried to meet her privately. Evelyn, what made you propose that duel? Evelyn calmly sipped her tea and said, I'm helping you. If you want to get rid of him, you have to be more decisive. It seems he has backing, so simply firing him won't solve the problem. From Evelyn's words, it was clear she knew something about the old man Rendon. After hearing that, Theo couldn't help but be surprised. Evelyn, how did you know? Hearing this, Evelyn shrugged. Because he teaches you a very strange sword style. I had someone secretly investigate him. His square stance is excessive. Where did this bastard come from? Evelyn was also surprised at Rendon's teaching methods. Turning to Theo, he thought inwardly. Could I have drawn her attention because of the mana reservoir incident? Not certain about that. Evelyn gently set her teacup down and continued. From my investigation, every trace of Rendon leads back to Camella Hall. At that thought, Theo was first stunned, then ground his teeth in anger. Camella Hall? All of this over that bloody throne war? Those bastards. He fell silent for a few seconds, then continued. I'm surprised you uncovered so much, but with my current skill, I still can't beat Rendon. So what will you do? Theo asked as if it were none of his concern. Evelyn replied confidently. You can beat him. You're underestimating your potential, young master. If I train you for a week, you'll easily overpower someone like Rendon. Although personally training you violates the rules, Rendon is a bastard unworthy of being a teacher. Hearing her, Theo couldn't help feeling elated, unable to believe things had fallen into place like this. Evelyn definitely owes me one. However, he still had concerns and asked, why are you helping me so much? Is it about that previous incident? Evelyn nodded nonchalantly. Partly, but also because there's someone I know who's very interested in you. That person likes to recruit talented people. Back in the duel, the old man Rendon was still relentlessly attacking Theo while continuing to crush his spirit. If you kneel and beg, I might spare you. As he spoke, he put all his strength into both hands and unleashed an incredibly powerful slash that sent the air flying backward. But right after that impact, Rendon's face drained of color as he sensed something was wrong. Wait, something's off. He'd been repelling all of his attacks for a while now. What on earth is happening? This isn't the Theo Ragnar I know. How did his skill increase so much? Rendon thought in panic. Not only him, everyone in the stands noticed something was off as the fight continued. What? He's being pushed back. Do you see him actually resisting properly? The astonished crowd whispered. Cut down to the arena, the more they fought, the more Rendon felt himself being dominated by Theo. From the start, he was sure Theo had no talent. How could this happen? Or has he been pretending to be stupid all along? But why? Rendon furrowed his brow, speculating. Opposite him, Theo saw the constant changes on the old man's face and asked amid their struggle. Rendon? Who's backing you? No sooner had the words left his mouth than Rendon startled, flinging Theo backward. Backing? He shouted. Do you think I don't know you taught me all those trash lessons all this time? Theo said coldly, while Rendon kept yelling back. Nonsense. Do you know how hard I had to? Not giving the old man a chance to finish, Theo suddenly named one. Is it Camella Hall? The words struck a raw nerve and Rendon's face froze for a moment. That expression confirmed Theo's suspicion. You're honest, Rendon. Do you know what it feels like to have your arm cut off? Saying that, Theo seized the moment while the old man was stunned and swept his sword upward aimed straight at his left arm. Immediately after, with a clean, slicing stroke, he severed Rendon's left arm. The sudden scene left everyone around dumbfounded, and only when Rendon's agonized scream rang out did they realize what had happened. My arm! You bastard! How dare you! Rendon screamed through gritted teeth, completely unaware of how dire his situation was. Back with Theo, he coldly stepped toward Rendon. With this, he was certain he'd grown stronger, and might be even stronger still. Thinking that, Theo declared, "What did you tell me before? It's my fault things came to this, and today it's your fault for having to die here." Finished speaking, without giving Rendon time to beg any further. Theo swung his sword hard, sending the old man to his death. At the same time, the system's congratulatory chimes sounded. "Congratulations on completing the third guidance quest successfully. For surpassing the goal, you have received an extra reward. Would you like to claim the reward now?" Reward claim. In the stands, people were still stunned, unable to believe Rendon had been killed just like that. That idiot one. A trainee swordsman defeating a mid-tier swordsman. How is that possible? The group stammered. Back with Theo, looking at Rendon's corpse before him, he only felt the old man was pathetic, weak. How was I ever defeated by someone like this? But from now on, things will be different, Theo thought. At that moment, the system announced the reward. The observation skill has been activated as a reward. In addition, 1 year of magic power has been gained. Hearing the rewards, Theo's eyes flickered with puzzled interest. Oh, magic power? But what is observation? He wondered, and before he could figure it out, a rider plunged from the sky onto the arena. His landing was so powerful that the arena floor cracked apart into countless pieces. A man's shout rang out, "Theo Ragnar." Hearing that, Theo hurriedly turned his head. The figure was Julius Ragnar, nicknamed the Demon Dragon, commander of the White Dragon Armored Cavalry. He was smiling with intense excitement as he looked toward Theo, but our protagonist couldn't feel happy. Demon Dragon? Why is he here? How long has he been here? Theo thought in alarm. Julius's appearance struck terror into everyone. Even Evelyn was shaken. He was the commander of the White Dragon Armored Knights. Why would one of the 9 dragons show up here? Back with Evelyn, seeing her boss make such a grand entrance, she could only shake her head in exasperation. "Commander, you've just destroyed the arena floor. Normally it wouldn't be this bad," Evelyn said to her boss with a sigh. On the arena, Julius projected an overwhelming presence as he advanced toward Theo, making him so tense he broke out in a cold sweat. "Huh? What's happening? Did I do something?" Theo wondered, still reeling from having just sent his teacher to the other world. But luckily for Theo, Julius then burst into a hearty laugh and slapped him hard on the back, nearly making the young general spit blood. "Haha, fascinating. Well done, I'm really surprised. The student has surpassed the teacher? You brought this with you?" He laughed, clearly delighted by the event, then grew pensive. "It's a bit disrespectful that you killed your teacher, isn't it? Still, from what I've heard, that man deserved it." "Whatever," Julius suddenly proposed. "Theo Ragnar, join the White Dragon Armored Cavalry." He said it as he affectionately patted Theo on the shoulder. Above, Evelyn barely smiled when she heard the offer, as if she'd expected it. Meanwhile, the other students went crazy with envy at the idea of Theo being recruited straight into the White Dragon Knights. No way, that Ragnar idiot got picked for the White Dragon Knights? Even if he's a good fighter. In the stands, Remington, one of the Northern Four Hounds, suddenly turned to his neighbor and asked, "Hey, do you think there's ever been a case of a trainee swordsman, someone who hasn't undergone the awakening rite, being recruited?" Hearing that, the curly-haired fellow fell silent for a moment, then shrugged. "Well, I don't know." Before the other could answer, Remington already had his conclusion. "Of course never. You can't judge someone's true potential when their mana reservoir is still sealed. Even with excellent sword skills, magical power can still be lacking. No matter how great Julius Ragnar is, he can't be certain about everything." But did the demon dragon see that potential and dare to bet on it? Back below, everyone held their breath waiting for Theo's answer. But contrary to expectations, he replied coldly, "Sorry, but I have to decline." The unexpected answer caused Julius's face to crease, while Remington in the stands looked stunned, and Evelyn couldn't understand what Theo was thinking. Time quickly passed, and the story of Theo defeating Rendon spread throughout the castle. "Have you heard? Young Master Theo destroyed his own instructor, so is that okay?" "Well, it just means his instructor was too weak. Honestly, he did seem useless." After witnessing it, the demon dragon tried to recruit Theo directly into the White Dragon Armored Cavalry. But the young master declined, feeling his skills weren't sufficient. A humble Ragnar rare to see. The group sighed in admiration. Cut to Camella Hall. At that moment, Lady Emil Ragnar of Camella Hall was frowning as she looked out the window. "This is getting complicated. Can't believe he actually defeated Rendon." Seeing her worried, Ed behind her spoke up. "Please don't worry, my lady. Didn't we send Rendon precisely because his skills were poor?" Hearing the familiar voice, Emil turned and clarified. "Exactly. The death of someone like that is of no concern to us." But the demon dragon approached him, and they say it was Evelyn who gave the order. That means we can no longer intervene by assigning him a new master. If he starts to stand out, controlling the Rose Hall will become increasingly difficult, she said through gritted teeth. At that moment Axion entered, heard his mother, and only shook his head in exasperation. Stand out? Why are you worried about that? The head of the house would never care about this. Our plan can still proceed as normal. Across from him, Emil said, I understand. The best way to control Rose Hall without offending the head of the house is to keep Theo weak, right? Axion nodded. That's exactly what I meant. He's still weak. How much can someone like that change? Evelyn and the demon dragon always favor the weak. But Ed's eyes turned cold as he warned. Axion, you should think before acting. Don't make hasty decisions like that. Hearing this, Axion fell silent for a moment. Very well, since mother and uncle are worried, I'll toy with him a bit to teach him his place. Saying that, he produced a prepared letter. Back to Theo. He had just finished training with Evelyn. Well done today, young master, Evelyn said as she sheathed the sword. Thanks, Evelyn. It's truly different learning from a proper teacher like you, Theo replied with a smile. Evelyn remembered Julius's earlier offer and advised. It would be better if you joined the White Dragon Armored Cavalry. Why did you refuse? Hearing that, Theo felt a twinge of regret. The White Dragon Armored Cavalry? It would be a lie to say I'm not at all regretful. It was my dream in my past life. However, joining now wouldn't be wise. There's no reason to limit myself so early. Thinking of the privileges reserved for the head during the awakening rite, joining the White Dragon Armored Cavalry can't compare. With that in mind, Theo felt somewhat reassured and smiled. I don't want any special privileges. I still think I'm not good enough. I'm satisfied with you training me to prepare for the awakening. All right, the commander will be disappointed, Evelyn said with a faint smile. Meanwhile, in his free time, Theo took the opportunity to use the observation skill to check Evelyn Nareville's stats. Evelyn Nareville, 24, female. Title, former deputy commander of the White Dragon Armored Cavalry. Rank, senior swordsman. Status, admires Theo's humility and character, has regained enthusiasm after a long time teaching Theo, misses the White Dragon Armored Cavalry. Reading this, Theo couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. This observation skill is very useful. I'll definitely make use of it later, Theo thought, then noticed the status line saying Evelyn admires him and misses the White Dragon Armored Cavalry. But before Theo could think further, a junior officer stepped forward and said, Excuse me, young Master Theo, I'm from the Southern Checkpoint. My name is Sibaldry. I have a matter to report to you. For me? Theo asked in surprise. He looks terrifying. Who is he? As he thought this, he used his observation skill and very quickly the information returned. Sibaldry, title, Fool of the Southern Checkpoint. Rank, trainee swordsman. Alignment, loyal. Status, harbors a strong desire toward Theo, wants to spar with him. At this moment, from both their gazes, Sybil wore an expression of intense excitement, so much so that Evelyn behind him grew wary and gripped her sword. While Theo couldn't understand it, he wondered, did the system give the wrong info? Desire to spar with an appearance like this with me? The final guidance quest has started. Guidance Quest 4. Abandon the title Ragnar's Fool. Progress 28/100%. Back to Sybil. Seemingly afraid Theo wouldn't grasp his meaning, he hurried to explain. I want to follow young Master Theo. Honestly, I've ignored you all this time because I thought the nickname Ragnar's Fool suited you. He said it bluntly, not realizing those words might get him killed, because they made Theo in front of him clench his sword, ready to stab at any moment. That bastard. Theo ground his teeth and thought silently. Unfortunately, Sybil didn't notice that look and kept babbling. But I know you go out every morning and train harder than anyone else. The result of those efforts is the remarkable growth I've witnessed in you. You are my idol, young Master Theo. When I wanted to give up after being called the Fool of the Southern Checkpoint, you appeared. Please give me a chance to duel you. Saying this, Sybil bowed with utmost sincerity. At those words, the flame of anger in Theo suddenly died down, replaced by a bit of sympathy for the young man. Normally, I'd suspect his true motives, but according to the system notification, it seems he's speaking honestly. That's surprising. After defeating Rendon and with rumors spreading that I caught Lord Julius's attention, I thought people crushed by insecurity would rush to challenge me, but I didn't expect someone willing to follow me. Indeed, I'll need subordinates to become head of House Ragnar. And this quest too, the final guidance, is the title I have never escaped. With this new opportunity, I'll erase it completely. Thinking that, Theo made up his mind and turned to Evelyn. Evelyn, can we have a moment? Hearing that, Evelyn understood his intent and nodded. Of course. Show me what you can do. And so, with both consenting and Evelyn standing aside as referee, the sword match between Theo and Sybil began. First, they each raised their swords and introduced themselves. Theo Ragnar, apprentice swordsman of the Rose Hall, awaiting the awakening rite. My master is Evelyn Narraville. In response, Sybil stepped forward, stood at attention and said, Sybil Dree, apprentice swordsman of the Southern Checkpoint. I inherited the Curry family's swordsmanship and am proficient with the blade. Begin. With that, Sybil pushed off with both legs, lunged forward to attack, swinging her sword straight at Theo. But he easily blocked every strike. He's so fast. Even though I'm called the fool of the Southern Checkpoint, I always trusted my speed. Yet young Master Theo's skill is truly impressive, Sybil admired inwardly, while she kept launching attacks from every possible angle. On the other side, faced with Sybil's storm of rapid attacks, Theo pondered. Is this a fool? In my previous life, I would have struggled just to block a few blows. But now, this is far too easy. Thinking that, he swung his sword to counterattack, and with a single strike Theo easily sent Sybil flying backward. His blow was so strong it made Sybil vomit up her food. As expected of young Master Theo, I lost. Thank you, I learned a lot, Sybil said, while the fight had probably lasted less than a minute. I wonder how much he learned in that short minute. That was a good match. Theo nodded in acknowledgement, then looked at his reflection on the blade and suddenly had a bold thought. Wait, can I use the observation skill on myself? Let's try. He activated the skill and to his surprise it worked. Observing Theo Ragnar. Theo Ragnar, 17 years old. Male. Title, The Fool of the Ragnar Clan. Aptitude, Ragnar player. Observation. Access denied, access denied, access denied. Status, eagerly awaiting the awakening rite. Level, 1. Attributes, Strength 13, Agility 14, Vitality 12, Magical Power 190, Intelligence 11, Luck -49, Access denied. You have perceived the attributes. Attributes will be noted numerically. Skimming the info panel, Theo couldn't hide the joy on his face. The abilities he'd gained were listed under aptitude. That meant if he kept completing tasks, he could gain for more. He could even check his own stats. His high magical power came from magic in his past life and the dragon heart. But why was his luck a negative number? Was he cursed? Was that why he was always unlucky in his previous life? I need to find a way to increase my luck right away. Thinking that, Theo fell into thought until he realized countless eyes were fixed on him and snapped back to attention. He looked back at the others accompanying Sybil. Behind him, Evelyn saw the scene and guessed the group's motive. Even if Rendon was weak, he was still a mid-level swordsman. Young Master Theo had defeated Rendon and earned the commander's approval. With strength worship as their creed, the Ragnar clan would react in two ways. Either envy him or admire him, and the people gathered here clearly belonged to the latter group. Sure enough, just as Evelyn guessed, the group began to break into satisfied smiles. The rumors are true. If I were in Sybil's position, could I have blocked that sword? I want to spar with him too. Everyone in the group thought that, eyes full of expectation as they looked at Theo. Seeing those looks, Theo could only sigh. He turned to look at a young man in the group, Io Nalan. Hearing his name, Io was surprised. You know me? Step up, fight me. What an honor. I am Io Nalan, third son of Viscount Nalan. I've studied the sudden strike sword style, Io introduced. Theo Ragnar of the Rose Hall. I look forward to a good match, Theo replied. Both of them lunged forward to attack each other. Io struck first, unleashing a dragon sweep aimed straight at Theo's throat. The attack almost reached his throat, but with a superhuman reflex, Theo managed to raise his sword in time to block, then channeled force to fling Io's blade away. Basic sword proficiency increased. Transform sword proficiency increased. Seeing his weapon disarmed in a single move, Io's face froze. Then he conceded. I lost. You have gained Io Nalan's approval, luck +1, and received some experience points. The system chime rang, fueling Theo's fighting spirit. Approval increases my luck. It also tracks reputation. So I just need to keep fighting. And so, after Io, others were successively received by Theo. You have gained Mamph's approval, luck +1. You have gained Manu Noi's approval, luck +1. You have gained Vivo Perenix approval, luck +1. You have gained Daniel's approval, luck +1. Time passed. By now many around the training ground lay exhausted on the ground, and Theo himself was out of breath. Still, for the sake of luck points, he kept pushing himself. Next, who? At that question, no one rushed forward this time. Seeing that, Theo checked his task progress. He wished he hadn't stunned. He saw he'd only increased by 1%. Theo looked at the progress bar. The task had moved from 28% to 29%. Is it because these are all people who've already approved me? Or do I need stronger opponents? Or to perform when many look down on me? I need a different event, Theo thought, as if answering his prayer. From afar, one of the northern four hounds, Remington, approached and asked, "You look pretty tired, are you all right?" "I'll rest when needed, but not yet," Theo replied. "If that's the case, then I'd like to request a spar with you," Remington proposed. Theo and everyone nearby couldn't hide their surprise, because the one who spoke was Remington, one of the northern four hounds. To elaborate on the northern four hounds, they are four people including Hulkaslang, Ray Ragnar, Remington Narshio, and Axion Ragnar of the Camella Hall, the title given to the four strongest individuals of the generation who have not yet undergone the awakening rite in the Ragnar clan. Remington stepped into the training ground and introduced himself proactively. Remington Narshio. "I came early to observe young Master Theo's swordsmanship before the awakening rite. I also appreciate that you accepted this request." Opposite him, Theo silently used observation. Remington Narshio, 17, male. Titles: Deputy Narshio Chieftain, Silver Lion, one of the northern four hounds. Rank: Apprentice Swordsman. Aptitudes: Sword Prodigy, Keen Senses, Extremely Diligent. Status: Surprised at the appearance of an opponent he never expected. In response, Theo also raised his sword and introduced himself. Theo Ragnar, son of the Northern High Justiciar Kyle Ragnar, an apprentice swordsman preparing to undergo the awakening rite. Theo himself hadn't expected Remington to seek him out for sparring. He hadn't expected to meet the sword genius Remington he respected in this way. Putting his task aside, he just wanted to fight him with everything he had. With that, Theo said sternly, "It's an honor to duel the famed Deputy Chieftain Narshio. I'm looking forward to a great match." Remington nodded in response. At that moment, Theo had only one thought. Could he, as he was now, defeat Remington, one of the northern four hounds? Then the battle between the two officially began. However, far from everyone's expectations, right after the first clash, Theo's sword snapped in two, and Remington's blade was at his throat. Seeing this, Sybil said bitterly, "Young Master Theo lost? Can't believe it." Behind Sybil, another person spoke up, not too surprised. That was the obvious outcome. No matter how much the young master has improved, he can't beat the four hounds, the strongest of this generation. But Sybil still tried to cover for Theo. But the fighting spirit he showed, at that moment Remington's voice sounded, "I lost. Thank you for the match. The sword you were using was worn, and you're exhausted. This match is my defeat." Hearing Remington, Theo looked at his broken sword and shook his head. On the battlefield, no one makes considerations like that. "I lost the moment I lost my sword." After saying that, the two shook hands cheerfully. Remington smiled. "I hope next time we have a proper match." "I hope so too," Theo replied. At their exchange, those around admired Theo even more. He's been recognized by one of the four hounds. See, young Master Theo really is different. Thanks to Remington's recognition, Theo's task progress rose to 35%. Evelyn also gave a small smile at the result. As for Theo, he didn't feel disappointed in himself. He's strong. Thanks to talents and manuals gained through tasks, I've become much stronger than in my previous life. But I could feel the moment the blades met that I'm still far behind. It's a pity the match ended so quickly, but I still learned a lot. Not only did my luck increase by 10, but my reputation also improved significantly. However, the task progress didn't increase much. I'll need another approach, some stage to gain the next approval, Theo thought. Turning to Remington, he produced an invitation and proposed, "Young Master Theo, actually I didn't come today just to spar with you, but also to invite you to join the Serpent Dragon Society." At the name Serpent Dragon Society, Sybil gaped as if wanting to shout. The Serpent Dragon Society? The high society circle that only the chosen can join, and Remington personally invited him? Theo was surprised and thought to himself, then asked, "Could someone like me join? Your group is famous." Remington hurried to explain. "Nonsense, you more than meet the criteria. Besides, it's not a very serious group, just a social circle of peers preparing for the awakening rite." "What? Then why wasn't I invited?" Sybil asked, puzzled from behind, while the others began wiping their eyes in envy. As for Theo, thanks to experience from a previous life, he knew quite a bit about the Serpent Dragon Society. "I'm not sure what Remington's motives are, but the society revolves around Axion and is full of people who once looked down on me. It's the perfect environment to complete the task and to spy on Remington and House Camella. There's no reason to refuse. Thinking that, Theo took the invitation and nodded in reply. Thank you, I'll join then. Oh, he's joining the Serpent Dragon Society too. Someone in the crowd shouted. Remington shook Theo's hand, smiling brightly. Wise decision. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask. Our next meeting will be in 2 weeks. Behind them, Evelyn snorted with amusement, as if she had guessed something, then exhaled a cloud of smoke. Time passed. A while later at the Rose Hall, in Theo's private room, before he could rest, his mother Cecilia burst in, slamming the door. My beloved son, she cried with joy. Oh, mother, I was going to tell you. Wait, hold on, mother. What's all this? Theo asked, seeing a whole crew of staff carrying various items standing behind her. Only then did Cecilia explain her purpose. I heard you've been invited to the Serpent Dragon Society. The society includes Remington, that crafty Amel's son, and many other outstanding talents, even drawing the council's attention. Everything from how you dress to how you behave will be scrutinized. I know you won't offend the etiquette, but wardrobe and bearing are another matter. Fortunately, that's something I can help you with. Don't forget I used to be an actress. I'm delighted to help my beloved son. As she spoke, she took a tape measure and began measuring Theo herself. Hearing his mother, Theo thought, the illegitimate child of a concubine is a commoner. Mother has always felt guilty about giving me such a bad name, though it wasn't her fault. In the cold Ragnar family, I wondered how my mother had to endure having a weak child. My beloved son, I believe in you. You can do it, Cecilia said. Move. Theo gently hugged his mother to reassure her. You don't need to worry anymore. Your son is joining the Serpent Dragon Society. Cecilia was moved, and with that, Theo vowed to crush the pack that barked at him in the society. Time passed quickly. 2 weeks later, today was the Serpent Dragon Society's banquet. Remington, dressed elegantly, stood beside a carriage as if waiting for someone. The person he was waiting for was Theo, who appeared in his new outfit, cheered on by the servants behind him. Goodbye, young master. You can do it, young master. Words of encouragement made Theo blush with embarrassment. Seeing Theo, Remington was surprised for a few seconds. Is that you, young Master Theo? You look like a new man. Haha. Are you teasing me, Theo? Remington responded. No, I'm serious. After you, Remington said politely, gesturing toward the carriage. As for Theo, over the past 2 weeks his physique had noticeably improved, accounting for the change in appearance. He thought, not only am I taller, my muscles have developed. It's the result of 2 weeks of hard training. During that time, Remington visited me almost every day, and now the two of us were fairly close. Not to mention the followers I had. All of them were under Evelyn's direction. I only meant to tutor the young master briefly, and yet so much trouble came of it. Evelyn complained, leaving Theo unsure how to respond. 2 tiring weeks, he sighed to himself. Returning to Remington, while Theo was still lost in thought about the past 2 weeks, Remington spoke to break the ice. I heard this is your first official banquet? Yeah, that's right, Theo nodded in acknowledgement. Seeing that, Remington gently advised, don't be nervous. I believe you'll do fine. Just so you know, my friend Axion can be a bit mischievous, but he's the one who extended the invitation and said he wanted to meet you. So I hope you won't judge Axion too harshly. He even put this party together because of you. Hearing that, from his experience Theo knew for sure something unpleasant awaited him ahead. But that's exactly what he wanted. Not Remington inviting me, but Axion, everything's going too smoothly. I'll be humiliated thoroughly. But that's fine, I'm actually looking forward to it, Theo replied, half joking. At the same time, on the other side, Axion was eagerly waiting for Theo. The Ragnar Fool has finally arrived. I'm excited to have a new toy, he said with an excited smile. Time passed quickly, and before long the carriage carrying Theo and Remington arrived at the venue. We're here, young Master Theo, Remington reminded. The party will be held at Camella Hall. Looking at the place, Theo felt no fondness at all. Camella Hall. The ones who urged Rendon to meddle in my development, those who consumed me, my mother, and even Rose Hall. He frowned in thought, while Remington, unaware, cheerfully said, Shall we go inside? Ah, yes, okay, Theo answered, quickly masking his look of hatred. As they entered, Remington continued, I just heard Axion will personally come to greet you. He's probably waiting at the entrance. Ignoring Remington's small talk, Theo kept pondering what trick Axion would use this time to trip him up. The reason Axion invited him was obvious. The Ragnar Fool was rising, so Axion surely wanted to stop him. But I'm not here without a plan. I'll show him who's being trampled. Theo smiled inwardly. At that moment, Theo's gaze was drawn to a blue light coming from a nearby window. It was the blue glow of a quest. Is there a quest inside this hall? As Theo was still wondering about the blue quest light, something suddenly hurtled toward him from above. At the same time, Remington cried out in alarm, "Young Master Theo!" Before the words finished, the sack fell, exploded, and sprayed who knows how much flour, blanketing a corner of the hall in white. Clearly, this was Axion's opening greeting. Emerging calmly from the dust, Theo said, "I'm fine. It's just flour." Hearing that, Remington breathed a sigh of relief, while Axion started shouting, "What are you doing?" Theo wasn't too angry. Pranks like this were expected. In my previous life, I probably wouldn't have avoided it in time and would have taken the full hit, he thought. He had suspected Remington might be involved, but seeing Remington's baffled expression now, he appeared completely surprised by the situation. Theo squinted toward the window, where a few cadets were laughing, delighted with their prank. Behind them, Axion put on an act. "How is it? Just a friendly greeting between pals. Isn't that basic courtesy?" Remington was so angry he was speechless. "You mad? Just consider this a brotherly greeting," Axion said with a bright smile. At that moment, Axion's info flashed before Theo's eyes. Axion Ragnar, 17, male. Title, Black Tiger. Rank, Swordsman Trainee. Aptitudes, Frenzied, Psychotic, Exceptional Swordsmanship Talent. Status, Eager to find someone to play with. After reading it, Theo fell silent for a moment, then immediately switched to reverse acting mode and smiled brightly. Thank you, Axion asked in surprise. Clearly Theo's reaction wasn't what he expected. "Of course, with the way you greeted me, I naturally have to thank you. I'm really looking forward to tonight's party." Hearing that, Axion was momentarily stunned. Then his expression shifted to extreme delight. "You've become a lot more interesting." Very quickly, Theo and Remington stepped into the Great Hall. The moment they saw Theo, the people inside began whispering and gossiping. What is Axion thinking? Why invite that idiot to the Serpent Dragon Society? He's fine. Can't you see? He's just a toy. He deserves how Axion treats him. Those remarks reached Remington's ears, and he could only turn to apologize to Theo. "Young Master Theo, I'm sorry. They aren't usually like this. It's okay, honestly, I'm the one who should be grateful." Theo waved him off, leaving Remington more puzzled. In truth, Theo had no intention of explaining. He thought to himself, "Keep talking trash, you should insult me more, so later when I crush you it'll be even more satisfying. By the way, the blue quest light is in that corner, but there's no chance to reach it yet," Theo thought as he took a sip of wine. Seeing his prank had no effect, Axion quickly ran over to taunt further. "Well then, feeling any less important now?" Meeting Axion, Theo's heart involuntarily quickened with a bit of tension, but he steadied himself, took a deep breath, and smiled. "Of course. Thanks for the invitation. Sorry about what happened earlier, you went a bit too far. Will you accept my apology?" Axion clapped Theo on the shoulder like close brothers, though his face radiated menace. Behind them, Remington sensed the odd atmosphere and spoke up. But before he could finish, Theo answered, Why apologize? I thought it was just a greeting." That reply stunned Axion, who then burst into loud laughter. "Oh my, look at our Theo. He's really something. I never knew you were like this, you've changed a lot. I like you already." Around them, the cadets giggled. Look at him, standing there grinning like an idiot. A bastard child could never compare to the noble blood of Troy Van. Even among Ragnars, they're on different levels. But why does Remington keep lingering around that fool? Actually, if you look closely, Remington is a bastard too. But better watch your mouth. Those words didn't escape Remington's ears, making him lower his gaze. As for Theo, he knew those remarks were aimed at him, but he was even more irritated that Remington had been dragged into the conversation. "I was going to observe more, but that's not allowed," Theo thought, then pushed Axion's hand away and said, "Axion, I should greet my own friends too." To everyone's surprise, Theo calmly picked up a bottle of wine and walked straight toward a blonde who had just spoken disdainfully. "What, did I say something wrong?" Before the man could react, Theo smashed the bottle straight at him, into his head, shattering the wine bottle, while the blonde clutched his head and writhed on the ground. "You bastard, how dare you!" Before his threat finished, Theo kicked him in the jaw, sending him flying backward. "You bastard, I'm just giving you a little greeting." The scuffle immediately drew everyone's attention in the Great Hall. What just happened? Is Theo really that stupid? Remington worried, thinking, young Master Theo isn't that kind of person. Is it because of me? Theo's actions didn't stop. He stepped forward coldly, grabbed the blonde's wrist, placing his right foot on the man's forearm. A dangerously vulnerable position where a little force from Theo would snap the arm instantly. "Wait," the blonde shouted, but it was already too late. A cracking sound rang out, freezing everyone in stunned silence. Theo's quest progress also jumped to 59%. Done. Theo slicked back his hair confidently. Anyone else want to be greeted? At that moment, from who knows where, 4 knights appeared, swiftly surrounding Theo from 4 sides and immediately pointing their swords at him. "The crime of harming the young master will be paid for with death," they chanted in unison, threatening Theo with confidence, unaware that this very action would put them in danger. Theo thought to himself calmly. He asked, "Who is this person?" The knights shouted, "The 3rd young master of the Hanavi clan, young master Ian Hanavi." "Oh my, one of the 6 great houses that once supported the Ragnars, the Hanavi clan. So what, you dare threaten me, the dogs of a vassal house? Do you have the guts to take responsibility for that? You insolent lot," Theo snapped, glaring. No sooner had he finished than a huge pressure erupted from Theo, draining color from the guards' faces. Only now did they realize their stupidity. What is this pressure? Could that fool really be a Ragnar? He has the right to inherit the throne and is a direct bloodline of the Ragnar family, the northern lord who rules the 6 snow houses. If one declared the death of such a bloodline, the entire Hanavi clan could be annihilated. At the thought of that, they panicked. It's just that this guy was never properly disciplined, but now there's no turning back. We'd better apologize first. But before they could beg for mercy, Theo coldly ordered, "Kill them." No sooner were the words out than shadowed blades suddenly descended from above at incredible speed, and before the 4 knights could understand what was happening, their heads were gone. The 4 who had threatened Theo didn't even get a word out before meeting the King of Hell. The one who struck was none other than Evelyn. Around them, the cadets who witnessed Evelyn's appearance and her cold dispatching of the rude knights gaped in disbelief. Theo's quest completion also rose to 70%. Having finished, Evelyn turned to Theo and asked, "Since when did you notice I was following you?" Theo shrugged, replying casually, "Well, that's obvious." Actually, he thought privately, "I don't know why, but with her watching me I can turn things around without worry." To explain further, one must go back to a time when Uncle Julius met Evelyn alone. Popping open a bottle, he asked, "I thought you said you wouldn't take any more disciples. Does your new sword student please you?" Facing him, Evelyn looked at Uncle Julius barging into her home and complained, "Don't you have anywhere else to go? Before you retire, you're always out and about." Julius just laughed enthusiastically. "My recent pleasure is making your life difficult. So what's your answer?" Meanwhile, Evelyn kept staring at the bottle of wine. "Hey, that's expensive." Ignoring her complaint, Julius tipped the bottle back and gulped. "So what's the answer?" Seeing his burly uncle polish off half the bottle in one go, Evelyn could only sigh and reply, "Never mind, he exceeded my expectations. In terms of attitude and talent, he's the best among those I've taught." Julius' eyes lit up. Axion also trained under you, but this one is the best?" "That's right. In terms of potential, I'd say he far surpasses young Master Axion." "I'm not joking," Evelyn said seriously. As a longtime friend, Julius knew Evelyn never joked about this. "You have 2 eyes. You see things clearer than I do. But why has he hidden his power all this time?" "No one changes so suddenly," Julius said, belching loudly. Evelyn pondered. "It's strange. Someone who has concealed their strength suddenly showing it off like this is prone to mistakes. It seems he's being pursued by something. That's why I'm worried about his participation in the Serpent Dragon Society." "If you're worried, it's probably because of that brat Axion." "Then just follow him," Julius suggested. "What? Things might turn out differently than you fear. When the wolves gather, the hierarchy will be reinforced. You're retired, so go take responsibility for your disciple." "I'm off. Good wine." With that said, Julius left, leaving behind the familiar white armor dragon cavalry uniform. Evelyn muttered, "Because it's expensive." Back in the present, looking at the situation, Evelyn realized she'd been set up by Theo. He noticed her following and deliberately created this scene. He may have joined the Serpent Dragon Society for this purpose from the start. This is someone I don't need to worry about. But when did he notice me? He's definitely not ordinary. As for Theo, he detected Evelyn's presence the moment he stepped onto the carriage. Possessing the dragon heart enhanced his sensing ability, a sort of sixth sense. That said, the stage was set. Thinking so, Theo spoke. "Evelyn, most people here have shown disrespect toward an heir. What is the punishment for that crime?" he asked while glancing around, making the cadets break out in a cold sweat. Evelyn replied bluntly, "According to clan law, it can be carried out immediately. Because they are children who haven't undergone the awakening rite, take one arm and end it there." "I understand." Evelyn said calmly, and then lunged into the crowd to carry out the task. Wait, the frightened group shouted, but Evelyn didn't stop. She precisely severed the arms of each person who insulted Theo, naming each as she struck. The second son of the Paran clan, the eldest son of the Red-White Mercenary Company, the fourth daughter of the RS Cart Merchants Guild, the third son of the Class clan, the eldest daughter of the Walk clan. Theo's quest progress kept rising. Witnessing that scene, one cadet dropped to his knees before Axion, begging, "Axion, please save me, I beg you." Axion replied coldly, "Why should I? It was just a greeting." The man was utterly astonished. But before he could say more, his arm had already been severed. He was the eldest son of the Behenic clan, and also the last survivor. "I didn't expect to run into you like this," Evelyn Axion greeted. "Long time no see, young master." Evelyn nodded in reply. Then Axion glanced over all those writhing in pain on the ground and thought. She only targeted those who made comments about bloodlines. She struck so quickly that even I, as an heir candidate, couldn't stop her. He frowned in thought. As for Evelyn, after carrying out the punishment, she reported back. "I cut off the right hands of the 14 people you ordered." "Good, how are they?" Theo nodded and asked. "If they bring their hands to a cleric now, they might be reattached. But continuing on the path to becoming high-tier swordsmen will be another matter," Evelyn replied. "Very good." Sybil also spoke up when she saw that the others' hopes of becoming swordsmen were effectively over. At the same time, Remington, seeing it was all settled, ran over and asked, "Young Master Theo, are you okay?" In the back, witnessing this, Axion laughed in anger. "Haha, Theo Ragnar, the idiot of the Rose Manor really has changed. I'll trample you," he thought to himself. After teaching that lot a lesson, Theo left that oppressive area of turmoil. "Let's go, Evelyn, Remington." Then, passing by Axion, Theo lightly touched his shoulder and said with a mocking smile, "Great show, Axion. See you later." And by teaching them that lesson, Theo completed the fourth mentorship task, officially shedding the title Ragnar's Fool, 100 to 100%. Congratulations on completing the fourth mentorship task with Evelyn. All mentorship tasks are complete. No one will call you Ragnar's Fool anymore. The task is over, but my real revenge is only beginning. Collect the reward. Theo thought. This reward is an experience growth potion. Increases level by 5, requirement, under level 30. Time passed quickly. The scene shifted to Camella Palace. At this moment, Emil and Ed had just received reports from their subordinates about what happened at the Serpent Dragon Society. Of course, Emil could hardly believe her ears. "Say that again. Axion was defeated by that idiot Theo?" she asked in disbelief. Meanwhile, Theo and his followers were celebrating somewhere. "Ha ha! To celebrate young master's surprise debut at the Serpent Dragon Society. Bottoms up," Sybil shouted. Seeing the lively crowd, Theo gave a small smile. He had never felt anything like this in his previous life. Back at Camella Palace, after hearing everything that happened at the Serpent Dragon Society, Emil immediately summoned her ill-born son Axion and slapped him sharply across the face. "Not only did you give that idiot an opening to justify himself, you also let your underlings have their hands cut off." "Yes, ma'am," Axion replied mildly, and that attitude made Emil even angrier. "Listen to yourself. I've warned you over and over not to underestimate him. Forget forcing him to submit. You've just given him an excuse to riot. I told you. Once that lowly Theo Ragnar starts to stand out, taking over the Rose Manor will become much harder," she snapped. "You don't need to worry. Axion began to promise, but this time Emil no longer believed him. "I don't want to hear it. Go and think about what you've done. You need to question how you nearly ruined the big plan just to chase shallow pleasures." Hearing that, Axion silently left the room. After he left, Emil spoke to Ed, who was lurking in the shadows. "TSK, I don't know who he takes after to be so impulsive." Ed shrugged. "Tra, he's exactly like you in your youth, madam. Do you treat this as a joke?" Emil frowned. "Don't be so angry. This might not be entirely bad." Ed smiled, prompting Emil to ask, "Why?" At that, Ed calmly explained. "The Rose Manor technically belongs to the clan leader's harem, so it's very hard to gain ownership. Even though it's outside the clan leader's main concern because it's a gathering place for the commoners, it still enjoys the clan leader's backing. So what we need is an excuse." Fortunately, Theo caused a mess at the Serpent Dragon Society and gradually became the face of the Rose Manor. Therefore, we can use this incident as a pretext and legally crush him. Hearing that, Emil's mind began racing. "The reason I worry about Theo growing stronger is the fear that the Rose Manor's influence will spread if the clan leader pays more attention to it. but by using Theo, who is getting stronger every day. If Camilla follows proper legal procedures to remove him, the Rose Manor will have no choice but to submit to our Choi Van house. Then I can manipulate things without lifting a finger. She smiled inwardly, closed the fan in her hand, and asked Ed, so how long will it take to prepare? Everything is already prepared. When you wake up tomorrow morning, you'll hear good news. Tonight, enjoy a bath and a good night's sleep. I even prepared a scented candle from the Argon volcano in the south for you, Ed said, taking out a small wooden box. In response, Emil gave him a warm hug. You're truly my brother. That's why I can't help but love you. The remarks sounded odd, making outsiders wonder if Theo's father had been cuckolded without knowing. And even whether Axion really bore the Ragnar name became a big question. Back at Theo's celebration, while everyone toasted each other, Remington sat quietly beside him and said, Honestly, I was pretty shocked. I didn't expect you to care about me so much, young Master Theo. Hearing Remington ramble, Theo asked in surprise. Huh? What are you talking about? I'm talking about the Serpent Dragon Society, Remington replied. At that, Theo figured his friend had started drinking, even if only orange juice. Ignoring Theo's reaction, Remington continued thoughtfully. While you endured insults directed at yourself, the moment they began to slander me, a friend, you didn't hesitate to stand up and defend me, young Master Theo. I couldn't do anything. It's embarrassing. Saying this, Remington looked at Theo with admiration. Yes, the more I look at him, the more amazed I am. He endured being looked down on, treated as a useless bastard, yet in the end became a strong person. Even when facing foes he couldn't beat, he remained resolute and confronting Camilla itself, where no one dares to oppose. He still drew his sword without hesitation. All for me. The more he thought, the more moved Remington became. His eyes grew misty. At the same time, the system screen popped up a reminder. This white-haired youth's current state is deeply moved, believing Theo cares a great deal about him. Seeing that notification, Theo broke into a sweat. He thought to himself, it seems he misunderstood something. Meanwhile, Remington made an important decision. His family ordered him to build ties with Axion, but he intended otherwise. From now on, I want to follow you, young Master Theo. Those around them screamed in excitement as if they'd struck gold. Just as expected. The strong flock to the strong. The two of them are perfect together. In response, Theo hurriedly held up his hand to stop him. No, wait. I think you're misunderstanding something. But before Theo could finish, Evelyn's voice echoed in his head. Go along with him. This misunderstanding isn't necessarily a bad thing. Besides, maybe everyone just wants to get along with you, young master. Hearing Evelyn, Theo was a bit surprised and could only sigh. I'm not special. It's all thanks to this system window. Whether it's going back in time, receiving the Ragnar family talent, or becoming as strong as I am now. I used to think these were fragments of regret, but seeing it in such detail now, I don't think so anymore. There's a vague feeling like I've been through this before, but whatever it is, as long as it's helping me, it doesn't matter. With the Serpent Dragon Society incident over, my level rose too. It seems that each level up grants points to increase stats, so I can raise my abilities as I wish. It's frightening. I'm afraid of the brilliant future that someone like me, who's grown much stronger, will bring. He chuckled, causing Evelyn behind him to tremble a bit. All right, first I should prepare for Camilla's counterattack. Theo reminded himself and then said, Remy, by the way, could you do me a favor? Oh, of course, young Master Theo. Tell me, but earlier you called me Remy so familiarly, Remington said excitedly, but not wanting to waste time. Theo produced a prepared piece of paper and spoke seriously. The struggle for succession between Axion and me will heat up soon. Prepare for that. Help me. The sudden request made Remington drop his playful tone and become serious. Theo had already calculated. In the future, Remington will become head of the Narshio clan, and their forces will be strong enough to face House Ragnar. I should use this opportunity to pull Remington to my side. Take it, Remington, Theo thought. After about 3 seconds of slight surprise, Remington happily took the paper and said, All right, I've sworn to follow you, young Master Theo. If there's anything I can do, whatever it is, I'll do it. Thanks, Theo replied softly, but Remington didn't forget to repeat. But earlier you called me Remy so familiarly. However, before he could finish, a loud shout rang from outside. Theo Ragnar. The cry drew everyone's attention toward the door. At the main doors, several knights in golden armor entered. These were the Lawblades. Ignoring the surroundings, the leader immediately fixed his gaze on Theo and produced a notice. Theo Ragnar, you are under arrest for threats and assault. This makes no sense. Evelyn exclaimed in shock as she saw the men burst in. But as if expecting it, Theo calmly told everyone, "It's fine, stay calm." He then examined the notice closely and murmured, "Let's see, it's a real arrest warrant. The ink isn't even dry. They must be in a hurry, let's go." Saying that, he put his hands forward after checking the document's authenticity. The leader quickly cuffed Theo's hands and led him away. "Young Master Theo," the group called after him anxiously, but Theo only turned back with a smile. The smile startled Remington and Evelyn. Immediately after, Remington looked at the paper in his hand as if he'd just realized something. At the same time, at the Rose Manor, Lady Cecilia had just been informed by the steward that Theo was being taken away. "What? Where is Theo being taken? To court?" As she spoke, her legs suddenly gave out and she sank to the floor, making the old steward call out worriedly, "My lady, I'm all right, but what are they charging the boy with?" Cecilia asked. "It's apparently because of the Serpent Dragon Society. They accuse him of inciting rebellion," the steward stammered, and the news left Cecilia stunned. "Do you think they'll bring this to trial?" "I believe so. Since he wiped out the Serpent Dragon Society completely, this won't end easily," the old man said, frowning. Hearing that, all the joy over Theo crushing those men vanished. Who would have thought that the boy's invitation to the Serpent Dragon Society would lead to this outcome? No, the boy will get through this. Theo is that kind of person. "Son, please come back safely," she prayed quietly for her son. Back to our protagonist following the Lawblades. Theo was escorted to a courthouse. Looking at the massive architecture before him, many thoughts rose in Theo's mind. "It's been a long time since I returned here, since I completely wiped out the Serpent Dragon Society. This won't end with mere detention. They'll surely take the case to court. Bringing the Ragnar heir before a court means they want to challenge my status as heir. They want to destroy me completely. But that's exactly what I've been waiting for." As Theo thought, a delighted smile spread across his face as he awaited what would come next. When they were brought before the great doors, the two Lawblades escorting him shouted, "Prisoner Theo Ragnar has been brought in." At that, a voice from inside called out, "Bring him in." Watching the doors slowly open, Theo felt a bit of anticipation. Yes, if you're going to unveil what you've prepared, it has to be on a stage this grand. With that thought, he stepped quickly inside. On the raised platform, there were 9 large seats representing the 9 dragons, though only 4 people were present now. Observing their bearing, Theo sensed considerable pressure. Indeed, many talented people had gathered here. First was Julius Ragnar, the Dragon Demon, commander of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry. Next was Celestial Dragon Ed Troyvian, head of the Central Intelligence Bureau. This lady was Sword Dragon Osa Ragnar, matron of the Plum Blossom Hall. And the bespectacled old man with a face like everyone owed him money was Chief Dragon Wolfgang Ragnar, Chairman Wolfgang of the Ragnar Clan Council. Scanning them, they were all imposing faces. 4 of the 9 dragons protecting House Ragnar. If this were my past life, I'd be gasping for air, Theo thought. Above, after seeing him enter, the bespectacled old man Wolfgang also spoke. "Theo Ragnar." "Yes, Council Chairman. I didn't expect to find you here," he nodded in reply, while a nearby soldier removed his handcuffs. Wolfgang, the council chairman, valued lineage. To him, a bastard like me must be disgusting. He didn't even bother to hide his contempt. Indeed, the old man gave Theo little chance to greet before interrupting. "Enough, don't be long-winded. You know why you've been summoned here to answer for your crimes, don't you? The Byron family, the Stirret Merchants Guild, the Red-White Mercenaries, and even the Hanavi clan. All because of your foolish actions, they're shouting to sever ties with the main house. You, a bastard, can you shoulder the losses you've caused? I will hold you accountable for dragging House Ragnar's honor into the mud." He spoke with a face flushed as if ready to fight at any moment. In response to those words, Theo nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, what you say is entirely correct. I was too careless. I should have cut off their heads, not merely their limbs." Theo's cold reply made those on the high platform startle. "What?" they exclaimed in unison. Theo continued, "They are our subordinates. If a lord grants them land and honor, the retainers must offer loyalty and their lives. That is the code of a knight. And yet they dared threaten their lord. Had I known they'd be so insolent, I would have cut off their heads from the start. They must be punished, and the knight's principles restored. How could I stand by and watch the honor of House Ragnar, maintained for over 1,000 years, be trampled like this?" Theo declared passionately, leaving Ed and Wolfgang momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, Uncle Julius beamed brightly, genuinely impressed. As predicted, this wouldn't end with an ordinary punishment. Speaking of old Wolfgang, after a few seconds of surprise at Theo's words, His face twisted and he barked. "How dare you mock me with such flowery language?" Before he could finish, Lady Osa spoke up. "I've listened to his reasoning. Logically, he is correct. However, no matter how strong Ragnar is, it isn't truly great if we don't heed the voices of our vassals and knights. We will collapse. You cannot rule this world by brutality alone," the lady said gently. "Yes, I will remember that." Theo nodded, breathing a sigh of relief. The clan leader's first wife, the greatest swordswoman of the North, Sword Dragon, fortunately seemed not to hold hostility toward him. But why would she? Theo frowned, thinking of some event in the future. Unaware of Theo's thoughts, Lady Osa continued. "I hope you understand that the punishment you're about to receive is justified. May I ask what that punishment is?" Theo replied. Old Wolfgang answered that question. 3 months of house arrest, but the awakening ceremony is in just 2 months. Theo shot back, prompting the bespectacled old man to slam his cane in anger. "How dare you speak so?" Unmoved by his fury, Lady Osa explained. "I've taken that into account and decided to allow you to participate in next year's awakening ceremony. I've also decided that the 15 children you injured will take part in next year's ceremony." On the other side, although things didn't go exactly as planned, Ed was fairly pleased, since the Devil Dragon's intervention had made Theo's punishment much lighter than he had expected. Still, this wasn't all bad. Postponing the awakening was a great humiliation for someone in House Ragnar, and having the Rose Hall's representative bear that shame would create an opening for Camilla Hall to rise. Once our plan proceeds, he won't be able to do anything. He'll just have to accept it. If he foolishly tries to appeal, we can deal with him. But I don't think he'll be that stupid, Ed thought to himself. Unfortunately, Theo turned out to be that fool. "I intend to appeal," he said coldly, causing all 4 members of the 9 dragons to startle. Ed then laughed so loudly he couldn't contain himself, even raising a hand to cover his face. "Are you stupid? Your arrogance truly knows no bounds. This will make things much easier for us." Above, Uncle Julius also asked anxiously, "Do you understand what an appeal means?" Of course, Theo answered, thinking, "I know this won't be resolved with just 3 months of house arrest. It's nothing but a light slap. The Devil Dragon must have pulled some strings, but I have no intention of accepting even that slap. On the contrary, I'm expecting a reward." With that in mind, he spoke in a serious tone. "In a proud and powerful House Ragnar, an appeal means war. In the end, only the victor has the right to speak." At the same time, a notification sounded in Theo's ear. Entering main scenario. Through this scenario, you can uncover many secrets hidden in this closed world. Good luck. Scenario Task 1, The Heir's Path. In another development, at the secret northern branch of the Ceres Trade Guild, the place was engulfed in flames under someone's attack. After the last soldier fell to the cloaked figure's strike, a voice suddenly rang out from the rear. So they were hiding there after all. Just as young Master Theo said, the voice belonged to Remington, and the cloaked attacker was Evelyn. It seemed this was exactly the task Theo had asked Remington to carry out earlier. Looking at the box in his hand, he shook his head. Troyvine's Camilla Hall has completely collapsed. Back at the courthouse, after hearing Theo's proposal, old Wolfgang was a bit surprised and then asked to be sure. "Are you planning to turn something that could be settled with 3 months' confinement into a war? You are truly arrogant. Do you think you alone can stand against the forces of 15 houses?" In reply, Theo was blunt. "Shut up. That's something I must resolve myself. In cases with such a huge power gap, isn't settling it through a representative battle the normal way?" he said, turning to look at the group. Normally, an appeal means deciding the winner and loser by war. However, in cases where war is nearly impossible due to an overwhelming disparity in strength, each side will appoint a representative, and the victor will be decided in a one-on-one duel. That's the representative battle. That means the defendant's representative would be me, while the plaintiff's representative is very likely to be Axion. If that happens, I will almost certainly lose. But why would I choose this path? Do I have some plot? If I believed Evelyn or the Devil Dragon would step up as representative, I'd be sorely mistaken, wouldn't I? Julius frowned, wondering what on earth the boy was thinking. Back to the protagonist, unaware of his uncle's thoughts, he proposed. "By the rules, we'll choose representatives and hold the representative battle in a week. What do you all think?" He said this while watching the group's expressions. Meanwhile, Ed wasn't worried at all, since he thought Theo was maneuvering to have the Devil Dragon or Evelyn represent him. But knowing their personalities, they wouldn't do it. "You will have to fight on your own, Theo Ragnar. I will send Axion to make you understand your place through death." Before he finished speaking, a familiar voice sounded from outside, leaving everyone stunned. "I always thought you were a quiet child, but you are very good at scheming. You've changed a lot since the last time I saw you, my son. The voice belonged to a large man with dragon-like eyes who entered the hall. He was the clan chief of the Ragnar family, Kyle Ragnar. Seeing him appear, the Juliuses hurriedly rose from their seats and dropped to one knee. "Hail, clan lord," they cried in unison, while Theo struck a similar pose. Theo Ragnar, trainee swordsman, greets the incarnation of the great dragon god. At the same time, though bowing to his father, Theo took the opportunity to glance at the mission screen. Mission Scenario 1. The Heir's Path. Seize Camella Palace and uncover its secret. This is my first task since finishing the tutorial. The secret of Camella Palace? Is it that blue light? Everything's so chaotic, I forgot about that. But there's definitely something there. No, now's not the time to get distracted. I need to deal with this first, especially with a new variable appearing. Why did father come here? A flood of questions rose in Theo's mind. Turning to Kyle, he spoke. "Stand up, my son. I heard about your situation on my way here, and it seems you're in a complicated position. I heard you want to appeal with a representative battle?" "Yes, that's right," Theo answered calmly. "Let's see. If that's the case, it will be difficult for you to take part in that representative fight. Whom do you intend to choose as your substitute?" Kyle asked. Immediately, Theo realized this was a test. At the same time, Ed up above felt the same, worrying inwardly. "Wait, is this below?" Theo quickly responded. "Who would represent me? No one. I intended to stand myself to appeal." "Then you will lose," Kyle asserted. "How will I know until I try?" Theo replied. He then placed his hand on his chest and declared, "Even if I am forced to bow, I will not lower myself." Hearing this, Chief Kyle burst into delighted laughter. "Haha. Did you hear that, my sons? The words of my son. Even if forced, he will not lower himself. There's no phrase that describes the Ragnar clan better. Your attitude truly pleases me. Thank you for the praise, father." Theo hurriedly bowed and spoke, secretly relieved. The representative fight was just bait. I don't intend to actually fight, so it's good I can speak the truth without hiding it. The task I assigned to Evelyn and Remington. Evidence of Camella Palace's plot of rebellion. If I have it, I can win without fighting, he thought. Before Kyle could speak again, he said, "Then I will personally give you a chance. As head of the Ragnar clan, I, Kyle Ragnar, want to test you with a single strike. Drop the trial. If you can endure a single strike, I will wipe away all your charges. Get out there now." With that, he enthusiastically strode outside. Theo was still stunned by his father's offer, when at that moment Ed rushed out to object. "Clan Chief, you can't," he said urgently, for he knew testing a strike with Kyle meant the chief accepted his opponent. If Theo survived, he would be acknowledged by the chief. "I don't think that damn Theo can withstand it, but in case he can, no, I must stop him from earning the chief's favor." Thinking this, Ed hurriedly spoke. "How dare those vassals and soldiers comment on your son's bloodline? By the rules, we should hold a representative match." The interruption suddenly made Kyle's face harden. He warned Ed, "Tianlong, shut up. If a vassal dares say that, you simply remove him." Seeing Kyle's fearsome expression, Ed shrank back and relented. "I understand, clan chief." Meanwhile, Kyle noticed something and turned to speak to Julius. "Do you have something to say, Dragon Devil? You've been snickering for quite a while." "Ah, nothing. It's just been a long time since you've paid attention to someone like that, Clan Chief," Julius said, shaking his head. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Kyle grumbled, then turned back to Theo. "Let's end this conversation here. So what do you think, my son? Will you do it?" Hearing his father, Theo strained his mind, calculating the pros and cons. A single strike from the clan chief changes everything in a way I couldn't have imagined. My plan has collapsed, but this change will do. Theo thought to himself, then replied, "That's too harsh for me. How can I compare a strike from my father to a representative battle against vassals and soldiers?" "So you don't dare?" Kyle asked again. "No, I only mean that this transfer is unfair." "Unfair?" Kyle asked with interest. "Yes, because the trial has become more severe. Shouldn't my compensation be increased?" "Oh, for example?" Kyle asked. At that, Theo turned back to look at Ed and stated his price. "For example, Camella Palace." Hearing Theo's request, Ed's eyes bulged and he ground his teeth. "That bastard," he blurted out involuntarily, while Uncle Wolfgang also broke into a cold sweat. How crazy, daring to haggle a deal with the clan chief. This guy really doesn't know his place. A deal is only made between equals. That arrogance will get him killed soon, he sneered inwardly. However, contrary to his thoughts, Theo's father completely agreed to the request. "All right, if you're aiming for the heir's position, you at least need that kind of nerve," Kyle said with satisfaction, then looked at Ed and asked, Any objections, Tianlong? Ed hurriedly bowed in response. Everything in Ragnar belongs to you. How could I dare question your decision? Seeing Ed show no insolence, Kyle nodded in approval. Good. Then prepare the arena immediately. I will test Theo Ragnar right here. Saying that, he turned and walked away, a somewhat eager smile on his face. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to the training ground. By now, Theo and his father had prepared their swords for themselves, while the 4 members of the 9 dragons watched calmly. Only Ed felt annoyed that things weren't going the way he had planned. Damn. The trap I set to catch Theo has turned into a stage to elevate him. He grit his teeth and thought before reassuring himself. No need to worry. Even if that kid is stronger, there's no way he can withstand a blow from the clan chief. Even a senior swordsman would struggle. Theo will die here, he must die here. Ed screamed in his mind. Turning to Theo, Ed's intentions were written on his face, and Theo immediately realized. I guess that's what he's thinking. Too bad for him, that's not going to happen. Thanks to the reward from the tutorial mission I just received, Theo smiled inwardly. As for old man Kyle with his observational skills, he quickly noticed something off about Theo. Did he take an elixir when I wasn't looking? No, even if he did, a change this fast would. Never mind, I don't really care how the kid got stronger. After all, he's my blood. Hearing him say that, Theo broke into a sweat and thought. He's sharp-eyed. Even the 9 dragons didn't notice. Putting that aside, it's like he can't help but want to give his son a beating. Kyle continued. So are you ready? Yes, sir. Theo answered seriously. Normally I'd use the greatsword, but since you don't know how to use mana yet, I'll use this rusty blade. Any objections? He asked, looking at the sword in his hand. And of course, Theo wasn't stupid enough to make things harder for himself. Of course not, father. All right, then let's begin. As Kyle spoke, an unparalleled aura began to surge from him and spread toward Theo. Only when he felt that aura himself did the protagonist realize how terrifying his old man was. Damn, to radiate that pressure with battle chi alone. He thought, trembling inwardly. Across from him, Kyle was surprised that his son didn't collapse under that aura and said, I'm surprised you can still stand. Of course, my strength stat has nearly tripled, thanks to the reward for completing the tutorial and the experience elixir. I poured all my attribute points into strength, raising that stat to 52. This feeling is liberating, like leaving the mundane and stepping into the extraordinary. With this strength, I can definitely block a strike from father, Theo thought confidently, tightening his grip on his sword. At the same time, Kyle stepped up to Theo, raised the sword in his hand, and brought it down with full force. The protagonist's eyes widened as he used every sense to watch Kyle's incoming attack. I see it. I can see it, he muttered. Then a huge explosion rang out, and the entire floor split into countless chunks. After the dust cleared, Kyle turned to Theo with a satisfied smile. It's been a long time since I found a decent child, Uncle acknowledged. Meanwhile, Theo's sword had shattered into many pieces after a single blow. Then, as agreed in the wager, Kyle announced to the others, Theo Ragnar has proven his innocence through willpower. The trial is concluded. At the same time, Theo fainted, still clutching the hilt. A system notification sounded in his head. You have completed the sudden mission. A strike from Kyle Ragnar. You have received an inventory slot as a reward. You have received a green key as a reward. The scene shifted to some palace. Some time had passed. At that point, the protagonist slowly came out of his stupor and asked, Where am I? Beside him, Madame Camilla heard his voice, seized his hand, and cried in alarm. You're finally awake, my dear son. You fainted. Do you know how terrified I was when I heard you were struck by the clan chief's sword? How's your arm? Are you injured? Try moving your shoulder. Should I call a healer if it's broken or dislocated? She said, her eyes already welling up. Seeing his mother like that, Theo hurried to reassure her. I'm fine, mother. Please calm down. But where am I? In response to that question, Uncle Julius entered from outside and announced, by order of the clan chief, the former Madame of Camella Palace, Axion, and the head of the intelligence team have been expelled. That means, Theo widened his eyes and asked. Uncle smiled and said, Yes, this is Camella Palace. The scenario updated. Mission Scenario 1: The Heir's Path. Take over Camella Palace and uncover its secret. Accept Camella Palace. 1/1. Secrets, 0 to 1. Elsewhere, in some corner of the palace, the woman Emil had just received the news and was being ordered to relocate. But refusing to accept this outcome, she flew into a rage. Why am I, the legitimate owner of this palace, being forced to leave my own property? As she spoke, Emil stamped her foot in frustration, sending the nearby servants into awkwardness, not knowing how to calm her. Lady Emil, please calm down. We beg you to stay composed. In the distance, Tianlong Ed watched the scene with some gloom, then spoke up to remind Axion standing beside him. Axion. Yes, uncle. You must kill Theo Ragnar. Yes. I plan to cut his hand during the awakening ceremony, Axion said, revealing his intent, but that still didn't satisfy Ed. No, his head, you must fetch his head, Ed said coldly. It seemed hatred had clouded his reason. Back at Camella Palace, while touring the palace, Theo reflected on what had happened. Everything had unfolded according to a plan completely different from his original intention, but this outcome was far better. He'd claimed Camella Palace without using his trump card. Moreover, he'd gained a second privilege, an inventory. As he thought that, a simulated inventory appeared before Theo. He reached into the display and pulled out an apple. He didn't know how such things existed, but they would surely be useful. Also, there was this green key. Theo drew a key from the inventory and looked at it with delight. This is a green key, a miscellaneous item. Effect: opens a hellgate. Requirement: compatible with a hellgate. This key must be connected to this place. Thinking that, the protagonist cast his eyes toward a door at the side. Notably, beneath the door's handle a glowing lock icon was visible. Unable to contain his curiosity, Theo quickly used the key in his hand to unlock the door. The moment the door opened, a cold gust of wind blew straight into his face from inside. But that wasn't the most astonishing thing. What surprised Theo more was that behind the door lay a cavern of unfathomable depth. This is... Theo exclaimed at the sight, and as if to explain, the system immediately displayed notifications. You have discovered a dungeon. Experience gained in the dungeon will be doubled as a reward. Reading that, despite lingering questions, Theo's eyes lit up with joy. A cavern inside a room of Camella Palace? This must be a special quest. Whatever it is, I'll complete it. Can't miss doubled experience. With that thought, Theo hurried into the cavern. However, after only 2 steps he suddenly stopped, remembering he wasn't prepared. Oh right, I shouldn't go in empty-handed. Time passed quickly. After filling his storage with countless different swords, Theo was finally ready to conquer the dungeon. All right, let's check it out, he said excitedly, taking his sword and shield and advancing deeper into the cavern. Inside, every so often a lamp burned with a blue flame, mounted on the wall to light the path for challengers. After not long, Theo encountered his first opponent and was astonished. Right before him stood a white wolf, bloodthirsty and ferocious. "Huh, a wolf? That's pretty big. Almost like a real monster," Theo said, frowning. Before he could question it further, the white wolf vanished and reappeared instantly in front of Theo. Fortunately, his reflexes were sharp enough that when it flashed, he raised his shield in time and successfully blocked its swipe. They then locked in a tug-of-war as the white wolf tried to bite down on Theo's shield. "You're pretty strong, stray dog, but I won't lose in a test of strength." Theo gritted his teeth and swung his sword straight at the wolf, forcing it to release the shield and fall back to keep its distance. Even though it had been driven back, the white wolf still gaped ferociously and howled at Theo to assert dominance. Ignoring the wolf's growls, Theo lunged in to seize the initiative. However, when his blade struck the wolf's fangs, sparks flew. Its hide was very thick and its speed remarkable. Half-hearted strikes wouldn't wound it. Clearly, it wasn't an ordinary wolf. It was almost as strong as a beast from the northern lands beyond the wall. That explained why its power was hard to deal with, Theo guessed inwardly. At the same moment, the white wolf raised its paw and struck toward Theo. Seeing that, he immediately leaped backward to dodge. Then he quickly used the ground's momentum to launch a counterattack. If only I could recreate that flash of light, the one I saw facing my father's single strike, that pure, perfect white arc. Theo thought of the memory as he fought, but that recollection didn't instantly make him stronger. With this slash, the wolf only had to tilt its head to evade easily. Both of them continued to jump back to maintain distance. After a while, with neither making headway, Theo grew a bit annoyed. Humph, of course copying it won't be that easy. The single strike, a shorthand for a life-or-death sword blow. If the key is putting everything into one strike, I'll focus on sword technique and the manual, use the speed Evelyn taught me, then thrust. With that thought and wanting to challenge himself, Theo tossed his defensive shield aside. Immediately his body's weight lightened without the shield. Theo's figure vanished from the wolf's sight at once. By the time it realized, Theo's blade was already at its throat. The result was a piercing howl, and one of the wolf's left eyes was blinded by Theo's thrust. Seeing that, he smiled confidently. "Good. I did it." Having said that, the two lunged at each other once more. Time passed quickly, 2 months later at the 4th training ground. As usual, Theo's cohort practiced there. However, today was a bit different when one of the guys looked around and said, "There are more people now." Sybil nodded in response. "Yes, at this level we should change training grounds. Now that the rumor the clan chief taught young Master Theo the single strike has spread, more people will come to spar with him. Although the young master is..." Thinking that, Sybil felt annoyed as one challenger after another came for Theo. No sooner had she finished than an arrogant guy behind called out, "Hey, you lot, when's your supreme young master showing up? It's been 2 months. Where did he run off to? I thought he never missed a day of training. I guess that coward ran away after his fake story spread too far. Probably a lie because he won the trial without witnesses. It's been exaggerated. The news that he defeated the Serpent Dragon Guild is the same." The voice belonged to Henry Modred, a sword apprentice of Plum Blossom Hall. Before his taunts could finish, Sybil rushed forward and landed a straight punch to his face, denting it inward and sending his body flying out like a torn sack. The short, black-haired guy beside him frantically turned to confront Sybil. "Henry, Sybil, how dare an ill-mannered person like you?" he complained angrily, but was met with countless cold stares from Theo's followers, leaving him speechless. Next, Sybil angrily snapped back at those people. "You ugly-faced lot, you mean nothing compared to the young master," he shouted, prompting the brown-haired friend beside him to widen his eyes and warn, "Sybil, you shouldn't comment on people's appearances. Forget it, I hate these bastards always causing trouble. Now they dare insult young Master Theo. Draw your swords. This is war," Sybil yelled, and at his command his whole group gripped their blades. The ones from Plum Blossom Palace weren't backing down either. They drew their swords in response. "Do these ill-mannered fools really want to die?" the short black-haired guy shouted. But before the two sides could rush at each other, a cold wave suddenly spread out, freezing the swords of both groups instantly. No one knew when a girl had silently drawn her sword and stood between them. The cold air had emanated from her. "Ray Ragnar," they shouted when they recognized the girl as one of the 4 hounds. At the same time, a loud laugh rang out from the rear, drawing everyone's attention. "Haha, how could you leave me out of the fun?" The voice belonged to a big, dark-skinned young man with red hair, wielding a great sword and dressed wildly. He was also one of the Northern 4 hounds, the black bear Hulkus Lang. Seeing him appear, the group grew more astonished. Hulkus was present too, so 2 of the 4 hounds were here. Returning to Hulkus, after a quick look he asked, "Huh, is it just you guys? Where's Huin Ho?" "Who?" the short black-haired guy asked back. "Are you deaf? I said Huin Ho, the owner of this training ground. I'm here to fight Theo Ragnar." Hulkus roared fiercely. Back to our protagonist, he was still training inside the secret dungeon. "System. You leveled up. You leveled up. You have hunted 170 monsters. Remaining monsters in the dungeon, 1/171. At this moment, countless white wolf corpses lay at Theo's feet. This is his status board after 2 months of grinding. Theo Ragnar, 17, male, level 15. Stats: Strength 91, Dexterity 25, Magic Power 198, Luck -6, Vitality 20, Intelligence 19, Allocation Points: None, Access denied. Ignoring the system messages, after resting, Theo took a healing potion from his pack and drank it down. As soon as he finished drinking, his body was enveloped in a red light that rapidly healed his wounds. "I almost died a few times, but this saved me," he muttered. It was a beginner's healing potion, consumable, effect. Restores 10 HP and heals wounds. Looking at the wolf corpses around him, Theo muttered, "At first it was tough, but it's easier now. Time really flies. 2 months already? Only 1 left. Usually that means the boss is about to appear." With that, he turned his gaze toward the stairs at the end of the cavern. After resting, Theo decided to head for the stairs to deal with the final monster. Entering the 5th level, the system chimed. He looked at the broken sword in his hand and tossed it aside. "Looks like this is useless now." Theo reached into his pack and pulled out his last sword, a ceremonial blade his mother had given him for his birthday. In his previous life, he had many conflicts with his mother before the awakening ceremony, so he'd once thrown the sword aside in his room to rust. But looking closely, it was a good sword, forged from white snow steel. He appraised it silently as he admired the gleaming blade, recalling how Lady Cecilia had arrived with countless servants bearing all kinds of gifts to celebrate his birthday. "I waited until midnight to give it to you, my beloved son," she said excitedly, but her excitement was met with a cold reply from her son. "Mother, the awakening ceremony is coming up. I don't have time for birthday presents. Good gear won't change bloodline. Please leave. Those icy words stunned Lady Cecilia, and the servants behind her were embarrassed. Thinking that, Theo felt remorse and vowed not to repeat the mistakes of his past life. With that in mind, he hurried to the back of the cavern. To avoid surprises, the system kindly warned, "This is the boss room. A powerful monster will appear. Please be careful." No sooner had the announcement ended than Theo spotted his final opponent, a large dragon sleeping ahead. What surprised him was that this dragon had no wings. A dragon? No, just a low-level dragon, Theo muttered, but whatever kind of dragon it was, he couldn't rush in without a clear strategy. People say the Ragnar clan are descendants of dragons, and yet the final boss of this quest is a dragon. Is it coincidence? Or is there meaning behind it? Theo wasn't sure, but one thing he knew: he had to defeat it to complete the quest, even though it was a dragon, a very dangerous opponent. With that thought, he took a thrusting stance, deciding to try the strongest move he'd practiced on the wolves. It might not match his father's dragon flash, but if he fully harnessed the power of the dragon heart, he could seriously injure it. Theo focused intensely, gathering all his strength as he surged toward the dragon. Sensing danger, the dragon's eyes snapped open, but it was too late. In that instant, its right eye was pierced blind by Theo's blade. Watching the dragon scream in pain, Theo smiled faintly. All right. However, immediately after, the dragon went berserk and swept its tail at him, cracking the ground. Luckily, Theo dodged to the side in time, or he'd have been smashed to pieces. Seeing the force of its counterattack, Theo felt a twinge of regret. He had hoped to pierce its brain, but the strike hadn't gone deep enough. Still, he saw a chance to win. With that thought, he immediately used the jester step technique, his body turning into a streak of light that darted around the earth dragon, cutting at its body continuously. Attacking while constantly moving, Theo considered, if he could distract it with a normal strike, then aim for the weak spot. But this dragon was no pushover. Blinded in one eye, it opened its mouth and roared, creating an effect that suddenly weighed Theo down and noticeably slowed his speed. System: low-level dragons fear battlefield dominating effect. Fear state: movement speed reduced by 10%. His whole body grew heavy. Theo could only grit his teeth and endure. At that moment, the dragon seized the opportunity and swung its massive arms straight at him. Theo was forced to plant his strength into lifting his sword up to his chest to block the blow. But the power gap was too great. With a single impact, his small body was sent flying like a bullet toward the cave wall, creating a dent in the wall. Feeling dazed after the blow, Theo understood why this dragon was the final boss. If the fight dragged on, it would be dangerous. He needed to target the weak point to end the battle as quickly as possible, and the dragon's weak point was... With that thought, Theo clenched his sword and charged again. The dragon lunged at the same time, baring its sharp teeth to bite him. Theo watched intently, wait for the exact moment. At the precise instant, he bent low to dodge the bite, then drove all his strength to thrust his sword into the reversed scale on its chest. Just as he predicted, that scale cracked into pieces, allowing his blade to slice deeply inside. A pain shot up to its brain, sending the dragon into a furious roar. Good, I did it, Theo rejoiced inwardly. But the battle was far from over. The dragon, enraged, its eyes flashing with menace, drew a deep breath, preparing for a devastating counterattack. Cut to the fourth training ground, where Ray and Hulkus had started arguing under the puzzled gazes of everyone around. What did you say, Ray? Ragnar? Theo, Ragnar has to fight me first, Hulkus bellowed, making Ray cover his ears in complaint. The loser should step aside. That was 3 years ago. Skills improve every day. 3 years is enough to close the gap. The loser, Hulkus snapped, unable to hide his anger. Fine, duel me again. The winner faces Theo Ragnar. The big guy shouted and swung the greatsword in his hands, in a massive arc aimed at Ray. But Ray only needed to tilt his sword aside to block it easily. Then metal clashed repeatedly as the Rose Palace and Plum Blossom Palace groups watched the fight with their mouths agape. What the hell is happening? I don't know, but I'm scared, Henry stammered. Just as the fight between Ray and Hulkus reached its peak, Remington rushed in to break it up, blocking both of them with sword and scabbard. If you want to fight, take it elsewhere. This is young master's territory. I won't allow you to cause trouble while he's absent, the Silver Tiger warned. Seeing him appear, Sybil's eyes lit up excitedly. Oh, Remington, perfect timing. I've been wanting to duel you. Hey, Hulkus, didn't you hear me? Remington complained, but the three of them suddenly froze as they sensed a fierce aura heading this way. What is that murderous aura? Remington wondered. Then the three turned to look toward the source of the pressure. A dark figure was slowly approaching the group, the pressure unbelievable. What's going on? Remington asked in bewilderment, while Hulkus smiled wider than ever. Finally, you're here, Theo Ragnar. At that moment, Theo was using the low-level Dragon Sphere skill to cover the battlefield, rewinding a few minutes. Eventually, because the injury at the reverse scale was too severe, the monstrous dragon died, tongue lolling out. As it collapsed, the system's congratulatory sound rang out. Congratulations, you have successfully hunted a low-level dragon. Seeing the dragon slain, Theo finally exhaled in relief. When I hit that reverse scale, it thrashed wildly. I really thought I was done for. Luckily, it tired out over time. After all, the reverse scale was its weak point. Saying that, he collapsed exhausted atop the dragon as the system continued announcing. You received a low-level dragon fang. You received a low-level dragon claw. Low-level dragon fang. Enhancement material used to forge weapons. Increases durability. Low-level dragon claw. Enhancement material used to forge weapons. Increases sharpness. Before Theo, the two items appeared clearly, prompting him to spring up to inspect them. Materials for forging weapons? I should use these to repair my sword. After all, it's the present my mother gave me. Looking at the birthday sword, Theo realized it had been chipped a lot from the fight with the dragon. But it wasn't over. The system continued. You have acquired the low-level Dragon Sphere skill. Rank D+, proficiency 1%. Effect. Emits the characteristic murderous aura of a low-level dragon, overwhelming nearby targets and causing fear in targets weaker than the user. Reading that, Theo's eyes widened in astonishment. What? A skill? Dragon's aura? But I heard only special people can use that. Can't believe I get a chance to try it. Saying that, Theo tossed all his gear into his pack and shook his head. Wait, after all, Ragnar is full of elites. I don't know if this skill will be useful. With that thought, he quickly left the Camella Temple dungeon. Camella Temple dungeon completed. Dungeon closed. Theo exhaled in relief. So I've completed the first storyline quest. Seize Camella Temple and uncover its secrets. At that moment, the system announced. Congratulations, you have completed the first storyline quest and received a reward. A gem resembling an animal's eye appeared before Theo, the nest compass, a multi-purpose item. Effect. Guides the holder toward the nest's direction. Reading the description, Theo was puzzled and raised the gem to his eye to inspect. Nest compass? What's this? Is it related to the next quest? I'll just keep it. Saying that, he casually tossed the reward into his pack and staggered back to his room. I should rest. I'm exhausted. But before he took many steps, a maid hurried over. Young Master Theo, we finally found you. There's an emergency. Hearing the call, though annoyed and drained, Theo turned back and asked, It's nothing. What happened? The maid, flustered at his bloody appearance, stammered. Oh my, look at you. Where have you been? Theo had no time to explain and asked again. What's the emergency? The girl hurriedly replied. There's a brawl at the 4th training ground. Back to the present. That's why Theo appeared at the training ground and began using the low-level Dragon Sphere skill, enveloping the entire ground. Get lost. I need to rest, Theo said irritably, eyes weary as if he hadn't slept in 3 days. Under pressure like an overlord's hockey, a string of cadets from Plum Blossom Palace couldn't withstand it and foamed at the mouth before collapsing unconscious. As for Hulkus, seeing cadets fall one after another, he grew even more excited. Haha, that aura is oppressive. I knew it. I've had a feeling you'd be interesting, Theo Ragnar. Let's see how strong you are. Saying that, Hulkus gripped his broad sword tightly and charged forward, swinging with full force at Theo. Everyone thought the strike would at least trouble Theo, but the result was the opposite. The moment Hulkus swung, Theo casually swung his sword in return, instantly sending Hulkus's massive body flying amid everyone's astonishment. Neither Hulkus nor Theo could believe it. My attack was blocked so easily, even Theo was stunned. I actually blocked that? On the other side, Hulkus, having been knocked back by a single blow and with his pride wounded, went berserk and charged again. No way I'm staying down. Black Bear Hulkus Lank, long regarded as the weakest of the Northern Four Hounds due to limited skills and lack of sharpness, but a member of the Lank clan, he had never been defeated in strength, until he met Theo. At that moment, Hulkus raised his sword and leapt at Theo with a descending cleave, shouting, Try to block this, Theo Ragnar. Facing the attack, Theo's expression turned serious. Instead of meeting the blow head-on, he used his sword to redirect Hulkus's blade, letting the cutting force run along the length of the sword and deflect to the side. Just as Hulkus hadn't yet retracted his sword to defend, Theo didn't hesitate and unleashed a finishing slash, cutting straight through his opponent's abdomen. Blocked by me and even countered successfully, Worth the level up. Theo smiled inwardly as he watched his efforts begin to pay off. After taking a lethal blow, Hulkus rolled over and passed out. Seeing his opponent bloodied, Theo let out a heavy sigh. I swung with everything and didn't even notice. I was lucky. Hulkus is famous for his durability, so he just fainted. Around them, Sybil's group stared dumbfounded for a few seconds when they saw Hulkus collapse before Theo. Then the whole group shouted in unison, "Wow! Young Master Theo defeated Black Bear. He took down one of the 4 hounds with a single strike." Seeing everyone so riled up, Theo hurriedly said, "Hold on. Hulkus is still alive." No sooner had he spoken than his sword gave a cracking sound, then snapped in two right before the cheering crowd's eyes. "Wait! My mother's sword." Theo stood frozen, while those around him, not understanding, still cheered. Theo was stunned, while the others, clueless, kept shouting, "Wow! Truly young Master Theo. He even broke a sword with one blow." "Hey! Why are you all so happy?" Theo snapped angrily. In the back, Ray watched the crowd praising Theo and fell into thought, remembering a past memory when a little boy once asked her, "Who are you? Why are you wandering around here? Aren't you cold? Let me put this on you." "Huh, you're still cold? That's not good. You should come to my house first. When the snow stops, I'll take you home." Saying that, the boy wrapped his scarf around Ray and led the little girl home. Recalling that memory, Ray couldn't help but smile softly and turned to leave. In that instant, Remington seemed to catch that smile too, momentarily stunned. "She smiled? Ragnar Ray smiled?" The silver-haired man was astonished, as if lightheaded. That evening at Camella Hall, a celebration party for Theo was held. "Congratulations, Black Tiger. Young Master, congratulations. You did very well, training hard all this time. Now just keep this momentum until the awakening ceremony. You can do it." The servants spoke happily when they saw Theo's achievements, and the most joyful was Mrs. Cecilia. To celebrate her son, she brought out a whole basin of abalone and placed it before Theo, feeding him like a machine. "My son, try this abalone. These are rare abalones caught only at sea, slow roasted with special butter from farms around the Phu Ha mountain range. We raise the temperature gradually to try this one too." The chicken ate only the desert figs from the western Laziria, slaughtered at the exact age, stewed with ginseng imported from Juesian, a far eastern country. As she spoke, her hand kept feeding him until Theo had to swallow without even chewing. "Mom, please stop," Theo thought to himself. But recalling some sad moments from his previous life, he forced his eyes wide and swallowed, then said, "It's delicious, Mom." Time passed, and Theo's belly was as big as a drum. After the party, he brought the broken sword out to confess to his mother. "My son, what's going on here?" Cecilia cried out when she saw the birthday gift she gave her son now split in two. "It broke during training. I'm sorry. It was the precious sword Mom gave me for my birthday." But now, before he could finish, Mrs. Cecilia angrily spat. "That damned old woman. She swore the sword was made from white snow steel and mook steel wood so it would never break." Hearing that, Theo asked in surprise, "Mook steel wood from the southern thorn forest?" "Exactly. She said she only used rare and valuable materials. But as you can see, it was all a lie. If it were true, it wouldn't have broken so easily." Cecilia snapped. Hearing the materials the sword was made from, emotions welled in Theo. Mook steel wood is a special tree that absorbs iron, flexible like wood yet as durable as steel, an extremely rare material. "I can't believe Mom gave me such a valuable sword." Seeing her son's blank expression, Mrs. Cecilia decided immediately, "This is unacceptable. I'll go confront her. This time she must make you a perfect sword." Seeing his mother's determination, Theo stammered, "I'm fine, Mom. I really can use another sword." But Mrs. Cecilia shook her head sternly. "No. Now everyone recognizes your true value. We must prepare more carefully than ever, especially with the awakening ceremony less than a week away. I can't let you attend with that old sword. We're leaving right now." Where are we going?" Theo asked, puzzled. "To the best forge in Winterra, the Pasquare Workshop." Cecilia replied with a smile. The Pasque Workshop is one of the 3 largest arms factories in Winterra, its reputation tied to its massive, factory-like scale. But the most notable thing is its head, a blacksmith holding the title Master Artisan, a rank only 2 people in Ragnar possess. That man is also called the goblin incarnation of capitalism, the Hellforge blacksmith, Curson. At that moment, Theo and his mother were at the workshop to meet this master smith. Seeing them arrive, Curson looked surprised. "Huh? Oh, look who it is." Theo himself was even more surprised. He hadn't expected to meet such a famous figure. But why does Mom know the Hellforge blacksmith? He wondered. Cecilia, seeing Curson still with a pipe in his mouth, scolded. You still haven't quit smoking? Hearing that, Theo's eyes widened in surprise when his mother called Curson mother. Curson waved his hand in response. Mother? No way. Sorry, madam. Our mother-child relationship ended the day you decided to walk away. Not paying attention to those words, Theo stood lost in a rush of thoughts. I thought Mom was an orphan with no relatives. Now it turns out high-ranking Goblin Curson is her mother. Wait, does that mean I'm one-quarter goblin? Maybe that's why I'm so handsome. Curson didn't want to waste time and got straight to the point. So what brings you here? Cecilia tossed the sword into her hands and said, Return this defective item. Curson caught it, irritated. What? Defective? How dare you call a sword I forged defective? But when she drew the sword from its scabbard and found only the hilt left, Curson was stunned. Cecilia continued to complain. If it's not defective, then what is it? Curson pondered for a moment, then asked, Who used this sword? Your son, who else? The child standing behind you? Curson said, glancing at Theo. Cecilia warned, Hey, watch your words. He's a genius who will rule Ragnar from now on. Theo bowed politely and greeted. Theo Ragnar of Camella Palace. It's an honor to meet the renowned master of Pask. Responding to Theo's greeting, Curson nodded. Yes, I've heard of you. You raised your child well. But back to the main issue. Did you actually use this sword? Yes, that's right. Is there a problem? Theo asked. I already told you it's a defective piece, Cecilia added, complaining. A thoughtful look flashed across Curson's face. Then she said to them both, This will be a long story. Follow me inside. Although they didn't know Curson's intention, Theo and his mother still followed her deeper into the workshop. As they walked, Theo turned to ask his mother, Mom, what is your connection to the Hellforge blacksmith? Hearing that, Mrs. Cecilia no longer hid it. As you've heard, so she really is your mother? Theo asked in astonishment. You didn't know because I rarely speak of the past, but for 6 short months she was my foster mother who took care of me. Cecilia explained with a smile. With that, all of Theo's fantasies about having elven blood evaporated. He thought to himself, a little disappointed. Oh, so she was just Mom's foster mother. Unaware of these thoughts, Cecilia watched Curson's retreating back and said fondly, I loved everything she found beautiful. Jewelry, music, theater, even people. That's why she adopted me. She must have liked me a lot. Curson, slightly embarrassed by the remark, turned back and said, Humph. Let's not talk about the past anymore. It's pointless. Haha, I bet Mom wouldn't put it that way. Cecilia teased, covering her mouth as she laughed, leaving Curson only able to scowl and turn away. Returning his attention to Theo, he asked again, Then why did Mom leave that place? Cecilia was about to answer, but Curson cut in. She walked out on her own, saying she'd become the wife of the Ragnar chieftain. I never expected her to willingly go to that miserable place. Foolish, yet admirable that she survived so long, Curson complained. Meanwhile, Cecilia drifted into reverie. That chieftain was so handsome, manly and utterly devoted to her. Whatever Cecilia's admiration for Kyle, her running off to chase love annoyed Curson. Even after leaving home, last year she came back begging me to forge a sword as a gift for her son. I've never seen such nerve, Curson snorted in reluctant respect, leaving Cecilia a little embarrassed in front of her son. Mom. Oh my, why would you say that in front of me? Am I wrong? Curson snapped. Before their bickering, Theo couldn't help but smile softly. I've never seen Mom speak like that. Maybe I never understood her in my past life. What an ungrateful child I was. So obsessed with the family that it controlled me, while the Hellforge Smith actually seems to care about Mom. So why didn't she do anything in the past? Theo wondered inwardly with no answer. Time passed as Curson led them to a door and said, We're here. This is my room, the master's office. Cecilia's eyes flashed with confusion as she asked, Why are you taking us so deep? You should forge the best sword for the boy as compensation. Wait outside a moment, Cecilia, Curson instructed, then pulled Theo into the study and slammed the door. Mom, my son, Cecilia shouted from outside. Inside, Curson's expression changed instantly. She asked bluntly, Theo, I'll ask you straight out. You have a relic of the primordial sea dragon, don't you? Hearing the question, Theo froze for a few seconds, then asked back, the primordial sea dragon? Do you mean the ancestor dragon that guards our clan? I've heard the legend that our ancestors distributed the primordial sea dragon's treasures across Winterra to Ragnar's descendants. But Theo's voice showed he didn't fully believe the tale. Before Theo could finish, Curson teased. A legend? Ha, are you pretending not to know? If you truly don't have a relic, then why did my sword end up like this? I poured all my craftsmanship into forging this child of mine. Nothing but a relic could have caused it to break. Do you know how valuable that thing is? Kirsten said, her eyes welling with tears. Seeing that pitiful look, Theo widened his eyes and hurriedly apologized. But it only broke when I was fighting a dragon. Why does she keep bringing up relics? He thought to himself. After a moment of regret, Kirsten shook off the feeling and snapped. Forget it. It'll be faster if I just show you rather than explain. Saying that, she led Theo to a coffin wrapped in chains and asked, "What do you see?" Hearing that, Theo focused his gaze, and a red light flashed in his eyes. It was a blue light, the same kind as the glow at the gate leading to the Camella Palace dungeon. Theo frowned, thinking. But before he could answer, Kirsten continued, "I don't see or sense anything from it, but you must sense something based on your reaction. I've tried every method to open this box and retrieve the item inside, but all have been useless. A relic from the primordial sea dragon, from the age of myth. The primordial dragon pulled out a fong and forged a sword from it, called the Moonblade, the monstrous sword. If you can break the seal on this box and successfully withdraw the sword, I'll give you the Moonblade, but you could die doing it. Want to try?" Kirsten said, turning to Theo with a challenging look. And of course, with an offer like that, the protagonist couldn't refuse. "That sword is yours now," Theo replied with a smile. At that moment, he also received the next quest. Ragnar Script Quest, Heir's Path. Be chosen by a relic of the primordial sea dragon, Moonblade. The Moonblade, the sword of the Black Snow Leader and one of the 9 dragons, the Black Dragon. However, very few know the true form of this sword, because most who saw or heard of it are dead or missing. By chance, I was the one who saw the Moonblade's true form. But why did the Black Dragon spare me? The Black Dragon's Moonblade is here now, and it truly is a relic of the primordial sea dragon. I remember meeting the Black Dragon again 4 years later. So Kirsten kept the sword all that time, Theo thought. If that's the case, I have to take it at all costs. This is like what happened at Camella Palace. So with this green key, thinking that, Theo pulled the key from his pack and began using it to unlock the coffin. The moment he turned the key, something strange happened. The coffin emitted a blinding light and all the chains wrapped around it automatically snapped open. Before he could look inside, the coffin spewed out thick black smoke that sucked Theo in. "What's happening?" Theo gasped. Then his vision slowly shifted to the scene of the Rose Palace engulfed in flames. The Rose Palace? Why am I here? Theo stared blankly, then seemed to remember. Right, because I was too weak. I need much more power to defeat Rendon and crush Camella Palace, he told himself. While his memories were still hazy, the silhouette of a giant raven appeared behind him, raising its talons and sharp beak toward Theo. But now that Theo recognized the raven's ambush intent, he spun around instantly and grabbed its beak with his hand, leaving the raven stunned. Looking at it, Theo calmly remarked, "Manipulating others' minds by exploiting their thirst for power. No surprise you're a monstrous sword." The raven's eyes flashed with anger. "You are insolent. How could you?" Before it could finish, Theo replied, "I've long since overcome the despair you once showed me, you fool. Do you think I'll be tempted by petty power when I have so many tasks to complete? You? Release me, human." The raven screeched, struggling but unable to break free from Theo's grip. Holding it tightly, Theo examined its form closely. "You're nothing like the griffin the first remember. I remember you being at least 10 meters tall. Now you're almost my size. Maybe you were sealed for too long, but this works to my advantage. You belong to me now, Moonblade." Saying that, Theo began to raise his fist, preparing to teach the raven a lesson, causing it to scream in terror. "Hey, let's speak civilly." Outside, hearing Theo's screams, Cecilia rushed in, and when she saw her son lying motionless, Mrs. Cecilia's eyes filled with tears. "My son, wake up. Please wake up," she said as she shook Theo's body, but it was useless. With no other options, Cecilia turned to Kirsten. "Mom, what is going on? Why is my son like this? You told me you'd train him in swordsmanship. You didn't tell me you'd do this to him," she shouted. Kirsten, also worried, explained. "The monster's energy has linked to his bloodline. I've never seen this happen before. Because he possessed the relic, I thought he'd be fine. If anything terrible had happened, I would never forgive you," Cecilia said through tears. But luckily for both of them, at that moment, Theo's hand began to move, clutching the sword tightly. From around them, countless strands of black energy whirled and converged over Theo's chest, then slowly slipped into his body. When it was over, Cecilia called out anxiously once more, "Theo." Hearing his mother's voice, Theo slowly opened his eyes, making her overjoyed as she threw her arms around her son. "My son," Cecilia said, crying with joy. On the other side, Kirsten also breathed a sigh of relief. "Looks like you gave your mother a scare." "I'm fine, Mom. There's no need to panic," Theo reassured. At that moment, the system notification sounded. "Congratulations! By hunting a griffin, you have successfully completed the second scripted mission. Reward: ownership of the Moonlight Sword." Hearing this, Theo looked at the sword in his hand and thought to himself, "I'm really lucky. This griffin had just been unsealed, so it was easy to defeat, and its psychological attack no longer worked on me." He marveled at his streak of eerie luck, which at least helped him this much. However, the rewards didn't stop, as Theo received another notification. By absorbing the monster energy from the Moonlight Sword, your magic power has increased significantly, plus 30 magic power. Your magic power has exceeded 200 and is beginning to become divine. Special effect: enhanced physique, mana regeneration of 1.5 per second. As the notification ended, Theo immediately felt a surge of power explode within his body. "My magic power has risen to that of an advanced swordsman. It's a shame I can't use this full power right away. I have to restrain myself until the awakening ceremony," he told himself. After the mother and son finished their tearful display, Kirsten puffed on a cigarette and said, "You surprised me. Congratulations, you succeeded." Hearing that, Theo smiled and asked, "Will you keep your promise? You don't know goblins can't lie, do you?" Kirsten complained. Suddenly, the sword in Theo's hand began to shake violently. He was a bit puzzled, and Kirsten, with his experience, explained immediately, "It's just resisting. Maybe it's annoyed from being sealed away for hundreds of years. Now that it's out, it wants to vent all its anger. Why don't you try slashing that practice wall over there with all your strength?" As he spoke, Kirsten pointed at the nearby metal test wall, which already bore a few marks. Hearing that, Theo felt a bit worried. "Is this really okay?" Kirsten smirked disdainfully. "Worrying is pointless. Even the Moonlight Sword can't damage the Basque workshop with an unawakened kid." Hearing that, Theo annoyedly thought to himself, then calmly stepped toward the wall, gripping the sword. "Sorry to bother you." With that, he channeled all his strength and swung the sword in a single, decisive strike. The result was that not only was the test wall cleaved in two, but a section of the workshop was also sliced open, leaving Cecilia's eyes shimmering in disbelief, while Kirsten was mournfully lamenting the loss. "My workshop, my money," Kirsten shouted as he stared at the huge hole. "Fixing this will surely cost a fortune." Ignoring that, Theo looked back at the sword, alarmed. "Maybe this is too dangerous. It's absorbing all my mana." Before he could think further, Kirsten appeared in front of Theo and reached out to examine it. "Good heavens, you really have no mastery of magic at all. You pulled that off purely because of the blade's sharpness?" Kirsten looked at Theo, thinking to himself, "This kid is a genius, and he's my grandson? Alright, Theo Ragnar, from now on I'll sponsor you. Just soar and show the world your skills. You'll be a living billboard for Basque's workshop." Kirsten's eyes turned into dollar signs. "Mom, I see money in your eyes," Cecilia chimed in to remind him. With the new sword in hand, the mother and son said their goodbyes to Kirsten and quickly boarded a carriage back to Camella Palace. Before leaving, Theo handed Kirsten the fong and claw of the Earth Dragon to compensate for the broken wall. "Use this to repair the wall. Consider it spoils of war." Kirsten smiled and exhaled a puff of smoke. My daughter really did raise a wonderful child. But as they turned to go, a familiar voice rang down from above. "Long time no see, Demon Forge." Kirsten squinted and looked up, the voice coming from a crow. Time flew. 5 days remained until the awakening ceremony. At this point, Theo continued training diligently with Evelyn to improve his skills. The more they sparred, the more surprised Evelyn became at how much stronger and faster his swordsmanship had become. "It's so gratifying to have Master Evelyn praise me," Theo said with a smile, while the trainee soldiers stood stunned to see Theo go one-on-one with Evelyn. She was also pleased to have trained such a disciple. "It's been half a year since the young master began to change, and now he's strong enough to push me back. If he awakens his mana in a few days, it will be the birth of a monster," Evelyn thought, then stopped the session and said earnestly, "You're doing very well. You can aim to be the top at the awakening. Young master, I'll pray for your success." Turning to Theo, he didn't forget Evelyn's guidance and thanked her. "Thank you. It's all thanks to you, Evelyn. If I become the top, I'll mention your name in my speech." Theo promised, but the promise didn't exactly please Evelyn. "What? Why would you?" Meanwhile, a few other trainee soldiers, hearing Theo mentioning names in his speech, eagerly chimed in, "Oh, me too, young master. Please mention me as well." The group's enthusiasm made Theo both happy and slightly annoyed. Gosh, it's hard being loved by so many. He shrugged with a smug look. All right, I'm off. He waved and left the training yard. Time passed quickly as the scene shifted to the central headquarters. Today was the day of the awakening ceremony. So Theo dressed neatly and arrived very early. Theo Ragnar of the Camella Manor announced himself to the gatekeepers. The awakening ceremony is the Ragnar family's important annual event. Each participant hopes to achieve good results at this ceremony. And as a swordsman of the Ragnar clan, this is the first place they can receive recognition and honor. With the entire Ragnar family watching, including the clan leader, Hugh Long, or even the former clan leader 2 generations prior, Lady Hilda Ragnar. Looking at the youthful woman seated in the chair, Theo could hardly believe his eyes, for she did not look a day over far younger than 150. In any case, he was relieved to see her attend. On the high platform, seeing the trainee soldiers assembled, the Dragon Gate Sword referee Vahana Ragnar struck the drum beside him hard and shouted, "Attention! We will begin with the preliminary test. This test requires you to grab a sword placed on the ground and leave an imprint on the steel wall in front of you at chest height. For your information, this wall is forged from white snow steel, and ordinary steel swords cannot even scratch it. But everything changes if you channel mana into your strike. We will issue you Soma. 1 Soma pill will grant you 10 years worth of mana. It is a spirit elixir that helps open your mana channels. Swallow the Soma and open the mana channels in your Danteon. Only then can these swords cut the white snow steel wall. The depth of your cut will determine your result. From now on, those whose names are called will take a Soma and step onto the platform. First participant, Theo Ragnar, step up." Hearing his name, Theo confidently stepped forward, took the elixir from a soldier's hand, and thought, "In my last life, Axion topped the rankings, but not this time." At the same time, the system updated the third scripted task: win the awakening ceremony and become the top-ranked. Theo casually grabbed a sword stuck in the floor and walked silently toward the wall. Up in the stands, former clan head Hilda, seeing him step up, asked curiously, "Oh, is that him, Kyle? The boy you mentioned earlier?" Kyle nodded in response. "The boy must have caught your attention, sir. Of course, I was curious after hearing you say you were watching him. Then let's see how truly talented this kid is," Hilda said with an eager smile. Back with Theo, although he'd been through this once in a previous life, having to do it again left him unavoidably anxious. "Phew, the awakening ceremony. I'm a little nervous since it's been a while," he sighed. Meanwhile, to make sure Theo didn't forget, referee Vahana reminded him again. "Now, swallow that elixir." "Yes, understood," Theo replied, quickly tossing the pill into his mouth. "In his last life, I swallowed Soma but couldn't control the mana, which badly damaged my Danteon. But this time won't be like that," Theo told himself and smiled confidently. Immediately after swallowing the pill, a violent surge of mana erupted through his body, making Vahana behind him somewhat anxious. That fool is producing such a large mana wave. He won't be able to control it properly. When taking Soma, one must be careful to stabilize the mana pathways in the Danteon. The Ragnar line has abundant mana in those with talent, but without care they can be crippled in an instant. But his worry was a bit excessive, because very quickly the wild mana in Theo's body was brought under control and formed an energy membrane around him. "Can he handle it?" Vahana exclaimed in surprise. Seeing the controlled energy, Theo rejoiced. "Finally, I have both the dragon heart and a mana reservoir. It left me a little disappointed. It wasn't like my last life. This time it succeeded far too easily. At any rate, from now on I'm officially allowed to use mana. With this massive mana pool, I just need to unleash it and enjoy." With that thought, he focused his mana into his sword, then swung hard forward, aiming at the trial wall. For a moment, it seemed everyone saw the illusory image of a dragon roaring in the sky. The pressure he generated was so intense it stunned the 3 Remingtons. The phantom dragon head hurtled straight into the wall, creating a massive slash. This is the lone cut technique, Theo thought to himself. At the back, Axion watched arrogantly and grimaced in annoyance. As a result, after the shockwave fully dissipated, Theo had left a huge slash that nearly spanned the wall's full height, leaving referee Vahana dazed for several seconds before he could declare, Theo Ragnar, pass." The crowd around gaped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Impossible! Since young Master Thorkel, we've never seen anything like this. Is this really the strike of someone channeling mana for the first time?" After acing the preliminary test, the system displayed, "Luck stat reset to 0. The unlucky curse has been lifted. Now, your reputation begins to spread across the world." Reading the notice, Theo showed delight. Finally, I can reach the starting line like everyone else. Many began to express interest in Theo's outstanding performance. OSA Ragnar Plunus wanted to take him as a disciple. Julius Ragnar was displeased with the attention Theo was receiving. Rober Ragnar became cautious. It turned out he was the bird that appeared that night at Basque's workshop of the strange alchemist. Lady Hilda Ragnar also showed special interest in Theo. Looking toward Hilda, he thought to himself, but most importantly, I've caught Hilda's eye, which makes me especially happy. She has the heart of a Garuda. If I could win that heart. One by one they stepped forward and struck the steel wall with a single cut. When it was Sybil's turn, the referee announced, Sybil passes. Sybil, moved, thought, Theo, I succeeded too. The 4 members of the Northern Hounds group also took their turns. Each of their strikes left a gigantic crack, completely different from the trainee swordsmen. Their results were terrifying, but none left as impressive a mark as young Master Theo Ragnar. Finally, only one last person stepped forward. None other than Axion. The referee called out, Axion Ja, step up. His gaze had turned terrifying. People below whispered, at this rate, the contest will be between the Black Tiger and the Dark Tiger. No, even Axion couldn't do that. Who expected the Black Tiger to be at that level? Hearing the remarks, the madness inside Axion burned hotter. He strode forward proudly, ready to prove his level. Vahana instructed, please swallow the soma. Having just swallowed the soma, Axion instantly lunged at the steel wall at extreme speed. Vahana, angry at this action, shouted, wait! Axion's body exuded an extremely powerful aura. He swung his sword, and the afterimage of a giant dragon with razor-sharp fangs appeared instantly. The powerful slash struck the wall, causing a violent tremor, matching Theo's earlier blow. Witnessing the terrifying scene, Vahana froze and exclaimed in shock, they have surprised us too many times. Axion's cut crossed Theo's, producing an astonishing result. The crowd recoiled in horror again. How is this possible? They're almost identical. Who is the winner? In this case, judging the precision will decide the victor. After finishing, Axion stood watching for a moment, then turned and returned to his place to await the result. Everyone held their breath. Would Theo or Axion be the winner? Referee Vahana spoke. The first stage of the awakening ceremony has concluded. You all did very well. This year, I'm pleased to see many of you have significantly increased your scores. Those who passed, prepare for stage 2 of the awakening in 4 days. And finally, we will announce the rankings everyone has been waiting for. The top rank of the first stage of the awakening ceremony is Theo. In the inaugural blooming ceremony, the first place is Theo Ragnar. He stood dumbfounded, unable to believe he had actually come in first. The referee announced Theo's score as 10 out of 10. Magical technique, speed control, nothing wasted. The results stunned the crowd, who buzzed, Axion. Axion didn't take first? Did Axion lose? Even the depth of the cut matched Lord Theo's. What? Similar to Lord Thorkel's? Theo Ragnar is one of the top 5 candidates, considered the closest to succession. The referee announced second place, Axion Ragnar. Unfortunately, he also scored a perfect 10, but his cut was shorter than Theo's, so he placed second. Axion was furious. Third was Remington Nazio, fourth Ray Ragnar, fifth Halkus Ranka, sixth Erica Rang, 32nd Lizzie Zeiger, 33rd Rico Edith, and 87th Sybil Dree. Everyone performed very well in the first preliminary. The second blooming ceremony will take place 3 days later in the Eastern Mountain Range. The 87 outstanding contestants this time, prepare thoroughly. Alright, today's ceremony is concluded. Back home, people held a celebration feast for Theo Ragnar's victory. Congratulations to the top 2. This is the true power of our training school. Congratulations Theo and Remington. Theo raised his glass, thanked everyone for their congratulations. But he knew this wasn't the end. Our goal is to get through the second blooming ceremony together. Theo threw his arm around Remington's shoulder and said, we'll take both top spots. Evelyn was also there celebrating with everyone. She offered them her encouragement. You both can definitely do it. Congratulations on taking first, Theo Ragnar. I'm glad your efforts have been rewarded, but at the same time I'm embarrassed that I've fallen so far behind. Seeing Remington looking down, Theo modestly said, heh, I was just lucky this time. With friends, what does rank matter? Hearing that, Remington felt somewhat comforted. Thanks, Theo, the weight in me is slowly lifting. They clinked glasses, toasting their brotherly friendship. We'll give our all at the second ceremony. Cut to the Eastern Mountain Range, where the peaks were blanketed in white snow. Theo Ragnar had arrived. He walked forward step by step, thinking to himself, I topped the blooming ceremony back in my previous life. That was an achievement I never dared imagine. Even though this isn't a real battle, defeating Axion is still something I can hardly believe. Theo clenched his fists. But this is only the beginning. Taking down Randon earlier was small potatoes. My real enemies are Axion and the Heavenly Dragon. I'll use every plan to make them pay back tenfold for what they did to me in my previous life. He put his hand into his pocket and took out the compass he had received from the previous quest. The ancestral compass, a versatile item, helps its owner find the direction to the lair. The needle was pointing toward the mountain range in the east. At the second blooming ceremony, I'll finally learn what the true lair is. Suddenly, Theo noticed a stranger behind him, who immediately vanished, leaving him confused. Who are you? Before he could steady himself, Theo's blade was at his throat. Humph, who are you? He panicked and replied, Wait, please calm down. I'm not a suspicious person. I'm Getsby Jotun of the Wind Swords. My captain watched the blooming ceremony and sent me here. Hearing that, Theo breathed a sigh of relief. A scout? I guessed it, but I didn't expect they'd be this quick. Theo asked for details. Jotun said, Theo has been given the opportunity to take the unit recruitment exam. Theo said, Not a scout, but asking me to take a test? That's right, you must know the Wind Blade unit's reputation. Being invited is enough. Before he could finish, a voice rang out from a distance. I think the Wind Blade unit are all idiots. The newcomer was a girl with a great sword on her back. She said, Prince Theo Ragnar is not like those idiots. Jotun, annoyed, asked, What did you say? Who are you to say that? Jotun, irritated, demanded, What did you say? Who are you to speak like that? She ignored Jotun and addressed Theo. We intend to invite you to join the Iron Black Cavalry. What do you think? She introduced herself as Ian Sosori, Deputy Commander of Iron Black, nicknamed the Fire Enchantress. Jotun froze. Fire? The Fire Enchantress? She replied, Yes, now you recognize me, don't you? Step aside for me. Suddenly another group appeared, rushing toward Theo. Delighted to meet you, we're from the Black Blade unit. We guarantee you'll be a captain within 3 years. This is the Law Bureau. The captain himself has come. The Security Bureau is present. If you agree, we'll provide full support. They overwhelmed Sosori, leaving her nearly breathless. She shouted in anger, Hey, line up. Don't push. Someone else replied, Line up? You should be the one at the back. Whoever brings him back first wins. Got it. Theo was stunned, thinking, Ridiculous. Better get out of here before this turns troublesome. At that moment, another person appeared, surprising Theo. The newcomer stepped closer and said, I know this may seem ambitious, but to secure talent like this, must I endure such humiliation? She was the lady of the Plum Palace, Sword Dragon Osa Ragnar Prunus. The onlookers murmured, The lady of Plum Palace? She actually came here in person? She looked at Theo and said, Like you, I came to see Theo Ragnar, to stroll and observe the child. Cut to training ground number 4. Axion had slaughtered everyone there. Not a single one survived. He sensed someone approaching from behind. With just 3 fingers, the newcomer successfully blocked one of his strikes. The arrival was the Heavenly Dragon Troivan. He said coldly, Pathetic indeed. Will a bit of misplaced anger change anything? Only then did Axion recognize his uncle. He threw his sword to the ground, turned his back, and as he walked away said, In times like this one must stay calm and make a plan. Axion, come with me. At the second blooming ceremony, I'll show you how to make it Theo Ragnar's grave. Axion walked with murder in his eyes. Returning, Sword Dragon Osa Ragnar Prunus approached Theo. Those nearby were stunned by her arrival, whispering, The lady of the Plum Palace has come in person? This makes our side look too weak. Ian Sosori, the Fire Enchantress, shouted, Madam, please wait. Before she finished, a sphere of power enveloped the two of them. Inside, the space was cut off from the outside. Could she be planning to teach him personally? The sphere gradually dissolved in the air. Theo Ragnar had now stepped into Sword Dragon's spatial sigil. Their eyes met. Theo thought, I've entered the Plum Palace Lady's sigil, a space completely separate from the outside. I never expected to witness something only spoken of in legends. It seems my reputation truly exists. Sword Dragon said, The Dragon Lord will surely be angry, but who can stop me when I want to give someone a gift? Theo asked in bewilderment. A gift? She drew her sword and said, The Dragon Lord's blade is mighty, like a dragon's breath falling from the sky, turning everything to ashes. But I am different. I infuse my sword with countless transformations. The surrounding space immediately shifted into a romantically blooming flower forest. The dragon I pursue is one that contains every possible transformation. Having said that, the Lady of the Plum Palace launched a continuous series of moves, directly instructing Theo. Theo watched intently, trying to memorize each motion. All in a single breath. I call this the blossoming sword technique. The first is the celestial flower rain. Theo's hands and feet trembled as he thought, unbelievable, 120 steps and sword moves in a single breath. Could it be that even the Dragon Lord must yield to her sword technique? If I can combine everything I've just seen into one strike, released all at once. Theo looked at her and said, I don't know if I'm allowed to accept this. Sword Dragon nodded. If you've seen it clearly, then that's enough. No sooner had she finished speaking than the space transformed again, returning them to reality. She admonished, if you want to see more, come find me any time after the ceremony. Those around still didn't understand what had just happened. Young Master Theo, I hope you will become a fresh wind here. With that, she vanished, leaving cherry blossoms to drift gently to the ground. Theo thought, this truly is an enormous gift. Whether I accept or not, I can't fully repay it. But to become the Plum Palace Lady's disciple and a member of the White Dragon Armor Cavalry, wouldn't that be too much? I'll think about it after the second blooming ceremony. 3 days later, near the northern fortress, in the mountain range where the second blooming ceremony would be held. This wintry range is vast, stretching from our stronghold Winterer to the Demon Sea. Our Ragnar clan has protected humanity from the cursed land, the Demon Sea, a land teeming with monsters beyond the fortress for over 1,000 years. All of you have duties and one day will assume this role. That's why this place was chosen as the stage for the second blooming ceremony. The speaker was the supervisor of the second ceremony, Senior Swordsman Jackie Ragnar. However, as apprentice swordsmen, none of you are permitted to step into the Demon Sea. The trial area is confined within the fortress. Be careful, do not cross the boundary into the Demon Sea. The test is simple. Over the next 15 days, capture beasts from the Winter Mountain Range and collect the bells tied around their necks. The bells come in 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, teal, and purple. The higher a color is in the spectrum, the more points it's worth and the stronger the beast. In particular, a beast wearing a purple bell will be at a level none of you can defeat, but it will award you an astonishing number of points. You are free to use any method during the test, as long as you bring the bells back before the test ends. Theo Ragnar thought, no restrictions on methods means you can steal others' prey or bells. He's openly encouraging conflict, but that's also our survival rule. Jackie Ragnar continued, we've placed nests in various locations to block monster incursions. Supplies are hidden in these safe zones, so use them wisely. Now the test begins. Everyone dispersed at the signal. He thought, since the test lasts 15 days, securing supplies is the top priority. Protect the supplies first, and we must support young Master Theo. Black Bear leapt forward excitedly, saying, this is going to be fun. Axion recalled the instructions. Stick to the plan, Axion, and that place will sooner or later become Theo Ragnar's tomb. Jackie Ragnar followed Axion closely, watching his every move. As Theo Ragnar began to move, someone behind called, young Master Theo. It was Remington. He looked at Theo and said, you once said we were friends, right? Theo asked, what's this about? Remington replied, after thinking hard for 3 days, I realized I see you as both a friend and a rival. So I want to truly surpass you, young Master Theo. Theo Ragnar smiled upon hearing that. I know the feeling. I also regard Remington as both friend and rival. Remington laughed. Ha ha ha. What a relief. I feared I was the only one who felt that way. That's why I won't yield in the second blooming ceremony. That's what I wanted to say. Theo offered. Then I wish you luck. With that, Remington left. Theo thought. Remington has made me his target. What could be more exciting than that? Exciting indeed. I'm stronger now. Put feelings aside. Find the dragon nest first. Thinking that, Theo took out the nest compass, a talisman that guides its holder to a nest. The compass pointed to the eastern mountain. There's a cave in the mountain emitting the quest's blue light. That's where Theo would go. At the edge of the Winter Mountain Range, Theo headed to where the compass directed. Surely it's nearby. Unexpectedly, it was hidden under this pile of snow. Yeah, do I have to dig it all up? I should have brought a shovel. Digging with a sword is a bit odd. Theo drew his sword. Oh well, if you don't have teeth, chew with your gums. He swung his sword, sparking arcs of electricity that scattered the snow, revealing a scene of trees and a cave. Theo lowered his weapon and said, come on out now. Immediately, 3 figures emerged from the shadows, snickering. One said, "When did you start paying attention to us? We thought we'd been following you secretly." Theo, surprised, "You guys? What are you?" The fat one said, "I told you you were too loud, you're done for. I thought this brat was stronger than we expected." Pleasure to meet the top dog. Those 3 were Hai, Chow, and Lewin, 3 mountain bandits from Mount Book. Men who slaughtered civilians under the guise of accidents. Theo remembered clearly the Book village massacre he and Hyuxiel had dealt with. 761 dead, 220 missing, identities unrecognizable because all the skulls were crushed. Theo thought, "I planned to deal with them long ago because of their savage nature, and now we confront them like this. Worse, they've been tailing me." He spoke up. "You were after Axion's stash, weren't you?" They glared at Theo with murderous intent. One sneered, "You think we'd let ourselves be manipulated by fellow disciples?" Theo asked. "No? Then what?" They replied, "A lackey like you couldn't even imagine it." Theo immediately thought of Elder Long. "So you were sent by the Trade Council elder." Startled, they stammered, "What? How did he know?" Theo replied calmly, "From what you just said, it's obvious. Seeing the supervisor not following suggests he's on your side." They looked at each other. Then Chow asked Hai, "Any trouble?" Hai laughed. "No problem, he's about to die." Hai shouted at Theo, "It's most satisfying to ruin pretty faces like yours." Theo looked at him with a cold, expressionless gaze. Before they could act, Theo's technique closed in at blinding speed, taking off each man's arm with a single slash. Rock and earth shattered around them. Theo said coldly, "I don't want to be like you, so I'll leave your heads intact." One more strike, and Theo severed all 3 heads, killing them before they could blink. In an instant, the 3 arrogant thugs were completely wiped out. Theo said, "Maybe because they're young, they weren't hard to deal with." He thought, "The Plum Palace Lady's Celestial Flower Rain technique. After 3 days of training, I've managed 3 consecutive executions. Drawing curves with circles and arcs, flexible transformations. Of course, I can't do it 120 times like the lady." He grabbed each head and said, "First we need to clean up this mess, then figure out how to get into the basement." Saying that, Theo tossed the heads down the mountain. Moments later, a strange sound echoed from below his feet. Theo wondered, "Huh? What's that sound?" Approaching, Theo discovered a hidden staircase beneath. The system displayed a hidden quest. Find the invisible stair and uncover the green actions. Seeing the entrance, Theo jumped down to continue exploring the secrets within. At the same time, Rober Ragnar watched Theo from afar in secret. Current first place was Axion Ragnar, with 41 demons captured and a team of 21. Second place was Remington Ragnar. At the Demon Dragon meeting, a soldier asked, "What about Theo Ragnar?" The Demon Dragon, surprised, "What? I assume he's either hiding or lying in ambush." Sword Dragon said quietly, "If it's a guess, then there's no confirmation." Elder Long laughed heartily. "Just because he stood out in the first round doesn't mean he'll stand out in the second. He might not dare to fight for real." In his head he thought, "Those thugs probably just did their job." Tian Long looked at Elder Long and transmitted, "Could the Senate be involved in this?" Elder Long replied, "Yes, I couldn't warn you in advance." Tian Long said, "As you see, everything is going smoothly, don't worry." Tian Long cursed silently. "Damn, that old man acted on his own without asking me." Tian Long thought, "After Camella Hall was taken, I tried to check Rose Hall, but I couldn't find the ancient dragon's records. The clue definitely lies with Theo. We must kill him once we obtain the secret." Tian Long transmitted to the soldiers again. "Tell Axion to hurry up." Sword Long, suspicious, told Demon Dragon, "The Senate and the clerk are probably scheming. We should set up a safety net too." Demon Dragon replied, "No, Theo isn't easily fooled. Something's definitely up. Intervention would be pointless. I can't ignore that you met Theo without reporting it." Sword Long chuckled. "When it comes to that matter, isn't Theo's feelings the most important?" Back to Theo. He was steadily moving deeper into the mysterious cavern. Before him were grotesque dry skeletons. Theo passed each skeleton and said, "There are very strong mental traps here that would drive a normal person mad. After overcoming the Tan Noyet sword trial, this is nothing to me. I didn't expect the compass to point to this place." He placed his hand on the cave wall and his vision immediately broadened thanks to his divine power. Divine power is a special ability that uses mana to expand the senses. Before Theo was a cave mouth bathed in a mystical golden light. Right, it's that way. Theo looked ahead and smiled. This is a nest of young dragons. In 3 years, this will be where Hyuxiel hunts young dragons and finds the legendary artifact. I feel guilty toward Hyuxil, but I have to take it first. Now Theo stood before the gate. Inside was a young dragon. Theo Ragnar stared in bewilderment at the sight before him. No way. This isn't a young dragon's nest, but the lair of an ancient dragon. Before him lay a mountain of pure gold. Atop it a colossal dragon slept soundly, unaware of Theo's presence. Theo's face went pale. Only one thought remained. This is bad. If I have to face a dragon, forget getting Axian's relic. I'll surely die here. Why is this dragon here? Isn't this supposed to be a young dragon's nest? Did Hyuxil spread false info? Or did I arrive 3 years early? Whatever the reason, this is too unexpected. This time I must retreat. Thinking that, Theo immediately turned to leave. What a pity. But I must get back before Hyuxil arrives. But at that moment, the dragon suddenly awoke, its fierce eyes staring intently at Theo Ragnar. He panicked and spun around, to find the ancient dragon standing before him when he hadn't noticed it approach. It looked at Theo and spoke. You are the first chosen one in a long time. It was the ancient dragon Roadbroke. I am Roadbroke, it said. Its gaze was killingly sharp, its form immensely majestic and terrifying. You, whom the Ragnar line calls the Dragon Guardian, master of the Winter Mountain. Hearing that, Theo's eyes widened in astonishment. His mind flooded with questions. He immediately knelt and bowed his head, saying, I respectfully greet my ancestor. Roadbroke was slightly surprised too. Ancestor? Theo hurriedly explained. Isn't the Dragon Guardian the companion of our ancestor Sigurd, and also the mother of Friedrich? The dragon laughed aloud at that. Oh, it seems Friedrich, that kid, has been spreading nonsense again. In truth, Sigurd and I were companions, but only by the mutual respect of those who signed soul pacts. We had no romantic feelings for each other. How could a human be the mate of a dragon? Theo stood and asked further. So does that mean the rumor that my family line carries dragon blood is just propaganda? Roadbroke replied, yes, that's correct. Through the pact between me and Sigurd, dragon blood was passed down. As Theo stammered to ask more, it interrupted. Greetings are enough. I will begin the Dragon Guardian's trial with the Chosen One. From now on, I, Roadbroke, will honor the original vow and allow you to undergo my challenge. You will be asked 3 questions. Theo secretly rejoiced. Not a fight. Thank goodness. My goal is to reach Ragnar's summit. To do that, I must understand Ragnar better. I have to use this chance to gather as much information as possible. Outside, Axian was still hunting down monsters one by one to collect the bells from their collars. With a single slash, the beast fell and the bell clattered to the ground. Axian picked up the green bell, muttering, That's number 57 this time. Then he tossed it to the soldiers trailing him and asked, What is Theo Ragnar doing? They answered, No news of his hiding place yet. Maybe he's afraid to face the monsters? Haha, the one speaking was Orion Gardner. He looked at Axian and thought, He easily defeated that monster. Axian is formidable. I should stick close. Even if he grows stronger, he still lives like a fool. Before he finished, Axian grabbed him by the throat and flung him up. You don't understand because you've never been strong. Have you ever seen me fear anything? With power, you fear nothing. Axian's gaze was murderous as he ground out. What are you plotting? The soldier screamed in fear. No, I'm sorry. Another man stepped forward and said, Lord Axian. A message came from above, ordering the plan to be carried out quickly. Axian then released him, saying coldly, I understand. Tell them not to rush me, because I'm the one who most wants that bastard dead. I'll strike him the moment he shows up. Axian's eyes flared with killing intent. Back inside the secret stairwell, Theo Ragnar was pondering the questions to ask the ancient dragon. Now I will ask the first question. He thought for a long time, prompting the dragon to sigh. I've waited for you until I'm bored. What do you want to know? Theo asked. Why are you here? It replied. You plan to ask basic questions to uncover hidden information. That's a good question. The reason I'm here is because at the edge of the world, beyond the sea, there exists a monster called the Nameless King. For 1,000 years, I have been tasked with protecting the world. The Winter Mountain is merely a rumor. Hearing that, Theo thought, my hunch was right. Roadbroke's earlier look must have been fear. The existence of the Nameless King is enough to make an ancient dragon wary. But I still need to ask more. Theo spoke again. I'll ask the second question. What are the ancient dragon's relics? It answered, There are about 3 relics, though I don't know the details. You seem rather lucky. Theo asked, There are 3 of them? He thought, One is the Camella Hall dungeon, the second is the Moon Sword, what is the last one? The ancient dragon replied, It is the result of the ancient dragon's soul being divided into 31 parts, and given to humans to protect against the Nameless King. Relics have no fixed form. They can be items, experiences, or strange phenomena. Theo, astonished, the final relic I have is regression, so it's me. If this happened because of Roadbroke, that makes sense, but something still feels off. Theo continued, the last question, why was I chosen? The ancient dragon stepped closer. I will answer you with a question. Why do you think you are the only one chosen? Theo froze, sweating. I'm not the only one? Is it the relic that chooses? Theo thought, Ed Curson, the black dragon. They know about the relics and want to collect them. If they were chosen too, perhaps they also regress. I'm getting closer to the truth, but everything grows more complicated. There's a nameless king even ancient dragons fear, and there are other regressors besides me. The ancient dragon said, now I have answered your 3 questions. The trial is complete, and I will give you a reward. Theo replied, oh right, I came to take Axion's relic, but now I've changed my mind. I want something far greater, something that can't be compared to an item. System notification. Congratulations, you have completed the hidden task. The reward is the opportunity to claim the ancient dragon's hoard. This lair holds all kinds of treasures. Gems, relics, elixirs, skill tomes, weapons. Whatever you want you may choose. Roadbroke asked, what do you want? Theo boldly answered, I want Roadbroke. The ancient dragon, surprised. You want that? It roared angrily. It seems my reputation is eternal. How amusing. Say it again, what do you truly desire? Theo, stern. I said it already, I want the dragon Lodbrok. It bellowed fiercely, its aura forming a shockwave that slammed forward. It shouted in anger. Do you think a few words let you seize all my treasures and knowledge? The guardian dragon's presence generated overwhelming terror. Theo Ragnar coughed up blood but remained resolute to the end. He did not hesitate, using the low-level dragon fear skill to counter Roadbroke's power. It roared. You think a lesser dragon skill can stand against me? Theo, mouth bloody, shouted. You said I could take any treasure. You never said Lodbrok wasn't among them. He thought. This is a life or death gamble, but if it succeeds the reward will be more than worth it. The guardian dragon once helped ancestor Sigurd found the Ragnar line. Nothing would be more rightful than becoming her comrade. If I succeed, the Ragnar clan will not be destroyed. Theo shouted again. Please grant me Lodbrok. You have sworn already. Stand by. Fight alongside me. His gaze fixed on Theo, as if the image of ancestor Sigurd rose in its mind. The great dragon sighed, relaxed. Very well, I accept. The aura around its body spread out and then dissipated. Its form gradually transformed into a woman with 2 dragon horns on her head. Its body slowly became that of a woman with 2 dragon horns on her head. Her posture graceful, alluring, and bewitching. She stepped toward Theo, smiling confidently. Have you been enchanted by my beauty? Besides, I am 2,000 years old. Theo's attention wasn't on her looks but on the large hole in her chest. He blurted out, You mean that wound? She replied, To be honest, my heart was lost 50 years ago, and since then I've only been waiting for death. At most I have 3 more years to live. Because of that I cannot leave my lair. In other words, even if I go with you, I can't help you directly. She asked again. So, do you still want to choose me as your reward? Theo smiled, resolute, of course. My answer doesn't change. I choose Lodbrok. A system notification appeared. You have chosen Ragnar's guardian dragon, Lodbrok, as your reward. She laughed and shook her head. You're a fool, but perhaps that's the nature of the chosen one. System notice again. The title Dragon Guardian's mate has been created. The title Descendant of the Ancestor has been created. Theo looked at the guardian dragon and said, I will become stronger than anyone, and I will claim more relics of the ancient dragon. A soul link with Lodbrok has been established, granting Theo a large amount of experience. He looked at her and said, I will find you something to replace your lost heart. Among the ancient dragon's relics there will surely be something that can do that. Theo Ragnar also leveled up. He thought to himself, I think I need to at least do that so I can be worthy of the Dragon Guardian's mate title. Lodbrok, hearing this, was pleased. Please take care of me, my new mate. But as I said before, I cannot leave this place until you find something to replace my heart. I will hibernate here and wait. Also, I have tasks I need you to carry out so that our soul link will be truly complete. Take this book, read it, and awaken your mind sect. You can complete it within a month. There are simple provisions around my lair, so use the time wisely. Theo Ragnar opened the book. It was an extra reward. The system congratulated again. You received the Grimoire Axion. This is Axion's book. A hidden creature. It contains magical principles tied to the resonant sounds from the dawn of creation. The sacred sound holds the whole truth of the universe. Theo thought inwardly, Amazing, I even got this book. But, you mean 1 month? You ask Lodbrok, she replies. Yes, that's the time needed to awaken the mind gate for the first time. Well then, do you have something more important? Theo replied. That's right, the second stage of the awakening contest is underway, and that phase only lasts 15 days. There's less than half a month left now. Lodbrok looked at him sharply. That's acceptable, but I won't allow that, Theo exclaimed in surprise. What? She answered. Simply put, it wouldn't be interesting to let you leave. You must open your mind gate before the second stage of the contest ends. And of course, I won't let you go until then. There are only 13 days and a few hours left. Back before stage 2 began, someone from intelligence said, as you know, the reason the ancestral pillars created a safe zone against demons is because of the demon summoning gem inside. The sealed amplification of demonic energy keeps other demons from approaching. If you destroy the gem, you could summon demons whenever you want. Immediately after, shadows appeared at his feet. Demons manifested. From their look alone, you could tell they weren't simple. His dragon bit that demon to death. He continued, the second objective of this test is to kill the beast spirits and collect points. So that means Theo has no choice but to hunt demons. Someone replied, I understand. You want me to use the gem to lure Theo here? He nodded, yes, but that's still not enough. You can't just lure him here and kill him. If we do that, we might fail to recover clues about the Scarlet Hall relic. Another person asked, then why not torture him before killing him? He'll spill the beans, right? He answered, you know as well as I do. The gap in power between you and Theo isn't large. Could you capture and torture him? However, he's very sentimental. Use his subordinates as hostages, the group of eliminated contestants gathering at Training Ground 4. Detaining them will be much easier. Then force him to reveal information about the relic. The other person nodded. Understood. He clenched his fist, angry. Because Theo is no longer as weak as before, this was the plan all along. But unexpectedly, instead of hunting demons, Theo didn't show up until the very last minute of the contest. Now only 12 hours remain in the competition. Axion is still in first with 860 points. Someone said, what a waste, we even planted people among the judges. So far Theo still hasn't appeared. Maybe those 3 rotten council members captured him. Otherwise there's no reason he wouldn't show. This one is Phillips, a disciple of the Flower Plum Hall, a stage 2 swordsman, ranked 7th with 446 points. He sat thinking, then glared at the other person. Are you the bright talent of Flower Plum Hall with such poor vision? Now I see why the hall leader pays more attention to Theo than you. Phillips frowned in annoyance. What did you say? Damn it, I'm helping him catch Theo and I'm being mocked? Axion spoke up. Enough. I didn't expect much from your house anyway. Theo Ragnar, damn it, if you don't show up, I'll make you reveal yourself. He revealed a vicious face. People of the Dragon Scale Guild and the Flower Plum Hall are all present here. All follow me. It's time to hunt. I'll wipe out those eliminated ones at Training Ground 4, one by one, to see if he shows up. This scene was seen from afar by someone. It was Ray Ragnar, stage 2 swordsman, ranked 3rd with 561 points. Elsewhere, a group was taking down some demons. This one was called the Demiglass Ice Lizard. They were the subordinates following young Master Theo Ragnar. One said, finally took it down and got the Golden Demon Bell. Another added, see, working together gets it done. I have to brag to Lord Theo. They were all people Theo favored, but one worried. Only 12 hours left in stage 2. Where is young Master Theo? He hasn't been seen since the contest began. Another reassured them. We've gathered a lot of supplies for him, don't worry. He's probably aiming for something bigger, doing important work. Just collect the stuff and wait to give it to the young master. The other nodded, maybe so. As long as we survive, we pass stage 2. The ranking doesn't matter much. Another said, that may be, but I still want to see young Master Theo take first again. He promised he'd mention my name. Someone laughed. Yeah, he said the same to me. As the two were talking, suddenly a sharp sword pierced Sybil's heart. Ha ha ha. You all make me laugh to death. The one who struck was Orion Gardner, ranked 14th with 173 points. The others shouted, Sybil, that's the Dragon Scale Guild, what is going on? Orion sneered. What did you think this was? You're just sacrificial sheep to summon the precious young master you worship. We want to meet that young master too, so don't blame us for acting cruelly. At the same time, at Lodbrok's lair, she said, this is unexpected. You can open your mind gate in less than half a month. System notification. You have partially grasped the magical principles in the Axion Grimoire and created a new skill. Theo thought, good thing the information from my previous life was right. The most important factor in learning this magic is the quantity and quality of mana. I have the capacity to contain mana and a dragon heart, so learning twice as fast as normal makes sense. System notification. Status is too low. A low-tier skill has appeared. C-rank skill. Little Dragon Synchrony. Freely manipulate and read residual thoughts of objects through psychic resonance. Theo thought, what a strange name for a skill. Hatchling Synchrony, Lodbrok said. At least you've reached this level to be worthy as my companion. You've grasped the basics. The rest must be honed in real combat. At higher levels, you'll be able to hear my voice anywhere, and even borrow my power like your ancestors did. But to do that, my recovery must be prioritized. Don't forget, I only have 3 years left to live. Theo replied, don't worry, I'll finish within 3 years. I'll definitely find a replacement for your heart. Lodbrok smiled. I hope you won't disappoint me in the future. Then she reached out toward Theo and said, with this, I declare the primal contract between you and me formed. I will wait until our next meeting, my new companion in 1,000 years. Turned out she had used magic to bring Theo outside. He thought silently, great, I've made a contract with the guardian dragon, but there's been no progress with the awakening ritual. Only 12 hours left. I've really made things harder on myself. If I only hunt demons the usual way, I can't reach first place in 12 hours. There's only one way left. Go steal. Don't spare anyone. In my previous life, Axion always ranked first. This life will probably be the same. In other words, the only way to take first place is to take him down. That's the fastest way. But defeating him certainly won't be easy. The person stepped forward slowly. Theo stopped, sword in hand, looking at the opponent. Finally, I found you. The man's mouth was full of blood. Theo looked, alarmed. It was Ray Ragnar. What happened to you? Were you attacked by a monster? Theo continued in shock. What kind of monster could have beaten you so badly? Ray Ragnar suddenly stood still, her body marked with sword cuts. Clearly she had been attacked by humans. Ray, what on earth happened? She collapsed to the ground, whispering, go. First hurry west. No sooner had she spoken than she fell into Theo's arms. Carefully, Theo took her sword and read the most recent memory, using the Hatchling Synchrony skill. The thought hidden in the sword transmitted to the wielder. You have read the memories of the sword's owner, Ray Ragnar. He was horrified, sweating. This was the memory he saw. There's still no news of Theo, but since we've come this far, he'll show up soon, right? I've left many traces of his followers at Training Ground 4, and monsters to lead him here. The setup is complete. A voice rang out. Hey, should I kill them? The man across looked puzzled. Kill them? What did I do wrong? No, I mean, should we thin them out? Why bring 9 people? 2 or 3 hostages would have been enough. Another voice replied. You mean these guys? Be my guest, you can kill a few. At that moment, Ray Ragnar could no longer stand by. She intervened. What's going on? Ray, you want to stop me? You can't do this, you've crossed the line. Axion replied. Whether it's crossed or not is my business, not yours. I don't want things getting more complicated. Go your own way and don't meddle. These people here are Theo's friends. Let them go. Ray drew her weapon. Axion smiled coldly. Is that so? His gaze turned icy. You're siding with that name as well. No sooner had Axion finished speaking than Ray charged with her sword. He drew his blade, a dark red aura spreading. A metallic clang. The light from the clash lit the sky brilliantly. For some reason, no one could see anyone anymore. Ray Ragnar was thrown back, coughing blood. She was no match for him. Notification. Due to lacking status, some thoughts could not be read. Theo Ragnar, watching this, felt horrified. What on earth is happening? Why is Axion detaining 4 of my teammates? Ray Ragnar suddenly. How did you know that? Theo grabbed her shoulders, shouting. Tell me now, what happened while I was absent? Ray gritted her teeth. The moment the contest began, Axion tried every way to capture you, but when he couldn't find you, he seized your teammates to force you out. Theo, astonished. What? Ray continued. I didn't come to find you just to say that. Theo Ragnar yelled in anger. All of you, you won't let me be. Even now, you will pay. I'm not weak anymore for you to trample. Ray, where are they now? Where is Axion? Speak quickly. Right after that, a voice called out. It's Theo. Theo has appeared. Another reported. Young Master Axion has revealed himself. He's at the northern cliff edge. Axion asked. Are you sure? I'm certain. He's talking to Ray right now. He'll come here soon. Axion sneered maliciously. Haha, Theo Ragnar. I'll prove to you that someone like you will never get past me. As he finished speaking, A voice transmitted from afar beyond the tall trees. Don't forget, young Master Axion, you don't need to face him directly. You only need to extract the artifact information from the hostages. As for Theo Ragnar, we'll receive him carefully. While we handle him, use the summoning orb to distract the nearby overseers. Axion replied, I know. Turning back, Ray said, No, you can't go meet Axion. The overseers from the Imperial Intelligence are also on his side. You don't stand a chance. Either way, you won't hold out long against them, they're too many. Ray shouted in distress. This isn't a fight. It's a massacre he's orchestrated. A trap to kill you. You can't go there alone. It's suicide. Let's find other overseers, persuade them, and go together. Theo gritted his teeth. There's no time. I appreciate your help, but if I hesitate here, my teammates could be in danger. Tell me quickly, where are they? I have to go right now. Ray shouted. Are you stupid? Don't go. If you go, you'll die. What good is anything if you die? Even if it means sacrificing a few people, you must. Before she could finish, Theo barked. I don't want to lose another teammate. Understand? I won't. Remember before the contest, Theo said. Our goal is to get through this awakening ritual together. Ray remained firm. You should remember, this is the Ragnar family. There will be sacrifices. She added. Didn't I try to save them myself? Which is why I'm hurt like this. Do you expect me to just stand by and do nothing? Theo replied. I'm tired of enduring humiliation. He looked at Ray and said, I won't repeat the mistakes of the past. His face was stern, the silhouette of the guardian dragon appearing behind him. Now, tell me where that damned Axion is. Cut to another scene. Somewhere else there were many scattered items. Someone approached and picked up a tightly bound box. These are the things Sybil's group collected. There was also a golden bell and bloodstains. Something terrible must have happened to them, right? The person glanced at the two remaining members of the Four Hounds. The large man was Halkus, ranked 5th with 499 points. Erica, 521 points, ranked 8th. Halkus said, Sorry, can you help me with something? The one asking was Wellington, ranked 2nd with 688 points. Back to Theo Ragnar, he was attacked by a large snow ape. The protagonist grabbed his weapon. I don't have time. Get out. A sword was launched, finishing it off immediately. He headed where Ray had pointed, determined to rescue those Axion had taken. There's a high chance Sybil and the other hostages are still alive. Ed had guided Axion, so he may have arranged a clean killing without causing chaos, since this is during the contest. The route to Axion was blocked by many large snow apes. Going around would cost time. The overseers accompanying Axion prove they are Ed's men. With a single strike, Theo cleaned out the apes. It didn't take him long. Normal beasts posed no real challenge to him now. Those overseers were definitely planted by Ed to kill me. They'll be controlling Axion's actions. No matter what, I have to move faster because Axion is the most unpredictable variable. But it was precisely because of that variable that I managed to catch Ed. Theo leapt up, twirled the blade, and drove it straight into its skull. Despite its size, one strike finished it. Ray Ragnar, he said, That's right, Theo, you've been like this since you were a child. Let's go home first. She rose, recalling their childhood memories, then tried to follow after him. When we were kids, you saved me from freezing to death. This time I'll help you. Blood still trailed with each of her steps. The wound hadn't been staunched. Back with those Axion had captured, they were being brutally beaten. Axion stomped hard on Sybil's head, pinning her to the ground. I told you, if you don't shut up, I'll kill you. Didn't you hear me? Or are you not afraid to die? At that moment, an overseer transmitted, Young Master Axion, don't forget the Director of Imperial Intelligence's orders. You must not change the plan on your own. Axion was annoyed but complied, sheathing his sword, straddling Sybil, staring straight ahead, toward where the overseers were watching. For executioners had been sent to kill Theo. Does that mean my uncle doesn't trust me to beat that worthless Theo? He thought to himself. Why is that idiot held in such esteem by my uncle? He trembled with anger. Just then, a foot stepped forward. The person's arrival stunned the others. Axion immediately shifted his tone. Finally you show up, Theo Ragnar. The one who arrived was Theo, his body covered in blood, looking cold. His gaze moved to his teammates. Seeing them miserable, brutally beaten, Theo looked to the right. Axion's followers had massacred many people, including those who wanted to kill him. Theo only smiled lightly. His eyes were icy, radiating killing intent. A whole gang stood before him. Axion said, You've kept me waiting too long. Theo looked at Sybil unconscious, fury making his whole body shake. Axion rose, his hand on his katana, about to lunge when an overseer reminded him. He paused. You must have known the situation before coming here, right, Theo Ragnar? So I'll get straight to the point. If you want to save your friend, then..." Before he finished, Theo cut in. "Are you afraid of me?" Axion, surprised. "What did you say?" Theo continued. "Are you afraid of losing to me?" Theo's taunt pushed Axion into a rage. He shouted, "What nonsense did you just say?" Theo answered, "True enough. If you weren't afraid of losing, there'd be no reason to do any of this. You gathered a crowd, all with hateful eyes on me. You even carried out this shameful hostage kidnapping. Isn't it because you're afraid of losing to me? Your so-called greatest name in the North is just an empty title, huh?" He heard that and ground his teeth in anger. "You bastard, Chini. If not, why don't you fight me? Fight like a true Ragnar, duel with swords. If I lose, I'll give you everything you want, even your life. If I win, you will..." Before he finished, Axion cut in. "A duel with swords? Don't you realize your arrogance has reached the heavens? You think I'm afraid of you?" As he spoke, he radiated a deadly aura, a fierce killing intent. The overseers transmitted a reminder. "Young Master Axion, he's only provoking you. Don't respond. Stick to the plan." Axion shouted. "Shut up. Do you not trust me? All right, Theo Ragnar, then let's fight." Another replied, "It's fine, still within expectations, just more work. If the young master goes too far, we'll follow the plan." "Back with them," Axion said. "This is a Ragnar Pride duel. None of you may intervene until the match ends. Do not touch the hostages either, for they are the wager between him and me." No sooner had Axion finished than Theo Ragnar accelerated and charged. Clang, sparks flew. Though taken slightly by surprise, Axion still easily parried one of Theo's strikes. The force of the clash scorched a line onto the blade. Axion said, "Thanks. Don't waste time. Come on." Theo spun, gathering momentum, and swung his sword in a reverse arc. Axion closed in like a blade. The two swords clashed again, screeching, ear-splitting. Axion sneered. Truly a coward's trick from a concubine's son. Their power radiated outward with each blow, sparks flying from each collision. Axion shouted, "You bastard! I'll teach you the true strength of House Ragnar." Axion launched a strike accompanied by the afterimage of a red dragon lunging with its jaws open. Theo faced it, inwardly startled, but without hesitation he thrust a sword in firm opposition. Theo's blade emitted a blue light, cutting straight into the red dragon, and shattering it to pieces. This gave Axion cause for doubt. Theo looked at him, sneering, holding the precious sword he'd taken earlier. "Do you really have what it takes to teach me a lesson?" Orion Gardner, head of the Dragon Scale Guild, watched in horror. At first I had doubts about him, but is Theo really this skilled? Theo's last strike left 3 long, fairly deep claw marks. This is getting difficult. Axion might lose this time. Should I betray him and side with Theo Ragnar? Axion is always arrogantly unbearable. He hesitated. "No, the Imperial Intelligence judges are still here. They'll handle things. I just need to focus on distracting the other judges." Then he turned back and shouted, "Dragon Scale Guild, disperse from here. We don't want to get dragged into this chaos. Move separately and leave. Let Axion deal with it here." The scene shifted to Axion's childhood. An elder said, "Axion, you must seize the Ragnar throne. For your mother and uncle. For the prosperity of the family. The name Ragnar is merely your disguise. You really are one of the Troyvan, do you understand?" Axion ground his teeth, his eyes full of determination. He leapt up, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Theo Ragnar!" He swung a blade straight down. Theo raised his sword to block. Clang, sparks flew. Axion ground his teeth, while Theo still smiled as if it were no trouble. "Thanks for acting exactly as I expected." A report rang out. Theo Ragnar has finally revealed himself. He is facing Axion directly. "Haha, you finally made your move, Theo Ragnar. I knew you were safe and sound." Another voice called out, "What? That guy still wasn't dealt with by those people? So he's still alive? Thank the heavens. I really don't know what he's been up to, but my plan can finally begin." After Axion gathers information about his record, the senior swordsman I've selected will personally cut off his head. Then word came, Theo Ragnar and Axion are fighting one-on-one. Hearing that, his expression changed. He knew the plan had gone off course. What the hell? Over here, the battle between the two was ferocious. After more than 50 exchanges, neither had gained the upper hand. Each strike was delivered with ferocity, no one yielding an inch. "He's too strong, advancing at an astonishing rate. However, he can't be that fast." Axion was already wounded on the face, staring at Theo Ragnar with murderous intent. He thought, "I've already read that worthless bastard's moves." He hurled his sword straight, flying toward Theo, extremely dangerous. It was the sword-throwing technique, the very move that killed Theo in a past life. Axion smugly said, You should know that using a secret technique with a set motion only lets your opponent predict your move. Before he finished, he was stunned. Blood ran down the tip of the sword and dropped onto the snow. Theo had caught the attack, grabbing it directly with his hand. So it was you? You were the one who killed me in my past life. Memories of that death echoed in Theo's mind. He was the one who ended Theo Ragnar's life. Anger welled up. Theo laughed coldly. The moment I died, I was fated to die without knowing who set the Red Hall ablaze, because I had no power back then. But that bastard revealed himself, and thanks to Evelyn's investigation, I found deep ties to the Camellia Hall. The most reasonable conclusion is that those who killed me back then belonged to the Troyvan clan. Among them, only Axion Ragnar used this sword-throwing technique. Only someone exceedingly arrogant would dare use a move that so easily disarms them. Before, I wasn't 100% certain, but now I am sure. Theo Ragnar, furious, crushed the sword. Both then and now, why have you always wanted to kill me like this? Axion froze, unable to believe what had just happened. He had crushed the sword with his bare hands. What? This is nothing like my past life. This time, I'll save myself and all my comrades. Theo gripped the sword tightly, his gaze razor-sharp, more serious than ever before. Then he threw the sword back at him. The blade shot toward Axion like an arrow. Axion merely tilted his head, dodged easily, and sneered. Where are you aiming? What half-baked imitation is that? Theo looked at him with a look that wanted to tear apart the man who brought down House Ragnar and set the Red Hall ablaze. Killing intent surged, a terrifying aura. Even Axion instinctively took several steps back. What's going on? This killing intent is no ordinary thing. Power erupted, the aura flaring into the shape of a fierce beast, a guardian dragon. Axion broke out in a sweat. Could this guy have hidden his talent during the initial trials? A sound rang out, just as Theo closed on him with lightning speed, as if teleporting. Axion had no time to react. An explosion sent a spray of snow and ice flying into the air. Axion blocked the slash, but Theo's force slammed him back dozens of meters. Not stopping there, Theo launched a second strike, gripping the hilt with both hands and thrusting straight forward. Axion quickly dodged. Hey Axion, when will you show me your true strength? He was taunted repeatedly, boiling with rage. That bastard. Axion grabbed Theo's arm with his left hand, pulled him in, and thrust the sword point straight at Theo's face with his right. In less than a split second, Theo tilted his head and the blade just grazed his neck and face, leaving a small cut. Then Theo slashed upward, recoiling backward to keep his distance. They traded lethal blows so fast that the rookies couldn't follow. Theo paused in stance while Axion watched his smallest movements. Suddenly, Theo vanished right before Axion. What kind of move is that? Such terrifying speed? Like a bolt of lightning, Theo closed in, and with one stroke disarmed Axion. He said in a cold voice, Axion, do you know what it feels like to be stabbed through the gut? The words made everyone's skin crawl. The killing intent was overwhelming. Theo took the sword, aimed it at Axion's body, and drove it down hard. Back over here, after examining the marks on the ground, Remington concluded. These aren't the tracks of a beast attack, but signs that someone dragged them away. The only person bold enough to do this could only be Axion. Hearing that, the big guy Hulkus asked curiously, Axion? He's ranked first, why would he do that? Is he recruiting more followers? Remington shook his head. It's not like that. From what I see, he likely kidnapped Theo's teammates to force him out. He planned to eliminate Theo Ragnar at the second awakening ceremony. Hearing this, Hulkus couldn't hold back and shouted like the house was on fire. What the hell? He should fight fair. What the hell is he doing? That's a shameful act. That despicable, damn Axion. In contrast to that hot-headed attitude, the girl Erica beside him was completely calm. So what? This is the Ragnar awakening ceremony. Situations like this are normal. Wellington watched them thoughtfully. That's exactly why I don't like the Ragnar clan. No matter how much they praise strength, I can't accept things like this. At Wellington's words, Erica's expression changed. She warned, Hey, you're saying dangerous things. If someone hears that, it won't be good. Are you serious? Wellington nodded. That's right, so I have to rescue my comrades, and that's what Theo would do too. If you join me, all the better. For Hulkus, as long as there's a fight, he's happy. And he agreed at once. Fine, I'll do it, I'll join you. You coming too, sis? Erica sighed. Ugh, I'm tired. I'm not going, I don't care. I'm only following you because I hope to meet Theo Ragnar. But I haven't seen him. Besides, I despise the weak. I have no interest in rescuing them. Hulkus teased. You're really cold, sis. Erica snapped. What did you just say? You brat? Wellington interjected. All right, Erica. I know why you want to meet Theo. Erica fell silent and looked at him. I'm sure if you help me this time, that guy will help you achieve your goal. So the three of them reached an agreement and began moving at full speed to rescue Theo's teammates. Leading the way was Wellington, serious as can be. Everyone, push a little harder, we're almost there. As they moved, a group blocked their path. Stop, you can't go any further. It was the Dragon Scale Guild's group, refusing passage to anyone. Hulkus exclaimed. The Dragon Scale people? One man in the group laughed. Oh wow, Wellington? Long time no see. After you abandoned us to follow that loser, now you're mixing with this pack of muscle-bound bears? Hulkus fumed. What did you say? You dare call us dumb muscle-only brutes like stupid bears? The man grinned. Whatever, my house never said that. Wellington spoke up. Move aside, Orion. I don't want to fight old friends. Orion replied. Oh really? I refuse. If you won't move aside, then I'll be forced to act. With that, the three of them drew weapons and charged. Cut to Sybil panting heavily, trying to pick up the broken sword and wedge it between her thighs to cut the ropes. That sword was the one Theo threw over when he grabbed Axion's blade and crushed it. The throw missed, not because it was inaccurate but because Theo did it on purpose. Everything was part of Theo Ragnar's plan. Sybil thought, this is the chance Theo created for us. Now I must finish this. She began trying to cut the ropes. From afar, you could see the strike Theo had driven down had been intercepted by someone. At that moment, three people appeared. Could this be another variable? While Axion was in danger, a stranger appeared and stopped that thrust. Maybe he was one of the supervisors Ed Troyven had planted. He said, finally, you showed up. He thought to himself, I'm sorry, young Master Axion. I'll accept my punishment after the awakening ceremony ends. This man was the senior sword inspector Liam Troyven. He launched a strike, blasting Theo Ragnar backward, then shouted, everyone, escort the young master. Understood. Immediately after, he rushed forward, attacking relentlessly. Young Master Axion, you fought enough. Leave the rest to us. His men picked up the dropped sword and handed it to Axion. Axion took the katana, his eyes fixed on the two who were dueling. Liam was a senior swordsman, a powerful fighter. He attacked Theo with deadly blade techniques. A single hit could be fatal. Theo Ragnar was completely on the defensive, forced to parry continuously. In an instant, he spotted an opening. His expression changed and he slashed. Clang, two blades met, sparks flying. He blocked easily, then countered with a heavy downward cut. Theo raised his sword to block, thinking, I truly have no choice but to concede. Not only Axion but the senior swordsmen he brought today are extremely strong. Liam looked at Theo, thinking, he's no match for me. The only chance is now with no other supervisors present. It's a pity to have to kill such a prodigy, but it's all for the Troyven family. He gripped his sword with both hands and leapt. Goodbye, Theo Ragnar. Theo couldn't react in time because his speed was too fast. Just as danger struck, Liam was pierced by a blade from back to front. He spat blood, stunned. Young Master Axion, you... Why? Axion's eyes were full of fury. I said no one was allowed to interfere.
Please like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more awesome content.
The supervising officer fell, dead on the spot. The scene even stunned Theo. Axion coldly drew his sword, glanced at his stunned subordinates. You intervened because you think I'm no match for him? Because you think I'd lose to an illegitimate brat like him? That's a huge insult to an heir like me. Theo Ragnar thought to himself. He's truly mad, willing to strike down his own men. Truly cruel. Axion turned to Theo and said, I admit it, you're really strong. He recalled what his uncle once said, the weak are useless, but you are very talented, Axion. Crush them all and stand at the summit. Only then can you seize the Ragnar throne. Back in reality, Axion's veins bulged. You are strong, but you must always be weaker than me. That's the obvious truth. I am destined to be the strongest, to take the throne. There's no way I'll lose to someone like you. He gripped his sword tight, radiating a terrifying aura. Whoever stands in my way, I'll slaughter them all, spare no one. With that, he swung his sword and charged straight at Theo. Our hero narrowed his eyes, which glowed red, and faced him. Thud! A sword strike cleaved the ground, shattering rock as murderous sword chi spread. But all that remained before him was a pile of rubble. Theo had vanished. In fact, he had quickly jumped up to dodge, weapon ready for the next exchange. Theo launched himself from above, delivering an extremely powerful slash with the sharp crescent sword. He cut Axion's blade in two and left a long gash across his body. Blood gushed everywhere. The men behind rushed to where Liam had been stabbed. Senior Liam, are you all right? Liam spat blood, struggling to speak. Damn it. I knew the young master was reckless, but I never expected it to come to this. Liam shouted. What are you waiting for? Don't mind me. Go help young Master Axion. Kill Theo Ragnar now. Another man worried. But he's resisting so fiercely. I'm afraid Liam barked. What are you thinking? If young Master Axion dies, do you think we'll survive? Go kill Theo Ragnar now. Back on this side, Axion roared. He launched an upward slash from below, forcing Theo backward. Ha ha ha. Impossible. It absolutely can't be like this. His eyes glazed over, recalling earlier. Even a faint hope with Ray Ragnar. I couldn't predict what would happen. Even a weak candle in the wind can suddenly flare up. Back in the present, Axion broke into a sweat, muttering. It can't be. Why do I keep worrying about that bastard? He's just a worthless, talentless maggot. I can certainly deal with him easily and put him in his place. I know that, right? The gap between Theo and me isn't as large as it used to be. He remembered his uncle's words before departing, then angrily rolled his eyes. A scum like you can be torn apart and killed in an instant. I am Axion Ragnar, destined to rule the north and heir to the Ragnar throne. Like a beast unchained, he lunged at Theo Ragnar again. Theo faced Axion without fear. You mean that damned throne? Because of your ambition, do you know how many of my people had to die? If you won't abandon that ambition, I'll crush it with my own strength. You grip the crescent moon sword, channeling everything you've learned into this one stroke, the form of a guardian dragon flickering along the blade, sword chi thick and oppressive. You shout, Dragon Claw. Axion recoiled in horror at the sword's momentum, fear clear in his eyes. I will grow stronger and wipe out anyone who seeks to destroy my bloodline. Axion's red dragon was cleaved to pieces, and everyone around gaped in astonishment. One strike from the hero rang out so loudly that even Wellington could feel it. Axion gaped and took that sword blow directly, unable to fight back. The two stood about 2 meters apart. Axion held the broken sword in his hand, motionless. Then, with a thunderous crash that shook earth and sky, Theo Ragnar's sword chi sliced through his body and his head was taken. The shockwave from the dragon claw attack rippled for hundreds of meters behind, sending snow and dust billowing into a blizzard. Axion collapsed to his knees, blood dripping onto the snow. He was dead, the fate of an arrogant, glory-seeking man. His head flew into the air, spun several times, then fell back to the ground. Theo stepped forward, kicked the head of the man who had murdered him in a past life, Axion. He stood tall like a war god, striking a majestic pose, long hair streaming in the wind. Liam froze for 5 seconds, stammering, "Young Master Axion is dead." After chopping off Axion's head, Theo's blade was covered in blood. Drops of blood dripped onto Axion's still furious head as it rolled in the snow. The supervisors around them couldn't believe their eyes. Liam glared at Axion's mangled corpse and blurted, young master. Now he's like a dog driven into a corner." Liam shouted in fury, "Kill him for me. Quickly kill that bastard." All 4 supervisors lunged forward at once, without hesitation. Theo stood there, unshaken before enemies determined to take his life. His face was calm, a faint smile masking the anxiety burning inside. "It seems I'm in serious trouble. From now on, everything is a gamble. Even at my best, it's hard to fight 4 senior supervisors, let alone now when things are more desperate." His stamina had hit its limit, and his mana was nearly depleted after that move. His gaze fixed on the supervisors charging in, their blades sharp and dripping with murderous intent. But isn't it time for him to appear? From behind, hurried footsteps came running. It was Wellington's group. They had broken through the Dragon Scale Guild and arrived to rescue them just in time. Theo's eyes widened in astonishment. "Why you guys?" In front of Theo were 3 people trying to hold off the supervisor's attacks. He asked aloud, "How are you guys here?" Wellington turned back and replied, "We rescued a comrade in danger. Wasn't that the right thing to do, young Master Theo?" Erica chimed in, "In person, you're even more impressive than I thought." "Damn, Theo, this is the first time I've met someone as strong as you. You absolutely can't die here." Theo's soldiers, once freed, also rose to fight. We'll support you with everything we've got, young Master Theo. We can't run after causing such trouble. The supervisor's face went pale. He immediately transmitted to their leader. Lord Liam, what should we do now? This is serious. Should we eliminate them all? Please decide. Liam tried to stand up, his body covered in wounds, his face darkening, panicked. We're finished. We couldn't find any information about the Red Flower Palace relic. Even Theo Ragnar couldn't be eliminated, and young Master Axion has died. Right now, the situation is beyond saving. There's no way to make up for this failure. So the best option now is... His voice rang out, full of menace, like someone with no way out. Kill them all. An outbreak of magic and a tide of summoned monsters would occur, killing all the candidates on the scene. That's the only way. Saying that, he pulled out a pouch containing monster seeds. If I pretend this was an accident, it will wipe away any traces linked to the Troyven family. With that, he poured a bunch of monster seeds out. 2 level 5 monsters should be enough to make this look like an accident, right? His followers, shocked but quick to obey, responded, "Yes, sir, all for the Troyven family." Then he tossed the seeds toward the battlefield. But life isn't a fairy tale. From behind, a killing blow came, piercing Liam's body and forcing him to spit blood. Old man, getting stabbed in the back like this must sting. A man with a cold expression and imposing presence shouted, "Liam, what the hell do you think you're doing here?" It was the Dragon Armor Cavalryman, Supervisor Selp, with Supervisor Aaron behind him. Also present were Natasha of the Flower Hall and Sally of the Water Chariot Hall. Liam took the direct stab, coughed up blood, fell to the ground, and died in fury. Selp warned the other 3, "Stay where you are. If you value your lives, surrender peacefully. If you want to end up like Liam, keep resisting." They all glared at Theo with anger, but now no one could touch him. As the supervisors officially appeared, Theo fainted from exhaustion, luckily caught by Ray in time. "Well, you arrived just in time." Theo thanked Ray for stepping up to protect everyone, but was immediately rebuked by Ray. "Theo, that was reckless. Why did you go that far?" Theo's gaze shifted toward the 3 supervisors in custody and Axion's headless corpse. Suddenly Wellington rushed over. "Young Master Theo, what you did was way too dangerous. Why didn't you call me for help?" Erica's sisters also came forward to claim credit. "Hey, I helped you. Remember that. Theo, you are not allowed to die until we have our rematch." The henchman Theo rescued ran over crying. "Young Master Theo, you've gone this far to save us. If we die, we won't regret it." Theo leaned into Ray's arms, whispering, much to her surprise, "This is the power I've been chasing." Hearing that, Ray gave a small smile. "Oh, and while you're at it, pick up a few bells for me. I want first place again." She silently smiled with happiness. "You really haven't changed a bit." Cut to the main castle mansion, where the high-ranking officials were listening to reports on the battlefield situation. Ed's face registered utter astonishment, as if he couldn't believe what he'd just heard. The soldier holding the report trembled, and every expression of doubt and confusion was plain on the faces in the meeting as they received the news. "Axion is dead?" Ed's eyes filled with hatred and madness. His plans ruined, and now even his beloved grandson was gone. Finally, the closing ceremony of the second coming-of-age ritual had arrived. All surviving contestants gathered together, murmurs of conversation about the brutal test they had just endured rising around them. A leader stepped forward and announced the end of the trial. "You've all worked hard. For what you've accomplished, I declare the second awakening ritual concluded. Present is the 9-dragon, Danglong, Pharrell Ragnar, one of the 9 most powerful and influential members of the Ragnar clan." Seeing him, all the contestants gaped in shock. "The 9-dragon is real? He rarely appears. Why is he here?" Of the 87 candidates, only 45 passed the awakening test. That's a respectable number. Truly, the talents of this generation are the best in history, especially the top scorer's impressive results. He narrowed his eyes knowingly and looked directly at Theo, surprising him to be the object of his attention. He continued, "All who pass the second coming-of-age ritual will be promoted from apprentice swordsman to junior swordsman. You should be proud. Now, as proper Ragnar swordsmen, you are officially authorized to act as such. Everyone here has been approved. Now, I will announce the scores for the second coming-of-age ritual. First place, Theo Ragnar 1,121 points. Hearing the result, those nearby couldn't help but be stunned. Of course it's Theo Ragnar. 1,000 points? He had no points until near the end. How is that possible? Hey, didn't you hear? He beat Axion and took first place. Theo's face remained calm, ignoring the surrounding chatter. From above, the Nine Dragon continued announcing. Second place is Remington Natio, 926 points. Third is Erica Lank, 843 points. Fourth, Ray Ragnar, 789 points. Fifth, Halkus Ranka, 45th place. Ian Lehman, 28 points. Those are all who passed the test. Well done, everyone. However, the ritual is not over. The final part remains, the third awakening ritual. His gaze turned cold and severe. Those qualified to participate in the third awakening ritual, raise your hand. Remington asked, have you collected enough of them? I see many, but I still don't fully understand their meaning. One by one, Remington raised his hand, then Erica and Ray, all having collected enough and understood the hidden shard. Finally, Theo slowly raised his hand, affirming his position as the leader. Pharrell explained, the hidden shard of the second coming-of-age ritual is the attribute-based breathing technique. Contestants must collect magic sprouts engraved with random passages and learn them. Collecting them is hard, and understanding them is even harder. That's why it's called the hidden shard. Only those who learn it during the trial can assign an attribute to their mana and qualify for the third awakening ritual. In his past life, Theo also had great difficulty comprehending these passages, but now he possessed the infant synchronization skill, which allowed him to read the thoughts of objects and even see the images of the fierce battle long ago between his ancestors and the dragons. Because of that, he could grasp everything instantly, even if he didn't fully understand every nuance of the passages. The Nine Dragons suddenly laughed out loud. How surprising! One success would be good news, but there are 4 here? Theo smiled, thinking, in my past life, Ray and Remington couldn't achieve the attribute breathing technique either. Is this the butterfly effect I caused? Truly interesting, he continued. All right, now each of you show the judges what you've collected. First is Theo Ragnar. With Axion gone, things will surely change a lot. Theo stepped forward with calm composure, his hair smooth as silk, but there's nothing to fear. The future will certainly be better than before. Beneath Theo, a powerful circle of magic suddenly appeared. What I've gained is lightning and thunder. Strong bolts of lightning surrounded Theo, but this is only the first of 5 steps in controlling attribute mana. First is conveying mana with the lightning attribute, then displaying it outwardly. His eyes shone like lightning, unstoppable. Thunderbolts of unparalleled force struck down where Theo stood, and he seemed to become the legendary thunder god. This is the second step. Theo's followers stood with mouths agape in astonishment. Of course, it's young Master Theo. He not only conveys it, but can manifest it. Normally people would stop here, but for Theo, this was just the beginning. Within his chest, his dragon heart beat powerfully. Theo successfully mastered the attribute mana, compressing it into a small orb of energy before his chest, smiling confidently. That's the third step, controlling the energy. Remington watched Theo's talent with pleasure. Ray was astounded by his strength. Erica couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The hulking guy behind must be a hardcore fan now. Haha. Truly amazing, you've reached the level of controlling it, just as rumored. But it didn't stop there. Theo continued to make the Nine Dragons stare in disbelief. His heart beat more fiercely than ever, valiant energy radiating throughout the area, a brilliant light enveloping everything. Theo's eyes widened with murderous intent, like a dragon's eyes. The attribute breathing technique, Thunderlight. With that, Theo drew his sword and unleashed a blade filled with his full power, aiming straight ahead. Its name is Thunder Dragon, a dragon born of lightning sweeping away all obstacles, charging toward the judges. Gasps rose. He dares to attack the judges? Facing the Thunder Dragon, the Nine Dragons' expression remained calm. Ha ha! How interesting. You've reached the expansion level. His hand slowly rose, directed at the incoming strike. The attribute breathing technique of water pressure cross. A counterattack, the dragon was cleaved into 4 pieces without him exerting any effort. You have made this far more interesting, Theo Ragnar. If you wanted to test the judges, this is my answer. The crowd below could only gape. What kind of monster-level talent is he? The Nine Dragon laughed heartily. Well done, Theo Ragnar. I'll award you an extra 1,000 points. Theo replied, Thank you, sir. The crowd whispered. As expected of the Nine Dragon, he's generous with bold candidates. The scoreboard now showed a massive gap. Theo leading with 2,100 points, completely dominating second place. 2,100 points? That's overwhelming. At this level, is he truly on par with the clan progenitor? Could it be? Pharrell continued. All right, you three, show us. Next came the demonstrations of Remington, Ray, and Erica. Remington Natio was awarded 500 points for his mastery of water manipulation. Ray Ragnar received 300 points for her ice crystal control. Erica was awarded 300 points for her blazing flames. Holding the score sheet, the Nine Dragon couldn't help but be amazed. Ha ha ha, truly an elite batch. Normally, exceeding 1,000 points is enough to top the rankings, but here there are 4 top-scoring candidates. Very promising. Summary: Theo Ragnar 2,121 points, Remington 1,426 points, Erica 1,143 points, and Ray 1,089 points. Well done, everyone. Except for those participating in the Third Awakening ritual. Everyone else may leave and prepare thoroughly for the establishment ritual in 1 week. Before him now stood only the 4 who had passed the hidden challenge. Suddenly, the mountain behind emitted a strange burst of aura, and the other 3 were forced to kneel under that terrifying pressure. The Nine Dragon's eyes turned icy, his voice low. Well then, shall we begin the Third Awakening ritual? Theo's face tensed. Why does this feeling? Why is Rodbrock's energy present here? After the Second Awakening ritual concluded, Theo, Remington, Erica, and Ray now faced the most critical challenge of their journey. The Third Awakening ritual. This was not just a simple meeting with the Patriarch, but a brutal test where every decision rested in his hands. The outcome of this encounter would determine whether they would be nominated to the Patriarch's mansion. A pivotal milestone confirming the qualification to become a potential heir of the Ragnar clan. Inside Theo churned chaotic emotions. His eyes narrowed with resolve. The one waiting for him was the Ragnar Patriarch. He whispered, Why? Why do I sense Lodbrok's energy here? That is impossible, but if you have taken Lodbrok's heart and he is the Patriarch, cold sweat beaded on his brow. Theo's face went pale, his eyes glowing with fierce red veins. No, I must verify this myself. Just then, a voice rang out, cold and authoritative. Now overcome long might and greet the Patriarch. The Nine Dragons' voice thundered, shattering the silence. Immediately, a terrifying pressure enveloped all 4 contestants. They felt crushed by an invisible mountain. The group was forced to drop to their knees, breathing heavily. Damn it! Erica gritted her teeth, eyes blazing with anger. How are we supposed to climb to the summit in this state? Theo fell silent, trying to steady his breathing as he felt the pressure compressing every muscle. I think I know how to get through this challenge. He spoke calmly, breaking the tense atmosphere. Everyone needs to sync with the mana wave patterns if we want to go further. Hearing that, Erica looked puzzled, brow furrowing. Wave patterns? What do you mean? Beside her, Remington didn't hesitate and quickly explained. You mean we need to create an out-of-phase wave to interfere with and cancel the pressure, right? Theo nodded, eyes sharp. Exactly. You're always perceptive, Remington, but theory is one thing and execution is another. This is how they filter those truly worthy. Anyone who can't control their magical power has no right to meet the Patriarch. Remington murmured, You're absolutely right. At the back, Erica still sat dazed, not understanding a word. Out of phase, waves, interference? Are you two speaking some ancient language? She bit her lip, her face clearly showing confusion. Remington just shook his head, gave a helpless smile, and patiently elaborated. Listen, magical power is also a form of wave. These waves vibrate like sound waves or water waves. The Patriarch's aura also generates specific mana wave patterns. To overcome that pressure, we need to produce an opposing magical wave to neutralize it. understand? Erica brightened at the simple explanation. So you mean I just need to create a magical force opposite to this pressure to cancel it out, right? Remington nodded. Pretty much. But instead of gratitude, Erica shouted angrily. You idiot who only clings to complicated principles. Why didn't you just say that from the start? Remington shrugged and smiled lightly. I just helped you understand a few things, and you scold me? Ray, though not involved in the argument, had already figured out what to do. Erica kept nagging. Exactly. You're all theory and no soul. Are you really only 17? You speak like an old man. Ignoring the squabble between Erica and Remington, Theo remained fully focused on manipulating his mana. Powerful yet supple streams of mana radiated out, forming a stable energy field around him. Erica and Remington gaped in astonishment. Has he already done it? Theo not only neutralized the Patriarch's pressure, but did so with finesse and skill that commanded respect. Standing amid the silent gusts of magical wind, he smiled confidently, heroic as a war god. His cold voice rang out, breaking the tension. I will become the next Patriarch. It's obvious. Theo's bold, confident declaration stunned everyone present. Even the Nine Dragon, the embodiment of sternness, couldn't hide a look of interest. Indeed, intriguing. With that, Theo quickly departed, leaving Erica and Remington standing dumbfounded behind. They hurriedly called after him but couldn't slow him down. The Nine Dragon admonished in an authoritative tone. You three shouldn't just stand there. The scores will be awarded based on the order you reach the Patriarch's location. The reminder was a wake-up call. Erica, Remington, and Ray immediately realized that any delay could cost them this crucial contest. The three of them dashed off at full speed, disappearing from sight of the Nine Dragon in an instant. Truly fascinating, the Nine Dragon murmured, a rare smile flickering across his face. I didn't expect there to be so many talented recruits at this age. Cut to Camellia Palace. The demon artisan's loud laughter echoed through the castle. Ha ha! My beloved youngest daughter? Where are you? Oh, lucky talisman. Come out here at once. She opened door after door, her face full of joy. The servants behind her could only shake their heads and whisper, Oh dear, the demon artisan is at it again. Camellia Palace, once a quiet royal residence, has been filled with noise ever since Theo, the young master of the clan, became a shining star among the nobility. Inside a room, Theo's mother, Cecilia, was briefing the designer on special requirements for the new outfit. The door suddenly burst open as the demon artisan rushed in, excitedly. So you were here all along, my dear Cecilia. Cecilia turned around and sighed wearily. Mother, please mind your manners while you're in the palace grounds. She laughed loudly. Manners? What's the point of those polished behaviors? I'm about to be rolling in wealth. Cecilia shook her head and gently protested. But aren't you already very rich? Yes, but not rich enough to tear down the walls. Now I've reached the peak of my career. Thanks to Theo becoming a rising star, my workshop keeps getting orders. I finally earned the fame I deserve. Cecilia smiled at her mother's joy, but deep down she couldn't help feeling anxious. I've always believed the boy would succeed, yet seeing him act like this now makes me uneasy. What if he gets hurt? What if he can't handle the pressure and attention? Cecilia clenched her hands, determination burning in her eyes. I can't just stand by helplessly. The only thing I can do now is support him with everything I have, though I wish I could help him in more practical ways. Behind her, the demon artisan kept chattering about past achievements, the days when she focused on forging weapons just to survive. But now she declared she would pivot to crafting and selling accessories, as if opening a new chapter in her life. Those carefree words seemed to plant a bold idea in Cecilia's mind. And then my revenue will increase tenfold. Heh heh. She laughed confidently. Cecilia suddenly interrupted, cutting through her mother's complacency. Mother, have you ever tried making a replacement arm? The air fell still for a moment, then shifted with a strange premonition. Is Theo about to become a Yanghua? The scene quickly cut to where the Patriarch was. He burst into delighted laughter as the loyal crow relayed Theo's bold declarations. Ha ha! He says he'll be the next Patriarch? Truly an amusing, arrogant child. The Patriarch looked at the crow, eyes both amused and warm. I know what worries you, But even parents have no right to stand in the way of their children's dreams. Youthful ambition can't be stopped, you understand? We were like that once, too. He pointed toward the sword graveyard, a place full of trials with thousands of swords stuck in the ground, a vivid testament to life and death battles. Still, the crow couldn't hide its irritation. It disliked Theo and didn't hesitate to show it. The patriarch only smiled, his voice steady like an underground river. I told you not to worry. What I want is Ragnar's prosperity and growth. Anything that stands in the way of that I'll handle like this. His eyes flashed sharp, then softened like a breeze. Nothing has happened yet. We still have time to observe the boy, even if my son, Theo Ragnar, is a regressor. After the second awakening ritual, the patriarch had a small talk with his crow. He sat at the sword graveyard, waiting for the children worthy of passing the final trial. When Theo arrived, the patriarch's face brightened, a long smile stretching across his lips. So you've finally come, my son. His eyes narrowed with vigilance. Facing him, Theo was exhausted from giving his all to reach this place. Before him stood an overwhelmingly powerful figure. The aura radiating from the man made it hard to breathe. The patriarch's power was truly different from anyone else's, the pressure crushing for would-be awakeners. The patriarch asked, "First, do you know what these things are?" Glancing around for a moment, Theo easily recognized it. This was the sword graveyard. I've heard these are the swords of those the patriarch has defeated. The patriarch closed his eyes, echoing what Theo had said. Yes, a patriarch must be like that. It's a position where you face countless threats and challenges alone. A place where you cannot rely on anyone else. A role governed by the rule of the strong. You must stand above all by your own power if you want to lead this clan to prosperity. The patriarch's eyes opened slightly. Do you believe you have the right to claim such a position? Theo's face remained calm, his voice full of confidence. Of course, sir. In response, the patriarch's expression hardened. Don't answer so easily. I had to slaughter thousands upon thousands to stand where I am. Can you keep your answer after feeling their hatred? As he finished, the resentments gathered in the sword graveyard began to manifest, rushing at Theo. I will curse you forever. How dare you commit such cruelty? I will tear you to pieces. Facing the remaining hatred, Theo's resolve did not waver. He met them calmly, without flinching. The patriarch asked, "Why is that? What is your reason?" The question was simple but loaded with implication, forcing Theo to ponder carefully. A stream of thoughts raced through his mind. To avenge his past life, to become patriarch and end this wretched struggle for the throne. He was willing to face any trial to complete his mission. His hands slowly drew his sword, but for now, Theo wasn't sure if this was the answer the man wanted. If that's the case, there's only one way. He gripped the sword with firm resolve, pointing it straight ahead. I will use my blade to answer. The words seemed to strike the patriarch's nerve. He beamed, his gaze cold enough to chill anyone. Good. Now I will treat you not as my son but as an insolent challenger. Let's see what you've learned from her teachings. Hearing that, Theo's face instantly panicked. Did the patriarch just say her? As Theo suspected, the clan chief was the one who had taken before he could finish. A single slash severed his body cleanly in two, even splitting the sword in his hand like an ordinary stick. Theo's eyes widened in shock. He had been cut down without even realizing it. The patriarch said, "A mere ordinary strike is more than enough to fell this inexperienced child. Truly pathetic." Final thoughts swirled in Theo's head. Am I dead? His mind grew hazy and unsteady. This is the heart sword, a place only supreme masters can create. For an awakening trial, that's more than enough. Even so, the crow kept objecting. Humph, are you worried our little protagonist will die? Indeed, it's a merciless trial for a naive child undergoing awakening. Only those with firm will and resolve can escape the heart sword, but if his resolve is half-hearted, then it's better he die here as an empty corpse. That way, we don't have to deal with a fake regressor who would only bring harm to the clan. Inside the heart sword, his soul hovered in a formless space. I'm dead. I guess that's normal when taken down by someone as strong as the patriarch, right? This time, Theo felt no regret like before. He had done everything he could. He had reclaimed Camellia Palace and avenged Randon and Axion, those who harmed him in his previous life. It was all just fate's luck. But at least in this life he was much happier. Perhaps this is the end of this journey. Hands clinging to Theo's soul lost their way, dragging him down and snuffing out every hope. Maybe it's time for me to rest. Fragments of his soul dissolved into oblivion, leaving nothing behind. Suddenly, a bird appeared from nowhere and cried out, "Hey, kid, that's enough. Get up right now. If you collapse over something this trivial, you'd better let me swallow you whole then." Those words acted like a tonic, jolting Theo awake and restoring the determined look in his eyes. "You're right. Thanks." Once more his hands gripped the sword, but this time everything was different. Theo couldn't let this be the end. He'd fought so hard to get here. How could he give up now? He told himself that even if this body shattered, even if this soul were crushed, his will and determination would never disappear. He launched a sword strike filled with all his strength and unwavering faith, forged across two lives, driving straight forward. It was like a key, guiding him out of the darkness. The barrier of the heart sword officially shattered, and Theo returned to the world he longed for. The sword in his hand came down, a testament to the path he'd chosen, a road of thorns and hardship. Opposite him, the patriarch slowly stepped toward his son, his face showing satisfaction and his eyes full of hope for the future. "Well done. You've passed." Those words marked the end of the grueling awakening ritual. Cut to the nomination ceremony at the clan headquarters. After resting, Theo arrived here with his sister. He said, "It feels so crowded here. I'm nervous." Beside him, Erica replied quickly, "What? You're grown and still shy like a child?" He retorted angrily, "I'm not shy. It's just that there are too many strong people here. Unit commanders, 9 dragons, the former patriarch, and even the current patriarch." Hearing this, Erica remained indifferent. "Typical kid. Relax. Nobody's interested in someone who can't even meet their attributes breathing requirement like you." What did you say?" He ground his teeth in anger but couldn't do anything to this fiery sister of his. "Can't you tell me? What exactly did you receive from the patriarch in the third awakening ritual?" She answered with a blank face, "That's a secret. You don't need to know. You're so stingy. If it were my Theo, he'd have shared already." Erica bristled. "My Theo? Are you delirious? What the hell are you talking about? You know, a soldier's life is to become the sword of House Ragnar. We stake our lives on Ragnar. In that case, I want to serve a lord who's cool and powerful, someone with strength, personality, and ambition. Only Theo Ragnar fits that description. I'll wager my life on him. So I call him my Theo." So has he agreed to this?" Halkus replied calmly. "He had to agree." "What? You're planning to join the same unit as him?" "I don't know why, but the patriarch said he won't bring Theo back to the patriarchal manor, so I can follow him into some unit." Above the stands, drums sounded, announcing the start of the ceremony. "Attention everyone, the nomination ceremony will now begin. The top student of the awakening ceremony, Theo Ragnar, please step forward." Shouts and cheers rose up around Theo from all directions. He had successfully won people's hearts. Standing in the wide plaza beneath a clear blue sky, somewhere he never dared dream of in his past life, Theo's face showed joy, his eyes filled with faith in the bright future ahead. "I won't let things remain a regret any longer." On the stands, Evelyn looked overjoyed. "Everyone's watching you, young Master Theo. Where will you choose to go?" She'd be delighted if Theo chose the White Dragon Cavalry, though she knew that's just a selfish dream. "Congratulations on earning the overall top student, Theo Ragnar. Your exceptional talent is something other candidates should strive to emulate. So now your choice is..." Before he could finish, Ed Troyven rose to his feet, stunning the entire hall. He was one of the Heavenly Dragons, director of the Central Intelligence Bureau. The candidates below were shocked. What is he planning? Is he really going to avenge Axion? No way. Even the Patriarch and the Legion commanders watched Ed's every move. "Director, I don't understand your intent, but please sit down." Ignoring those around him, Ed calmly said, "Theo Ragnar, Central Intelligence Bureau." Theo's expression remained skeptical. A heavenly dragon? He's probably still reeling from Axion's death. But no one would dare cause a scene at the nomination ceremony. Contrary to that thought, Ed's warm smile and gentle voice rang out. I want to offer you the position of Deputy Director of the Intelligence Bureau. What do you think? In his previous life, Theo was seen as trash, so his ranking first in the awakening ceremony was extraordinary. House Ragnar once regarded him as the lowest of the low. It seemed a dragon had just awakened a hidden power. Theo shook many trainee swordsmen to their core. Everyone longed to be like him. No one expected he could kill Axion and even the supervisor. Rumors about Theo spread throughout the clan, and more people admired him and wanted to follow him. From looks of contempt, people now viewed Theo with envy and admiration. Theo was no longer the worthless one. He had achieved first place in the awakening ceremony. A system voice rang out. Congratulations, you have completed the Victor scenario task of the awakening ceremony. Reward: 1 ether core. The reward will be stored in your inventory. Theo looked at the system panel, puzzled. Oh right, I had a task. What is an ether core? If it's a long-term quest reward, it must be important. Suddenly, Ed's voice cut through his thoughts. Our Central Intelligence Bureau would like to offer Theo Ragnar the Deputy Director position. His fake smile was obvious to everyone. Theo stood there, thoughtful and calculating. What exactly is he scheming? He immediately activated his observation skill, targeting Ed Troyven. A system panel appeared. Ed Troyven, 46, title Heavenly Dragon, gifted in plotting, strategy, and scheming. A hidden dagger full of ambition, aiming to use Theo as a hunting hound to decipher the ancient dragon's artifact secret. Just as I thought, he's definitely targeting the ancient dragon's artifact. Maybe Ed learned I have an artifact from some intelligence source, but from now on things won't go his way, Heavenly Dragon. Theo clenched his fists, eyes burning with anger. The Troyvens. I'll destroy you all with my own hands. A grudge from my past life. This time I'll repay it tenfold. Just wait and see. At that moment, the ghost dragon immediately objected. What are you doing, Director of the Central Intelligence Bureau? I'm only recruiting talent through the nomination process. What's wrong with that? His voice grew sharp. Do you think everyone here is stupid? Even a 3-year-old could tell you're trying to avenge your grandson. Ed's expression remained calm. Haha, understandable. But you're wrong, Ghost Dragon. As an uncle, I may be upset, but as Director of the Central Intelligence Bureau, I'm simply trying to recruit exceptional talent. What's wrong with that? Ghost Dragon gritted his teeth. That viper. He only cares about his own interests, even after his grandson's death? A judge spoke up. I understand your desire to recruit talent, but please wait until the proper process begins. He looked down and asked, Now, Theo, have you decided? Theo replied, Actually, I haven't decided yet, so I'd like to hear reasons from those present. Does anyone here have an offer for me? A sly smile and calculating eyes turned toward the 9 dragons. On the honored bench, a woman's hand rose, beginning a compelling offer. It was OSA Ragnar Prunus. She said, Theo, I want you to become my disciple, and I promise to give you the position of young master of the Manhwa Pavilion. A murmur rose. Young master of Manhwa? The pavilion master has no children, so would they adopt Theo Ragnar? If true, he'd become the heir of Sword Dragon, one of the most powerful sword schools. Remington was also astonished. 2 of the 9 dragons have offered to recruit him. Impressive, young Master Theo, Erica exclaimed. With offers like this, the other captains probably won't dare speak up. Suddenly a figure appeared in the sky, a voice echoing. I want in on this too. A landing strike shattered the ground, dust and debris filling the air. It was the Black Dragon, leader of Black Snow, Rober Ragnar. Black Dragon? Even Black Dragon is joining the recruitment? He spoke softly but firmly. I've been watching you throughout the awakening ceremony. You have many qualities that attract others. Join Black Snow. I promise you a position in Vo-Tuet. Vo-Tuet is the highest rank in Black Snow, where Theo could reveal his identity openly and receive honors. In his past life, Theo had been in Black Snow, but only 8 people ever reached Vo-Tuet. Now the opportunity comes so easily. Next to speak was Ascending Dragon, Master of Ascending Dragon Hall, Pharrell Ragnar. Theo, your 3rd awakening ceremony was impressive. Don't forget Ascending Dragon Hall's doors are open to you anytime. Other candidates buzzed. Ascending Dragon Hall joined in too? 4 of the 9 dragons have already offered to recruit him. And there's one more. It was Ghost Dragon himself, captain of White Armor Dragon Julius Ragnar. He remained cold and stern. The White Armor Dragon unit offers to take Theo Ragnar, with no special privileges. Huh? Why would he do that? Typical of a captain. He truly believes proving himself is the real honor. I want to recruit you, but I won't offer any special favors, because that would be unfair to the other members. What I give you is only my full support with everything I have, to turn you into the strongest, worthy of the Dragon Knight's honor. After hearing all the offers, Theo smiled with satisfaction. I understand. Then my choice will be. Before he could finish, a mysterious voice rang out from the stands, as if to snuff out that thought. You're a regressor, aren't you? The remark jolted Theo's instincts awake. What? He immediately turned his gaze toward the voice. A wave of commanding power spread out, all emanating from someone in the stands, the former head of the family, Hilda Ragnar. Though puzzled and anxious, Theo tried to appear calm. I don't understand what you're talking about. The ex-family head's smile remained. I don't know how you lived through the previous rounds, but your acting skills aren't bad. Theo's eyes widened in shock. Rounds? What do you mean? Could there really be multiple regression loops? A proctor suddenly asked. Theo, is something wrong? You look worried. May I have a moment to collect my thoughts? Of course. But don't take too long. Returning, the ex-head transmitted to Theo. No need to hide it. I'm a regressor too. But my prescribed loops have already ended. A flood of chaotic thoughts in Theo's mind. So she must have regressed many times before? So how many regressors are there after all? My current opponent is a former head. Better to answer honestly and ask my questions. Theo's first question to Hilda. One loop means you can regress multiple times? You don't know anything? Didn't the head tell you? Fair enough, the head despises regressors. The surprising he let you live. Could the harsh trials I endured be because he hated regressors? The ex-head was calm, wearing a triumphant smile. It seems you have many questions, but there's not much time now. If you want to know the world's and the family's secrets, come find me after the ceremony. We'll talk then. Theo stood there, silent and contemplative. In the third awakening ritual, the head made no mention of any answers. It was all about the heart sword. He is the one who hates regressors. If so, the aura Theo felt from him and Lodbrok's stolen heart only has one final explanation. The head was the one who took Lodbrok's heart, because she is an ancient dragon who accepts ordinary regressors. No human could defeat an ancient dragon. That's impossible, but the head truly is a special existence. She alone accomplished that unimaginable feat. The head's renown and being called demigod came from overwhelming power and irresistible authority. Theo forced a strained smile. If that's the case, there's no other way to uncover the family's secrets and the regressors. Theo Ragnar, have you decided where you will go? Theo replied. Yes, I've decided. I will join. After taking time to think and listening to the benefits the 9 dragons offered, Theo had finally decided where he would belong. His voice rang out strong and resolute. I will join. Cut to a later scene, and the author still hadn't revealed Theo's choice. How frustrating. Readers only hear the second person's intent. Remington. I will join the Ascending Dragon Hall. Hearing that, Pharrell's face lit up with joy, because he finally had a talent worth acknowledging and exciting to him. Remington had now officially become a disciple of one of the 9 dragons. The reason Remington chose that place was likely because they shared the water attribute, which makes sense. In his previous life, Remington didn't join House Ragnar. He returned to the Narshio clan, built power, and led troops in a rebellion against House Troyven. Though the uprising failed, Remington's name still spread everywhere as a formidable swordsman. However, this time he chose to stay with Ragnar. This was surely the butterfly effect caused by Theo's appearance. The two stepped forward and shook hands in farewell. Maybe we won't see each other for a while. Do your best and let's meet again when we're both stronger. Of course, young Master Theo. I very much look forward to seeing you again one day. Remington's eyes showed determination, a smile clear on his happy face. Across from him, Theo sent his friend away with a similar look. Both had goals to strive for and achieve. Next it was Ray's turn to choose, and just as Theo predicted, she returned to the Daffodil Palace, where her mother, the Ice Dragon, resided. In fact, he had guessed it 8 or 9 times out of 10, because no place suited Ray better than the Daffodil Palace, where she could maximize her power. Back with Theo and those in the training hall, everyone wanted desperately to follow him, but sadly their test scores weren't high enough to join him. Even Theo regretted parting from his loyal subordinates, but it's fine. As long as they're still within House Ragnar, they'll meet again someday. That was also the main point of this nomination ceremony. The event concluded here. You've all worked hard. Return to the unit you chose. From this moment, everyone must give their all for the dreams they pursue and for a better future. While those thoughts swirled in Theo's head, a voice suddenly rang out and caught his attention. "Hello, Theo. I didn't expect we'd be in the same unit." It was Halkus and Erica, both having joined the same unit as Theo. It really wasn't a coincidence. Halkus stepped forward with an awkward smile, while Erica could only sigh at her foolish little brother. Well, at least Theo had gained new friends. Theo stepped forward, his face cheerful and excited. "Great to see you both. Halkus, Erica. I truly appreciate your help in the second round. You both helped me a lot." Yes, don't you forget that," Erica said, blushing as she glanced at Theo with a very captivating look. "I really like you too, young Master Theo," Halkus interjected. "And you also like the strong." The two sisters burst out laughing at Theo's bewildered expression. These two are really strange, but why do they suddenly like me? No sooner said than a soldier from the unit shouted, "Attention everyone, the captain is coming." In any case, if another chance arises, Theo stuck to his decision. He was certain this was the most honorable unit in Ragnar, and it was the perfect place for him to take his first step on the path to becoming head of the family. Nowhere was more fitting than the White Dragon Society. From afar, the demon dragon slowly approached with an enthusiastic voice. "Welcome to the White-Scaled Dragon. This is where you will reach the peak of your power." Theo thought to himself, "Maybe I'll go find Hilda afterward." He stepped forward, stopped, his eyes cold and a sly smile on his lips. "Now tell me about your ambitions." The first to speak was Halkus. "I want to become a badass knight everyone respects. I want my name to be known far and wide." Erica said, "I want to become the strongest of this generation. I want the captain to recognize my strength." After they finished speaking, all eyes turned in one direction. Theo stood there, composed, his face cold and his demeanor calm, and spoke softly. "I want to become the captain of the White Dragon Corps. You don't want the world to fall into the state it was before. To prepare for the coming great battle, you must become truly strong." Hearing Theo's bold words, the members of the White Dragon Corps couldn't help but admire him. He's daring, saying that right in front of the captain without hesitation. Sensing the incredible potential of the new recruits, the demon dragon laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha! Very good. You youngsters have big dreams. So you've come to the right place. Even though each of you came to the White Dragon Corps for different reasons, here you must all remember only one thing." The demon dragon clenched his hands, his voice steely. "Every drop of your blood, every drop of your sweat will make Ragnar's history. Today's hardships will be tomorrow's honor. Never let our shields break or our swords bend. Your comrades will protect your backs. Protect the back of your teammate. We are strong because of unity and resilience. Never give up, because at the end of the road paved with sweat and tears, even blood, lies the honor of a mighty swordsman of House Ragnar." The rousing speech inspired and energized the new recruits. "Welcome all to the White Dragon family. From today, I will lead you on the path to strength." No sooner had he finished than a dragon descended behind the demon dragon from above, rocks shattering, a spectacular cinematic sight. Seeing a real dragon, the recruits were astonished. "Is that a dragon? The captain's companion?" The demon dragon introduced cheerfully. "This is my companion, Gulla, the leader dragon of the White Dragon Corps." Other dragons in the sky arrived one by one. They were other members of the White Dragon team, preparing to welcome the new recruits. Each one landed with tremendous power. "Now mount the backs of the elder dragons." Hearing that, the recruits were bewildered. "We have to ride dragons right now?" The demon dragon immediately leapt onto his companion's back. "Now the induction ceremony officially begins. It's time for you to find your own companions. Assemble at Dragon Cave. We'll teach you the first lessons of the night cavalry there. Gullah dipped his claws, shot up into the sky, and flew toward the cave, leaving the recruits and visiting elders stunned. Theo and his friends' faces showed curiosity and excitement. Is this a true dragon knight? Will I have my own dragon too? This is amazing. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded beside Theo, surprising him. We're coming too, young master. You finally chose to join the White Dragon Corps. I'm glad about that, Theo stammered, still unable to believe his eyes. Evelyn, why are you've returned to the White Dragon Corps? Evelyn smiled happily, her voice warm and low. Yes, that's right. Theo's eyes widened as if he had just realized something he had never thought of before. Evelyn, your hand has it healed? Before him stood Evelyn with a perfect prosthetic arm. It was likely a gift from Theo's mother given to her for taking care of his son. Let's rewind a few days to the meeting between Theo's mother and Evelyn. Hello, I've come to express my gratitude for what you've done. Hearing that, Evelyn was astonished. The lady of Camellia Palace? You traveled all the way here? She planted her sword upright and replied sternly. If you've come on behalf of young Master Theo, it's not necessary. Even without my help, I believe the young master's talent would have shone just as brightly. The lady immediately interrupted. Yes, that may be true, but knowing there's someone who genuinely supports and recognizes him will be a tremendous source of motivation for the boy. Above all, that person is someone deeply trustworthy. I've heard that you are that kind of person to Theo. Everyone training nearby was surprised by the lady's words. Even Evelyn, a seasoned veteran, became flustered, her voice stumbling with embarrassment. No, I'm just a retired swordswoman. I'm even missing a hand. How could I be of help to the young master? The lady gently admonished. Please don't belittle yourself like that. Sometimes the light that guides one out of darkness doesn't realize how bright it is. And you are that light. Instead of empty thanks, I will help you shine even more in this wide world. Cut back to the present. Evelyn had received an invaluable gift she never imagined. A perfect prosthetic arm. Thank you, young master. I've heard you took a special interest in this, right? Thanks to your help, I could return to the White Dragon Corps. Truly, I'm very grateful. Hearing that, Theo could only look bewildered. I should have handled this earlier. Seems Mother took all the credit again. Mother hasn't changed a bit from her previous life. Thanks, Mom. Evelyn knelt, placed her hand over her heart, and solemnly swore. I, Evelyn, swordswoman of the White Dragon Corps, vow my loyalty to you, young Master Theo. I will be your sword forever. Theo's face brightened, a broad smile spreading across his lips. Thank you, Evelyn. It's nothing. Please teach me. Right after, the two of them headed toward the mountain range, the lair of the White Dragon, to look for their companions. The sky there was filled with drifting clouds and flocks of dragons circling in the distance. This was the White Dragon's lair, the home of 4 wyvern breeds. As you know, the White Dragon Squad operates alongside wyverns, so the induction ceremony is held here. Theo took in the vast space, excitement swelling. If I can't find a companion here, that means I can't join the White Dragon Corps, right? Yes, that's right. Although it rarely happens, there are a few cases. Theo wondered. If so, will Erica and Hulkus be okay? I don't think this suits them. But they'll manage. Evelyn pointed ahead. You can observe first. Usually you'll sense which wyvern is your companion. The two of them walked around searching for a suitable dragon. The first was the Audemon Optrex breed, a storm predator of colossal size, up to 15 meters tall with dark brown scales. Next was the venomous Avioli breed, a dragon that exhales deadly purple mists, with a snake-like body and a venomous stinger on its tail. Then came the Sigia longsword breed, a docile, ground-dwelling herbivore dragon that hides underground and launches surprise attacks from below. Finally, the Velociraptor speed breed, small but incredibly fast, hunting in packs and smart enough to breathe fire. They both had to run for their lives after stumbling into a nest. We almost got roasted, Evelyn said. The wyverns in the White Dragon Squad are mainly divided into those 4 types. What do you think? Have you sensed anything yet? Theo shook his head. Sense what? Not yet. In fact, Theo was paying attention to a different dragon, the one you witnessed in your past life. The Black Dragon Shadow, a mutated wyvern that once killed hundreds of wyverns and was classified by House Ragnar as a level 2 disaster. If one could be tamed, that would be priceless power. Suddenly, Theo's eyes widened. Found it. In the distance, 4 or 5 dragons were circling a lone white dragon. Theo and Evelyn flew there at once. It's happening again. Evelyn sighed. Theo asked, you know about that wyvern? Yes, it has been isolated for a long time. I've tried to improve the situation, but to no avail. It's not really a wyvern, so it's been ostracized. Huh? Not a wyvern. That's right. It was born from a female wyvern and a male biffer. Theo, stunned. Isn't a biffer a first-tier monster that lives on the ocean floor? How could that be? That's the mystery, Evelyn replied. First-tier monsters are as powerful as natural disasters. Even one that breaks through human defenses can cause enormous damage. Biffers lurk in the dark and are extremely dangerous. If the theory is correct, the black dragon shadow surely inherited power from its father. Hearing this, Theo felt sympathy. It's been isolated just for being different. What's its name? Umbra. In the ancient tongue, it means shadow. Theo's smile shone brighter than ever. Shadow? That's a great name. Then he suddenly spun around, ready to jump down. Evelyn panicked. Young master, what are you doing? It seems I've found my companion. What? What do you mean? I'm going first. Theo decisively leapt off the cliff, ignoring Evelyn's calls. Young Master Theo. As he plunged, Theo had only one thought. This time, I'll give you another life, Umbra. Another life like mine in this lifetime. A thunderous explosion rang out as Theo landed, spectacularly breaking the siege around his future companion. He reached into his pack to pull something out. Immediately, Theo hurled the short swords forward. His eyes widened as he activated his synchronization skill. You can use telekinesis to move designated targets. The thrown short swords were instantly enveloped by powerful sources of energy. Theo stomped off the air to propel himself like an immortal sword master, resembling airborne sword riding. Every movement Theo made was smooth and agile, his legs stretching through the air like a true artisan. Each step was not only precise but carried terrifying power. At that age, few could do what he did. Behind him, Evelyn, having witnessed it all, was astonished. My God, when did he learn telekinesis? I've never seen it used like this before. His rate of growth is unbelievable. On the cliff, Umbra was still surrounded and threatened by 4 other dragons. It roared in fury, as if shouting at the dragons. Get out of here. The scene before him made Theo nostalgic for his past. In his previous life, he was always mocked. Is he really one of Ragnar's? Haha, pathetic. He's just the son of a common woman. Those words of contempt echoed in Theo's head, reminding him he couldn't afford to make the same mistake again. Theo quickly gathered his swords back together, which crackled with their signature bolts of lightning. Theo's eyes widened, his breath quickening. Activating his power, the breath of the Thunder Dragon, the swords turned into fierce streaks of lightning, hurtling toward the enemies at breakneck speed, unstoppable. When the blades merged, their power multiplied and formed the dragon seal, a force strong enough to drive the dragons away. After all 4 flew off, the swords stuck in the ground still emitted lightning, even though the attack had ended. There, Theo's legs slowly reappeared, his voice calm and measured. Scared off by a little threat, and they all ran. Those dragons were just cowards. Theo quickly stepped closer, worry on his face. Are you okay? Expecting Umbra to be grateful for being saved, he was surprised when Umbra instead stared at him with suspicion and wariness. Before Theo could say a word, Umbra beat its wings and flew away, leaving Theo standing in shock. Wait. Theo propped himself up, a bit disappointed. Didn't even get to say anything. From behind, Evelyn landed and offered some advice. It's stressed right now, so you won't be able to approach easily. Maybe you should wait a bit before trying again. Theo turned back and countered. No, now is the best time. Being near it, do you wonder why it still lingers by the nest despite being shunned? The answer is simple. It's very lonely. Emotional wounds hurt far more than physical ones. Surely it's been hurt, so it can't go far. Help me chase after it. Evelyn looked bewildered, seeming not to fully trust the plan. Just as Theo predicted, Umbra returned to its nearby nest, breathing heavily, It seemed the wounds the other dragons inflicted earlier were causing Umbra pain. Theo and Evelyn quickly caught up. She warned, "Many riders have tried to tame it, but none have succeeded." Umbra was very cautious around others, and its condition now made it even worse. Theo turned away, ignoring the warnings. "Get me some food, will you? In the meantime, I'll try to understand it. After all, this is my induction test." The two of them entered an uncompromising struggle. You know, wyverns fear less than drakes. This was a fight he was virtually certain to win. Theo's eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared straight at Umbra, without hesitation. Across from him, Umbra realized it wasn't Theo's match, yet it refused to give up. Seeing that, Theo increased the pressure another notch. Now Umbra could only thrash about in desperation, but it still didn't surrender. Just when it seemed Theo would strike it for its defiance, he instead produced a vial of medicine and poured it over the wound on Umbra's neck to treat it. The wounds healed quickly, his voice warm and caring. "How do you feel? The pain's eased, hasn't it?" Umbra's eyes widened in confusion, letting out a few cries as if asking why Theo had done that. Theo's hands touched Umbra's neck lightly, triggering a rush of thoughts. "Maybe it's because of the dragon heart, but I can sense Umbra's emotions right now." Deep in its subconscious was rage toward the pack that drove it away, a turmoil of sorrow and attachment. It still longed to be part of the pack, carrying persistent, painful loneliness. Umbra's feelings toward me were conflicted too. It distrusted me, a stranger who suddenly appeared offering warmth and care, yet at the same time it didn't want me to leave at all. Theo gently stroked its head. "It's all right. I won't betray or abandon you, so there's no need to worry. Also, there's this." As he spoke, Theo produced a glittering gem. "I know you like shiny, flashy things like this, right?" Umbra's eyes widened with delight. Seemingly Theo had hit its soft spot. He brought the gem closer, teasing, "Do you want it?" Although very tempted, Umbra was shy and didn't dare take it, turning its head away, as if refusing the irresistible gift before it. But when it opened its eyes again, something it never expected was there. Theo had placed the glittering gem around Umbra's neck. To its astonishment, "This is just a gift from me. If you come with me, you'll see many more sparkling things. So what do you say? Will you accept?" Faced with the tempting offer, Umbra grew flustered, unsure how to respond. Not letting the moment slip, Theo continued his irresistible pitch. "I heard you don't like bridles and saddles, right? But I can decorate you differently. Cover you in gems like these. They'd shine brilliantly and look beautiful." At the thought, Umbra couldn't stop imagining itself adorned with those jewels. Theo thought, "How can I steal those gems from Grandma? What a dutiful grandson." In the smithy, the ghost artificer seemed to sense it too. Her whole body trembled. "Hey, are you all right? You look unwell." "I don't know why, but I feel like I'm about to lose a fortune again." A good read of the situation, Umbra leaped to its feet, majestic and strong. It let out a mighty roar, as if acknowledging Theo as its master. "You have been recognized as the master of the flying dragon Umbra. You learned a new skill, wyvern taming, grade C, mastery 1%. Higher mastery increases the bonded dragon's trust. While mounted, it grants a 10% power boost to both rider and dragon." After Theo tamed Umbra, Evelyn returned with her prize, each hand dragging a wild ox, looking rather plain. However, her companion behind was out of breath. When she arrived, Evelyn realized she had missed the best parts. In front of her, Theo and Umbra were affectionately close. Evelyn was overwhelmed, at a loss for words. "How did you do that? This kid has never opened up to anyone." Theo turned back, smiling blissfully. "Oh, you're back, Evelyn?" They had a little chat afterward. Watching Umbra eat heartily, Theo said, "It's great. Thanks for the 2 oxen you brought back." Evelyn, still shaken, she hurriedly asked, "So, how did you manage to tame Umbra?" It's simple. I just had to tend to his psychological wounds." Once Umbra's heart wavered, the present sealed the deal. Once the wound was healed, anything could happen. Hearing that, Evelyn still seemed unable to comprehend. She was so astonished by the person before her that she was speechless. "You want me to eat that? No way, I'm full. Go ahead and eat as much as you want, you don't have to save any for me." Evelyn closed her eyes, a smile on her lips. As expected of young Master Theo, not only can he win people's hearts, he can even win over a wyvern. You always surprise me, young master, she applauded Theo. Umbra has acknowledged you as its companion. A flying dragon nudging its neck against your back is a sign of trust. Suddenly Evelyn's voice grew urgent. Wait. No, suddenly you... What are you doing? On the other side, Theo replied calmly. Huh, Umbra told me to climb on him. No, even if he's accepted you as a companion, you're not trained to fly. Besides, it's very dangerous to ride a dragon without reins and a saddle. If you take off now, it's the quickest path to death. Hearing that, Theo just gave a confident smile. It's fine. I have my own way. No sooner had he spoken than Theo activated his wyvern-taming skill to make up for the missing riding abilities. Umbra beat his wings and shot into the sky, leaving Evelyn still watching. Haha. This is really something. Alright, I get it. You want to show me something cool, right? Let's go. Sitting on Umbra's back, Theo's face was extremely joyful, but memories from his past life surged back. Something doesn't add up. How could a pure dragon like Umbra become such a terrifying demonic beast called the Black Dragon Shadow? There's definitely something fishy here that I need to uncover. Scene shifts to some waterfall, a stream of dark demonic energy slowly leaking out, signaling ill omens. At this time, Theo and Umbra were still rampaging across the sky, heading to the place Umbra wanted to show him. The dragon cut through the wind, bringing Theo to a giant waterfall beside a hidden crystal cave that would be missed by all but the keen-eyed. Theo dismounted, his gaze sweeping the icy scene, his voice cold and indifferent. I thought back in Hyuxiel I already knew the winter range well. I didn't expect there to be a crystal cave right by this waterfall. You really have an eye for it, Umbra. You like shiny things, don't you? Umbra roared, seeming pleased by the compliment. Theo glanced around coldly, then stopped before some eerie purple flowers growing close to the rock base. Huh, what's this? He bent down and plucked a flower tinged with ominous purple, his tone cold with a hint of contempt. Look at this, now I know why you became the Black Dragon Shadow. You've been eating these things, haven't you? Surprising to find a demonic shadow brimming with demonic power here. The evil spirit flower, a plant that only grows deep in the demon sea, absorbs pure demonic chi under the moonlight. For demons and monsters, it's a panacea, but dragons and demons are opposing species. How could you absorb it? Could it be because you carry two bloodlines? Even so, this is too dangerous. I'll burn it all. With that, Theo coldly raised his hand as lightning flashed to burn it away. The evil spirit flowers turned to ash. Umbra flinched, howling in protest, its eyes brimming with indignant tears. Don't worry, Theo said coldly. I won't touch your pile of crystals. As soon as he finished speaking, his gaze went icy as he looked toward the back of the cave. In front of Theo, a corpse was bound to the wall, a dense aura of gloom radiating from it. He stepped closer, his eyes cold as ice. A human? No, only a corpse. From the look of it, it's been lying here a very long time. Theo leaned in, observing carefully. Intact after so long? It's cold here, but that alone doesn't explain it. When alive, this one was surely a master, with enormous demonic power. Why was it locked up to die in this place? Theo backed away, still calm, eyes sharp. This needs investigating. But first, we must clear out these evil spirit flowers. Before he could finish, the corpse flashed with hatred. Its hollow eye sockets glowed red as it roared and lunged at Theo. Caught off guard, Theo only had time to grit his teeth. Damn it, I was careless. At that moment, Umbra leapt in from behind and drove a heavy kick into the corpse, rescuing Theo by a hair. Theo curled his lips slightly, voice low and cold. Good, Umbra. But the corpse grew even more frenzied. It howled, trying to sink its teeth into Umbra's neck. A flash of steel crossed Theo's eyes. He lunged forward, using his own arm to block the corpse's bite. The bite was ferocious. Blood spurted, and Theo's entire arm went numb as the poison seared to the bone. The corpse snarled each word. Rage packed into them. Kyle! Rober! You bastards! I will never forgive you, you damn dogs! Hearing that, Theo's eyes chilled, a flash of thought crossing his mind. Kyle, Rober, Aren't those the owner and the black dragon? What, then, is their past? Amid the chaos, a figure streaked in. A gleam of a sword, Evelyn swung her blade, slicing through the air and severing the corpse's head, saving Theo. She hurriedly supported him. "Young Master Theo, are you all right? Answer me." Theo leaned on Evelyn's shoulder, a cold smile on his lips. "Hello, Evelyn. Sorry for causing you trouble again." No sooner had he spoken than bone-deep pain hit. He clenched his teeth. "Damn, this demonic poison. I'm being drained of energy. If I don't take an ethercore antidote immediately, the danger will worsen." Evelyn's voice trembled with worry as she hurried. "I'll take you back to headquarters for treatment. It'll hurt a bit. Bear with it," Umbra roared, rushing to block Evelyn, preventing her from taking Theo away. Evelyn snapped angrily. "Move aside. Umbra, I'm not hurting him. Don't force me to get physical." Theo's face went pale, cold sweat pouring as he murmured in a hoarse, still cold voice. "Wait, Evelyn, hold on." He looked at Umbra. "Do you have a way to save me?" Umbra roared and nodded firmly. Though his body could hardly move, Theo managed a faint smile. "All right, I'll trust you." Evelyn nearly shouted. "Young master, if you don't go back now, you'll die from the demonic poison." Theo remained calm. "Be calm. This demonic poison has under a 30% survival rate even with treatment. So I'm betting on Umbra. It once evolved because of the evil spirit flowers. It's likely already seen that corpse. It knows how to absorb demonic chi and poison. Trust Umbra this time." As soon as he finished speaking, Theo went limp. Umbra acted at once. It bit into several evil spirit flowers, then gathered more crystals from the cave, bringing everything to Evelyn's feet. "You want me to mash them up and feed them to the young master?" Umbra nodded in agreement. Evelyn's hands trembled, but she finally decided. "All right, it's a risk." She used magic to blend everything together. From the hollow of Evelyn's palm, streams of black liquid with a purple sheen flowed into Theo's mouth. She whispered, "The rest is up to fate." Both Evelyn and Umbra held their breath, waiting anxiously. Suddenly, the dragon heart within Theo began to pound violently, a surge of mana erupting to envelop his body. Bolts of lightning cracked outward in all directions, the color shifting from silver to deep black. Evelyn froze. "No way. Is he actually recovering?" Black miasma billowed from Theo's whole body, forces twisting and purging one another. He was lifted into the air as a fierce battle raged between opposing powers within him. A system announcement rang out, initiating bodily purification process. Subject will assimilate traits of the black dragon shadow. A new power is about to be born. Cut to command office. Kui Long received a report from a subordinate, his face cold and voice low. "Has Hyuxiel approved this report?" "Verified, sir. Accuracy 89%. Kui Long smashed the table and roared. "Damn it! What the hell is going on? I knew bad news was coming, but this completely exceeds expectations." A morning report sounded. The captain of the 5th Squadron of the White Plate Dragon Cavalry and 15 others fell on the battlefield after Evelyn administered an antidote brewed from ingredients Umbra suggested. A process of purifying and rebirth took place inside Theo. It was a cleansing that removed impurities and reshaped the body, allowing mana to be accumulated and used far more easily. This is an ancient secret technique known to very few, requiring the endurance of great pain, typically only effective on children under 5 years old. Yet this process occurred in Theo, an event defying all probabilities, as if random conditions converged for a destiny preordained. Extreme yang monstrous energy accumulated, strengthening the muscles. Extreme Yin undead toxin had infiltrated, helping Theo boost his mana. Mana condensed through digesting the demonic shadow toxin. With Umbra's assistance, the dragon had learned the method to neutralize the poison. All elements converged to form a perfect balance. Rather than being destroyed by the toxin, Theo's body absorbed its essence and turned it into his own power. When the purification process completed, Theo opened his eyes and woke. Evelyn and Umbra remained tense, waiting. "Are you all right, young master?" Theo forced himself to sit up, his voice cool. "Evelyn, Umbra, sorry for making you both worry." Though tired, there was determination in Theo's eyes. He glanced at his personal status board. Theo Ragnar, 17 years old. Title, Tiger Velocity, Greatest Genius in a Millennium, Ragnar Prodigy. Equipment, Dragon Guardian, Purifying Rebirth, Phantom Dragon. Status, groggy from an unexpected event, exposed to demonic toxin, has formed the first Phantom Dragon. If not controlled, it could become a second Phantom Dragon. His eyes paused on the newly increased stats. Plus 85 attribute points? That's insane. The crystals in the cave had diluted the demonic shadow's toxicity and supplemented healing mana. Theo glanced at Umbra, thinking to himself, trusting it was the right call. A Ragnar physique already perfected, now enhanced by Purifying Rebirth and the Phantom Dragon. No one can stop me now. Theo clenched his hand, a cold smile curling his lips. The growth rate from now on will be beyond anyone's imagination. But first, there's something more important. He stepped toward the corpse that had bitten him, eyes icy, and asked, "Who exactly is this old monster?" Evelyn moved closer as well, her gaze silently sweeping the area. "Young master, there's an inscription on the wall. Is this a journal?" They both read, "I was defeated by Kyle and Rober. Now I must hide and prepare revenge. But my body is wasting away quickly. My mana core is damaged. The demonic shadow toxin kills me day by day. Consciousness fades. Demonic nature encroaches. Before I can take revenge, a choice must be made. I admit despair. I melt down the sealed jade serpent sword and seal myself. I hope a successor will complete the unfinished vendetta. I leave all my legacy here, awaiting the worthy." Reading this, Theo froze, his eyes flashing cold. Evelyn exclaimed, "This is the illusory blade technique and the thunder fury wind god? Could this person be the legend who once fought for the headship, the Wind King Hector Ragnar?" Theo nodded, his gaze heavy. "Yes, he is Wind King Hector, thought dead on the battlefield, yet he ended like this." Suddenly, Evelyn knelt and paid homage to Theo. He glanced at her, voice icy. "What are you doing, Evelyn?" She answered in a low voice. "Even defeated and exiled, he is still the Wind King, the bloodline heir of Ragnar. A subordinate killing the rightful heir is an unforgivable crime. This is a grave sin." Theo waved his hand, cutting her off. "Don't talk nonsense. He's no longer a Ragnar, just a crazed undead. You saved me. There was no other choice. Rules exist to serve the strong." He turned, voice cold and decisive. "Everything that happened here remains a secret." He looked at Evelyn. "If you're troubled by guilt, take the Wind King's secret techniques. Evelyn, you are the most suitable person to keep them." Evelyn stammered. "Are you serious? Those are techniques comparable to the Nine Dragons' ultimate skill. Isn't it obvious? Become the Wind King's successor. Inherit the legacy and grow even stronger. If you become the heir, the guilt no longer matters. That way he can rest in peace." Theo stared deep into Evelyn's eyes, his domineering gaze pressing down. "Didn't you vow to be my sword?" Theo's words struck straight into Evelyn's mind. She trembled, then declared loudly, "I, Evelyn Nareville, a senior swordsman of the Ragnar clan, vow my eternal loyalty to you. I respectfully petition to follow this great sovereign." Theo smiled coldly and nodded. "You never change, always so rigid." He drew his sword and solemnly performed the ritual. "I, Theo Ragnar, accept the oath of fealty from Evelyn Nareville. From this day forward, she will be my vanguard blade on the path to domination." The two smiled in unison. Umbra beside them rumbled softly, as if sensing the shift of fate taking shape. Back at White Plate Dragon headquarters, the new recruits returned to their companions one by one. Hulkus remained arrogantly confident. "Ha ha! Theo Ragnar still hasn't come back? I am the most talented here." Before he finished, Theo appeared, his figure cold and imposing, Umbra following, exuding overwhelming presence. Everyone fell silent. Even the instructors were stunned. "What? Don't tell me that's Umbra. How did he make that ferocious dragon his companion? So that's why Theo is called the once-in-10,000 years genius?" Hulkus sank down, realizing the gap in ability was now insurmountable. Evelyn stepped forward and reported, "Senior Knight Evelyn and Apprentice Swordsman Theo Ragnar. We have completed the assessment and returned." "Where is the captain?" Another swordsman replied, The captain just received an urgent letter and has returned to the office. An urgent letter? What's going on now? At that moment, the captain of the White Plate Dragon appeared with his companion, his face grave. Sorry, there's an emergency. Everyone is being deployed to Fort Jackie for active duty. Murmurs broke out everywhere. What? Deploying recruits straight into combat immediately? Amid the whispers, only Theo remained calm and cold. He already knew. The Ceres Merchant Guild hostage crisis at Fort Jackie had begun. A plot to steal the dragon-slaying sword Bamung to spark a rebellion. The mastermind is none other than Ed Troyven. The captain of the White Dragon Regiment appeared, his face cold and solemn, eyes suppressing a burning rage. His voice rang out, calm but forceful. Everyone present here will be sent to Fort Blanky. The atmosphere immediately sank. The regiment's swordsmen buzzed with anxiety, faces showing clear worry. Commander, what's really going on? What mission demands deploying recruits who haven't even completed basic training? Kui Long's hands clenched. His voice was steel, each word striking everyone's core. The captain of Squad 5, Triner Ispin, and 14 of his men have gone missing under unknown circumstances. Every word fell, and Theo missed none. He knew exactly who the captain referred to, Triner Ispin, the eldest knight of the White Plate Dragon, a man even Kui Long respected. His strength was no ordinary matter. He could not have been eliminated so easily. A bad premonition flickered in Theo's mind. Could this be a butterfly effect caused by his own appearance? Kui Long continued, his tone heavy. Hyuxiel has confirmed with 89% probability that they are dead. Even if alive, they cannot continue their duties. Current forces will form a temporary 5th squad under Evelyn Nereville's command. All must complete basic training immediately. He gritted his teeth. I don't believe they're dead, but if they truly are, we will avenge them. Kui Long fell silent, turned and left, leaving behind a stifling atmosphere and a swirl of chaotic thoughts. Theo's eyes hardened. What lies ahead will not be easy. Memories from his previous life flashed through Theo's mind. The Black Skull Bandits kidnapping the Ceres Guild. In the past, the White Plate Dragon handled it cleanly with no losses. But this time things were different. The real target wasn't the guild, but the dragon-slaying sword Bamung. Ed Troyven once used Bamung in the coup that overthrew Ragnar. But now every variable has changed. If it's all my fault, there's only one way to set things right. I have to verify everything myself. A quest board appeared before Theo. Retrieve the dragon-slaying sword Bamung. Cut to the watchtower in the frozen mountains. A guard was complaining. It's so cold. I can't stand this damn weather. He glanced into the distance. Why does the moon look so strange tonight? Before he could make sense of it, in the distance the White Plate Dragon cavalry thundered in like an ice storm, Evelyn leading with fierce battle intent. The guard shouted, issuing orders. It's the White Plate Dragon cavalry. Sound the alarm. No sooner had he finished, a bolt of lightning struck, flinging him from the watchtower before he could react. Dust billowed, rocks shattered. Evelyn barked. Throw the bombs. Don't let them recover. A barrage of explosive storm shells slammed into the fortress, filling the air with death, smoke and flames swallowing everything. The enemy commander screamed, fall back into the city. Don't die for nothing. But instantly, Evelyn descended like an avenging angel. The sword in her hand cleaved the commander's head. Now is the time for purification. She pointed her sword forward and barked coldly. Kill them all. The swordsmen surged as one, their fighting spirit soaring. Teach them the price of touching the white armored dragon. The whole fortress quickly sank into a sea of flames as the white armored dragon's power was displayed without mercy. Elsewhere, amid the chaotic battle, a soldier slipped away clutching the death dragon's sword. Damn it, they said they'd handle the cavalry. Almost got us killed. He glanced at the blade, eyes glittering. Once I turn this in, I'll live like a king. But before he could dream, a cold sword cut his throat clean off. A cloaked swordsman appeared, coolly wiping blood from his blade. The merchandise? His subordinate immediately presented the death dragon sword. Here it is, my lord. The cloaked man gripped the sword tightly, a cruel smile on his lips. Good, exactly what I need. Prepare for the next step. Yes, sir. He looked toward the burning fortress, eyes flashing with murderous intent. Filth, I'll wipe you all out. Behind him, the cannons were quietly moved into position. The deadly trap was set. Inside the fortress, the white armored dragon had regained control. The surrendered enemies were bound and gagged. Too easy. You were right. Everything went way too smoothly, but Theo's gaze stayed icy and suspicious. Company 5, led by a veteran commander, wiped out by these shrimp? Something's off. He lifted the commander's head and synced to read his memories. This man knew of Bamong, but had never seen it in person. So who is the mastermind, then? Just then, a senior female officer asked, "What's wrong?" Theo, notice something strange? Theo replied briefly, "No, just thinking about a few things. You're a swift tiger and still a rookie. It's natural to be nervous. Gather up, we'll finish the rescue and head back." That remark seemed to trigger something in Theo. His eyes lit up. "Right? I missed something." Without time to explain, Theo rushed toward the cargo. "Huh? What's wrong with him?" Theo swung his sword, striking hard at the pile of crates, and immediately explosive barrels were exposed. He snarled, "You bastards, planning to take us down with you?" Theo turned and shouted, "No time! Evacuate now!" Everyone hurried to assemble. But a thunderous explosion rolled through the air. Theo spun around, yelling, "Run!" Successive blasts rocked the field. The battlefield was swallowed by smoke, fire, and shrapnel. From afar, the cloaked figure watched triumphantly. Not a single ant may escape. All for him. Cut to the Ragnar family castle. In an opulent room bathed in cold moonlight, a woman clutched something tightly in her hands. It was the chieftain's wife, Axian's mother. She had gone mad since her son's gruesome death, whispering through clenched teeth, "Be good, my Axian. Does it hurt, my child? I'll bring that filthy man's head to you at once." Her face twisted into madness, blood trickling from her eyes. Her gaze drowned in despair and hatred. Scene shifts to the moment before the fortress was attacked. The white armored dragon cavalry held total dominance. Evelyn rampaged across the battlefield alone, with no one able to stand against the edge of her blade. Let no one escape. Kill them all. The order barely issued. The swordsmen surged forward like a black tide, sweeping away all resistance. Amid the sea of corpses and smoke and fire, Evelyn pondered. Company 5 led by Triner Ispin could be wiped out by this ragtag group? Impossible. Whose hand is behind this? Before the thought finished, a cannonball roared straight in. Evelyn's reflexes were fast enough to dodge, but her cloak was singed. She ground her teeth, voice heavy. "This is insane." Evelyn pointed her sword backward and ordered coldly, "Barrage! All defensive units, prepare." Immediately, not only the white armored dragon cavalry but the fortress guards fell into chaos. The soldiers curled up and fled in despair. But the next cannon shot extinguished all their hopes. Theo's swordsmen rushed in to form up. "Captain, is she all right?" Evelyn replied tersely, "Just in time. The enemy's shelling. If we don't withdraw now, everyone will die here." Theo said coldly, "Move toward the outer wall, the direction away from the barrage." Suddenly a system panel appeared. "You have unlocked Mindgate, enabling brain functions from all food." Theo froze. "Unlock a new skill now?" His eyes flared fiercely. A cascade of information and a map of the fortress structure appeared, hypnotizing his mind. This was the moment to choose the only survival plan. Evelyn ran up and gripped Theo's shoulder. "Why are you just standing there? Young Master Theo? We have to get out now." Theo tightened his grip on Evelyn's wrist, his gaze going cold. "No, we must push deeper inside." Evelyn staggered. "You want to die here? You told us to trust you with the lives of 21 people, and now you want to crawl into a death trap?" Theo stepped forward, his explanation as sharp as ice. "If we run outside now, we'll certainly fall into the next ambush." That's exactly what they want. As they ran, Theo synchronized, reading a stream of nearby thoughts, analyzing speeds down to each breath. They believed we couldn't survive the barrage. He glanced into every nook and assessed coldly. Explosives on the left, cannons firing on the right. Destination: the stairway down to the lower level. The whole team sprinted at full speed, each blast closing in on their heels. One misstep and there would be no way out. Evelyn held the rear, shielding each comrade's life. Just when they thought they had reached an exit, they faced a solid wall. Evelyn despaired. "It's a dead end. You told us to trust you, and this is what happens now. Theo, at the peak, chunks of the wall began to collapse, Evelyn's voice cutting like a death order. Brace for impact. In that hair-trigger moment, Theo clenched his jaw, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. No one dies here at the hands of these scum. His power erupted and he shattered the floor in an instant before the barrage hit, sending the whole squad down into the basement and avoiding the annihilation above. The mysterious swordsman watched from afar, his gaze icy. Report, Commander, the artillery has widened its bombardment range. He drew his sword, voice low and venomous. Remember this is vengeance for young Master Axion. Do not forgive any mistakes. Bring their heads here for me, understood? Below, amid the rubble, the white armored dragon remained safe. Thought you were dead for sure, just as Theo predicted. He destroyed the floor before the shells arrived. Otherwise, we'd be nothing but ghosts by now. The joy of survival hadn't lasted long when patrolling guards came in. Who are you? How did you get in here? Theo rose slowly, voice weary. The remnants of the Black Skull? I checked this place thoroughly, there's nothing here. But the sight before him stopped him cold. A group of people imprisoned, including Triner Ispin, captain of Company 5. His body battered and brutally beaten. The whole group was easily rescued. Evelyn said coldly, I didn't expect the real mastermind to be Ragnar Intelligence. Triner mused. Everyone isn't too surprised, are they? He'd lost a leg. The other swordsmen were in no better shape. Evelyn nodded quietly. I've suspected for a long time. In a place this chaotic, a mole is certain. But I didn't expect betrayal from our own. The senior swordsman raged. Unforgivable. We must take revenge. Triner stayed calm. Don't let emotions lead. They prepared this trap well. Our forces cannot face them head-on. We need to notify Hyuxiel. Theo cut in, voice like a blade. No, they wiped out the reinforcements outside already. If not, we'd have been rescued earlier. He pointed at the guards. They tried to crush us quickly with that bombardment. That means they fear prolonging things would work against them. Theo's face was resolute. They'll come back to check the bodies. At that moment, when they were careless and confident of victory, we'll ambush them and wipe them out. That will be the final end to this battle. Triner's eyes brightened. A knowing smile crossed his face. I thought old age would weaken me, but it seems exceptional youth still appears. He leaned on his cane and called out the command. White armored dragon, prepare for the final battle. With the plan set, the white armored dragon quietly hid among the rubble, waiting for the prey to return to check the corpses. Outside, the enemy's soldiers scoured the battlefield, leaving only desolation and cold-bloodedness. A dying guard screamed, "Save me! Please, just this once." In response to him was only the enemy commander's indifferent stare. He coldly crushed his subordinate's head underfoot, blood spraying and coating his expressionless, icy face. He turned and asked coldly, "Subordinates? Have you found them?" "Not yet, sir. We've finished searching the west. Now we're checking east." A shadow of doubt crossed his eyes. The outer ambush team reported nothing unusual, so they certainly couldn't have left. He walked among the scattered corpses, the soles of his boots stained with blood without a care. But something's wrong. Why are there no bodies from the White Armored Dragon unit? Everyone halt. Has anyone seen men from the White Armored Dragon? Before the words finished, suddenly swordsmen burst out from the rubble. A decisive slash tore the battlefield apart. Some heads flew, others were gutted and dropped without a sound. Even at the spot where the commander stood there was a waiting ambush. A sword shot up unexpectedly from beneath the ground, aiming straight at him. Evelyn was the one who struck, the thrust showing no mercy. Thanks to the flawless reflexes of a high-ranking swordsman, he twisted away in time, leaving only a long scar across his eye, better than dying on the spot. He drew his sword and assumed a calm defensive stance. Evelyn kicked hard off him and took a step back to gain momentum. A direct strike from the opponent lunged forward, but she flipped in midair, each jump a deadly dancer's trick. Evelyn landed, eyes ice-cold, the distance between her and the commander now only a few paces. He shouted, "Ambush! The enemy is the White Armored Dragon unit. Everyone prepare to fight." But it was too late. Prepared in advance, the White Armored Dragon utterly overwhelmed them. One by one they fell before understanding what had happened. On the battlefield, Theo was like a blade slicing through weeds. Without the incident, victory would have been secure for the White Dragon Regiment. Evelyn tightened her grip on her sword, eyes blazing with hatred. I hoped it wasn't intelligence, but it seems I was wrong. By Ragnar law, betrayal, execution on the spot. She raised her sword high, without a hint of mercy. It's time for judgment. Evelyn's blade met her opponent's, sparks exploding brilliantly into the air. Every move was executed with perfect precision, the two swordsmen clashing in a violent storm of power and speed. The commander was thrown into utter panic. How did they survive those explosions? The entire plan collapsed in an instant. Evelyn seized a momentary opening and knocked his sword away. A hidden dagger sprang from her left hand. She swung it straight at the opponent. He backed off, losing his balance, and Evelyn's powerful sweep sent him skidding several meters across the ground. Blood spreading across the floor. Evelyn declared coldly, "Those from intelligence, resistance is futile. The moment you were ambushed, all your chances ended. Surrender. We can spare your lives." Before she finished, the commander screamed in desperation, "Everyone obey. Cast the forbidden technique." Forbidden technique? What is that? From behind, the soldiers' bodies began to distort. They hurled themselves forward crazily, eyes blazing red like deranged fiends. This is reverse stream ravage, a forbidden spell that trades an entire life for short-term power. One lunged and struck Theo in the ribs. The force far exceeded anything before, sending him flying a distance. The soldiers attacked like moths to flame, their eyes filled with killing intent. A veteran of the White Dragon Regiment bravely stepped in front of Theo to shield him. Dozens of blades pierced him. With the last of his strength, he breathed his final words. "Rookie, run." Those words etched into Theo's mind. A stranger willing to give his life for the next generation. There's nothing more noble. Theo gritted his teeth, murderous intent flaring cold to the bone. "You bastard! You dare!" Dragon Claw third form. Theo's slash erupted with wild force, blowing the enemies away like dead leaves in winter. Enemy corpses flew in all directions, blood staining the ground red. Not stopping there, Theo swept his gaze across his comrades and simultaneously activated Thunder Gate Deathblow. Every target was fully within his sight. He lowered his stance, focusing all his power into a single strike. No one else dies here. Dragon Claw third form. Hundreds of sword strikes intersected, forming a wall of blades that swept the battlefield clean. Where they passed remained only corpses and blood, a mournful and brutal scene. The commander, horrified and trembling. He broke through reverse stream ravage that easily? My army wiped out entirely? He screamed madly, charging at Theo with eyes burning with hatred. "Theo Ragnar, I'll drag you down to hell with me." The senior swordsman of the White Dragon Regiment looked on in shock. Is that really Theo? That skill? Since when? As for Theo, after the devastating strike, his body began to ache fiercely. The Thunder Gate enhancement has exceeded its limit. The commander, his body warped by the forbidden art, kept charging regardless of death. His eyes bloodshot, utterly irrational. "Theo Ragnar, I'll drag you down to hell with me." The core of his magical power had shattered. He was determined to pull us all into mutual annihilation. But things couldn't end that easily. Just as the commander tried to drag Theo to hell with him, Evelyn appeared instantly, coldly blocking his path. Wind, thunder, divine decision, tempest, fury. In a single breath, his hands were severed like late autumn leaves, his body screaming as it was flung into the air, suspended in the violent wind. Evelyn stamped hard on the ground. Then, like a whirlwind, she launched into the air, all her mana surging into the ultimate technique. Wind, thunder, divine decision, chaotic tempest. Energy poured like a cascading waterfall into the enemy's magical core, crushing every suicidal intent within him. A violent explosion rang out as the mana blast was neutralized on the spot. Theo widened his eyes, cold. The explosion. She stopped it? The commander went rigid amid the rubble, blood gushing, ending all further resistance. The battle closed in deadly silence. Theo withdrew his gaze, exhaling coldly. That was almost troublesome. A voice from behind rang out, full of admiration and warmth. You did well, Theo, worthy of my recognition. Don't dream that anyone else can steal Lord Theo's top sword rank. That spot is mine. Thanks to you, we're alive. Many thanks. An elder extended his hand toward Theo. He glanced, a faint cold surprise still flickering in his eyes, then slowly bloomed a sharp, satisfied smile. Maybe this is something I never had in my past life. Team loyalty? The group gathered around the captain of the 5th squad and the surviving members. Hey, when did you learn those skills? You really shouldn't know about that. Knowing it will only bring you trouble. They all burst out laughing, embracing each other like a real unit. The captain of the 5th squad watched them silently, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Perhaps this will be the new generation to shoulder the fate of the White Dragon Regiment. The long night passed. Dawn broke brilliantly over the icy land. After the failure of the operation to eliminate Theo, the atmosphere in the Red Rose Palace turned grim and oppressively heavy. In a room bathed in cold moonlight, Axion's mother raved, her eyes bloodshot, blood streaming down her face. At that moment, someone's hand clamped around her throat and lifted her off the ground. It was Ed Troyven, his face consumed by fury. You damned bitch, he slammed her to the floor, his gaze icy. How dare you do this without telling me? A subordinate rushed in. Master, something's happened. Ed Troyven looked at the paper on the table, voice low and harsh. Where did you find the gall to steal my seal? Do you think you have the right to kill Theo Ragnar and the White Armored Dragon Cavalry? How dare you act on your own like that? Do you have any idea what you've caused? He hurled the scroll into the Rose Palace matron's face. You dared meddle in the Troyven family's grand scheme? She could only clutch her head and wail, mad with grief. I only wanted the head of the bastard who ruined Axion. Why couldn't I even do that? She screamed in despair. Everything connected to him. I'll tear it apart, burn it to ashes so Axion can rest. Only then will my hatred be eased. Ed Troyven's face was ice-cold, unmoved. Have you forgotten your role because some brat died? Immediately, he kicked, crushing Axion's corpse before his mother. A bunch of useless trash, worthless scum. Ed Troyven turned and looked at his sister with contempt. You lost the dragon-slaying sword, the key to the entire plan. From now on, you are no longer part of the Troyven family. His gaze was as cold as his father's once was, nothing but disdain for the weak. With that, Ed Troyven left without looking back. She's useless now. Lock her up, eliminate everyone involved so no information leaks. Yes, master. Ed Troyven's expression hardened, his voice lethal. Why are all my plans ruined by incompetent fools? His sister's pleas echoed as a desperate cry down the cold corridor. Please spare me. I'll do anything. Ed Troyven walked on amid the screams, his shadow stretching across the cold stone. Everything he had prepared for the rebellion had dissolved into smoke. All because of one name, Theo Ragnar. I swear, by my life, I will personally end you, Theo Ragnar. Meanwhile, in a private chamber, Theo sat before the dragon-slaying sword he had just claimed. His eyes were cold as ice, studying every detail of the mysterious greatsword. Bamung, a well-earned prize. Suddenly, a surge of power erupted from the blade, forcing Theo to drop it at once. Just as expected, his hand was bloodied, crisscrossed with cuts. This thing was made to counter the Ragnar line. To wield it, I must unravel the sealed secret hidden deep within. In my previous life, Ed Troyven once decoded Bamung's power and carried out a coup. Thinking of that, Theo mused. For now, I'll just store it in the space vault. When the secret is revealed, it won't be a useless chunk of iron anymore. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Theo opened the door and saw Evelyn standing outside. She bowed in salute. Sorry to bother you, young master. Do you have a moment? The commander wishes to see you. At the same time, in the Legion office, Commander White Armored Dragon was speaking with the rescued captain of the 5th squad. It's a relief you've returned, but are you serious? You want to retire? I've lost my legs and Rosinante, my close comrade. This old body can no longer hold on to the battlefield. I want to spend my remaining days honoring the fallen. The commander chuckled coldly. Do as you wish, stubborn old man. The captain of the 5th squad nodded slightly. However, before I go, I want to say a few words about the rookie Theo Ragnar, Speak. At such a young age, he already opened the Thunder Gate. Kui Long's face showed a flash of excitement. What? Thunder Gate? That's the line between mortals and the transcendent, isn't it? The captain of the 5th Squad said gravely. At first I was shocked when I saw it. Clearly, he isn't a born genius, but more like a reckless soul who forcefully tore open a door that should have stayed shut. The feeling was unmistakable. The door was violently ripped apart, yet somehow his potential was suddenly amplified. What Theo holds now, compared to the remaining potential, is still tiny. There's an absurdly large gap. Kui Long gave a low laugh, his eyes lighting up. Then good. We must fill that void. If properly refined, he will become a pillar of the White Dragon Regiment. Yes, that's all a senior can pass on. The rest he must decide for himself. At the White Dragon Regiment arena, the commander personally met Theo at his summons. The two stood facing each other under a cold moon, wind sweeping across the empty stone steps. I hear you played a key role in the recent mission, is that right? Theo bowed, his tone calm. It was all thanks to my comrades. I only did my part. Don't be so modest. So, how has your martial path progressed? Theo pondered, weighing each word. Do you mean combat ability? Right now, compared to before, everything is much simpler. The commander shook his head. No, I'm not asking about technique, but about the world your sword aims toward. Theo paused, unable to hide his surprise. He replied coldly, if that's what you mean, I'm not certain either. I only train swordsmanship with one goal, to replicate my lord's blade technique. Kui Long smiled, his gaze sharp. That's how it all begins. Suddenly, Kui Long swung his sword, unleashing a boundary projection. Killing intent exploded, and the entire space was drowned in blood-red hue. At their feet lay a sea of blood, the guilty fallen enemies. So this is Kui Long's boundary projection, Theo observed, sensing wave after wave of oppressive force. What unfolded before him was completely different from Kim Long's previous projection. A world forged from the sword path itself, from what the man had spoken. Indeed, everyone has their own world, shaped by the nature of their sword way. Kui Long spoke in a low voice, each word pounding into Theo's mind. My sword represents the demon. A column of immense power tore the sky apart, a destructive force nothing could stop. Kui Long swung his sword. Every move carried the experience of hundreds of deadly battles, each stroke the crystallization of life, death, and spilled blood. Theo widened his eyes, coldly committing every detail to memory. This opportunity, it's not one everyone gets. A wall of blood rose up before them, then twisted, then split apart, coiling around everything within reach. Kui Long sheathed his sword and stepped forward, voice full of expectation. What do you make of what you just saw? What does Kui Long's sword path mean? Theo answered without hesitation. Power and destruction. He smiled, his gaze piercing. Exactly. The essence of the demon is directness, violence, destruction, ripping everything apart to push forward regardless of the shattering. Everything moves toward death. And the boundary projection of the Flower Hall matron? What do you mean by that? Beautiful and graceful. Kui Long folded his arms in thought. Right? Her swordsmanship carries the nature of life, seeds sprouting, growing, blooming, constantly transforming and never stopping. That is the sword path of life. Theo fell silent. So birth and death, life and death, are the two opposing worlds of sword paths? Kui Long laughed. If I answer now, where's the fun in that? With that, he withdrew his boundary projection, then tossed Theo a manual. What's this? The dialogue between me and the Flower Hall matron about the truths of swordsmanship. Theo's eyes flashed with astonishment. Really? Kui Long replied in a hoarse, low voice. Yes, Theo Ragnar. You have become a disciple of both Kui Long and Kim Long. Somewhere on the cliff, the demon dragon and sword dragon were talking. He flipped through the notebook, recording his conversations with the sect leader, his expression pensive. After a moment's thought, the demon dragon gave a faint smile. You're really something. That kid is one of mine, yet you demand to share him as if he's a mutual disciple? The sword dragon laughed, eyes glittering with arrogance. Don't be petty. Our ultimate goal is for Theo's benefit. Isn't it? You won't refuse my offer, will you? I'm sure you know Theo is drawing a lot of people's hopes. That kid is ready to compete with anyone for the position of future head of the house. Look at how fast he's developing. There's never been anything like it before. But it also means he'll hit a wall early. The wall every powerful person must face. The sword dragon handed over the notebook, voice firm. This will help Theo get past that wall. This cooperation isn't meaningless. Suddenly, the demon dragon interrupted in a low voice. But what if Theo becomes Ragnar's head? Won't we all become enemies of that clan then? Who will take responsibility if history repeats itself? Hearing that, the sword dragon's expression shifted. Even the lady hadn't considered that possibility. This has happened more than once before. Those who develop too fast often meet unhappy ends. The demon dragon emphasized each word, his eyes cold. Exactly. If history repeats with Theo Ragnar, everything we teach him will become the blade that kills our own house. The sword dragon smiled faintly, his eyes deep as an abyss. You surprise me, demon dragon. I thought you only cared for Theo. It turns out your fear outweighs your hope. She murmured softly, her voice warm but pressuring. Julius, you are the only one fit to hold this. Watch Theo. When you're sure he's stable and not consumed by ambition, then hand it back. The boy must become someone who can shoulder this entire family, not just a monster. The demon dragon fell silent, weighing his choice. He took the book. Theo couldn't hide his joy. Is this the work of the two strongest of the 9 dragons? Am I really dreaming? He looked up, voice low. Do I truly deserve this? The demon dragon answered decisively. No need to be modest. If I didn't think you were worthy, I wouldn't have told you anything. Theo bowed his head and smiled. Everything I've achieved is thanks to your guidance. I haven't repaid you yet, but I promise one day I will return this debt. He performed the ritual solemnly. I swear on my honor. Meanwhile, the demon dragon and Evelyn conversed. The man's pressure filled the space. The demon dragon stamped the ground, his presence overwhelming. There's a way to repay that debt right now. Kid, he stepped forward, eyes as if ready to tear his opponent apart. Come here, fight me, Theo Ragnar. It's been a long time since I had a worthy opponent to entertain me. No, a disciple like this. A commander can't just sit idle, right? Haha, the real lesson is just beginning. Theo was momentarily stunned, but quickly took his stance. The clash of swords echoed across the training field. Good, faster. Evelyn quietly left, locking the door on orders. She whispered softly, Sorry, young master, it's an order. Theo is locked in and must fight the demon dragon until he's exhausted, until he can no longer stand. The next morning, Evelyn opened the door and froze as soon as she entered. At Theo's battered form, Young master, are you all right? She winced. I think the commander went too far this time. Theo gave a cold chuckle. Too far? Huh? Right, about the ringleader of the rebellion, I locked him in the underground prison. He smiled faintly. But is it okay to keep him imprisoned forever? He's not likely to betray his master easily, yet leaving him there isn't good either. Don't worry, it's all part of my plan. Theo whispered a secret plan into Evelyn's ear, which made her visibly surprised. Cut to Rose Hall. Theo entered the training grounds. Welcome, Theo. Theo bowed calmly. It's an honor to meet you, Madam of Rose Hall. The sword dragon descended as gently as the breeze. I've been waiting for you. Have you received the gift from me and the demon dragon? Theo replied evenly. Thank you, sir. That book has been very helpful to me. The madam smiled and released inner energy to draw a sword. Flowers filled the sky like the scene at Hua Mountain. She gently landed beside Theo. I want to teach you the fundamental sword techniques, the roots of all future development. From here, I'll show you how to make a flower bloom through swordsmanship. She pointed the sword at Theo. Now, I'll ask again. Theo Ragnar, do you truly want to be my disciple, Sword Dragon? Theo didn't answer right away but countered coldly. Are you asking me in your capacity as the Heavenly Dragon Swordmaster? The question made the Sword Dragon laugh. Oh, I didn't expect you to know that secret. Yes, I am the Heavenly Dragon Swordmaster. You want to know my true intention? Theo replied. I just want to be sure, not out of suspicion. The Sword Dragon planted his sword in the ground, his voice solemn. I have no motive other than wanting to pass all my essence on to you. From the beginning, I intended to choose you as the successor of the heavenly dragon sword. Theo's face was full of astonishment, unable to hide his emotion. Leaving Rose Hall, Theo walked along a path awash with blossoms. A haughty voice rang out. You're the newcomer of the white armor dragon, Theo Ragnar, right? Theo turned, eyes cold and sharp. That's me. What do you want? The team captain frowned, showing his displeasure. What's with that attitude? Being of Rose Hall and a disciple of the sword dragon, you should at least show some respect to your seniors. Shouldn't you? Theo sneered. Senior? You're not my direct superior. That thing called rank means nothing to me. What? He barked angrily. You're a disciple of the Madam of Rose Hall. If not a junior, then what are you? Theo replied nonchalantly, decisively, you're mistaken. I refused Sword Dragon's invitation to become his disciple. The seniors' faces instantly went pale with panic. Under the gray sky of the training ground, Theo knelt on one knee in the arena, his cold gaze fixed on the Madam of Rose Hall. The offer to hand over the entire Plum Blossom legacy and the heavenly dragon sword techniques hung in the air like a heavy pressure. She looked at Theo, expression unreadable, and asked bluntly, Are those things attractive enough? Theo answered, his voice low but betraying anxiety. Of course they're attractive, but I still don't understand why you value me like this. I've never done anything worthy of such favor. The madam told Theo to stand, gently placed her hand on his cheek, and lifted his chin to meet her gaze. There was no grand reason. He simply reminded her of Lord Ragnar in his youth. The face and the unyielding look. Theo froze. The words echoed in his mind, forcing him to ask whether he truly resembled the Lord that much. The sword dragon smiled, his expression mingling present and memory. My husband, in his youth, never stopped chasing his ideals. No matter how many trials, whether facing enemies or hardships, he never compromised his core principles. Each day was a battle against giant foes, yet he never despaired. Seeing that spirit ignite in you, I couldn't stand by and do nothing. That cold but sincere explanation served as a mirror to Theo's own resolve. When the sword dragon asked him for an answer, Theo calmly drew a deep breath, eyes never leaving her. It's an enticing offer, more lavish than any feast, but I must decline. May I ask why? The madam asked, her gaze sharp and waiting. Theo answered plainly, without hesitation. I already have too many masters. Not only the madam, but Julius, the commander of the White Armor Dragon, Evelyn Ian-Sosori, comrades like Wellington, Halkus Ranka, Erica, and even rivals, Axion, Sky Dragon, especially Ed Troyven. The sword dragon raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Even Ed Troyven, the sworn enemy, you call a master? Theo nodded, eyes sharp. He was the greatest trial. I learned from the hardships he caused, and that's why I'm as strong as I am today. I can't be a loyal disciple of any single school. My swordsmanship adapts to circumstances and can't inherit a tradition intact to pass on unchanged. The madam fell silent a moment, then suddenly smiled. For a swordsman whose blade is ever-changing, being unable to preserve tradition is itself a higher realm. Theo replied, calm and resolute. I can't be your disciple, but it would be a great honor to be your son. He bowed deeply in a show of respect, which stunned the madam. Then, like dawn breaking through clouds, a genuine smile appeared on the sword dragon's lips. Cut to a moonlit scene in the plum garden in full bloom. The madam sat sipping red wine, her eyes sparkling with rare joy. A nearby servant poured more wine, teasing lightly. Madam, you seem to cherish him greatly, don't you? The sword dragon didn't deny it. Destiny never gave me a biological child, but now it's different. I have a son, a man like the one I loved, and I know I'm happy. The servant smiled and offered congratulations. Madam should thank Theo. He has finally given you the chance to be a mother. Shortly after, the sword dragon ordered a letter prepared for her husband, notifying him of Theo's promotion test. The servant, worried, repeated the concern. He's only a newcomer. Is attracting so much attention so early dangerous? The madam set her glass down, her eyes growing cold. Exactly why I must give Theo as much strength, knowledge, and support as possible before the storm hits the Ragnar house. He will be the key to the future. Cut down to the White Armor Dragon headquarters underground level. The captured commander, Sigurd, leaned against the wall, his body broken. His gaze stared fixedly as footsteps echoed down the cold corridor. A cloaked assassin, a masked figure with a cold expression and glinting claws, stood outside the bars. "Finally, you're here," Sigurd sneered, pulled up his collar, signaling the end. The assassin didn't hesitate to throw a dagger at his throat, thinking it would sever all traces. But sudden green currents of energy appeared, forming a solid shield. The killer flinched and stepped back. "What the hell is that?" At that moment, Evelyn smashed through the ceiling and dove down like a phantom. "I've been waiting for you here for a long time, little rat." No escape now. The assassin was forced to face her. He cursed, but with only a few sword strokes, Evelyn completely dominated him and sent him careening down the corridor, then calmly declared, "This doesn't get a second chance." Afterward, Evelyn reported back at a cabin deep in the snowy woods. "This assassin belongs to the Serpent Demons, an organization under the Troiven House. This evidence is enough to confirm that House Troiven was directly involved." At the head of the table, Demon Dragon Julius sat with cold eyes and solemnly declared, "This nearly fully confirms our suspicion of a mole within Ragnar's ranks." Cleve immediately agreed, her voice lowering as she stressed why the meeting was held in such a remote place. Based on current intel, the Serpent Demon's base is in an ancient castle amid harsh lands. Within a few hours, if the assassin doesn't return, they'll consider the mission to kill Sigurd a failure. They'll then destroy all evidence and flee. Our objective is clear: ambush their base before they can escape and seize all possible information. That is the core of the assigned mission. After the report, Cleve confirmed her identity. "My name is Cleve, Snowless." The introduction made Theo look up, eyes full of surprise. He hadn't expected to meet such a high-ranking operative here. Demon Dragon cleared his throat and added one final point. "This mission will also serve as Theo Ragnar's official promotion trial." A flicker of surprise crossed Cleve and Evelyn's faces. Theo himself looked briefly unsettled. Julius said gravely, "Theo is fully qualified. But remember, this is no bed of roses. All the challenges ahead will be bloody and perilous. This trial's difficulty has been raised to the highest level. Normally, a mid-level swordsman wouldn't be assigned a mission capable of igniting a civil war." Julius leaned forward, his voice low and cutting like a blade through silence. "I know Theo ordered Evelyn to watch the prison, anticipating an assassin would try to kill the prisoner. Because you initiated it, you must take responsibility to the end." Evelyn cleared her throat, looking slightly embarrassed. Theo bowed his head, speaking firmly. "I apologize for acting on my own." Julius accepted the apology but emphasized, "Even as heir, acting independently without higher approval is unacceptable. Things have gone too far. You must complete this mission perfectly." He leaned in, grabbed Theo's collar and butted his head against him, voice stern. "Pass the trial and become a mid-level swordsman, and you'll be allowed to undertake missions alone. Understand?" "Yes, sir." Theo regained his composure and affirmed with a decisive tone, a slight curl at his mouth. Inside, he understood clearly. The entire situation now revolved around him more than ever. Just then, a familiar blue screen appeared. Mission 4. The Dark Ties of a Past Life. Objective: eradicate all dark ties and thwart their insidious plot. A pensive thought crossed Theo's eyes. Could all of this be fate's joke, binding him to the shadows of past lives? Noticing Theo's silence, Cleve glanced over and asked quickly, "Any problem?" Theo lifted his head, his eyes flashing with cold resolve. "No. I will complete this mission at any cost." "Good. If you're ready, let's begin." The air grew heavy at once. The hunt for the serpents officially commenced. In the shadowed forest, a gloomy castle loomed in the distance. Evelyn and Theo crouched low, pressed to the ground. Cleve looked back, her gaze like a blade. "There may be a mole within our ranks, so only the three of us go. No one else." Her voice was icy, cutting through the night. "We're facing an assassin organization. Our advantage is skill. In numbers, we're at a total disadvantage. Absolutely no slackening." Theo nodded, his eyes sparking with determination. "Understood." Scene cut directly to the Serpent Demon's lair. Two assassins were bent over sorting documents, their voices strained. "We've cleared the paperwork. Get out of here as soon as he returns." "But it's been 2 hours with no sign. Will he come back?" As tension tightened, a small orb suddenly rolled into the room. The assassins barely had time to blink before thick smoke flooded the space. A figure flashed through like lightning. Cleave appeared, coldly cutting down each one, every move carrying a death wish. Precise, decisive slashes. Blood soaked the ground. One assassin panicked, blood trickling from his throat. "How were we detected?" Cleave kicked a table aside, snatching the documents midair. Her eyes swept the room, area secured. "Evelyn, I'll handle up here. Theo, you take the basement." Theo nodded without hesitation, his deep voice sounding like an order to himself. Roger, still stunned by Cleave's ruthless ability, he immediately plunged into the basement, ready to crush anything in his path. In the dark, all of Theo's senses heightened. He felt his way forward, recalling details from the layout he'd memorized. The basement stairs right ahead, just past them. His thought was cut off when his foot struck a thin wire stretched across the floor. For a moment, everything seemed to slow. An arrow shot out, passing just inches from his face. His body reacted instinctively. Theo ducked his head at the last second. But the trap didn't stop. Dozens of arrows rained down, besieging Theo on the razor's edge between life and death. Theo immediately sensed the killing intent closing in. His demeanor shifted to cold and sharp. Without hesitation, he activated his synchronization skill, his consciousness scanning the surrounding space. The entire room's layout became clear, every hidden trap and every ambusher revealed to Theo's sight. Wasting no time, he opened his pack, summoned multiple swords, and used item movement to control each blade like lethal satellites. With a single motion, Theo channeled Dragon Thunder Breath, infusing each weapon with electric power. Thunder tore the air, the dragon mark erupted, the entire trap system was destroyed instantly, and the waiting assassins fell without a sound. In a heartbeat, Theo cleared every threat, the cold killing aura still lingering in his eyes. One assassin, dazed and sprawled on the ground, whispered in desperation, How is this possible?" Theo didn't bother to look back. He took cold, measured steps forward. Thoughts surged in his head. If this place is guarded so tightly, then something extremely important must be hidden in the basement. Before that thought finished, his foot reached the bottom of the stairs. Theo's gaze froze, the floor stained with blood, and in the distance a figure in red stood motionless, killing intent thick in the air. The man wore a hood, most of his face swallowed by shadow, only a grotesque smile curled on his lips. A malevolent aura poured from him, suffocating the space. Behind him, skulls were piled high and the stone walls were smeared with ghastly blood symbols, all signs of the infernal holy church. He looked up, his voice crazed with excitement. "Oh my, the stench of filth reaches even here. Unbelievable. A massacre amid a sacred prayer like this." Theo ground his teeth, his heart drumming in his chest. Memories of the infernal holy church crashed over him like a nightmare. A fanatical cult that believed in apocalypse and an evil savior, the very culprits who toppled an empire. They were the ones who provoked the Great War back then. The blood priest laughed, his eyes flashing. "You already know who I am? What an honor." An invisible weight from him pressed on the room like iron shackles. Theo didn't hesitate. He synchronized once more with the surrounding mana, hoping to pierce the opponent's true strength. But the scene that unfolded sent chills down his spine. A contorted flow of mana, defying rules, spilling like poisonous water from the gates of hell. Is this what the priests call the bamboo blessing? The blood priest curled his lip, speaking gruffly. "Sadly, you carry no faith for the savior within you." He clasped his hands, surging pressure intensifying. A gray, oppressive force like a shroud of mourning descended over Theo. "But no matter. I'll grant you the honor of being a sacrifice to the one true God." Without warning, he lunged forward like a demon. Theo drew his sword, his eyes unblinking. A life-or-death duel erupted. Every one of Theo's counterattacks was halted, every technique effortlessly neutralized. The priest moved like a phantom. Each breath he took closed the distance, grinding down the space between them. His blows came like sledgehammers. Theo braced to block, but felt the overwhelming force. Could this really be human strength? Before he could regain balance, a thunderous punch slammed into his chest. Theo was thrown against the wall, blood spouting from his mouth, his body numb with pain. The blood priest advanced slowly, his eyes full of sick delight at his opponent's helplessness. A mid-level swordsman of Ragnar, and this is all you are? He raised his blood-stained hand, ready to finish him off. Don't worry, your blood will be a precious gift offered to the Supreme One. Theo gripped the sword's hilt tightly, his gaze colder than ever. Thoughts drilled inward. A normal strike won't fell him, and using the third dragon claw here would bury me along with this room. So what do I need? The answer rang in his head, the teachings of Demon Dragon, Sword Dragon. Life and death are not opposites. Death nourishes life, and living is merely the cycle that reaches the end of death. A light flashed in Theo's eyes. He condensed his power, focusing all his will into the sword. If I can unite the two principles, perhaps I'll reach a different limit. The blood priest sneered. Don't be stupid. Your sword can't do anything to me. Without answering, Theo channeled his inner power and unleashed a dragon fang strike that flashed straight into the priest's hand. Lightning erupted, shockwaves tearing the basement apart. For the first time, the blood priest staggered back, blood pouring from his hand. He looked at Theo, his smile twisted. Well done. It's been a long time since someone excited me like this. Not giving him a chance to speak, Theo lunged forward, grabbed the priest's head, and slammed it into the wall behind him. Theo instantly activated his synchronization skill, placing his hand on the priest's face to read his memories. I need to use this chance to find the source of that strange power the infernal Holy Church uses. But the moment his hand touched, something strange happened. The blood priest seemed to dissolve, as if he were being sucked out of this dimension. Theo was pulled along in an instant, ripped out of reality, and thrown into another dimension. The environment around Theo shifted violently. He could hardly comprehend what was happening. Thoughts spun in confusion. This is nothing like any memory read I've done before, as if I've been transported to an entirely different place. Suddenly, Theo's gaze fell on a system screen that had just popped up before him. The notification was distorted, a malfunction from the disturbing energy of this place. He tried to understand it, but before he could process the information fully, multiple warning windows appeared in succession. One of them was a red alert message. Warning. You have encountered an enemy of a much higher level. Please flee. Theo's expression hardened. The warning sent chills down his spine. What the hell is this? But before he could think further, the surrounding atmosphere shifted abruptly. An oppressive pressure squeezed Theo from all sides, the terrible weight shrinking his presence under its absolute force. A voice echoed, making the space tremble. Who are you? The voice roared, the pressure mounting. What are you? Theo's vision blurred from the force, but he fought to keep his wits, trying to focus. A gigantic eye appeared before him, opening to reveal a vast, malicious gaze locked onto him. The eye was so enormous that Theo looked no larger than an ant in front of it. The voice boomed louder and more violent, making Theo tremble to his core. How dare you disturb my slumber? A colossal, ever-shifting creature appeared, countless eyes staring down at Theo. His body shook with fear, unable to grasp the absolute scale of the entity standing before him. The creature's eyes pierced straight into his soul. Theo distinctly felt his sense of reality collapsing. He stood before something far beyond his understanding. Theo's mind scrambled as he landed in a strange, warped realm, where a horrifying presence enveloped him. His eyes widened in astonishment as he faced the colossal creature. Is this what those infernal holy worshippers have been hiding? He thought to himself, his heart pounding so hard it felt like it would burst. The creature had just awakened. Its eyes swept the space in fury. Its voice thundered as it searched for the intruder. So it's you. You are Theo Ragnar. Theo's eyes widened in surprise. It knows who I am? He struggled to grasp this unbelievable situation. Without hesitation, the creature's massive tentacles coiled around his legs, squeezing as if to crush him. I have found you, protagonist of this world. Before it, Theo was tiny as an ant, helpless as the tentacles tightened. Confused and overwhelmed, he could hardly comprehend what was happening. His eyes darted around, searching for an escape, but the tentacles wrapped him too quickly for him to fight back. His body was trapped in their grip, utterly powerless. Fear surged, threatening to swallow him whole. But just when hope seemed to flicker out, a miracle occurred. A blaze of golden light erupted from the tentacles, illuminating the dark space. Theo's eyes widened in disbelief as the light grew blinding. It was Lodbrok, the ancient dragon, breaking the grip with terrifying force. With a thunderous roar, Lodbrok burst free and soared up, carrying Theo out of the creature's chokehold. "How did you get here?" The dragon's gaze remained fixed on the strange being, unmoved. In a deep, resonant voice, Lodbrok replied, "My companion, that is something you are not yet ready to face. Even with dreadful power, both of you are small before that colossal creature." Lodbrok continued, stern but resolute. "Even if you rose to Sigurd's level, I wouldn't be sure you'd win." Theo's face showed outright astonishment. "What the hell is this?" The dragon's tail whipped violently, pulling him out of the battlefield with overwhelming force and hurling him backward. "You must leave this place. Theo Ragnar, this is not the time for you to face this. Let me handle it." The world around him shifted suddenly. With a violent tug, he was yanked back to reality, into the assassin's lair. He collapsed to the ground, trembling, eyes wide in disbelief, heart pounding as he struggled to process what he'd just witnessed. Unconsciously, Theo brought a hand to his head, his mind in knots. What was that? Am I back? What just happened? His mind spun. Was Lodbrok facing that thing alone? But when his eyes fell on the blood priest before him, reality slammed back in. The priest collapsed to his knees, clutching his head, his face a mixture of pain, fury, and disbelief. He muttered in a tormented voice, "What? An unbeliever gets to see God?" He clawed at his face, mind unraveling as he screamed in madness. "I gave my whole family to God, yet an unbeliever is the one who meets him." Before he could say more, in that instant the blood priest's life was cut short by a swift, clean slash. Theo's eyes turned cold, his expression resolute. "Even I would refuse such a god," he muttered, his mind still reeling, his body shaking from the intensity of the encounter. Could that be the god the infernal holy worshippers hide? Is that the nameless King Lodbrok once mentioned? He recalled the conversation during the inspection rite, when Lodbrok said she had been tasked for 1,000 years with protecting the world from the entity imprisoned in that lonely cave. But after losing her dragon heart, Lodbrok could only survive 3 more years. Past life memories tumbled through his head. 5 years until the Great War started by the infernal holy cult, the death of the guardian dragon, the rise of the heresy, and Troivin's rebellion. All those consecutive events couldn't be a coincidence. A sharp pain stabbed his head and he clutched it. Everything is connected, he staggered, body weakening from mental strain. But before he could fall, Evelyn suddenly appeared and caught him. "You did well, young master." Her voice was proud and steady. Soon after, Cleve descended into the basement, eyes narrowed, scanning the area. Her gaze quickly settled on Theo and Evelyn. "I rushed here hearing a priest was hiding, but it seems there's no need." She glanced over the scene, her eyes landing on the priest's corpse. "You already handled one of them?" Evelyn and Theo turned to Cleve as she spoke, her voice full of pride. "You're amazing, Theo Ragnar," she said, eyes shining with admiration. "I can't believe you took down a priest by yourself. You don't need to prove anything else." Scene cut. The 3 gathered around a table, examining the documents. Cleve's tone turned serious as she checked. "I think this is all the paperwork we have. Just reports. Nothing that can serve as hard evidence." Theo stepped forward holding a box, his face thoughtful. "I found this in the basement. Take a look." Evelyn's eyes went solemn when she saw the box. She remembered the moment she and Remington retrieved the box at the young master's order before the awakening ceremony. It's Ceres and Troivin's secret ledger, she thought. Why hasn't he used it? Did he anticipate this? Theo watched Cleve as she flipped through the pages, his brow knitting. She stopped at a page, eyes scanning the details. This is the merchant conglomerate Ceres' ledger. There's a history of transactions with Troivin, with their official seal. She closed the book and turned to Theo. "Excellent, Theo Ragnar. If we gather enough evidence, We can prove Troivin's treasonous plot and their ties to the cult. Theo and Evelyn's faces darkened at the weight of that implication. The proof was now within reach. Cleve continued. This should be more than enough to take them down. As they left the hideout, Cleve's words echoed in his ears. I will confront the Ceres Trading Company. His mind flickered to Troivin. He clenched his fist, eyes narrowing with determination. Just wait, Ed Troivin. This time you're the one who's going to be crushed. Scene shifted to the White Plate Dragon Cavalry headquarters. Julius sat behind a desk, slamming a document down angrily, his face twisted with rage, teeth clenched as he muttered. I knew it, Ed Troivin. I knew that man would betray me one day. Across from him, Rober calmly sipped his tea, his expression unreadable. It's not certain yet. There are suspicious activities, but he's still only a suspect. Julius crushed the paper in his hand, voice full of irritation. Do you think I'm stupid? Rober didn't blink, his expression still composed. The Black Dragon has shown us this, which means it goes beyond mere suspicion. This isn't just a hunch, stop speculating. Julius's face darkened further. Judging by your reaction, you must have overlooked it even knowing the truth. Rober gently lifted his teacup, took a sip, then suddenly changed the subject. Theo Ragnar, I heard from Cleve's report that the boy personally took down a priest without help. Is that true? Julius's eyes widened, shocked and incredulous. Now is not the time to talk about that. Amused by the Dragon Lord's reaction, Rober continued to tease. That kid suits my black snow much better anyway, since he was the one who sent me. Julius scowled in irritation. Why are you always like this? Rober narrowed his eyes, voice serious. Excellent reasoning, superb analytical and planning skills. From just a small clue he found the critical point. He's nearly trained in the Black Snow way. It's as if he had prior experience. Julius waved his hand to dismiss that notion. In any case, I've already chosen him, so don't even think about touching him. Hey, big brother. You and Mrs. Osa Ragnar really are like thieves. Rober set his teacup down, his face suddenly turning grave. Huh. It's been a while since I've heard that name. He paused, lost in thought, then continued. Kyle, me, Osa, and you, Julius. It feels like just yesterday the four of us were brothers. Julius cut him off, his tone annoyed. That sentimental story won't sway me. If you steal Theo away, I won't forgive you. Rober's gaze darkened, his voice mysterious. Seems you haven't realized yet. Suddenly, with a quick flick, Rober appeared behind Julius. Brothers stealing from their younger brother is common, isn't it? Having said that, Rober turned and left, casually taking a few bottles of Julius's liquor from the shelf as he joked. Next time bring something more expensive, little brother. Before Julius could react, Rober dashed out, leaving an angry shout echoing down the corridor. Fortunately, there are currently no spies within the White Plate Dragon Cavalry, since there's nowhere else left that the Celestial Dragon hasn't touched. Rober's body gradually dissolved, merging with the air as he thought. Better to leave this plan to Julius. Today will be the day we strike the Ceres Trading Company. There's a lot to do. Things are getting more interesting. Scene shifts to the main ceremonial hall of the Ceres Trading Company, the air heavy with anticipation as a man approached the dais, where several figures waited. Arriving at the podium, he bowed respectfully. I am Naven Bacchus, the second son of the Bacchus family. The bald man before him, long beard stroking each word as he watched closely. I am Quodrak Ceres, leader of the Ceres conglomerate. He responded. I hereby officially propose a marriage alliance with the Bacchus family. Quodrak signaled to his daughter. She bowed gracefully and spoke in a composed tone. I am Lily Ceres, the fourth daughter of the Ceres family. The atmosphere grew solemn as Quodrak continued. From this day forward, the Bacchus and Ceres families will be bound by marriage. The two of you will forge a lasting bond. With a discreet smile, Quodrak thought. At last, I've achieved it. He looked at the emblem on Naven's chest, noting the prestigious design and the name of a noble house. This is the beginning, House Ragnar, those who have always looked down on us. His smile widened, eyes narrowed in satisfied malice. Soon, we will have our proper revenge. Behind them, a bald man stood motionless, his face flushed crimson with anger, his fists clenched tight, his mind darkened. How dare that merchant summon our family in front of the Bacchuses? He hissed inwardly. One of the 6 noble houses, and treated like this. His body trembled with rage, but he forced himself to hold back. I must endure. His face grew darker, thoughts turning bitter. With the dowry from this marriage, I can save the family. Who cares about that illegitimate child? Meanwhile, Naven Bacchus stood confidently before Quodrak Ceres, a smirk forming as he noticed the old man's transparent intention. So predictable, he thought, eyes narrowed, analyzing the situation. Do these merchants really think they can help us? He glanced at the other members of the Ceres conglomerate. Every face revealed a vicious scheme. They think they're gaining, but they're blind to the bigger picture. They don't even know their trade guild is being used as collateral. His mind spun with the power he held. They won't live long enough to see everything collapse. His smile darkened as he thought of the slow downfall of the Ceres conglomerate. He reached toward Lily, his tone gentle. It's a pleasure to meet you, Lily. I will treat you well, as Ceres' son-in-law and as your husband. Lily stood before him, her expression stiff, without trust, only suspicion. She crossed her arms and narrowed her eyes at Naven, voice firm. How can you prove it? Naven appeared momentarily flustered, but immediately broke into a sly smile. He chuckled softly, understanding her implication. His expression softened as he replied, It seems you want something. My family is bankrupt, so even I am up for sale. But if you, my bride, desire it, I can offer the Bacchus daughter. The bald man witnessing the exchange nearly exploded with rage, his eyes flashing with hatred. You damned bastard, what do you think you're doing? Lily slowly rolled up her right sleeve. She rolled up her sleeve to reveal a scar on her arm, her voice trembling with rage as she shouted. Bring me the head of Theo Ragnar, the one who did this to my arm here. Naven's smile widened, his eyes narrowed with interest. She wants me to publicly execute the heir of another house? The rustle of the crowd swelled, shock audible in their voices. Quodrak Ceres, Lily's father, stepped forward, placed a hand on her shoulder and whispered, Lily, I told you not to say things like that in public. Lily bowed her head and fell silent. But before she could respond, a voice cut in. All right, I'll do it. Lily looked up, her face lighting with excitement. She turned to see Naven standing there with a confident smile and determined eyes. He straightened, speaking with serious authority. My young bride wants it, so I will bring back his head. Outside, the sky glowed as dragons circled above the city. People looked up in amazement, voices full of bewilderment. What is that? I think it's a wyvern, right? Before they could grasp what was happening, the dragons began to descend, and 3 figures leapt from their backs. What? Someone's jumping down. Gasps rang through the square. With thunderous impacts, the 3 landed, striking perfect superhero-like poses. The crowd froze, eyes widening as they recognized the banner emblem. It was the Ragnar sigil. The recognition sent chills through everyone. The flag was more than cloth. It was a declaration of war. Cleve, stern-faced, planted the Ragnar banner into the ground, her voice deep and commanding as it echoed across the crowd. From this moment, we will execute justice in the name of Ragnar. She paused, eyes sweeping the crowd. We have uncovered that the attackers of Ragnar have deep ties to the Ceres Trading Company. The investigation will begin immediately to trace acts of treason. Anyone who dares to interfere will be deemed complicit and executed on the spot. The crowd recoiled in horror, faces tense, breath caught. Execute immediately? Someone whispered. Cleve's voice rang out again, carrying into the trading hall. If you claim innocence, let Ragnar's forces investigate. Inside, Quodrak Ceres felt his blood run cold. His face contorted, jaw clenched. Damn it, have they found everything? No, impossible. I must stay strong, not show weakness. As Quodrak tried to keep calm, the bald man stepped forward, his voice heavy with worry. Treason? What's the meaning of this, Ceres? Outside, a voice called again, sharp and uncompromising. Quodrak Ceres, come out now. Inside the building, sweat poured from Quodrak's brow as pressure bore down on him. Panicked, he began to claw at himself, but forced it down and focused. Chief, what do we do now? Quodrak clenched his fists, face twisted with anger, roaring, "Don't be ridiculous. A document can be easily forged." His eyes burned with fury as he shouted, voice carrying outside, "Clear as day. Someone is framing us. No matter how dirty you play, House Series will prove our loyalty to Rey Ragnar. Your lies will soon be exposed. Soldiers of Ceres, eliminate anyone who dares to scorn Ragnar. Anyone who dares to point a dagger at Ragnar and his loyalists." Tension suffocated the air as both sides braced for the coming storm. Hearing the trading guild leader, the bald man's face tightened with worry. He placed a hand on Quodrak's shoulder, voice low and anxious. "Lord Ceres, do you mean you won't cooperate with their investigation?" Quodrak abruptly yanked the man's hand away, his face darkening as he bellowed angrily. "This wedding will not take place." He pointed at the bald man, fury plain on his face. "You're a fool if you think we'll let you walk away after everything that's happened. The charges amount to treason, do you understand?" Quodrak leaned in close, only inches from the bald man, teeth gritted, his smile void of warmth. "You, a member of the Six Pillars, should know full well what treason means. Do you think I'll face this alone?" Gazing out the window and seeing Cleve, Evelyn, and Theo standing firm below, Quodrak's expression darkened. Think about it, if they had solid evidence, there wouldn't be just 3 people standing there. An entire army would blanket the sky. Regaining his confidence, Quodrak turned to the bald man and his retinue. "Understand? They're not certain about their evidence either. If we stop them this time, we'll walk free." Before the bald man could answer, a hard voice rang out. Naven stepped forward, cutting between them with overwhelming presence. "What are you saying to an old man who can barely drag himself to the privy?" He taunted, his tone both mocking and firm. He placed a hand on the bald man's shoulder and flashed a sly smile. "Isn't that right, Elder?" The bald man's eyes narrowed and his teeth ground in anger. "You brat! How dare you?" Unfazed, Naven turned his back and walked away, his smile never fading. He waved nonchalantly. "Isn't this better?" He continued to provoke as he moved to the window with a fluid motion. What a quick chance to deliver the wedding gift to the bride. The bald man's mouth fell open, eyes wide with astonishment. "Damn, that bastard brat. What is he thinking?" Without hesitation, Naven leaped through the window and landed lightly, then sprinted across the rooftops, heading straight for Theo and his companions. Meanwhile, the bald man stood stunned, his face shifting to panic. "Damn that bastard brat. The moment he draws his sword, we're accessories to this." Turning to his subordinates, his voice cracked like a whip. "We will assist House Series." The order clear, the soldiers moved at once, armor clanging as they assembled. Scene cuts to outside. House Series soldiers formed a menacing cordon around Theo, Cleve, and Evelyn, spears leveled and aimed precisely. Meanwhile, the 3 stood their ground, swords drawn, ready to respond. Cleve, stern-faced, pointed her blade at the troops and shouted, "This is your final warning. Stand down, or you'll be executed here and now for treason." Her words hung heavy, a promise of death. The soldiers, confused and tense, froze for a moment, sweat streaming down their faces, teeth clenched, uncertain what to do. From above, Naven watched, closing in on Theo's group. With a precise jump, he landed in the middle of the tense line, leaving the 3 Ragnar members stunned. His smile confident, his tone mocking. "The Ragnar people sure like executing others, don't they?" Evelyn's and Cleve's eyes widened in shock. How did this swordsman breach the line so easily and slip into their formation? Before they could react, Naven made his move. With a fluid motion, he swung his sword in a full 360-degree arc, the force of the strike forcing Theo, Cleve, and Evelyn back, their feet skidding on the ground. Naven's voice was almost mocking, his eyes shining with delight. "Pleasure to meet the Ragnar retinue, especially you, Theo. Didn't expect you to say that on our first meeting." Theo's eyes widened, his heart nearly stopping as he recognized the man before him. Unbelievable. It's really him, he thought, memories crashing like a freight train. In the Great War, the one who sowed chaos against Ragnar alongside House Ceres and Troyvin, the sword demon Naven Bacchus, the second son of House Bacchus. Naven curled his lip, smug, pointing his sword at Theo with a sneer. I'll take your head. Theo's heart pounded. Before he could process the situation, Naven lunged at a speed that paralyzed him. The force and precision of the attack surpassed anything he'd ever faced. The sword demon moved like a phantom, a deadly streak. I must think, use knowledge from my past life. Theo's mind spun as he parried another blow. This is the chance. Determined, he shouted to Evelyn and Cleve, his voice steady despite the chaos. I'll handle this one. Evelyn's eyes widened, unbelieving. Young master, that man is. Before he finished, Cleve cut in, calm but resolute. It's fine. Trust him. The others are probably destroying the evidence. We can't wait any longer. We must finish this quickly. Blocking another strike, his body screamed in protest. I'll try to catch up with you afterward. Naven's laugh echoed, dark and taunting. I don't mind if they intervene, but are you okay? Despite how I look, I'm pretty strong. Theo smiled faintly, a smile appearing despite the danger. I should say the same, he muttered, eyes narrowed as he looked at Naven. Can I ask you something? Naven's eyes glittered with amusement, his posture relaxed. He closed his eyes and nodded slightly. Suit yourself. Theo's smile widened. Pointing a sword at Ragnar is blatant treason. Are you a traitor, or are you trying to destroy House Bacchus? Or is this revenge for your mother? At the mention of his mother, Naven's face hardened and his hand tightened on his sword. His eyes flashed with anger and pain, his voice ice-cold and venomous. You've given me another reason to take your head. Theo, don't worry. I'll make a clean cut. Sweat streamed down Theo's face, his breath short, but his voice remained steady. Listen to me for a moment. With confidence and warmth, he lowered his sword and reached out toward Naven, trying to reassure despite the tension. Let me help you take your revenge. I can help you topple House Bacchus. Standing before Theo Ragnar was Naven Bacchus, unofficially hailed as the most powerful blade of House Bacchus, a title adorned by the proud wolf sigil of his family. He wasn't just a skilled swordsman but the embodiment of tragedy, a story carved into every cold cut of his blade. Theo knew Naven's painful history well. Despite talents rivaling the greatest warriors of Bacchus, Naven had never been acknowledged by his house. The reason lay in his birth, an illegitimate child born in a brothel, an indelible stain on a noble line. Rather than foster his extraordinary power, the family saw his existence as a threat. His mother, a pitiable woman who had sacrificed everything for him, was forced to leave this world, leaving young Naven kneeling beside her cold body, his tears mixing with the dirt. That deep resentment ignited in Naven a blazing desire for vengeance, ready to burn the Bacchus family to ashes, himself included. If he could hit that weakness, Theo believed he could pull Naven to his side and turn him into an ally. Let me help you avenge and overthrow House Bacchus, Theo repeated, his voice nailed like a hammer, his gaze unwavering. Naven faced him, raking a hand through his disheveled hair, his expression weary and skeptical. He let out a soft laugh, his voice low with a hint of derision. I don't know where you got information about my mother, but one thing is certain. Before he finished, Naven's eyes went icy, his body tensing like a drawn bow, ready to pierce anything. Without hesitation, he swung his sword in a long, wind-tearing strike, lunging at Theo with terrifying speed. The blade flashed, a killing aura that seemed to solidify the air. Theo, with a warrior's honed instinct, raised his sword to block in time, channeling his whole body into the parry. The clash sent shockwaves outward. The ground beneath them cracked and splintered, rubble spraying. The force of Naven's blow was so ferocious it shoved Theo backward, his feet skidding across broken earth and leaving two deep gouges. Naven stood motionless, his face cold as ice, his voice dropping. I have no reason to accept your offer. Even without you, House Bacchus will collapse under charges of treason. Theo listened, eyes narrowing as he realized the truth. House Bacchus had dug its own grave. Their fate had been sealed by their own treacherous schemes. His expression hardened, his eyes shining with an unshakable resolve. That's right. Even without my help, House Bacchus will fall on its own. But you, Naven, will vanish with them. Naven sighed, rolling his eyes with a careless air, his voice almost indifferent. Worrying is pointless. I have nothing left in this life to regret. I won't hesitate to disappear along with this damned family. But before he could finish, Theo cut in. That's dragon vein fever, right? A disease that appears when a young body can't withstand extraordinary talent. If treated early, the illness can be easily pushed back. But if you miss the golden window, it becomes a fatal disease, cruelly shortening one's lifespan. Naven's head dipped slightly, jaw clenched. Theo's words struck like a blade into a deep wound. House Bacchus didn't treat you in time, so your remaining years are only— His words trailed off, but Naven interrupted. 5 years, just as expected from a noble heir. You've dug up every filthy detail of my past, haven't you? Without another word, he surged forward, fury erupting through each swing, every strike laced with deadly intent. But knowing my illness doesn't change anything. Today, here, House Bacchus will vanish, and I will die as Naven. Their blades collided with a deafening crack like thunder, sparks exploding brilliantly into the air. The strike shoved him back so hard he almost lost his footing, but he recovered in time, his smile unbroken. What if I can cure your disease? Naven paused, a flash of confusion in his eyes. Nonsense. Dragon vein fever has no cure. He unleashed a flurry of attacks, each cut seeming to tear the air, forcing Theo into an intense defensive stance. Theo blocked, but the power behind Naven's blows pushed him backward. Still, his eyes blazed, his mind spinning with memories from his past life. In his previous life, a cure for dragon vein fever was discovered right after Naven's death. A device like an arc reactor was the key to solving it all. Now only I know that secret. He stood firm, voice full of confidence. No, it can be cured. His smile turned into an arrogant smirk, eyes narrowed, flashing red in the dim light of the battlefield. I'm absolutely certain. Naven froze, eyes wide. His mind scrambled trying to process what he'd just heard. Theo pressed the advantage, echoing Naven's claim that House Bacchus would fall without his cooperation. But if you cooperate with me, even if House Bacchus disappears, you could live as a hero. A man who helped House Ragnar quash the rebellion. If you've already decided to abandon this family, why not try trusting me once? Naven stood still, his gaze locked on Theo's outstretched hand. His mind roiled with a storm of doubt and hope. Could it be true? Could dragon vein fever be curable? The thought gnawed at him, sparking a fragile light in the darkness of despair. The battlefield scene cuts to another angle, where Ciri's soldiers are volleying fire, preparing for a new assault. They load the giant ballista, arrows as large as spears aimed precisely at Evelyn and Cleve. The ground trembles as the volley is launched, ripping through the air and hurtling forward at deadly speed. Cleve lunges, hand shooting out to catch an arrow midair, tossing it aside as if it were a harmless twig. Evelyn beside him deflects another with her sword. The steel sings, the movement effortless yet powerful. She sighs and mutters, "This is getting annoying." Cleve narrows his eyes, annoyance clear in his voice. "Yeah, annoying." She glances toward Theo, frowning. "He's still not done?" Evelyn turns, scanning the smoke for Theo's figure. It looks like they're talking about something. Cleve loses patience, hurling the arrow he caught to the ground, his expression darkening as he looks at the chaotic battlefield. Huh, can't I just kill them all? That thought lingers, but the devil dragon's admonitions keep her in check. Memories of the earlier conversation flash by. Rober Ragnar sits across from her, opening a bottle of wine with an easy smile. Don't act if you can't handle the consequences. Our priority is to evaluate his potential, recruit him early. Cleve stands before him with a serious expression. You mean I should just observe? Rober nods. Exactly. He took down a blood priest, but you didn't witness it firsthand, so you can't accurately assess him. This still needs firmer confirmation. Back in the present, Cleve exhales silently. She knows Rober will scold her if she intervenes at a threatening level, but the thought of missing her break makes her irritable. With terrifying force, Cleve stops the arrow barrage. The shockwave ripples across the courtyard, rocks and debris flying everywhere. Evelyn startles at Cleve's change, and suddenly sees Naven raise his sword as if about to strike. Has the young master lost to him? But Theo moves first. He runs after Naven wearing a cheerful expression. The two of them flash past her, leaving Evelyn stunned. Naven has now joined their side. He lunges forward, intercepting Bacchus's henchmen who were attacking Cleve and Evelyn. His swordplay is a deadly dance, the blade flashing through the smoke and dust. He bows his head, voice tinged with remorse. Sorry for my earlier rudeness to you too. Will this make up for my initial rough behavior? Naven smiles, his eyes brightening. We're on the same side now. A system announcement rings out, clear and upbeat. Hidden quest completed. You have recruited the sword spirit Naven as an ally. The battle turns in an instant. Naven becomes a whirlwind of destruction, ripping through Bacchus's ranks, their screams of despair rising as they try to stop him. He leaps onto the giant ballista, sending the soldiers into panic and causing instinctive screams. But it is all too late. With just a few precise cuts, Naven shatters the siege weapon. Ropes snap with splinters, explosions thunder like thunderclaps. Bacchus's lieutenant looks up at Naven, silhouetted against the smoke-filled sky, and screams, cursing. Naven, you betrayed the clan that raised you. How dare you point your sword at your own family? Naven lands lightly and replies with a mocking tone. My family? What about you? Which family would take in a filthy bastard like me? He rushes forward, sword flashing, ending his enemy with a clean stroke. Evelyn looks at Naven with admiration. He's truly someone who can rival the ancient god's young master. She turns to Theo and asks, how did you persuade him? Theo replies tersely, in a calm voice, I simply promised him what he wanted. Don't just stand there, we should follow Naven. It's time to capture Kodrak's series. Inside the chapel, Kodrak stands by the window, watching his forces being pushed back step by step. A subordinate rushes up, voice trembling, reporting the dire situation. Kodrak bellows, eyes bloodshot. You think I don't know? Time is running out. Order the others to destroy any documents that could serve as evidence, especially anything related to Troyven. But Kodrak thinks otherwise. He shouts in fury, no, don't touch that pile of documents. The subordinate looks baffled and stammers. What's going on? We should destroy it as soon as possible to minimize casualties, sir. Kodrak grabs him by the collar, his face twisted by uncontrollable greed. If we burn the documents, how will we recoup the money invested in the Troyven family? You expect me to give up that money just because of those damn Ragnars? Suddenly, a figure in a black cloak appears silently behind Kodrak, like a phantom from the void. He speaks in a deep, mocking voice. Kodrak, a mortal blinded by greed, you won't get far with such a narrow vision. Kodrak startles, turns around, sweat pouring from his brow. So you have finally arrived. I need your help right now. It's a perfect moment. Outside, Theo leads the team charging into the chapel, with the feeling that the battle is nearing its end. He urges his teammates forward, their momentum unstoppable. But when the chapel doors swing wide open, he freezes, a deep fear rising and spreading through his body. A figure wearing the bishop's robes of the demon Holy Church stands towering in the doorway, surrounded by warped effigies as if risen from hell. O faithful ones, rejoice. The time has come to carry out what you were taught. The scene shifts back to moments earlier, when two mysterious silhouettes stepped quietly out of the darkness. The first is a tall man, followed by a solemn bishop draped in a black cloak. As they approach, Kodrak Series' eyes flash with relief. You arrive just in time. I truly need help right now. Kodrak turns to face the two figures, voice tinged with confidence. I suppose there's no way you could die in this world, right? You even sent a bishop from the demon Holy Church. You and Troyven are no longer on the same side, are you? So that means you're on my side. I beg you, please help me. The two figures continue forward, their steps slow but purposeful. The bishop, in a low, threatening voice, says, I will help you, but only because of the day of judgment. I may need you. But first, the documents related to Troyven. Kodrak's eyes narrow as suspicion rises. He stares into the bishop's eyes, voice cold and cautious. Why do you want to find them? Those documents are my source of funds. Do you think I haven't hidden them well enough? If you want my money, do your job. Before he can say more, the bishop's subordinate lunges forward like lightning, grabs Kodrak's face and squeezes. Kodrak pants, his breath choking in his chest. The old bishop doesn't stop there, leans in closer, a malignant glint in his eyes. Foolish, arrogant wretch, do you really intend to oppose the grand plan of the Lord, you miserable atheist? With a calm bordering on boredom, the bishop turns to leave. That's enough. Kill him, he continues. There are plenty of people lined up, ready to provide funds. The subordinate immediately tightens his grip around Quodrak's throat, the crushing pressure making it nearly impossible for Quodrak to breathe. His vision blurs, his body trembling as blood trickles from his mouth. In his final moments, Quodrak's voice rings out, desperate. I'm sorry. The bishop hesitates, hearing the desperation in his voice. Wait. Please wait. I'm sorry. I was disrespectful to you, Your Grace. If I die now, Troyvin will only grow more suspicious of you. You can't let that happen. With a flick of his hand, the old bishop signals his subordinate. The hand on Quodrak's throat loosens, letting him collapse to the floor, gasping for air. The old bishop turns back, his tone indifferent yet deadly. Burn all documents related to Troyvin immediately. Don't think about running. God is watching everything. You'd better move quickly if you want to live. Quodrak's face goes ashen, the threat sinking into his bones, every instinct screaming at him to flee. The scene shifts outside. Theo's gaze is cold, fixed on the battlefield ahead. He's finally appeared. The scene shifts outside. Theo's gaze is cold, fixed on the battlefield ahead. He's finally appeared. His eyes lock onto the silhouette of the demon Holy Church bishop in the distance, his lips curling into a sinister smile, his voice booming with authority. From our blood, the Lord will descend upon this place. The air grows heavy and bloodthirsty as the bishop's followers shout in unison, their voices roaring across the battlefield. Worship our Lord! Worship our Lord! Theo's heart pounds as the army of the demon Holy Church surges toward him and his comrades, their eyes wild and soulless. As Theo charges into the fray, his sword flashes like lightning. He cuts through the followers with absolute precision. I suspected the demon Holy Church was behind this, but it's shocking they even deployed a bishop to fight. He takes down a group of enemies in a fluid motion, barely pausing as others replace them, repeatedly charging at him without relent, with a single goal in mind: to kill him. One by one they are cut down, yet their numbers seem endless. Meanwhile, Evelyn stands at the center of the battle, her voice ringing with irritation. You maniacs! Naven is also struggling to hold back the fanatics' advance, though his voice shows a hint of concern. They're just coming in waves. Can we hold out like this? Amid the chaos, Cleve stands behind Theo, Evelyn, and Naven, his expression calm but calculating. He watches them fight, their determination clear as they face the army alone. He shoots a glance, a hint of disbelief on his face as he looks toward the bishop inside the building. So the bishop really showed up. This will be more troublesome than I thought. His hand slides down the hilt, and with a smooth motion he draws his sword, the blade flashing under the dim light as he prepares. A thought crosses his mind. Wait, this turned out even better than I expected, didn't it? He glances at Theo and the others. Now I have a reason to sweep them all away. In the blink of an eye, Cleve moves so fast no one notices. Immediately, the enemies in front of Theo, Evelyn, and Naven began to explode into fragments. The blast sent the cultists flying in all directions, some chopped into pieces. But that wasn't all. With a powerful leap, she launched into the air, twin swords in hand. The explosions rocked the battlefield, throwing the cult's ranks into chaos. She landed lightly, energy bursting around her. From now on, I'll lead. Her eyes narrowed as she faced the enemy army, her expression grave and determined. We can't stand by and let these trash block our way. I'll raise this place. But contrary to Cleve's expectation, Theo shouted to stop her. Wait, don't forget why we're here. We need to secure the documents before they're destroyed. Cleve paused for a moment, sighed, her tone dismissive but tinged with disappointment. Theo, I think I overrated you. She twirled her sword in her hand with ease, and the slashes flew out. Since the demon Holy Church has revealed itself, we don't need to hunt for more evidence. Theo wouldn't be outdone. He surged up beside her, his face resolute. No, it's the opposite. Their intervention at this level proves there's something they don't want us touching. The cult's actions had become more urgent and dangerous. Whatever they're protecting, they cannot let it slip away. Cleve squinted. I get it. So what's your plan? The enemy ranks pressed on, but Theo's group didn't fall back. With each swing, more cultists fell. Cleve continued, either way, our priority is to break through them first, right? That's true. But by the time we get through them, the evidence might already be destroyed. He sliced through a few enemies in a fluid motion. His expression hardened with determination. I have a way. Theo activated Mind Gate along with Blood Dragon synchronization, pushing both to their limits. His eyes flared blue as the skill took effect. Now Theo could sweep the entire battlefield with perfect clarity, seeing everything within reach. His skill covered a wide area, including nearby houses. Cleve remained engaged with foes, briefly slipping into her own thoughts. There's no concrete evidence yet, but since the Black Dragon told us about this, we should observe a bit longer. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind her. A blood priest lunged forward, raising a fist and shouting, How dare you slack off? But before he could strike, Cleve acted. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of slashes cut through the priest's body, leaving him unable to comprehend what had happened. He fell, his body shattered. Cleve's eyes blazed with bloodlust, her face stone cold as she turned to her teammates. Fine, Theo, this time I trust you. We'll handle things here, but you must secure the evidence at all costs. Hearing that, Theo didn't hesitate. He leaped up, kicked an enemy in the face, using him as a springboard to soar higher. Leave it to me. But while hovering, something strange caught his attention. The demon Holy Church cultists formed a human wall, their eyes glowing with a terrifying light as they charged toward him. The situation turned critical, but Naven and Evelyn arrived, cutting through the chaos to assist Theo. Naven's special ability flared blue while Evelyn unleashed Storm God, a whirlwind skill shimmering with intense blue energy. Their combined attacks tore the enemy lines apart, clearing a path for Theo. Naven beamed and shouted, I've cleared the way for you, Master. Keep pushing forward. At that, Evelyn, eyes cold, replied irritably, Since when do you know the young Master well enough to call him Master? With Blood Dragon synchronization still active, he opened his inventory and summoned many swords, controlling them remotely. Theo made the blades hover in the air and leapt from one to another with astonishing agility. As he flew through the sky, he glanced back at Naven and Evelyn and smiled gratefully. Thank you both. Having finished speaking, Theo used the Thunder Dragon Swift Guard technique to boost his movement speed, effortlessly dodging attacks as he moved toward the building. His mind focused on the task ahead. They wouldn't entrust something as critical as destroying top-secret documents to just anyone. If there's a suitable person, it must be a high-ranking commander. As Theo scanned the building with his enhanced vision, something caught his eye. His gaze locked onto a figure, a smile spreading across his face. Finally found you. Quodrak, a system window popped up in his vision. Clue of past life evil. This is your chance to settle a past life grudge. Stop their scheme. The scene replayed the earlier moment when the demon Holy Church cultists formed a human wall, their eyes flashing with eerie light as they lunged at Theo in a desperate attempt to stop him. Just as the situation reached a critical point, Naven and Evelyn appeared, tearing through the chaos to save him. Naven activated his special skill, his body glowing bright blue, while Evelyn unleashed Storm God, sparkling with vivid green-blue energy. Together their attacks were like razor blades, shredding the enemy ranks and opening a path for Theo. Naven beamed and called out, I've cleared the way for you, Master. Evelyn glanced at him coldly and said, Since when do you know him well enough to call him Master? Both landed on the battlefield with graceful yet deadly moves. As their feet hit the ground, enemy heads fell, spraying blood everywhere. Naven tilted his head slightly, his smile growing more arrogant. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Naven Bacchus, the first sword of our Lord. Hearing that, Evelyn ground her teeth, annoyed. The first sword? Your jokes have gone too far. Unfazed, Naven replied teasingly, Judging by your reaction, you must be the first sword. Then I have nothing to worry about. Naven's gaze flicked toward Cleve. She was cutting down foes with lethal strikes. His tone softened, If she's the first sword, then I'm happy to be the second. Feeling slighted, Evelyn narrowed her eyes and anger flared. You mean you're better than me? Without hesitation, Navin charged forward, sword clenched in his hand, his eyes burning with excitement. Of course I am. His blade swung, cutting down several enemies as easily as slicing a loaf of bread. Evelyn froze as his blade stopped just inches from her neck, a display of perfect control. Navin smiled smugly. What a coincidence we're on the same side. Or how about this, the one who kills more cultists becomes the first sword. Evelyn sighed, annoyed. I'm on a mission, not here for your childish games. Navin laughed, delighted. Are you afraid you'll lose to me? Those words hit Evelyn's last nerve. In a flash, she knocked Navin's sword aside with expert skill, her eyes blazing with determination. Navin was stunned by Evelyn's sudden change. Before he could react, Evelyn tore through dozens of cultists who had been sneaking up behind him. Her strikes were precise and deadly, executed at phenomenal speed. Not stopping there, Evelyn darted past Navin like lightning, storm god erupting and sweeping enemies away. Let me show you why I'm the young master's #1 sword. You better not regret what you just said. Navin returned with renewed confidence, gripping his sword tightly. I'm looking forward to it. The two plunged back into the cultists, fiercely competitive and unwilling to lose. The scene shifted to a quiet corner of the city. The streets were deserted, in stark contrast to the chaotic battlefield at the center. A solitary tavern appeared, torchlight casting long, dim shadows across the walls. Inside, a hidden passage led down to the cellar. Quodrak Ceres stepped forward, sweat beading on his brow, his heart pounding. He took a deep breath, unlocked the secret door, and the sound of the latch falling echoed in the silence. A torch was lit, illuminating the small room with a wooden chest in the center and bookshelves packed around it. Without hesitation, he approached the chest, hands trembling as he opened the lid. Inside were the documents he had painstakingly gathered, evidence related to Troyvin. His mind churned with what had happened. If I just burn this, it's over. Doing that might let me escape treason to some degree. But hesitation held him back, the torch in his hand shaking as he thought of the enormous value of these papers. Do I really have to burn all of this? Every bit of it is extremely valuable and important. It won't be easy to recover. Considering the deal I made with the Celestial Dragon, I have to get everything back at any cost. But the bishop's warning echoed in his mind. If you don't destroy this pile of documents, death is inevitable. He sighed bitterly. Better this than death. He let the torch fall from his hand and watched the flame slowly drop toward the chest of documents before him. But just before the flame could touch, a streak of black lightning flashed, filling the room with energy. A figure blurred through, Theo lightning fast, snatching the torch midair before it could consume everything. Quodrak spun around, eyes widening in horror as he saw him. Theo Ragnar, how did you get in here? His eyes burned with bloodlust, his voice low but authoritative. Looks like your fourth daughter's arm still wasn't enough. Huh? Quodrak went pale, blood welling in his mouth and nose. He forced a crooked smile. I'm sorry. I'll do anything, so spare me. Before his plea finished, Theo's sword rose, black lightning wrapping the blade, and in an instant it sliced off his head. The ghastly thud of Quodrak's head hitting the floor echoed as his body collapsed before he could comprehend what had happened. Theo's face turned furious, his voice cold and merciless. Traitors to Ragnar have only one fate. All will be executed. Having said that, Theo quickly scanned the pile of documents. A system sound rang out. Congratulations, you have completed the quest. The past life grudge has been resolved. Flipping through the stack in his hands, Theo couldn't help but wonder. Is this really worth mobilizing the entire Demon Holy Church? The secret notebook I gave Cleve was enough to pin Troyvin. But that's not all. Even if it involves the Celestial Dragon, the Troyvin household could still dispose of him when danger arises. So we must gather enough evidence to arrest not only Ed Troyvin but the entire Troyvin family. Staring at the massive bookshelves, Theo felt a bit weary. Every document here is crucial evidence. What should I take first? His gaze swept upward and landed on a book titled Investigation Report on the Rose Palace. Theo opened the book, and the first line chilled him. This is, be cautious of the Black Dragon's surveillance when searching for relics. Is this Troivan's handwriting? To date, 2 relics have been found. I also speculate that the remaining hidden relics lie within the Rose Palace. Reading this, his hand clenched in anger. Relics in the Rose Palace? What does that mean? Were the discrimination, false accusations, and wretched fate that ruined my past life all rooted in this? According to their plan, Theo Ragnar was to be eliminated. Rage blazed through Theo's body, his eyes full of indignation. All this over a relic that might be hidden somewhere? He roared, crushing the paper in his hand. Ed Troivan, you damn bastard! But Theo quickly regained his composure, closed the book and said, publishing these reports now wouldn't change anything. I will take my revenge slowly but surely. Having said that, his gaze fixed on 2 glowing cubes on the shelf, radiating ancient energy. To make things interesting, I'll take the 2 relics you fought so hard to obtain. When he touched them, a system window appeared. You have discovered 2 relics of the ancient dragon. The scene cut back to the Merchants Guild headquarters. The air heavy and tense, punctuated by the clash of swords. The Demon Holy Church forces still had the upper hand, but Naven and Evelyn stood firm, back to back. They had felled countless cultists, yet the battle was far from over. Naven panted, his body bruised and bloodied from the relentless fighting. Evelyn caught her breath and broke the silence in a cold tone. I remember who you are now, Naven Bacchus. The Demon Holy Church cultists showed no hesitation. They advanced with eyes burning with murderous intent, giving the 2 warriors no moment's rest. Evelyn swung her sword, took down another enemy, then said seriously, last year you placed second in the Awakening, right? Then disappeared, right? Naven, exhausted but still charging, cut down a few cultists with quick strikes. A crooked smile appeared. Being remembered by you is an honor, Evelyn. As he surged toward other foes, he shouted, full of determination. But now's not the time to dwell on old stories. At this rate, I'll become the #1 swordsman. Suddenly, a burst of green energy erupted across the battlefield. Naven froze as the energy spun into a massive vortex, sweeping everything up. He turned and saw Evelyn, her eyes blazing with resolve, executing the Thunderwind technique. A cyclone of green energy tore through the enemy ranks, annihilating them in a brutal storm. When the vortex dissipated, Naven stood stunned in amazement. He looked at Evelyn. She returned his gaze sternly, her eyes flashing green. With that move, we're even. Naven panted, nodded in agreement, his eyes full of respect. Yeah, I agree. But just as Naven let his guard down, a giant silhouette lunged in at terrifying speed. The massive brute accompanied the bishop, gripping a war mace and preparing to strike. Naven widened his eyes, astonished by the overwhelming presence of the giant. But he quickly jumped aside, narrowly avoiding the blow. The giant's strike slammed into the ground, cracking everything as fissures spread outward. The giant rose, his eyes glowing red with fury. Don't celebrate yet. You brats really think you can derail the Great Spirit's plan? Naven smirked and faced the giant. Finish him off, Evelyn. She narrowed her eyes, nodding in agreement. Good idea. We'll settle this with him. Without another word, the 2 lunged at the giant with blazing auras. Evelyn was wrapped in bright green energy and determination. Naven radiated blue light, both sharpening their focus and indomitable will. But just as the giant swung his mace in counterattack, a new figure appeared from above. A high-ranking member of the White Plate Dragon Cavalry, riding a dragon, descended. The dragon lunged, its claws snatching the giant and pinning him to the ground. This forced Naven and Evelyn to halt and step back. The dragon's claws sank deep into the giant's body, holding him fast and sending shockwaves across the battlefield. As the dust slowly cleared, the image of the giant pinned motionless by the dragon became visible. It was a member of the White Plate Dragon. A blond man stepped forward with a satisfied smile. How's it going, Captain Evelyn? Did I make it in time? Naven and Evelyn froze in shock and despair, shouting in unison. How dare you touch him? Both of them seethed with anger, eyes blazing. The man went pale, flustered. I thought I was helping. Suddenly, The sky darkened as a slew of other dragons appeared. The entire white plate dragon cavalry landed on the rooftops and plunged straight into the battle. The impact was so powerful it crushed several cultists instantly. Another senior member of the unit shouted a clear command. All units, 5th Company of the White Plate Dragon Cavalry, heed orders. Eliminate all members of the Merchants Guild and the Demon Holy Church. Immediately, the White Plate soldiers surged forward, annihilating everything. Dragons breathed fire to burn enemies, exhaled poisonous clouds to suffocate them, or ripped them apart with talons like tearing paper. The battlefield filled with fire, toxic gas, and screams. Inside the Merchants Guild headquarters, the atmosphere was slightly quieter. The bishop lay collapsed on the floor, dozens of weapons piercing his body, blood pooling around him. Despite his severe wounds, he curled his lips in a satisfied smile and said, "I sincerely hope a new sun will rise over the blood-red sky, that the true ending will come. Help them resist temptation and accept our reverence. The blood of the gods will guide us. May those who remain find peace." Cleve sat nearby, exhausted but still wearing an indifferent expression. She rolled her eyes, then sighed with sarcasm. "Schemes like that really aren't my style." After his frenzied rant, she glanced at the bishop. His body was torn by sword blows, limbs severed, yet he still wore a mad smile, as if a heavy burden had finally been lifted. The scene shifted outside. Now everything was strangely calm after the battle. The White Plate Dragon Cavalry set up temporary complaint booths, and citizens lined up to report their losses. Evelyn stood amid the chaotic line, surrounded by a barrage of questions. A man holding a report approached. "Can I go now?" Evelyn, clearly exasperated. Yes. Just show me your guild membership card and you can leave." "What about compensation for damages?" The claims desk is at the far left. The scene grew more chaotic. White Plate members ran back and forth, shouting orders to one another. "Captain, do you need that report?" Another voice rang out. "Hurry up. Bring it here now." Someone tossed a report to Evelyn, marked in large letters. "Someone stole goods from the Flying Dragons. What kind of bastard is that?" She received another report from a soldier. "Captain, does this job pay extra?" Evelyn gritted her teeth, closing her eyes in irritation. Suddenly, she lost control. Her eyes became slits of fire, veins bulging on her forehead. "What do you mean with all these questions, you idiots?" She grabbed the nearest table and hurled it into the air. The toss sent several members flying along with it. Then she screamed, voice full of killing intent. "Handle it yourselves. I'm terrible at this paperwork stuff, all right?" She looked around, searching for someone. "Hyuxil. Where's Hyuxil? Where did she go after ditching us here like this?" The scene cut to a peaceful corner of the city, inside a simple hut, where Theo and Evelyn were having a serious discussion. Theo looked at the documents before him and said, "This is what the Merchants Guild leader wanted destroyed. Traces of relics, leaked information, and the betrayal plans are recorded in great detail." Cleve glanced through the papers and set them on the table, smiling proudly. "You did well, mid-level swordsman Theo Ragnar." Theo blinked in surprise, eyes wide. "Thank you, ma'am." Cleve laughed at his reaction, then turned serious. "You work efficiently, like you've been with Hyuxil for a long time. So, what do you think about the Black Dragon's invitation?" Theo scratched his head and glanced away awkwardly. About that," Cleve sighed and smiled lightly. "No need to be so awkward. I was just teasing." Theo laughed sheepishly. It's hard to tell if he's joking or not. Cleve moved on to another topic. "I have one more piece of news. I've got good news for you. The operation to arrest Tianlong is already underway. The records from last time are enough to prove his treason. You've caught him." Theo's eyes lit up and a radiant smile spread across his face. "So that means," Cleve cut in firmly. "Yes, Hyuxil's elite arrest team has stepped in. They're probably escorting them back to the capital right now." Just then, the tent flaps suddenly flew open and a Hyuxil member burst in, urgent and panting. "There's a major problem, sir." Theo and Cleve turned around, faces hardened with worry. The soldier struggled to remain standing. He hid his true power. The scene abruptly cut to the battlefield. Ed Troyven swung his sword, cutting through the air with terrifying speed and precision. An elite Hyuxial arrest team soldier had his head sliced off in an instant, his body collapsing while Ed kept his face cold. Only fools reveal their strength. He scanned the battlefield, where Hyuxial's senior soldiers lay dead, their heads severed. A cruel smile spread across his face. Congratulations, Theo Ragnar. The Camellia Palace, Axion, the Dragon Swordmaster, the Ceres Trading Guild, all the things I worked so hard to prepare. His voice grew quieter but seethed with rage, his face twisting into a mad grin. You really ruined everything, Theo Ragnar. There's nothing left. His eyes narrowed, determination taking over. Fine. Go ahead and celebrate. Go as crazy as you like, because Troiven's plan will continue. He gripped the sword in his hand tightly and muttered, We've lost the dragon's sword, but I obtained this. It's enough. He trudged into the thick snow and gradually vanished, whispering to the wind. The time is near. The scene shifted to Camellia Palace, where the normally bustling atmosphere grew even livelier with preparations for an important event. The palace grounds were packed with people, each moving with purpose. Excitement filled the air. Inside the great hall, nobles gathered and chatted animatedly, while tailors measured carefully to sew new gowns. The mood mixed excitement and anticipation as lavish outfits were prepared for the most distinguished guests. A noblewoman exclaimed, Oh my! This design is exquisite. When's the deadline? Another person beamed and replied, You've been waiting a long time, haven't you? Amid the bustling crowd, a solitary figure stood quietly in the corner, a stark contrast to the surrounding opulence and chaos. It was the demon blacksmith. She calmly smoked her pipe and watched the nobles with a detached expression. She heard someone ask, When will the new magical seals arrive? Another answered, They just came out, we still need to test their quality. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she observed, growing busier by the moment. Then suddenly a familiar voice cut through her thoughts. Mother, are you finally here? Cecilia cried out happily, stepping forward with a radiant face. The woman turned to her daughter and asked, How are those tailors doing? Cecilia replied excitedly, I'm about to open a new shop. It's a high-end brand using luxurious fabrics and dazzling jewelry. The woman's face froze, staring at her daughter in bewilderment. After a brief silence, Cecilia continued, detailing her plans with rising enthusiasm. A smile slowly spread across the demon blacksmith's face, her eyes full of love and pride. It's been so long since I've seen this smile, hasn't it? A smile more beautiful than any gem or jewel. Suddenly Cecilia took her mother's hand, beaming. So don't worry about the cost. Okay, what? Cecilia exclaimed in surprise. You didn't come for that? The blacksmith clicked her tongue and smiled lightly. You catch on fast, but it's not just for that. I came because of another important piece of news about the Rose Palace. When she heard the Rose Palace, Cecilia's eyes widened in terror, sweat beading on her brow. She gripped her mother's hand. There's nothing wrong with my son, is there? Has that villain done something else? The woman looked at her child, her gaze softening with compassion. What have you had to endure all this time? She gently placed her hand on Cecilia's head to reassure her. Calm down. Don't worry too much. Actually, it's exactly the opposite. She drew on her pipe, the smoke curling around her, then continued. Try not to be too shocked, my daughter. That woman, Cecilia's face registered utter astonishment, her eyes wide with horror. The scene cut to the Rose Palace, where a horrifying sight unfolded. Blood splattered the walls and floors, the air thick with the stench of death. Corpses lay scattered across the courtyard, and witnesses stood frozen, eyes wide in terror. The gate was hung with severed heads, a gruesome message. Each head was labeled a traitor to House Ragnar. At the center, Axion's mother's head hung prominently, accompanied by a ruthless proclamation. Hearing this, Cecilia could no longer bear it and fell to her knees. Her mother's words echoed in her ears but offered no comfort. She looked up at her mother with tear-filled eyes and a weak voice. I'm sorry, Mother. I was only relieved that it was finally over. The demon blacksmith knelt beside her daughter, her heart heavy. She hugged Cecilia tightly and soothed her. My child, you need me now more than ever. Cecilia leaned into her mother, sobbing, letting out the pain she'd held inside. It really happened, didn't it, Mother? The woman looked at her, eyes reddened, her voice warm but tinged with sadness. Have you ever seen a goblin lie? Cecilia's sobs quieted, but her words were heavy. I never showed weakness before, but every day felt like walking on blades, slandered, falsely accused, even targeted for assassination. I couldn't tell anyone, but truly, I almost died several times. Each time I begged them to spare my son. Cecilia looked up, her face awash with tears. All the pressure inside me has lifted. It's really over now, isn't it, Mother? Seeing this, the demon blacksmith couldn't hold back her own tears. She looked at her child with pride mixed with sorrow. I never fully understood the burden Cecilia carried alone. Yes, it's all over now, my dear. You've endured too much on your own. You've done well, my daughter. The scene shifted to Theo's manor, where he and Naven had just arrived after the battle. Though the task had been heavy, the mood was somewhat relieved. Naven, with his usual nonchalance, spoke first. I heard you've become quite famous now, huh? Theo, pouring tea, smiled cheerfully. You're later than I expected. Have you finished everything? Naven leaned back on the sofa, still relaxed. Huxiel told me not to say anything, but you already knew everything, right? Just as predicted, House Bacchus would collapse, starting with the head of the house. Those who signed the ledgers would lose at least their titles. They deserved it for what they'd done. House Bacchus is finished, but Theo wasn't satisfied and asked, Is that enough? Naven, surprised. What do you mean? Theo looked him straight in the eye, full of confidence. Naven, I propose you become the head of House Bacchus. Naven was stunned. What? Me? Theo placed his hand on the table, determined. If everyone else loses their titles, you'll be the only one able to take over the house. Be my strength in the coming war against House Troyven. Naven looked briefly surprised, then quickly returned to his nonchalant tone. War with Troyven? That kid, has he been aiming for that from the start? Theo sipped his tea with a confident smile. The psychological game is exposed now. There will certainly be an all-out war with Troyven. We have confirmed that Tianlong's rebellion is connected to Troyven and the Holy Demon Church. We're looking into what their plans are in the north. This is almost a declaration of war between Ragnar and Troyven. Naven pondered. That's right. Once Troyven and the cult are exposed, they won't sit idle. He leaned back, smiling casually. For someone about to die like me, war isn't much of an issue. Don't I also need something to act with? Immediately, Theo pulled something out and set it in front of Naven, startling him. What's this? Didn't I tell you? I can cure you. He produced a sheet of paper and said, This is the recipe for curing ether core fever, and this is the ether core, the main ingredient of the formula. It's not widely known yet, but ether core fever is caused by chaotic mana flow inside the body. This core will neutralize your mana flow. Naven was shocked, his head spinning. I can't believe it. I thought you'd cure me just enough to keep me alive, then use it to exploit and imprison me. Theo, surprised. What? Naven, serious. If you give me everything, what if I just take it all and run? Hearing that, Theo replied confidently. If that's what you want to do, I don't care. Focusing only on power will create even more problems. You and I are both victims of it. His eyes lit up, his voice soft but resolute. I don't want to dominate others by force. What I want to build isn't oppression or intimidation, but mutual trust. Naven froze as he grasped the meaning. He gave a short laugh and sighed. I wasn't going to underestimate you because you're young, but turns out you're still a naive romantic. Theo smiled. So you don't want to cooperate? Naven stared at his reflection in the teacup, thinking. At last he took a sip of tea and put it down. Then he quickly stood up, drew his sword and placed it before him. In a solemn voice, I, Naven Bacchus, head of House Bacchus, swear to become Theo Ragnar's sword. Theo smiled, pleased with the result he'd achieved. Naven returned to his nonchalance and said, Is that enough for you now? Theo raised his cup confidently. More than enough. After Naven left, Theo stood alone in the hall, musing war with Troyven. Everything is happening much faster than in my previous life. He looked at the table where the relic sat and told himself, But there's no need to worry. Everything is still going smoothly. He placed his hand on one relic and said, First, Let's open this Yongba and see what's inside. Theo found himself standing in a desolate landscape, with sand and stone stretching endlessly. He realized it was a desert, a place he'd only seen in books. The searing heat hit him immediately, making Theo wonder if anything could survive here. A blue screen appeared, accompanied by a notification that Theo had entered the domain of the guardian deities. The objective was simple yet daunting: survive the next 72 hours. He was aghast at the thought of enduring 3 full days in a place so hot he felt he could melt at any moment. The ground beneath Theo's feet began to shake violently. Something huge rose up from the sand dunes, sending sand flying in all directions. Theo could only think that this was completely insane. The system announced the boss's appearance. A desert worm, massive in size, like a dragon that brings death. The monster hissed in displeasure. It had identified Theo as the intruder. With a deafening roar, it lunged forward with its jaws wide open, bearing a terrible set of razor-sharp teeth. Theo scrambled to escape, turned, and unleashed the long gate. Thunderguard moved straight at the beast. A bolt of black lightning struck the creature's head, but only cracked its armor, and couldn't even leave any real damage. Theo's expression turned to astonishment. He used the long gate technique and it scarcely even scratched it. Before he could think, another attack came flying in. Golden lightning flashed across the worm's body with devastating force. He ground his teeth in frustration as he realized the problem. This monster shared the lightning attribute with Theo, so it rendered his attacks almost useless. It was like trying to put out a fire by adding another pile of flames. The monster's emotionless voice echoed, "Intruder, die!" The worm screamed and fired a bolt of lightning energy straight at him. Luckily, Theo dodged in time, watching the beam carve a trench in the sand, which alarmed him considerably. "Damn it! It destroyed my escape route." The worm burrowed back underground, then shot up right beneath Theo's feet, its wide mouth full of teeth. It attacked the spot he had just been standing and blasted everything within range. Theo had to keep leaping backward to avoid its relentless assaults. He landed and slid backward across the sand, his body beginning to feel strained, each breath coming in gasps. Theo checked his mission timer. Only 5 minutes had passed and it already felt like this? He knew well he couldn't hold out like this for 72 hours. That sandworm was too hard to hit when it kept moving beneath the ground like that. His lightning techniques were also ineffective. The terrain gave the enemy too much of an advantage. But that gave Theo an idea. Maybe he could turn the terrain to its disadvantage with this. Theo quickly rummaged through his inventory and pulled out another relic from his previous mission, the Ice Blossom Butterfly Relic. He wondered whether to use it now. It was a gamble, but he felt it was worth a try. He tried to activate the relic to enter its dungeon. A system panel rang out. Ancient Dragonkin Relic Ice Blossom Butterfly equipped, moving to the 3rd dungeon, but then a red notification flashed before Theo. The system blocked him and informed him that he couldn't start a new dungeon mission while another was active. As expected, not everything went according to plan. At that moment, the world itself began to crack. Frosted fissures spread across the desert sky. An unusual blizzard raged, tearing open a rift between dimensions. The system announced an anomaly. 2 dungeons were attempting to intrude upon each other through the icy rift. A giant golden eye peered out as the boss of the Ice Blossom Butterfly dungeon appeared. A dragon with white, butterfly-like wings emerged from the storm. Its body was not massive, but its beauty and haughty grace far surpassed that of the sandworm. Its gaze was icy, its breath filling the air with cold. It spoke, the chill accompanying its voice spreading everywhere, echoing dangerous ancient power. "Long time no see. You are chosen. You've just done something rather reckless. This is the guardian of the Dragon Ancestor Relic. Its power saturates the air with sharp, glittering shards of ice." It looked at Theo and said coldly, "You will pay for your arrogance." A barrage of ice shards flew straight at Theo at unbelievable speed, their trajectories twisting as if they had GPS guidance. Theo did his best to parry with his sword slashes and, luckily, was not injured. He cursed his situation. He never imagined it would turn out like this. Was he really stuck between 2 guards at once? After all, this was the outcome of the gamble Theo had taken. He sighed, thinking, "I should have tried to endure the 72 hours. That might have been better. He really should have chosen perseverance." But since things had come to this point, Theo had no choice left but to try to survive. But contrary to Theo's expectations, the sandworm's attack flew straight toward the Dragon Guardian. It uttered an incomprehensible sound after being attacked unexpectedly. "What are you doing?" the Sandworm Guardian answered tersely. "Intruder, kill them all." Hearing that, the Dragon Guardian also voiced agreement. Agreed. Two guardians cannot coexist in the same place. Theo stared in bewilderment, unable to understand what on earth was happening. Are they attacking each other? Both charged in fury. "Die, Sandcrawler! Intruder, I will kill you." A system notification appeared. Two ancient relics are vying for primacy. The scene cut to the battlefield, where the giant desert worm roared as it lunged at the Dragon Guardian. The ground shook under the force of the clash. As the desert worm charged at terrifying speed, it opened its massive jaws aimed at the Dragon Guardian, but the dragon's shimmering shield held firm against the ferocious attack. Theo stood at the edge, amazed at the chaos unfolding. The air crackled with energy from massive lightning bolts, the ground trembling with the battle's force. He muttered to himself in awe and worry. Just thinking about being in there is terrifying. Theo glanced down at his sword as a strange black energy began to emanate from it. The black energy condensed and formed the shape of a griffin, ready for battle. Theo smiled, his eyes shining with anticipation. "Looks like you're itching to tear something apart, Moonlight Blade." The battlefield became a chaotic arena as the desert worm and the Dragon Guardian collided violently. Massive sandstorms churned the air while ice and lightning attacks filled the sky. Each impact shook the ground. Theo stood firm, unfazed by the surrounding whirlwind of destruction. His voice steady as he watched the epic fight. "Hold on a little longer. Looks like they're almost done." As the battle continued, the desert worm's attacks began to overwhelm the Dragon Guardian's defenses. Lightning strikes hit the dragon and shattered its protective shield. One particularly strong lightning bolt struck the Dragon Guardian's wing, tearing through its fragile structure. The dragon roared in pain, blood streaming from its mouth as it hung in the air, unable to maintain balance because of the wound. The Dragon Guardian fell to the ground with an earth-shaking crash. Dust and debris settled as the Dragon Guardian growled slowly, trying to rise, but the desert worm showed no mercy. It gave the dragon no chance to recover and lunged on with deadly intent. The Dragon Guardian, sensing the worm's relentless pursuit, narrowed its eyes in furious irritation. Then, in a decisive moment, it unleashed its true power. The entire battlefield was enveloped in a blazing radiance. A giant snowflake-like form radiated from the Dragon Guardian. Instantly, massive ice spikes burst up from the ground, shooting upward at terrifying speed. The ice shards were so numerous and fast that the desert worm couldn't dodge them. They tore through the air, striking the colossal beast with brutal force. One spike drove straight into the worm's mouth, shattering its teeth. Blood gushed from the wound as the worm roared in pain, writhing violently. Despite its injuries, the giant creature refused to submit. With primeval strength, the desert worm crushed the spike in its mouth, pulverizing it with absolute force. The two guardians, wounded, bloodied, and exhausted, stared at one another with no sign of backing down. Hatred and resolve blazed. With a primal roar, the desert worm lunged again, clamping the Dragon Guardian in its massive jaws. The Dragon Guardian gritted its teeth against the pain and retaliated by summoning even more ice spikes, driving them into the worm's body with unrelenting force. Despite the continuous assault, the desert worm tightened its jaw and crushed the Dragon Guardian's arm. The creature's roar was a symphony of pain and fury. Yet the desert worm did not relent. Its teeth closed even tighter. Theo watched the fierce battle, seeing the Dragon Guardian's peril as an opportunity. Without hesitation, he charged forward, sword gripped tight, determination etched on his face. The Dragon Guardian couldn't believe its eyes when it saw Theo advancing with his sword aimed straight at it. Theo swung his sword back, shouting in a loud, authoritative voice, "You'll be the first!" Theo thrust the blade forward. A colossal surge of blue energy exploded from the blade, cut through the air, and drove into the desert worm's body. The strike pierced the worm with horrific power, sending a shockwave ripping across the battlefield. The worm howled in pain, its body convulsing as Theo's attack sliced through it. But Theo did not stop. He surged forward for a finishing blow. "Go wild, Griffin!" From the moonlight blade, a griffin materialized in a burst of power. It dove toward the desert worm with deadly precision. The worm, still reeling from the previous strike, roared defiantly, but it was too late. The griffin tore through the air, its razor talons severing the desert worm's head with ease. The dragon guardian stood on the sidelines, stunned into silence, its eyes wide with shock as it watched the desert worm be defeated. What the hell is this? The massive body of the desert worm collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash, blood pouring from its wound as it fell into the sand. Theo landed on the ground calmly and turned his attention to the system window that appeared before him. "Congratulations. You have successfully hunted the desert worm. You have claimed one of the 2 restored relics." Theo smiled, eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Just as predicted, hunting the worm is like claiming the relics. One of Theo's eyes shifted to a deep crimson, filled with fierce bloodlust. "Only you remain." But before he could continue, the dragon guardian hurriedly interrupted. "Wait, let's talk for a moment." Theo turned to the dragon guardian with a casual expression. "Now, what do you want to say?" The dragon guardian tried to persuade him. "Theo, this is not the proper way to claim the ancient dragon's relics." Theo raised an eyebrow, slightly puzzled. The dragon guardian closed its eyes, its voice taking on a more solemn tone. "I am the wisest guardian of them all. I exist here to test your intellect." But before the dragon guardian could finish speaking, Theo's dark aura flared up again. His eyes glittered, his voice becoming cold and sinister. "Perfect timing!" Theo began stepping toward the dragon guardian, his steps slow and deliberate. "I have proven my intellect." The dragon guardian realized there was no time left to negotiate and began sweating in panic. "Wait, hold on. I haven't." But Theo cut the dragon guardian off. "I was the one who made you 2 fight each other, wasn't I?" Theo drew his sword back to deliver a devastating strike, his eyes blazing red as he unleashed the griffin's full power again. "If you truly are the wisest guardian, then accept the fate that's coming for you." As Theo released his full strength, the dragon guardian's final words rang out in the air, desperate. "Wait, let me give you a riddle." A colossal explosion erupted from Theo's attack, its power so immense that the shockwave was visible for miles across the battlefield. A system window flashed before him. "Congratulations, you have successfully hunted the dragon guardian." Before Theo could process the notification, everything around him began to change. In the blink of an eye, he was teleported back to his room. Theo's hand slammed down on the table, the ring still clenched in his fist. The remaining relic, the snowflake, was clearly visible at his ear. Theo felt the weight of both items, the power contained within them. A slow smile spread across his face, relief washing over him as he looked at the relics in his hands. "Finally, I've completed both." Another system window appeared, confirming his victory. "You have completed the side quest by claiming both relics." But before Theo could speak, a strange sensation washed over him. Black magic began to spread, dark filaments creeping and engulfing the room. Theo turned his attention to the moonlight blade still in his hand. It emitted darker energy than ever before. Confused, he brought the sword closer to his face, trying to understand what was happening. Suddenly, a shadow flashed at the edge of his vision, and Theo's heart sank. The shadow took the form of a griffin, its eyes blazing with murderous intent. The creature's deep, sinister voice cut through the silence. "Theo Ragnar, I want to eat you alive." Theo's eyes widened in shock as the griffin's aura began to twist and morph. Theo gritted his teeth, desperately trying to pull at the spreading black substance on his hand. It was as if the darkness had come alive, quickly coiling around the sword and his body. Theo's eyes widened as he realized, damn, I sealed it once, but I forgot. The moonlight blade had always hungered for blood, and if I'm not mistaken, it must have absorbed the power of both guardians before we returned. The black substance now resembled sticky strands, wrapping around his forearm, then his torso, pulling him deeper into the darkness. Theo struggled, but the energy moved too quickly, constricting him tighter with every thrash. His body strained as the blackness tightened, It was far stronger than before. I have to do something fast, or I'll be swallowed. From the darkness, the griffin manifested, its blazing eyes locked onto Theo. The creature's form grew as it stepped closer, its body wreathed in dark energy. Theo's heart pounded as he recognized the real danger. The griffin's voice was low and mocking. "Theo Ragnar, I'll devour you right here, and with it, I'll chase the moonlight again." The room seemed to shrink around Theo as the dark energy fully enveloped him. In an instant, Theo was completely encased in a sphere of dark energy. The room went silent and black with no way out. Darkness descended like a curtain of black velvet, covering Theo's world and dragging him into a pitch-black prison with no escape. Darkness fell like a curtain of black velvet, cloaking Theo's world and pulling him into an inescapable, shadowed prison. The space around him contracted, forming a black orb suspended in the void, where thin supernatural threads intertwined, holding everything in an eerie stillness. He gasped for breath, his chest aching as if crushed, trying to cling to the last shred of sanity. "Where am I?" The question echoed in his mind with no answer. The shadows around him began to stir, slowly taking shape into ghostly forms that carried the breath of death. They were the guardians he had faced and slain in bloody battles. Now they surrounded him, their cold eyes seeming to want to consume his soul. A chill ran down his spine as he realized the horrific truth. He was trapped inside the belly of a giant monster, where darkness reigned like a ruthless king. The dragon guardian appeared, its eyes blazing like hellfire, and spoke in a cutting, icy tone, declaring that the griffin had swallowed him whole. Its voice sliced through the air, warning that the beast would soon rend his heart apart. A fate Theo, despite his unease, seemed mentally prepared to face. The other guardians sneered, their voices dripping contempt, calling him a foolish chosen one. They mocked his ambition, daring to dream of seizing their power while unable even to tame a griffin. But Theo, astonishingly calm, stood firm against their barbs. He looked them straight in the eye, his voice low and steady. "If my heart is swallowed, what then?" The dragon guardian replied, its tone icy enough to freeze hope. "You will die," the desert worm interjected in a deep, arrogant voice. "We are immortals, we never die. Only you will face oblivion." The dragon guardian nodded, adding that they would return to the relic and wait for the next chosen one. Though such duty was somewhat tedious for creatures like them, silence fell heavy as a curse. Their words hung like sharp blades in the air, striking at Theo's pride. But he did not falter. Suddenly he spoke, voice as sharp as a blade. "Have you forgotten the ancient dragon's duty?" The question hit them like a surprise strike, leaving the guardians stunned and their gazes shifting. He reminded them of their sacred obligation to aid the chosen one in confronting the nameless king, the threat poised to topple the world. He warned that if he failed, the world would descend into chaos, and their negligence would be the cause. His words blazed like fire, burning away the guardians' arrogance and rendering them speechless. With a wry, challenging smile he faced them. "You only care about your own interests, don't you? Or do you truly intend to fulfill your duty?" The dragon guardian erupted in fury, its colossal wings trembling as it snarled that he had dared insult their master. It threatened, voice laced with killing intent. "It seems you really want to die." But Theo did not flinch. He stared into its blazing eyes, his voice low but powerful. "Kill me then. Stop threatening and act. If you want to see the world collapse because of your own failure." His words struck like a sharp blade, cutting through all their threats. The space fell silent, only Theo's rapid breathing echoing. The guardians looked at him with changed expressions, as if for the first time truly seeing him, not as a weak chosen one but as an indomitable warrior. The desert worm spoke first, its deep voice rumbling like cracking earth. The crystal prison that held it shattered, dissolving into dust. Both guardians, reluctantly, acknowledged his courage. The worm called him brave, and the dragon guardian, hesitating slightly, admitted it was impressed by his confidence. "You're rather good," it said, its tone losing the earlier arrogance. It declared it would open a gate for him to escape. The worm agreed as well, and a portal gradually appeared before Theo, shimmering with a faint light like a promise of freedom. They said opening the gate was the only thing they could do. The rest would be up to him. Without hesitation, Theo charged toward the gate, his heart burning with determination to teach the monster an unforgettable lesson. He tore through the swirling void, feeling as if he were being pulled through an endless vortex. When he opened his eyes, he appeared in another corner of that strange space, where darkness and light intertwined. There, the griffin's soul, the gigantic beast, had found its core consciousness. It was preparing to devour the sphere of light, believing Theo's body would soon belong to it. But at that moment, a pained scream ripped through the space. Theo, like an exploding beam of light, burst out from within, driving through the beast's soul with his very essence. The monster writhed and screamed in agony while Theo stood on it, eyes blazing with the joy of victory. The griffin's physical form collapsed, its eyes wide with panic as it watched him crawl out of its belly. It roared, accusing the other guardians of betrayal. But Theo swiftly grabbed its beak, forcing it silent. He coldly reminded it, "Our first meeting was through submission, not words." The griffin stammered, begging to be released so it could speak, but Theo flatly refused. He warned that if they continued to fight for dominance, both would only exhaust themselves. The guardians fell silent to contemplate, the griffin's blazing eyes gradually dimming, and it conceded, realizing that confronting Theo was pointless. He saw that as a wise choice, but the appearance of Drake, his first relic, interrupted his train of thought. Drake manifested with a mysterious smile, greeting the Chosen One and asking if the other guardians had forgotten it. It explained that letting the souls contend for control of the power was how past Chosen Ones had operated. When Theo curiously asked about the others, Drake dodged the question, saying he didn't need to know yet. It only promised that they would all help him grow and that they were eager to see what he would do next. Back in the room, a notification rang out, confirming the new powers now belonged to Theo. The Guardian's power enhanced his immunity, while the Desert Worm's power granted him superior resistance and offensive strength. The dark energy that had once gnawed at him had now dissipated, leaving an indescribable sense of relief. Theo staggered slightly, his body exhausted after the grueling battle. But the final trial was over. He was surprised to realize the Guardians were not dead, but lived on somewhere inside him, like eternal phantoms. His eyes narrowed as he looked at the moonlight blade lying quietly on the table. The malevolent aura that once surrounded it was gone. Peace, fragile though it was, had finally returned. He stepped toward Long Chu, deep in thought. Things had turned out better as he now understood more deeply the ancient dragon's power. He picked up the relic case, feeling the weight of fate in his palm. Whether he liked it or not, he knew he was bound to them. In the distance, amid a snow-covered graveyard where swords were driven into the ground like silent tombstones, two imposing figures stood facing each other. Rober Ragnar, the black dragon, with eyes as cold as ice, asked Julius whether he truly recognized Theo as the successor. Julius nodded but could not hide his doubt. Certainly, right now he clearly has enough talent to stand among the other 5 candidates. He asked again, "Is Rober worried because Theo is a regressionist, isn't he?" Rober admitted in a low, haunted voice, as if carrying memories of bloody battles. Julius noticed the deep hatred in his eyes, hatred aimed at the regressors whom Rober had personally slain one by one. Showing no emotion, Rober confirmed and said that was precisely why he wanted to test Theo himself. Julius was stunned, but Rober emphasized that to become an official candidate, Theo must pass the proper process, an unforgiving trial. Julius's gaze dropped to the sword in Rober's hand, sensing the dangerous aura radiating from it, as if it were alive and craving blood. Rober nodded, revealing that it was the sword of the former Ragnar clan head, the Wrath Dragon King, whom he had killed in a fateful battle. Turning back toward Theo, the demon dragon stepped out of the room and spoke. "Theo Ragnar, you must depart at once. The house head has summoned you to the abandoned sword clan." In the biting air of the sword graveyard, each snowflake fell silently like a whisper of frost. Theo's boots pressed the ice-covered ground, producing crisp, echoing sounds across the desolate field, strewn with blades driven deep into the earth. Each of his steps was heavy, carrying a grim purpose as he passed the memorial stones of fallen warriors. An invisible pressure weighed on his shoulders, heavier than any time he had stood here before. Now he clearly understood that the eerie grudges clinging to this place felt intensified by the new burdens he bore. The house head's final words from their previous meeting echoed in his mind, a bitter smile touching his lips as their meaning finally dawned. Suddenly, a cold voice pierced the wind, announcing his arrival. Theo immediately dropped to one knee, respectfully saluting the great clan head who loomed before him. He waved his hand, dismissing the formality. "That's enough, Theo Ragnar." In a cold, precise voice, he began to list Theo's recent achievements, from the deceitful cleric to your own brother Axion, then the master of the Rose Palace executed for treason. But that's not all. The entire series Merchant Consortium was wiped out and the Central Intelligence Bureau was almost completely destroyed. He finished with a line that felt like a punch to Theo's gut. In their final moments, all of them screamed your name. Those words felt like a blade through his heart, leaving Theo stunned. Before he could offer any defense, Julius ordered in a voice like a knife, "Do not waste time with excuses." He explained that a house head must silently bear such responsibilities. Then, with a cold look, he handed Theo a massive greatsword that looked menacing. The sword Rampage Dragon. Theo froze as he recognized the name. It belonged to a brutal former clan head who had slaughtered thousands, and whom the current house head had personally defeated. Seeing Theo's reaction, the house head realized he knew something. Theo hurriedly bowed and replied carefully, "Isn't that the previous house head's sword? I only knew that. You must be careful because information about Rampage Dragon is currently classified." The house head fell silent, his eyes sharp and contemplative. He asked in a voice as deep as thunder, "Did you not have enough information about your previous life's house head?" The question was like a slash, shattering all of Theo's composure. His secret had been exposed. Julius's eyes flared with killing intent, carrying a dreadful pressure that left Theo breathless. "I am someone who utterly despises false regressors. They reshape this world however they please. Greedy, foolish creatures. They treat the world like a chessboard and can overturn it whenever they want. That is why I swore I would personally slaughter any fake regressor I discover." The house head's murderous intent radiated, filling the air with a chilling oppression. Theo's face tightened in fear. This wasn't a test, he was deadly serious. Theo felt the terrifying power of his father, a being so strong he was nearly demigod-like, not a mere regressor. He ordered Theo to take the Rampage Dragon Sword. "If you can withstand its grudging aura, you will be acknowledged." But Julius declared he would accept Theo Ragnar only as a human. The regressor version would be erased forever. Theo hesitated and asked, "What does that mean?" The house head replied coldly, "All those you've met, saved, or gained through regression will be wiped away, as if they never existed." Images flashed through Theo's mind. People he hadn't known in his past life, those destined to die, strangers he'd come to care for, all of them gone. Clenching his fists, the darkness of his past failure closed over Theo's mind. He turned away, preparing to leave. "If that's the case, then I refuse." But the house head's voice boomed back. "No, you are not allowed to refuse. I told you I would kill all regressors, didn't I? Before you are two choices. Refuse my offer and die here and now, or survive as the sixth heir after purging your past as your regressor self." Theo stood on the razor's edge of a terrible decision, his mind torn in fierce turmoil. He admitted he craved his father's recognition, but if it had to be achieved that way, he would renounce all his powers. Before he could draw the blade, the house head swiftly severed his arm in an instant. "Did you really think that position could be taken without cost?" Panic flared across Theo's face. Disbelief. Did he think he could reach that place without any sacrifice or loss? He drove the sword into the ground, increasing the pressure several-fold, making it impossible for Theo to stay on his feet. "An immortal beast you cannot possibly stop." Theo's expression was stunned. The gap in power was enormous. He couldn't even scratch him. The house head spoke calmly, being driven by emotion and making such a foolish decision. "It seems you are no different from other regressors. Do you think you'll be regressed again?" Theo snapped back angrily. "Do not misunderstand me, father. The reason I regressed and went so far was to protect and take responsibility for what was destroyed because of me. If you intend to stop me, if I must cast everything away for you to acknowledge me, then right now, right here, I will surpass you." He summoned all his power to command the surrounding swords to lunge and strike. Immediately after, Theo lunged fiercely toward his remaining left arm. The house head stood motionless. His hands merely made a casual wave. His entire domain expanded and swiftly seized control of Theo's swords. With a single downward motion, the swords reversed and attacked Theo, forcing him to struggle to defend himself. Theo unleashed his strongest sword technique. A wrath dragon surged straight toward the house head, but the man remained calm as if nothing had happened. And just as predicted, the wrath dragon's sword embedded in the ground suddenly lunged upward, pierced straight into Theo's chest, causing his attack to halt and him to collapse. Other swords rained down around him, and Theo lay there with a blade driven through his chest. The battle was decided, and the house head merely looked back at him gently. From his shadow, the black dragon slowly emerged. "I didn't expect him to charge into battle against you so directly. Yes, it's been a long time since anyone dared to confront me head-on like that." The black dragon continued, "He's very different. All the regressors we found so far treated others as tools to be used and discarded. Yes, this kid is very different." He smiled with satisfaction and recalled, "A regressor who swings his sword to protect and take responsibility for what fell because of him. That's truly interesting. There are things beyond my imagination." He stepped forward and touched the sword in Theo. "Regressor Theo Ragnar, I now recognize you as the official sixth heir. As a reward, I will grant you the Rampage Dragon Sword, which belonged to my father, a regressor like you. Both were regressors, yet walked opposite paths. I'm very eager to see what comes next." The sword lodged in Theo began to glow, pouring energy into his body. "I will watch you closely in the coming days." His whole body rose into the sky and shone like a blazing star, marking the end of the test. Inside Theo's mind, he woke up in some unfamiliar place. Outside were towering skyscrapers and people dressed in strange clothing. Humans from the future. Theo stepped forward, placed his hand on the glass, and reflected. This scene was a reflection, and the face in the mirror was some elderly, frail version of himself. So that's how it is? It's all over. At that, Theo suddenly jolted awake and returned to reality. He clutched his head in pain and said, "What were those things I just saw?" Suddenly, his mother's voice rang out. "You're awake, my son?" He turned to look at her in surprise. "Mother? Haha, you slept too late. You must have been really exhausted." Theo said, "Are you all right? You're not hurt anywhere, are you?" "That's the question I should be asking you. Last night the house head brought you here unconscious and exhausted. I was very surprised then. Seeing you care for me like this, you must have recovered." Theo pondered. Could everything he told me have been merely a test? Suddenly, the door opened and two figures entered. "You're awake, young master." It was Evelyn and Demon Dragon Julius. He spoke to congratulate. "Well done, Theo Ragnar. I heard you passed the house head's test." "Huh? A test?" "Yes, you're now the talk of the town. Hot news? Hot news. The sixth heir of the Ragnar clan has been announced." Somewhere, the two heirs of the family held the newspaper in their hands. Excited. Well, how interesting. We've got another rookie, a new heir?" Each of the previous heirs reacted differently to the news. On a frigid battlefield, a man stood amid the falling snow, lost in thought. "Captain," a girl ran up, out of breath, and said, "That kid has become the next heir after you." "Captain," she shouted angrily. "Ugh, this is so frustrating. I should have brought him to the Black Cavalry back then. I'm so sorry. Even the master of Camellia Castle failed. You don't need to blame yourself like that. Ian." He held the paper in his hand and smiled. "Theo Ragnar. I think I should pay him a visit. He is the captain of the Black Cavalry, Theo Ragnar." After the Troyven family's act of betrayal, it left a profound aftermath, an event that shook the very power structure of the Ragnar clan. Because Troyven failed to file an appeal within the allotted time, from that moment war was officially declared, unleashing a wave of tension and unease across the land. In the Nine Dragons Council Chamber, an important meeting was underway. where the supreme leaders gathered to discuss the next moves amid the chaos. The air in the room was tense, heavy, as if compressed by whispered worries. In the Nine Dragons Council Chamber, an important meeting was underway, where the supreme leaders gathered to discuss the next moves amid the chaos. The air in the room was tense, heavy, as if compressed by whispered worries. A council member spoke in a low voice. The lords in the northern continent are acting oddly. Their behavior is suspicious. It seems they're quietly preparing for something big. Another immediately countered in a firm, confident tone. No matter what that band of rebels assembles or plots, it won't change the current situation. They don't have the strength to overthrow Ragnar. A different member, wearing a bitter, slightly mocking smile, interjected. How ironic. Now, in this esteemed council, a vacant seat has appeared, the mark of betrayal. Who would have thought? Although the current head remains silent, everyone understood that discussion of succession could no longer be delayed. Another council member spoke up. Is it too soon to discuss succession here at such a sensitive time? Black Dragon replied at once. No, this is the most appropriate time. If conflict erupts among the succession candidates on the eve of war, wouldn't that be catastrophic for the whole clan? We must act now to avoid the worst-case scenario. Another dragon, voice full of anger, scolded Black Dragon. You should watch your mouth. Such insults have no place in this council. Unfazed, Black Dragon continued. I only want to minimize any variables that could cause trouble. Am I wrong? If we don't prepare, the consequences will be unimaginable. A different member, looking weary, hurriedly tried to stop them both. That's enough. Both of you, it seems we need to hold an official meeting with all parties involved to resolve this matter. I'll take care of that. A suitable event is about to occur. We'll observe and decide after we see the situation with our own eyes. The scene shifted to Lord Lodbrok's lair, a vast but gloomy space where light only faintly pierced through rock crevices. There, Theo trained tirelessly, each swing of his sword powerful and decisive, as if tearing the air itself. Sweat streamed down his brow, soaking his body, yet he did not stop, as if each strike was a declaration of war against himself. While training, the crescent sword his father had given him, an ancient treasure, kept whispering in Theo's mind with haunting words. Kill them all, take everything, steal whatever you can. Those whispers were like a curse, seeping into his thoughts, forcing him to struggle to maintain his sanity. After an intense training session, his body was nearly exhausted. Theo stopped, breathing heavily, his chest heaving. At that moment, Lord Lodbrok, the guardian dragon who had made a pact with him, emerged from the shadows. In a deep voice, she asked, Is it still weighing on you? The lingering hatred of the Mad Dragon Emperor that remains in that sword? Theo, with a worried expression and conflicted eyes, replied, Yes, that's right. It's been quite some time since my father gave me the crescent sword. Yet the Mad Dragon Emperor's hatred keeps slipping into my mind, tormenting me relentlessly. It's not unbearable, but knowing this sword once belonged to the Mad Dragon Emperor makes me unable to stop fretting. It's like a ghost that never leaves. He paused, then continued. Because of this sword, I once glimpsed the realm of the Mad Dragon Emperor. A terrifying power, but chaotic and dangerous. Lord Lodbrok fell silent, eyes distant as if lost in memory. The Mad Dragon Emperor, a name I will never forget. He once stole my heart and made the whole world tremble before his power. Theo nodded. She had told him that story before, which only unsettled him more. Why did my father give me this sword? Could it be some kind of test? Lord Lodbrok advised calmly. Don't be so hasty, covenant bearer. If you rush in too fast, you'll face things beyond your abilities again, just like last time. You need to be calmer and more cautious. Then she stepped closer, softer in tone. By the way, is your severed arm fully healed? Ah, thanks to the timely treatment of the High Priest, it has fully recovered. When Lord Lodbrok touched the previously injured area, Theo flinched, wondering, Are you worried about me? After a careful check, she nodded with satisfaction. It seems to be completely healed. Nothing to worry about. But then she suddenly asked, sounding a bit irritated, Why are you staring at me like that? That's enough for today, you can go now. It seems someone is looking for you. And hey, don't mess up my lair every time you come here, Theo asked in surprise. What do you mean? Lord Lodbrok replied annoyed. You make the mess, and I have to clean it up for you? Theo gave an embarrassed smile, admitting he had no excuse. The scene shifted to Camellia Palace, a splendid place with intricately carved columns. Looking at the messenger and the letter in his hand, Theo murmured in surprise. So you're the one who's been looking for me? The messenger asked, puzzled. What did you just say, young master? Theo shook his head and answered. It's nothing. I was just talking to myself. Opening the letter, Theo was slightly surprised. An invitation? Yes, it was an invitation to Miss Ray's 18th birthday celebration, to be held at Daffodil Palace. He reacted with a doubtful tone. A party with war looming for the daughter, and it has to be so lavish? Strange. Why hold such an event at a time like this? Theo replied calmly. Precisely because this is a time of chaos. The party must be extravagant. It's not merely a ceremony. What? Theo analyzed calmly. Troiven's betrayal has completely upended the Ragnar family's internal balance. Instead of Axion, whom Troiven supported, I unexpectedly became the sixth heir. Moreover, one of the 9 dragons lost their seat for treason against the council, plunging the council into instability. This party isn't just to celebrate Miss Ray's birthday. It's also an opportunity for the Ragnar clan to send a message to outside forces, to affirm that we remain as strong as ever despite the storms. At the same time, it's a chance for the succession candidates and the 9 dragons to size each other up, measuring their rivals' strength and will. Hearing Theo's explanation, the messenger couldn't hide his excitement, eyes bright with admiration. So that's the deeper purpose. The young master truly has great vision. Will you attend? Theo offered a light but confident smile. If they're so eager to meet me, then I must go. I won't disappoint them. The scene shifted to Daffodil Palace, where the great hall glittered with lights and was filled with the clinking of glasses and lively conversation. A ripple of murmurs went through the guests as they recognized an important figure. Finally, he's here. It was the new heir, young Lord Theo Ragnar. Stepping into the banquet hall, Theo felt every eye turn toward him, as if he were the center of all attention. He thought to himself, as expected, everyone's eyes were on me. This birthday party is just an excuse for them to evaluate the new heir. Theo understood that if he wanted to make a strong impression here, he had to act decisively and not show any weakness. From behind, Naven suddenly approached, his voice teasing. You really can't sit still. You've caused a storm the moment you appeared. With respectful manners, Naven addressed him as young master and added, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Theo replied with a friendly smile, mischief glinting in his eyes. I almost didn't recognize you. Naven, even at the last wedding you wouldn't shave that thick beard of yours. Naven replied awkwardly. That day was just too busy. I didn't have time to groom it. The nearby guests began to whisper in surprise. Isn't he the only survivor of the Basque clan purge? Now he's become the head of the household. Another chimed in. Even though the Bacchus clan fell, they were still one of Ragnar's 6 pillars. And now the head of Bacchus calls the 6th heir young master. Unbelievable. Naven laughed heartily and turned to Theo. Thanks to your timely arrival, all the talk now revolves around us. Theo nodded, eyes sharp. It seems we've created the atmosphere we wanted. Now comes the most important part. Suddenly, a voice rang out, cutting through their thoughts. So you're Theo Ragnar. Theo and Naven started in surprise, and turned to look at the one who had spoken. The man before them introduced himself calmly. I believe this is our first meeting. Allow me to introduce myself a bit. I am Thorkel Ragnar, the 5th heir, commander of the Black Iron Cavalry. Thorkel extended his hand, eyes sharp but his smile full of calculation. Theo narrowed his eyes. So it's him. Approached faster than I thought. A murmur rose again among the crowd. Finally, they're facing each other, the former top heir and the newly risen heir emerging from the shadows. Thorkel looked at Theo, his tone mild but probing. No need to be so wary. I just wanted to see with my own eyes the one chosen as the 6th heir. And frankly, I'm glad it's not that childish Axion. Theo thought to himself. As rumored, Thorkel gives a good impression, proper and approachable. But in Ragnar, where only the strong are honored, would he truly welcome a new rival like me? He shook Thorkel's hand, speaking clearly and confidently. It is an honor to meet you, Commander Thorkel Ragnar of the Black Iron Cavalry. I am Theo Ragnar of the White Dragon. Thorkel laughed, a resonant laugh, while releasing a powerful, oppressive presence that made the surrounding air feel heavier. He asked, challenging, so you want to clearly define the boundaries, do you? Thorkel's presence was so strong it almost made Theo stagger, but he gritted his teeth and held his ground. Thorkel laughed loudly, oddly amused. Our youngest values ceremony too much. No need to be so stiff. Relax. Just call me Big Brother, Theo thought. This is a true tactician, always trying to dominate an opponent even in friendly moments. Refusing to be outdone, he unleashed his own presence, surprising Thorkel, whose eyes flashed with slight surprise. With a sly smile, Theo replied, "If you prefer to be called that, then from now on I will call you Big Brother." At the same time, outside the Great Hall, the Ranka sisters appeared, blending into the lively atmosphere of the party. Halkus, looking annoyed, touched his stifling tie and said, "This shirt is too tight. I just want to tear it off." Hearing that, Erica scolded him at once. "Endure it. It's actions like yours that make people call House Ranka savage." From behind, a voice rang out, cutting into their conversation. "It seems everyone has arrived, hasn't it?" Seeing Remington, the Ranka sisters immediately brightened with joy. Remington, smiling warmly, asked, "Is everyone well?" Halkus turned around and said, "You've been quite famous in the West lately. I heard you're as skilled as the Sky Peak Dragon." Remington laughed modestly. "Haha. Rumors tend to get exaggerated." Looking around the hall, he added, "By the way, has anyone seen Theo? I want to ask him a few things about the White Plate Cavalry." Just then, Ray appeared from behind, her voice gentle but suggestive. "Are you asking about Theo?" Remington, embarrassed, hurriedly apologized. "How could I look for anyone else right in front of the star of tonight's event?" Ray smiled in response. "It's fine. I know exactly what this event is about." She suddenly noticed the wineglass in her hand trembling slightly, as if reflecting the tension in the air. Then everyone turned their attention to the confrontation between Theo and Thorkel, a silently tense contest of wills. Halkus asked in surprise, "Is that Theo?" Remington nodded firmly. Who else could pull a stunt like that here but him? The duel of presence went on for a while, the banquet hall's atmosphere feeling compressed by the pressure of the two emanations. Finally, Thorkel suddenly conceded, laughing loudly. "I yield." Theo laughed in reply. "What are you saying? Clearly you're letting me win." Thorkel did not deny it, but added, "I won't argue, though excessive modesty can sometimes be taken as mocking your opponent. But what I say is true. If I were your age again, I would certainly lose without question." Theo replied gently, "You flatter me too much." Thorkel turned to the crowd and announced loudly, "Seeing our younger brother impress everyone like this makes me truly happy." He raised his glass and shouted, "To the new era of Ragnar." All the guests raised their glasses and shouted in unison, "To Ragnar." Thorkel turned back to Theo and said, "A successful debut for the new heir candidate, wouldn't you say?" Theo thanked him but thought inwardly, "Thorkel is clever. He just displayed his strength to reinforce his position while publicly acknowledging his rival to win over the crowd. The atmosphere Naven and I created has now swung in his favor. Thorkel Ragnar cannot be underestimated just because of that affable exterior." A while later, his friends arrived as well. Halkus turned to Theo and asked, "You haven't forgotten your oath to be my sword, have you?" Meanwhile, whispers from the crowd continued. How could he reach that level at such a young age? Another interjected, "He's not betrothed, right? I want to introduce my daughter to him." The scene shifted up to the second floor of the palace, where an elder was seething with anger. He thought to himself, planning to denounce Theo's actions and find a way to expel him from Ragnar. The elder roared, "How dare these fools interfere? A worthless bastard dares to stir up the family as if this were his playground. It's enough to make me sick." Suddenly, he looked out over the banquet hall and saw Evelyn. His eyes flared with a burning anger. How dare that piece of trash show up here? A maid, respectfully, addressed Evelyn as captain and praised her. "You look magnificent today," Evelyn, surprised and blushing, replied. "Really? I never give empty compliments. You truly are very beautiful and charming." Hearing that, Evelyn was flustered. She intended to run off and change into her uniform, but a subordinate stopped her. "You can't wear your uniform to a banquet." Just then, a glass of wine flew straight into Evelyn's face, accompanied by a voice full of contempt. "Just that brat alone is enough to make my blood boil." Evelyn trembled, recognizing the voice. The door opened, and the old man stepped forward slowly. He bellowed, "How dare you crawl your sorry carcass in here?" Aaron angrily retorted, "Even if you are one of the 9 dragons, you have no right to treat the captain like that." Evelyn hurriedly stopped Aaron, whispering slowly, "I'm fine. It's okay." But from the top of her head, dark red blood was streaming down. "I'm fine. Really I am. For me. Please don't do anything," Aaron thought. She's never shown this kind of fear before. What on earth did the elder do to make her like this? He stepped closer, radiating murderous intent. "I told you never to show your face before me again." He looked at Evelyn's mechanical arm and sneered. "And what is this now?" He ripped the mechanical arm off immediately. Aaron screamed in rage. The old dragon master threw it to the ground, with a cold clang. "You think slapping on that pathetic toy will make everything go back to how it was? If you're trash, then live like trash. Crawl on the ground and let others trample you. If I ever see you again, I'll tear you to pieces." Evelyn fled in panic, while the elder stood there, laughing loudly. "Haha, finally that stench is gone." Aaron turned back, threatening to report this to the tribunal, but the old man taunted. "The tribunal? How amusing. Do as you please. You'll soon learn exactly what survival of the strong in House Ragnar really means." Aaron was so furious she bit her lip until it bled. But she couldn't do anything to that bastard now. Evelyn ran out of the palace, her heart heavy. "Just as I thought. A place like this. I should never have come." She tried to endure. "Just one more time. If you dare call me father with that filthy mouth again, I'll tear you to pieces. Get out of here and never show your face before me again. Understand?" She had done everything she could to overcome the pain of the past, but in the end nothing had changed. Suddenly, she bumped into someone standing in front of her. The demon dragon suddenly appeared, his voice calm yet warm. "Why are you rushing off? The party is over that way." Seeing the demon dragon, Evelyn felt he was like the father she never had, and a faint glimmer of hope lit her eyes. At the banquet hall, while everyone was chatting happily, a scream rang out, startling them all. The demon dragon Julius Ragnar, commander of the White Plate Cavalry, had just twisted the elder's arm. The elder screamed in pain. "Do you know what you just did? Captain of the White Dragon, Julius Ragnar." The demon dragon released him and replied angrily, "I told you, if you ever lay a hand on that child again, I'll make you curse your own stupidity." The elder shouted, "How dare you turn your back on Ragnar? Seize this dangerous criminal." The elder shouted, "How dare you turn your back on Ragnar? Seize this dangerous criminal." The tribunal immediately closed in around the demon dragon. Sharp blades pointed straight at the center. No mercy shown. As law enforcers, they had intervened. The commander declared, "Julius Ragnar, captain of the White Dragon, you are under arrest for injuring a tribunal elder. We request your cooperation." The demon dragon asked coldly, "And what if I refuse?" The arrest commander trembled before his killing intent. The demon dragon continued, "Ragnar's law states that an oath sworn on the sword must be upheld even at the cost of one's life. 4 years ago, I swore on that sword in front of those old foxes that if they ever touched that child again, I would make their lives worse than death." He unleashed a powerful killing intent, throwing the entire tribunal into panic. Everyone instinctively stepped back under the overwhelming pressure. Theo appeared after hearing that the demon dragon had broken the elder's arm. "What? An inspector can handle this? Should we run?" He wondered to himself that this hadn't happened in his previous life, so why now? Theo glanced at Evelyn and realized the reason. Finally, things began to make sense. Evelyn Nereville was Wolfgang Ragnar's illegitimate child. To Wolfgang, who valued pure bloodline, Evelyn's existence was a disgrace he wanted buried at any cost. He had once planned to exile her, But the demon dragon recognized Evelyn's potential and recruited her into the White Plate Cavalry, thwarting Wolfgang's plan. When Evelyn rose to deputy commander, standing out for her talent, Wolfgang, fearing the secret would be exposed, seized on an error to try to kill his daughter. He staged the incident as an accident. Evelyn survived but lost her left arm and could no longer hold the reins, forcing her to retire and manage training ground for. She didn't even know such banquets existed. Wolfgang did not expect her to show up here. All this chaos was the consequence of Theo's actions after traveling back in time. Therefore, Theo felt he had to take responsibility for correcting every variable he had created. The elder shouted, "Ladies and gentlemen, please look at this scene." The demon dragon's contempt for Ragnar's guardian elders used the authority of the 9 dragons granted by the head of the family to intimidate his own bloodline. Isn't that open rebellion? The demon dragon snapped back angrily. Damn it! Abusing power? Are those words really coming from your mouth? Theo quickly intervened. Both sides are overly agitated already. Because of the conflict between the two of you, my friend's birthday that should have been full of joy is now drowned in fear. Hearing Theo, the demon dragon gradually calmed, but the elder was surprised. He hadn't expected the boy to meddle. Theo continued, his voice calm but firm. Why don't we settle this the traditional Ragnar way? A one-on-one duel. The elder cried in alarm. Nonsense. The demon dragon clearly hurt me. No duel is needed. It's entirely his fault. But Theo insisted. You're right. But we can't let this chaos escalate any further. He turned to Lady Daffodil and asked respectfully, Do you agree, my lady? Lady of the Ice Dragon, Neil Ragnar Tun, appeared in the banquet hall. She emanated an icy chill that made the elder and those nearby tremble. She said, her voice furious, This is my daughter's birthday party. What do you think you are doing? The elder hurriedly explained. Your Grace, you surely saw what Julius did. She replied, I have no interest in hearing more. Petty disputes that don't concern me. Then end it quickly as that boy suggested. That is the last bit of mercy my restraint will allow. A one-on-one duel, the crowd murmured, worried that the advisors had the advantage since they were all high-ranking swordsmen, and only the demon dragon could stand up to them. The elder thought to himself, Yes, only the demon dragon can win. I hold the advantage. The duel rules were simple, 3-on-3, best 2 out of 3. The final match is between the defendant and the plaintiff, but the first 2 matches are fought by family representatives. He believed the demon dragon only had the disabled Evelyn, and a bastard like Theo, so he was confident it would be over within the first 2 matches. He nodded and declared, Fine. Let the Azure Sword decide right from wrong. Thorkel watched from afar, thinking Theo had exceeded expectations. Knowing the demon dragon's temperament, it was bound to explode like this sooner or later. The situation could have spiraled out of control if Theo hadn't intervened and the demon dragon had been toppled by that opportunistic elder. In the short time available to find a solution that would satisfy everyone, this was going to be well worth watching. At the arena outside Daffodil Palace, the tribunal commander announced, From this moment, under the council's supervision, the duel challenge begins. To ensure fairness, magic is forbidden. All actions in the match are governed by the false eye law. Afterward, both sides must swear not to seek revenge or harbor hatred. Both the demon dragon and the elder voiced their oaths in unison. The commander called for the first fighters to step forward. Theo Ragnar stepped forward from the demon dragon's side. He would be the first representative. The Ranka sisters asked anxiously, Will Theo be okay? Remington agreed, his tone full of doubt. Indeed, his opponent doesn't look easy to handle at all. What's this? Is he very strong? He's Beta Windblade, the elder's right hand, a standout among the senior swordsmen with supreme swordsmanship. Still, it's better than fighting the elders themselves. The elder ordered, Beta, show no mercy. Unleash all your killing strikes. Do you mean kill him? But he's the heir apparent. His face grew angrier. Don't worry, you know any incidents in a duel are absolved of responsibility. At least bring me back an arm. The demon dragon watched Theo's figure with worry. Theo, will you really be all right? You were dragged into this because of my reckless act. Theo replied confidently, Trust me, through this match, I will resolve the grievances between you two. He took a fighting stance, eyes steady, ready to cut down any enemy. The scene shifted back to the arena, where the air thickened with tense anticipation. The first round of the challenge was about to erupt. Facing Theo was Beta, the Elder's aide. Beta responded, raising his sword in an offensive guard, exuding sharp, confident vigor. The tribunal commander's whistle blew, tearing the silence apart. Immediately, Theo sprinted forward, his feet digging into the ground, dust billowing. He charged straight ahead at terrifying speed. Beta did not back down. He tightened both hands on his hilt and lunged to meet Theo. The clash of steel rang harshly as the two blades met. Shockwaves rippled across the arena. Dust rose. The stone floor trembled. The impact was so forceful both staggered back. Their footprints gouged deep furrows into the ground. But Beta was no ordinary foe. His form blurred, vanishing and reappearing. In a blink he was at Theo's flank, his sword slashing down in a powerful arc as if to cleave his opponent in two. Theo raised his sword in time to block, the reflex of someone who's faced life and death. Sparks flew like fireworks across the arena. Beta narrowed his eyes, thinking, I didn't expect him not to be overwhelmed by me. Even in simple exchanges he held his ground. Is this what marks an heir? Dust from the strikes thickened, shrouding the arena. In a moment, Beta deftly kicked a small stone, sending it hurtling into Theo's eye. Theo instinctively raised his hand to shield his face, exposing a small gap in his guard. From the dust, Beta lunged like a predator, eyes blazing red, his blade aimed at Theo's weak point. He thought, this kid still lacks true combat experience. This ends now. The blade tore through Theo's coat, steel grazing his throat. Beta sneered, for the honor of the heir, I'll make it quick. Consider this a painless death. But Theo Ragnar refused to yield. In the final moment, a crooked smile crossed his face. Theo tilted his head back, evading the blade by inches, then bowed low, slid into a crouch, ready to strike at Beta's opening. Beta gritted his teeth. Did he deliberately bait that opening? Yet no counterattack came. Theo remained crouched and motionless, sword lowered. The absence of an attack confused Beta, breaking his focus. Seizing the moment, Beta leapt back, widening the distance. He thought, if he had continued his strike, I might have been dead. Why did he stop? Theo clutched his head, body trembling. A cold, dark energy radiating from him, making the arena shudder. In Theo's mind, venomous voices screamed, kill them! Kill all who mock you, who abandoned us, stole everything, burn it all. Beta watched, eyes narrowing. Exposed a gap again using the old trick? You dare underestimate me that much? The air roared as he lunged. You think I'll fall for that trap twice? I'll cut you down. The blade swung down, aiming for Theo's throat, but this time the sword didn't find flesh. Theo's blade snapped up, stopping the attack. Beta, astonished. He blocked it? Theo's demeanor changed completely. His face went dark, murderous intent soaked his presence, his eyes glowing red inwardly as he faced the voice trying to consume him. Kill, kill, kill. That's enough, I'll handle this match myself. Shut up, Beta, confused and sweating, shouted. You bastard, what are you saying? But before he could say more, in an instant Beta's arms and legs were severed, blood spraying to stain the ground red. Beta couldn't comprehend what had changed. He only saw the sword hurtling toward him, panic-stricken, with no limbs left to defend. Beta screamed as Theo's blade fell. The blade struck the ground, unleashing a horrific blast. The earth cracked, shockwaves sent dust and stone flying. Spectators covered their faces, nobles crouched behind seats, cloaks billowed in the strong wind. Lady of the Ice Dragon, Neil Ragnartun, stepped in to curb the destructive force, her face grave. So this is Theo Ragnar. Truly astonishing. The ground beneath her was torn up. To unleash such power without using mana at his age is unprecedented. He had surpassed standards that most heir candidates never even approach. When the dust finally settled, Beta's mangled body lay across the ground, limbs severed, consciousness slipping away. The tribunal commander raised his hand, his voice echoing over the silent arena. Duel Challenge Round 1. Victor, Theo Ragnar. The banquet hall erupted with gasps, astonishment, and hurried whispers. In Theo's mind, he kept replaying the moment. What was that feeling? It wasn't like the usual gnawing resentments, this was entirely different. Strangely, it felt like something guided me, urging me to strike. Theo recalled the blow that split the arena. When I let go and allowed myself to merge with that feeling, I unleashed power of a completely different level. A quiet laugh escaped, both bitter and curious. Surrender myself to hatred? Dangerous, very dangerous. But if I could control it, he clenched his fist, excitement flashing across his face. If I master it, I could be twice as strong as I am now. The silence was broken by the commander's voice again. Prepare for round 2. Both fighters, step forward. Theo didn't hesitate. His steps thundered on the ground as the defendant declared he would continue fighting. Opposite him, the elder ground his teeth so loudly it seemed to echo. Theo Ragnar continues into round 2. Arrogant brat. Fine. If you want to die that badly, I'll kill you right here. A new fighter stepped forward from the elder's side, radiating authority. I rely on you, young heir of Ragnar. That man was Page Grayson, mystic swordsman, formerly a dragon rank swordsman. The Ranka siblings gaped. Erika's eyes widened in surprise. That sword. Can he wield it without mana? Halkus grinned broadly. That sword is no ordinary blade. I like it, but Remington's face darkened, voice tense. Hey, why are you worrying again? He might not win, but he won't actually die. I think the impossible is about to happen. Unlike round 1, where they appointed a high-ranking judge to save face, this time the elder himself stepped forward. That meant in this match they were absolutely determined to kill Lord Theo. In the arena, Theo tightened his grip on the hilt, facing the new opponent as round 2 approached. The commander's whistle cut through the air, marking the official start of round 2. But before the crowd could hold its breath, Theo raised his hand, as if signaling a pause. With a relaxed posture and a mocking look, I surrender. Shock rippled through the arena. Page Grayson's composure shattered, rage exploding like a smashing blow. What the hell is this? Theo just smiled, a grin that upended every expectation. How could a mid-level swordsman like me dare face an elder? No fight needed, the elder's victory is obvious. Even a newborn would know that. Page Grayson ground his teeth and slammed his sword into the ground in fury. The commander announced officially, round 2, winner, Page Grayson. The crowd erupted with gossip. That was a direct slap to the council's face. Now they have no honor left to defend. Lord Theo is cunning. Even at full strength, they'd struggle to beat the demon dragon. With that arm gone, round 3 will likely be quick. The elder's face went pale, a cold realization creeping in. That damn heir. Don't tell me he planned this far ahead. His scheme has been perfectly overturned. The scene shifted to Evelyn Narraville. She looked at the elder with a mix of surprise and relief. I've never seen him waver like that. Guilt rose in her throat. Captain, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. But Theo stepped forward. Don't apologize. Teammates help each other. It's natural. Julius smiled and added. That's right. Evelyn, watch closely. We'll crush them. Evelyn's lips curved into a fragile smile as memories surged back. She remembered Julius's voice like a lifeline then. Evelyn Narraville, join the White Plate Cavalry. Your talent can't be wasted here. Another memory flashed. So what if you can't ride a dragon? Retirement isn't the answer. Come back and make those who abandoned you pay. Theo's voice rang out too, gentle but firm. You said you'd become my blade, right? Evelyn, I'll make your long-held wish come true. Past and present intertwined. A fierce flame flared within her. She clenched her coat as if to steady herself. Both of them care about me so much. Yet I wasted time on useless things. Why have I stayed trapped in the past for so long? She opened her eyes and looked straight at Theo and Julius. Captain Evelyn removed her coat, shedding the burden weighing on her shoulders. She stepped forward with her sword in hand, determination carved on her face. This villainous role, I will cut it off with my own hands. The commander's voice rose, drowning out the murmurs. The decisive round 3 of the duel challenge. Both opponents stepped forward. From afar, the elder advanced, one hand holding a sword, the other heavily bandaged. He muttered angrily, wounded pride seething. Damn it, it's already round 3. Because of that arrogant brat, there's nothing left of my reputation to save. Even if I die, I'll take Julius's arm. Then suddenly the court's ruling rang out, an unexpected decision. The court accepts the defendant's request. The defendant changes the round 3 fighter. The entire arena fell silent as every eye followed Evelyn onto the stage, her sword gripped tight like an unshakable resolve. Seeing this, the elder burst into loud laughter. Ridiculous. There are limits to recklessness. Now what? Do you intend to kneel and beg for mercy? Evelyn moved smoothly, precisely. She stared straight into the elder's eyes, unflinching. Don't be foolish, old man. You're the one who should be begging. Father. The elder's face twisted with fury, teeth clenched, veins bulging in his neck. This would be the battle to end a grudge that had lasted far too long. The arena's atmosphere was taut as a drawn bowstring. Elder Wolfgang scoffed, his hoarse voice ripping through the air. There's a limit to reckless bravado. What now? You intend to kneel and beg for mercy? He spat venomously, eyes flashing with rage. But Evelyn showed no fear. She raised her sword, posture flowing like water. Looking Wolfgang straight in the eye, she replied coolly, Don't be foolish, old man. The one who should kneel is you, father. The word father struck like a thunderclap. Wolfgang's face contorted, teeth grinding, veins in his neck bulging as if about to burst. He stared at the daughter he once scorned, now a storm poised to crush him. The crowd erupted, whispers spreading like wildfire. Father? She called him father? One man murmured. Evelyn from the White Dragon Squad is Wolfgang's child? Another voice, skeptical. Impossible. They don't look alike at all. Could she be an illegitimate child? I've met Wolfgang's lawful wife once. So what she said must be true. Each whisper cut into the elder's pride like a blade. His face flushed crimson as he roared. You bastard, you call me father? Ridiculous. Evelyn only gave a cold smile, eyes sharp as a blade. If I knew you liked it so much, I would have called you father sooner. Seems you enjoy old stories. Don't you? Shall I continue? You beat me nearly to death when I was a child just because I dared call you father. All because I was nothing but an illegitimate child. That's not all. You even tried to kill me when I was in the White Dragon Squad to hide the shame of an illegitimate child. The entire arena fell silent. Wolfgang bellowed, his face twisted as he tried to retort. As a member of the Ragnar family, what's wrong with my actions? But the crowd's murmurs drowned him out. Is she telling the truth? A bastard at his age, and an elder no less. He keeps lecturing about pure bloodlines, yet what has he done himself? It's truly hypocritical. Even the other elders squinted, muttering. He keeps acting without restraint. Now do you see the consequences? Another man glared at Wolfgang, reproachful. I warned you to be careful. You knew this day would come. Why didn't you eliminate her from the start? Rage shook him until it turned to despair. Damn it! At the edge of the arena, Julius and Theo watched, hearts pounding with every tense beat. Julius called out anxiously, Evelyn, you don't have to push yourself so hard. Let me... But Theo cut in, his voice steel. Don't worry, Captain. We just need faith and to watch. Let Evelyn handle this. Suddenly, the ground trembled. Evelyn and Wolfgang lunged at each other. The clash of steel rang like a bell, sparks flying across the arena. Each strike became a battle of bloodline and vengeance. Wolfgang fought like a wounded beast, fury fueling his strength. But Evelyn fought with something deeper, a will honed by pain. A subtle vortex of energy rose from her, making the air tremble. Julius's eyes widened as he whispered in shock. No way! That's the divine windstorm technique. A roaring whirlwind swept the arena, swirling around Evelyn like a summoned beast. Wolfgang was pushed back, staggered, his footing slipping. In the stands, the elder faction stood stunned. Divine windstorm? Isn't that the storm wind sword style? How could she master the lost techniques of storm wind? Evelyn stood firm in the center of the ring, eyes blazing, each movement razor-sharp and terrifying. The crowd couldn't believe their eyes. She not only blocked Wolfgang's blade, but pushed him back. How did she learn the lost techniques of storm wind? She just crushed one of Ragnar's top swordsmen. Theo in the stands smiled faintly, calmly thinking, nothing surprising here. This challenge forbids mana use, meaning only pure swordsmanship is allowed. So the difference in magical power becomes meaningless. Without mana, Wolfgang's true nature is exposed. He lacks the solid foundation of a pureblood lineage, so he could never reach this level. Wolfgang couldn't believe he was being pushed back by his own daughter. His face contorted with humiliation. Damn you! I'll kill you! How dare you, you bastard! Evelyn tightened her grip on the sword, her gaze icy. Wolfgang lunged upward, his blade descending like a crushing weight. Evelyn met him head-on. The clashing blades sent sparks flying like broken stars. Wolfgang hissed, "You bastard! You think you can escape me? I'll beat you until you kneel and beg for mercy." But Evelyn gritted her teeth and answered with a thunderous stroke that left Wolfgang stunned. She looked him in the face and shouted, "If you're so brave, then try me." For a moment Wolfgang's arrogance wavered. How is this possible?" Evelyn snarled, eyes blazing. "When I was little, you were my whole world. I always feared you, but now I have people I can trust. People who care and won't abandon me. I'm no longer the weak child you once knew." Wolfgang staggered at the declaration. He hadn't expected the child he cast aside to be this strong. In the moment of his hesitation, Evelyn surged forward, her blade passing through Wolfgang's body with almost unbelievable smoothness. Blood spurted from his body like a fountain. His body flung onto the ground with a sickening thud. The arena fell silent, astonishment written on every face. Evelyn shouted, "I'm not the weak child I used to be." Wolfgang's sword flew free and stuck into the ground. The crowd inhaled, breathless with shock. Julius and Theo smiled proudly and contentedly. The victor had been decided. Wolfgang lay sprawled on the ground, clutching his severed arm, blood spreading scarlet. His breathing wheezed, teeth clenched, but his rage still burned. "Damn it! This isn't over yet." Suddenly the elder's arm froze, rigid and immobile. He looked down as an all-consuming cold took hold. The ice dragon lady, Neil Ragnar Tun, stepped forward, her presence making the air seem heavier. She said coldly, "If you are one of the 9 dragons, then stop humiliating yourself. Accept defeat." Wolfgang's challenge dissolved. The commander's voice rang like thunder. Winner of the 3rd match, Evelyn Nereville. The verdict, not guilty. Evelyn turned and stepped before Julius, a warm smile. "Evelyn Nereville reporting mission accomplished," Julius said proudly. "Well done, Evelyn." She closed her eyes, cheeks flushed, an innocent smile on her face. "It's all thanks to everyone." Opposite them, the elder faction descended into chaos. One man helped Wolfgang up and asked, "Are you all right, Grand Elder?" Another picked up his weapon and brought it forward. "Here's your sword. You're badly wounded. Please go get medical treatment first." But Wolfgang shoved them aside, rising with murderous intent. He advanced, eyes blazing. Evelyn Nereville, Julius and Theo turned to look, their expressions serious. Wolfgang lunged with murderous intent, his rage having driven him mad. "You little bastard, I'll kill you with my own hands right here." But before the blade could fall, a giant hand clamped down on his wrist. Julius, commander of the White Armor Cavalry, stood between them, his eyes blazing red with anger, a storm-like presence. "You want me to take your other arm too?" Wolfgang clenched his jaw, knowing he couldn't stand against Julius in his current state. Suddenly, a tremor struck from somewhere, making the entire arena pause for a beat. At that moment, a messenger burst in, panicked. "Invasion! The Troivan clan has begun their attack. Everyone return to your positions at once." Julius scowled but quickly turned away. "Theo, Evelyn, war has come. Return to the White Dragon Squad immediately." Both replied in unison. "Yes, sir," Wolfgang roared, his face twisted. "Those bastards, they dare look down on me." "Stop! I said stop right now. This match isn't over." But Neil Ragnar Tun stepped forward, her presence chillingly fearsome, hundreds of thin ice blades hovering around Wolfgang. "Hey, Elder, I'm only saying this once. Don't disgrace the 9 dragons any further." He trembled as he replied, "You dare insult me? Insult the Council of Elders?" She answered calmly. Who knows, your view might be the same as mine. At the same time, the council elders turned their backs and left. One man said, even if the elder's honor has hit rock bottom, we can't let a defeated man still brandish a blade as our representative. Those words shattered Wolfgang's arrogance. He fell to his knees, humiliated beneath the banner that once belonged to him. Julius watched the old man collapse and felt satisfaction. Finally, it's over. The contemptible end of a greedy old man. The scene cut to Troiven's headquarters. Troiven sat on the commander-in-chief's throne, his face cold as ice. A general reported, we've seized the central Thuong AI plateau. Harmon Castle is about to fall. Troiven asked, where are the Ragnar forces? The general replied, the Lord Cavalry and the troops of the Six Pillars are concentrated on the central plateau. Ed scoffed, not out of joy but because the plan was unfolding as expected. Stupid Ragnars. They're acting exactly as I predicted. He tightened his grip. They'll see this battle is only a piece of a much greater plan. He rose from his chair and stepped forward, pointing at the map with a look of relish. While they concentrate their forces on the plateau, the place we'll devour is right here. In the territory of the Bacchus clan, the atmosphere over the 6 great noble houses was heavy and bleak. Outside the city walls, a soldier whispered to his comrade about the newly instated lord. He muttered that since that man became lord, he's shut himself in the castle, drowning himself in drink day and night. The soldier sighed heavily. In these times, does he even realize he's the head of the clan? The other shook his head, his voice full of resignation and despair. He told those who could leave to go already. What's the point of asking more? He said bitterly. What good is a lord in a territory drowning in debt? Even the knights and vassals who had served the Bacchus house for generations have abandoned it. What can the new lord do now? He snorted sarcastically. Maybe he should count himself lucky that he at least still has money to buy booze. The other soldier chuckled. True enough. Then he lowered his voice and asked, hey, didn't Ragnar send reinforcements? Hearing the word, reinforcements, the first soldier scoffed and leapt back mockingly. Reinforcements? You mean those freeloaders? At this point, we were introduced to Ragnar's support detachment, featuring member Eodinaren and Captain Sybil Dre. Another soldier grumbled that the unit was supposed to be on night patrol, but every time he checked they were plastered, sprawled near the wall. The soldiers' disappointment deepened. They whispered that maybe Ragnar sent them here merely to push Bacchus completely out of the fight. After hearing all about the Lord and Ragnar's so-called reinforcements, one soldier laughed out loud and said, ah, so that's it? Makes sense. Far away, outside Bacchus Castle in the deep woods, a soldier who had secretly slipped in to spy was kneeling before Troiven's forces, reporting what he'd heard. The Troiven commander, cold and calculating, asked if the talk among Bacchus's troops was true. The spy answered confidently, yes, morale in Bacchus territory has hit rock bottom. He sneered, saying the campaign was already half accomplished. After the report, the Troiven commander laughed a terrible, merciless laugh. He raised his voice, clear for all his forces to hear. Do you hear me? The enemy has collapsed. Finish this quickly and return. The soldiers cheered, and immediately the Troiven army began marching toward Bacchus Castle beneath a darkening night sky. On the castle wall, Sybil Dre, captain of Ragnar's support unit, sighed and stretched, still half drunk from prior bouts of drinking. A moment later, a sudden gust of wind swept across the battlements. From the shadows, a Troiven soldier silently climbed the stone wall. His dagger shimmered faintly in the moonlight. He spotted Sybil lounging and smirked. Lucky me. The guard's drunk on duty. This is perfect. He raised his dagger and muttered, finish the rest of your drink in your next life. Just as he prepared to plunge the dagger into Sybil's chest, the scene shifted to a past conversation between the demon dragon and Theo Ragnar. The demon dragon sat behind his desk, eyes sharp as he stared at Theo. He asked, you want to request independent operating authority as a mid-rank swordsman? No. In wartime, combat operations are the top priority. You will not receive any special privileges. Theo calmly and steadily handed him a sealed letter. Theo said, this concerns the war. Please read its contents. The demon dragon opened the envelope, and after reading the documents inside, his expression shifted immediately. His brows knotted in surprise. Is what's written here true? Theo nodded. Yes, Troiven's main objective right now is Harmon Castle and the Central Plateau. But that's only bait. Their real target is the island chain, bringing it under their control. The demon dragon was silent for a moment, thinking deeply, then murmured, "Logical. That's a reasonable conclusion." On this side, the protagonist continued his explanation. From the series Assassin's Hostage incident, it's clear they're collaborating with Troiven. And the precursor of Black Tower is the Island Sea Transport League, the organization through which the Empire's financial streams flow. The demon dragon narrowed his eyes. That explains Troiven's enormous war funds. Theo agreed. Exactly. With the island's strategic position, it will become an even greater threat as the war continues. That's why our top priority must be reinforcing the neglected Bacchus territory. However, Troiven has concentrated enough forces at the Central Plateau and Harmon Castle that it looks like an all-out effort. Ragnar has also deployed troops to counter them. We have no soldiers left to redeploy. Theo cried out. They can't simply abandon those strategic points. That's why you asked for independent command of the campaign. From reinforcing the Bacchus territory to investigating the islands suspected of funding Troiven, Theo declared confidently, "I can handle it all myself." The demon dragon looked at him in surprise. "You foresaw this much from the start of your request?" The demon dragon gave a short laugh and finally nodded. "Very well, since it's related to the war, there will be no problem. You're permitted to proceed, but don't be reckless." Theo bowed slightly. "I will remember that." As the demon dragon watched Theo leave, he told himself that the documents Theo brought were high-quality intelligence. But Theo's choice to report directly to him instead of to an intelligence specialist like the Black Dragon meant that Theo intended to act on his own. In that case, the demon dragon murmured inwardly, "This permission is merely a formality. If it's Theo, he's already prepared everything." Back in the present, just as the Troiven soldier was about to stab Sybil, the captain who had seemed drunk suddenly sprang into action. With a motion as quick as a blade, Sybil hurled a bottle straight at the attacker's face, the liquid splashing into the soldier's eyes and temporarily blinding him. The Troiven soldier recoiled, rubbing his face, then froze when he realized the liquid wasn't booze but orange juice. Sybil grinned broadly and giggled. "I never did like drinking." Before the enemy could react, Sybil moved like lightning and felled him in a single decisive motion, killing him instantly. Another member of the support unit rushed over and reported they dealt with the vanguard trying to infiltrate. Sybil nodded decisively and said, "Good. Hurry up and light the signal fire." His subordinates exchanged excited, confident remarks. One observed that their swords would cut through Troiven's forces, something he had never imagined during the opening ceremony. Another laughed and said they weren't idle either. As Sybil prepared to light the signal fire, he glanced at them mischievously and muttered that none of his team ever listened to their captain. Just as Sybil bent down to light the fire, one of the Troiven soldiers feigning death suddenly moved. He snatched up a dagger and lunged at Sybil with a crazed look. Sybil and the others realized it too late. The dagger had been swung toward him, but before the strike could land, a streak of metal flashed through the air, and the Troiven soldier's head dropped clean to the ground. Standing behind the corpse was a calm, confident man with a faint smile. It was Naven Bacchus, head of the Bacchus clan. He slowly lowered his sword and said nonchalantly, "Careful now. If any of you are hurt, how am I supposed to face our lord?" Sybil, embarrassed by his presence, hurriedly bowed and said he'd make amends. Naven smiled warmly and waved. "I'm joking. Relax." But then his tone suddenly grew cold. "However, if you insist on relaxing, there is one thing the Lord should handle." Sybil casually handed the torch to Naven and said, "Please hold the flame for me. I have matters to discuss with my comrades." Naven immediately responded with a stone-cold expression, raising his sword threateningly. Sybil was punched by Naven for joking around. Shouts rang out across the battlements. I was joking. I'll go do it right away." Signal fires along the castle walls flared up one after another, lighting the dark night. Soldiers rushed to their positions, shields raised and bows drawn, ready for the coming assault. Naven stepped onto the battlements and looked down, His sharp gaze caught the Troivan forces climbing the stone wall. He wondered silently, what did our Lord see? How far ahead could he foresee? How could he see through everything? Below, the Troivan ranks froze as they noticed the signal fires blazing. Fear spread through their ranks as they realized the truth. Their ambush had failed. They were the ones caught in the trap. In a clear, angry voice, Sybil shouted, "The Troivan vermin have attacked. Hold Bacchus Castle. Annihilate the intruders." Then the one-sided slaughter began. Castle soldiers unleashed volleys of arrows and spells from the walls, cutting mercilessly through the invading Troivan army. Under the stormy sky, Theo finally arrived in Bacchus territory. He looked toward the distance and saw smoke faintly rising from the battlefield. Has the battle already broken out? It seems I arrived just in time. With determination in his eyes, he tightened the reins and rode down toward the castle. The wind howled around him as Theo gave a faint smile and said. Moments later, the battlefield fell silent as the last Troivan soldier's body hit the ground. Naven, Sybil, and the Bacchus clan soldiers stood amid the smoking wreckage after the raid. Their chests heaved, weapons still stained with the inky black blood of war. Lord Theo's orders to defend Bacchus territory had been carried out thoroughly. Theo glanced around and chuckled to himself. You didn't have to shout like that. Really, he placed a warm hand on Sybil's shoulder. You did very well. Those words struck Sybil more powerfully than any blade. Tears welled in his eyes. He noticed me. Sybil stood rooted, basking in that recognition, while his comrades clustered around, teasing with a hint of envy. We're jealous of you. You're one lucky guy. Theo moved toward Naven. I didn't expect you'd come in person. Theo gave a small smile. I stopped by as a precaution, but it seems in the end you didn't need the help. Naven glanced at Sybil and the soldiers gathered near the signal fire with a curious smile. Where did you find people like these? Theo's chest swelled with quiet pride. They are men I trained with when I was a junior swordsman. They wanted to serve me, so they joined the Camellia Palace Guard. Theo looked at Naven and added, It seems they've also won your approval. Naven lowered his head, his smile growing gentler. To be honest, at first I didn't expect much. They were just mid-rank swordsmen, lacking real combat experience or notable achievements. But after working with them for a few days, I felt the difference. Their skills are raw, yes, but I can trust them. Theo closed his eyes for a moment, receiving the praise. Hearing you say that makes me proud too, he murmured, then opened his eyes and looked directly at Naven. I have a request for you, Naven. He gestured toward the ranks of soldiers who had responded to the signal fire. Now that the vassals and knights have gone, the Bacchus Knight Order stands empty. How would you feel about training these friends of yours to become the Bacchus Knight Order? Naven inhaled. Excitement slowly crept across his face, gradual but genuine. The Knight Order? It's been a long time since I've felt anticipation like this. Watching his change, the responsibility naturally shifted onto Naven's shoulders with ease. Theo straightened, made a decision, and began to walk, waving casually. Then I'll count on you. Naven blinked, startled. You're leaving already, young master? Yeah, Theo replied simply. I've seen what I needed to see here. I'm just passing through. I have other business. Naven asked, Other business? Theo turned back and answered warmly. An investigation of the floating isles. Naven bowed his head and gave a chuckle. I should be used to this by now, but your boldness still surprises me, young master. Theo's smile widened as Naven continued. Isn't that place notorious for hostility toward outsiders? And it's very hard to get into. Don't worry, I have my own way, Theo replied. Leaving Bacchus behind, along the windswept coast lay the port city of Dion, bustling with its own rhythms. In the lower quarter of the city, a noisy tavern rang with clamor. A hooded figure pushed the door open and stepped in. He didn't notice the large man blocking the way and bumped into him. The big man's rough hand reached out and grabbed the newcomer's shoulder rudely. Hey, shorty, you got your eyes on your feet? The hooded man calmly looked up and replied in an even tone. Ah, my fault. I must not have seen you down there. The rude man bristled at the insult. Oh yeah? I'll bend down to your level. See how you like that? The tavern's noise seemed to hold its breath. Then in an instant the hooded man's hand flashed like lightning, grabbed a mug of ale, and smashed it into the big man's forehead. The room's atmosphere shifted from loud to tense silence, then to wild excitement in a single breath. People leaned forward, watching intently. "Oh, a fight!" Someone shouted, half in thrill, half in warning. Others burst out laughing. The serving girls hurried over. "Hey, wait! I'm coming!" "Yes, here's your drink." In the candlelit room behind the tavern, a woman's voice rose as she read a report to the man opposite. Summary of the request is as follows. The Floating Isles will regularly supply gunpowder and steel to Troyven as agreed. All costs will be billed as rent for the Azure Dragon Sword. The man slammed his hand on the table, his face twisted with rage. A request? Dream on. That's a straight-up threat. The man was Antonio Spinola, head of the Spinola House and the next leader of their maritime empire. His anger filled the room as he snorted. "And what is this rent fee? They stole that damned sword and now say they'll rent it back to make money? What a joke. I won't fall for that. But sir, we have no other choice, do we?" Antonio's reflection shimmered on the polished surface of the nearby globe. "Without the Azure Dragon Sword, the Floating Isles will sink quickly." He rubbed his forehead. The disappointment in his voice turned to despair. "Damn it. If we hadn't lost that sword, we wouldn't be under their thumb." His gaze darkened. "Is there truly no hope left for our isles?" Before an answer came, a loud crash sounded from outside. Shouts, curses, and splintering wood. The sounds of a tavern brawl poured into the room. Antonio rushed to the door and kicked it open. "You bastards, my head's about to explode. What is going on now? What the hell, you idiots? Fighting again?" The room went suddenly silent. Dozens of faces turned to him, some guilty, some defiant. "How many times have I told you not to get drunk anymore? Only drink quietly, understand? Idiots!" From across the room, a familiar calm voice rang out. "At last he's decided to show himself." The speaker pulled back his hood to reveal sharp eyes and a confident smile. It was Theo Ragnar, Antonio Spinola, the next head of the Spinola family. Inside Antonio's office, he leaned back in his chair and tapped his fingers impatiently on the desk. "So you say you want to go to the Floating Isles and you want me to put you on my ship as a fighter?" Theo nodded without flinching. "That's right. I've heard sea monsters have been appearing more often near that floating land. As for my skills, what you saw earlier should be proof enough. Besides, your ship is short-handed. Isn't it? Then it's mutually beneficial." Antonio stroked his chin, his tone skeptical. "You're not wrong, we're looking for a few capable fighters." Suddenly his gaze sharpened, his posture shifting from weary to alert. "But you will not be boarding my ship. For a mercenary seeking work, your gear is too clean. No scratches, no stains. And that brawl earlier happened right where I am. Is that really a coincidence? Besides, you clearly know I have a ship heading to the Floating Isles. Nothing about this is normal." He leaned forward, fingers interlaced beneath his chin. "If you were me, would you let someone like that onto your ship?" Theo gave a short, amused laugh. "I'd be disappointed if you didn't see through that." "Good. Let's get straight to the point." Theo reached into his cloak and pulled out a small metal badge, placing it on the table. The armed resistance fighting for the liberation of the Floating Isles. The Black Moon leader Antonio Spinola. That name struck like lightning, Antonio's eyes widening in shock. Before he could react, Theo leaned in, his voice steady. "So, Antonio Spinola, let's make a deal." Antonio's jaw tightened. "How? How do you know I'm the Black Moon leader?" Theo's smirk returned. "Come on, that's not the important part, is it? It's not how I knew, but what I know. For example, about the Azure Dragon Sword that you so desperately crave." At the mention of that weapon, Antonio's composure shattered. His chair toppled backward onto the floor as he leapt up. "You bastard. So you're a hunting dog for Troyven after all." Theo's tone remained cold and precise. "The basis of any agreement is calm, Antonio. Don't lose it." Antonio glared at him. "Even if I stay calm, this is absurd. If you're not allied with Troyven, there's no way you'd know about the Azure Dragon Sword." Before Theo could answer, the door swung open and one of Antonio's guards stepped in. "Lord Antonio, is everything all right?" Antonio waved him off. The guard hesitated, then bowed and left. Theo smiled lightly, the corner of his mouth curving into a faint, confident grin. What if I told you I hold the Azure Dragon Sword? Ridiculous, right? The truth is Troyven stole it, and now you're claiming you possess it? Nonsense. Why is that nonsense? Theo replied. They're like me, likely only claiming they have it, never actually showing it. Antonio's head began to spin as confusion clouded his thoughts. Come to think of it, they've never actually shown us the real thing. It's unbelievable that our judgment could be so clouded, even with the fate of the Isles at stake. Theo's smile lingered as he leaned forward slightly. You have nothing left to lose, do you? So why not hear me out? Antonio drew a deep breath, then sank back into his chair. His voice softened, though suspicion remained. All right, I'm listening. Theo's expression turned serious. The legends and mysteries of the floating isles. All begin with the story of the hero Kriemhild, right? With a resigned sigh, Antonio opened one of the nearby drawers and took out an old journal. It seems you already know the tale. Yes. He thrust his sword into the CWRM's head, ravaged the oceans, and sealed it beneath those ocean waves. The legendary hero Kriemhild. Antonio's voice grew heavier as he continued. That fairy tale is true. The floating isles are said to drift on the sea thanks to mysterious currents, but that's not correct. The CWYRM sealed by Lord Kriemhild lies deep beneath the seabed, and the immense magical energy it releases creates an upward etheric flow that keeps the island aloft. The Azure Dragon Sword is the device that maintains that seal, an intermediary artifact that stabilizes the etheric flow. But since Troyven stole the Azure Dragon Sword, the etheric flow has become unstable. If the Azure Dragon Sword isn't returned soon, the isles will sink to the ocean floor. Massive waves will rise from the sea, tearing everything apart. Buildings, infrastructure, the people who live there, houses, their livelihoods. Everything will be swallowed by the sea. He stared straight at Theo, his voice urgent. I'm not joking. The lives of everyone on the isles are at risk. If you truly have the Azure Dragon Sword and you return it to us, we'll give you anything you want. Theo's face darkened. Returning it isn't a real solution. Anyone could steal it again. The image of the Azure Dragon Sword flashed before Theo's eyes. Its dark radiance remained deeply etched in his memory. But most importantly, that would mean I'd have to give it up entirely. Antonio's voice turned resolute. Then let's proceed with a deal. What do you want? If it's money, we can pay whatever it takes. Theo looked up, his face calm but firm. No, what I need isn't money. A faint red gleam entered Theo's eyes. I've prepared for this. A way to keep the Azure Dragon Sword and still save the Isles. All you have to do is take me to the floating isles.
Please like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more awesome